Gravepulse Hunting Book 2 Copyright at R. Richards 2025 All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without prior written permission of the author. Legal disclaimer. This is a work of fiction. Unless otherwise indicated, all the names, characters, businesses, places, events and incidents in this book are either the product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events are purely coincidental. Trigger warnings. This book contains blood. Lots of it. Zombies doing zombie things, e.g., moaning, shambling, snacking on the unlucky. Humans making predictably terrible choices under pressure. Foul language, wild panic, and at least one character you'll want to slap. If you're sensitive to gore, sarcasm, or people who think hiding in a dark basement is a solid plan, maybe go read something with cupcakes and emotional healing. Otherwise, grab a bat, say goodbye to common sense, and dive in. Just don't blame me when you start eyeing your neighbor suspiciously. You've been warned. Sort of. To my children, Blade, Buffy, and Steel. You are the very heart of this story, and the deepest parts of my soul live within every word written here. This book is for you. To Blade, though life tore us apart too soon, not a day has passed that I haven't carried you in my heart. From the moment we were separated, I fought for you, for over a decade. I tried, again and again, with everything I had. I know that you may never see it that way, and I understand the pain and anger you carry. But I need you to know this, I have never stopped loving you. I never will. There are things you've been told that have painted me in ways that break my heart. If you ever want to hear the truth, my truth, it's there, in black and white, waiting for you. You were failed by the system, and you were failed by me. I wasn't strong enough to carry on fighting for you. The cost would have been too great. For that I will always be sorry. All I've ever wanted is for you to know how fiercely I love you, and how deeply I wish things had been different. To Buffy, my beautiful girl. You and I share a bond that is unshakable. Watching you face the world with such courage and spirit, despite your challenges, fills me with awe. I see the woman you are becoming. The strength in you, the light. I pray life makes room for your brilliance to shine through. You are worthy of every good thing this world can offer. I love you with every beat of my heart and will always be your biggest supporter. To Steel, my youngest, my steady light. Thank you for being my anchor through every storm. Your kindness, your sharp mind, your quiet strength. They've reminded me again and again that love can still be simple and pure. Thank you for showing me that the things I've doubted in myself weren't my faults, just my trials. You are my saving grace, and I thank God for you every day. To all three of you. I was told once that I would never be able to have children. And yet, here you are. My miracles. My treasures. I haven't always been perfect. I've made mistakes. But I have loved you fiercely, unconditionally, and with every ounce of who I am. You are the best parts of me. I only ever wanted to give you the best start I could. I hope, with all my heart, that the world is gentler to you than it ever was to me. With endless love, Mum. The morning sun spilled over the spiked peaks surrounding Camp Hope, a monastery turned survival base nestled in the mountains. It might have been beautiful if it weren't for the smell of death and decay in the air. The world was broken, but we were still alive, and that had to count for something. I woke up to the faint sound of hammering, Steel, I guessed, working on one of his projects, again. My head throbbed from another restless night of zombie-infested dreams, but there was no time to dwell. Morning was the busiest time around here, and everyone had a job to do. I pulled on my boots, they were scuffed and held together with duct tape, then I grabbed my jacket. Steele's voice echoed from outside. He was barking orders like he was trying to outshout the apocalypse. Get moving. We're burning daylight. I stepped outside to find the camp bustling with activity. It was one of the few times I didn't mind the chaos. Activity meant survival. Steele stood in the center of it all, his wild black hair a mess, his dark eyes full of fire. He looked half crazy, well, he kind of was, but he was the glue holding this place together. His sisters, Val and Kay, scrambled around, loading supplies onto carts. They were the reason I was still alive, and Steele, well, Steele was the reason I wanted to be. Not that he knew that. He caught sight of me and grinned. "You're late, sunshine." "Good morning, Steele," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Is it?" he teased, his dark humor shining through. "Or is it just a slightly less crappy continuation of yesterday?" I rolled my eyes but still smirked. Camp Hope wasn't just a sanctuary, it was a well-oiled machine, and every part of it mattered. It's how we survived and how we thrived in the world of the dead. Near the fire pit, Lou P. was meticulously organizing his scavenged rolls of toilet paper, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. Lou, short for Lewis Parker, was on the spectrum, and he had OCD. His scavenging missions were laser-focused on one thing, toilet paper. He called it Lou paper, and honestly, his obsession had quite literally saved the skin on our asses more than once. "Morning, Lou." "Good morning, Alex," he replied without looking up. "Did you know we're down to 68 rolls? I'll need to go out again soon. 68 is not a respectable number. It's better than 0. I offered. He paused, whilst considering my words. "That's true. Alex is right." Nearby, Diesel and Tank, our security team, were sparring. Diesel, a towering Nigerian with a wicked sense of humor, easily dwarfed most of us. Tank, his Mexican counterpart, wasn't far behind in size, and the two were unstoppable when working together. They'd cleared entire hordes of zombies with nothing but brute force and a lot of yelling. Or at least that's how the others in the camp told it. "Keep your guard up, Tank," Diesel said, dodging a punch. "Ain't no zombie gonna wait for you to warm up." Tank grunted, throwing another jab. "They don't need to, they'll run from me." Their laughter was contagious. A rare sound in this world. Behind the monastery, I found Sloane, our engineer. She was elbow deep in the guts of a generator, cursing under her breath. "Hey, Sloane." She glanced up, her sharp green eyes flashing. "Alex." Perfect timing. "Hold this." Before I could object, she shoved a greasy part into my hands. "What is this?" I asked. "Broken. And if you don't hold it still, I'm gonna break you." Sloane was a force of nature, energetic, sarcastic, and entirely unapologetic. She was also the reason we still had power some days, so I didn't complain. Much. A little farther down, Buck was tending to his latest batch of moonshine. The old man claimed he'd been brewing since before I was born, and honestly, he was probably right. He tipped his cowboy hat when he saw me. "Mornin', kid," he drawled. "You here for a tasting session?" I wrinkled my nose. "No thanks. I prefer my drinks not to strip paint or my insides for that matter." He chuckled, taking a swig. "Your loss." By the time breakfast rolled around, the whole camp was gathered in the courtyard. We usually ate in shifts to keep watch, but mornings were the one time we all came together. Steele stood at the head of the table, his sisters on either side. Breakfast at Camp Hope wasn't a quiet affair. Between the clatter of plates, the sharp banter and the tension that hung over every meal, it felt like we were preparing for battle instead of eating. But today, my attention wasn't on the people around the table, it was on the dogs. For massive cane corsos sat to attention, their dark eyes following every movement like silent sentinels. They were sprawled between Steele and his sisters, Val and Kay, their sheer size dwarfing the benches they leaned against. The biggest of them, a sleek black male named Odin, was practically glued to Steele's side, his head resting on Steele's thigh as if to claim him as his own. Across from Odin sat Freya, a blue brindle female who shared the same intense, unyielding gaze. She was smaller, but no less intimidating. Every now and then her head would tilt towards Steele's hand, seeking an absent-minded scratch behind the ears. The other two, Hades and Hera, belonged to Val and Kay. Hades was a hulking beast with a midnight coat. He had a scar across one eye that gave him a permanent menacing look. Hera, the smallest of the pack, had a sleek fawn coat and the sharpest instincts. She was constantly alert, her ears flicking at the faintest sound outside these walls. Together, the dogs were like extensions of Steele and his sisters, perfectly synchronized with their every move. I'd heard the rumors around camp. People said that Steele and his sisters had run a business before the world fell apart, training security dogs for the rich and famous. It wasn't hard to believe, looking at them now. The dogs weren't just pets, they were professionals, sharp and disciplined in a way that hinted at years of training. Still, the idea of Steele in a world of high society and luxury seemed almost laughable. I couldn't imagine him in clean clothes, let alone schmoozing with celebrities. But there was something about the way he moved around Odin and Freya, the quiet authority he held, that made the rumor plausible. One day, I'd work up the courage to ask if it was true. Pass the bread, Kay said, nudging Val with her elbow. Get it yourself. Val muttered, not looking up from the map she was studying. Freya huffed, her head lifting to sniff the air. Steele reached over and tapped the table with a knuckle, a silent command that had her sitting back down immediately. I couldn't help but stare. The dogs listened to him like he was their alpha, his quiet authority cutting through the chaos of breakfast. You gonna eat, or just tease the dogs? Steele asked, his cobalt eyes meeting mine across the table. My face burned. I wasn't teasing them. You were. Val said with a smirk, her tone deadpan. Don't let them get to you. Kay added. They are just jealous. The dogs don't like them as much as they do you, because you are always smuggling them extra food. Steele and Val don't allow them to beg. Steele chuckled, a rare sound that sent a flutter through my chest. Better finish up, sunshine. You've got patrol duty today. I nodded, tearing off a piece of bread whilst trying to ignore the way Odin's eyes followed me around, like he was sizing me up. By the time breakfast was over, the dogs were still on guard, calm and watchful. It was like they knew the world outside these walls were a constant danger, but as long as they were here, they'd keep it at bay. I couldn't shake the feeling that the rumor was true, that Steele and his sisters had been people of importance, before the dead rose. But whatever they'd been, they were something even more valuable now. And so were their dogs. The dogs were like early alarm systems. They warned us if the dead were around, they attacked the dead when we were on scavenger hunts. Without them I had a gut feeling we would all have been lost, or worse, dead. For now, I'd settle on staying on Odin's good side. Listen up. Steele called, his voice cutting through the chatter. We've got a busy day ahead. Lou, you're on scavenging duty, take Val and Tank with you. Buck, I need you to fix the west fence. Alex, you're with me. The rest of you, you know your jobs, stick to the rota. My stomach flipped, but I tried not to show it. Diesel and Sloan, you're on lookout. He continued. And Kay, organize the supplies. We've got a supply run coming in tomorrow, and I want everything squared away. Everyone nodded and started moving, but I stayed rooted in place. Alex, Steele said, raising an eyebrow. Problem? Nope. I said quickly. Good. Let's go. Steele guided me to the camp's edge, where dense trees and a thick canopy cast deep shadows over the area. We need more firewood, he said, handing me an axe. Seriously? Oh, please, did you really think I brought you along for your sparkling conversation? His smirk was infuriating and oddly charming. As we worked, he started talking, a rare event in itself. You've been here a while now, he said, splitting a log with a single swing. What do you think? About Camp Hope? Yeah. About this place, the people. Me. My heart skipped a beat. It's good. You're good. I mean, you're all doing a magnificent job. He laughed, a dark, deep sound. That's one way to put it. I wanted to say more. To tell him how much he meant to me, but the words wouldn't come. Then, out of nowhere, a scream tore through the forest, sharp, raw, like metal scraping against bone. Steele and I ran toward the sound. We found Lou, Val, Jess, and Tank surrounded by a small group of zombies. They weren't close enough to be a threat yet, but that wouldn't last. Stay back. Steele shouted, swinging his axe. The fight was over quickly. Steele, Tank, and I dispatched the zombies while Val guarded Lou and Jess. Lou was frozen with fear, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it was a lifeline. It's okay, I said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're safe now. He nodded shakily but didn't let go of the paper. Steele sighed, wiping his blade clean. Let's get back. We've had enough excitement for one morning. And Jess, please don't scream when you see the dead in future. You might as well be ringing the dinner bell for the darn things. Jess sheepishly nodded, her agreement. By the time we returned, the sun was high, and the camp was alive with activity. Sloane had the generator humming again. Buck was still tinkering with the west fence, and Diesel and Tank were sparring. It wasn't perfect, but it was home, and best of all, we were all a family. As I sat by the fire that night, watching the flames dance, I couldn't help but find some comfort in the life we had all built here. The world might be full of the dead ones, but as long as we had each other, we'd find a way to survive. The fire crackled, the warmth doing little to push back the creeping cold of night. The air seemed denser after sunset. The dead didn't just haunt our days, they whispered to us at night. It started as a wail, faint and low, carried on the wind. The first time I'd heard it, I had thought it was just my imagination. But now I knew better. We all did. They're early tonight, Kay muttered, tossing her book aside and sitting closer to the fire. The voices of the dead weren't loud, but they were persistent. They were a reminder that the world we once knew was lost, and that we were never truly safe. Sometimes they sounded like loved ones, like ghosts trying to claw their way back to us. Other times, they taunted us with cruel, inhuman laughter. Don't listen to them, Val ordered, her knife gleaming as she ran it over the whetstone. That's what they want. Ignore it. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to focus on anything but the whispers. Diesel and Tank, usually the loudest in camp, had gone quiet. Even they weren't immune to the haunted chants. Steele stood, his shadow looming over the fire. Everyone inside. Now. His voice left no room for argument. He wasn't just our leader, he was our anchor, he was the only one who seemed unaffected by the whispers. But I'd caught the way his jaw tightened, the way his hand rested a little too long, on the hilt of his knife. We obeyed, scattering to our quarters within the monastery. The thick stone walls muffled the whispers, but they never fully drowned them out. It was difficult to sleep. The whispers were louder tonight, closer. I felt them invading my thoughts, like icy fingers digging into my skull to devour my brain matter. It was still hard for me to differentiate between the whispers of the dead and the voices in my head. You don't belong here, you will die. They all will. I shook my head, trying to banish the words. They weren't real. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. A knock at my door startled me. Alex, Steele's voice called softly. Grab your gear. You're with me tonight. I swung the door open to find him standing there, his eyes searching my face. He looked tired, his hair disheveled, but his presence was grounding. Why me? I asked, grabbing my jacket and crossbow. Because you don't fall apart under pressure, he said, simply. That was the closest thing to a compliment I'd ever gotten from him, and it made my stomach flip. We stepped into the courtyard, where Val and Diesel were already waiting. Val nodded at me, her expression grim. Diesel gave me a faint smile, but even his usual humor was muted tonight. "We're checking the perimeter," Steele said. "Something doesn't feel right." "It never feels right. Not when the dead are trying to gaslight us from beyond the grave," Diesel quipped, though his grip on his machete betrayed his unease. Steele didn't respond. He just started walking and we followed. The monastery was surrounded by a tall stone wall, reinforced with scrap metal and barbed wire. It wasn't perfect, but it kept the hordes out. Usually. We moved in silence, the whispers haunting us like ghosts. They seemed to ebb and flow, rising in intensity whenever one of us hesitated. "Do you hear that?" Val whispered, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Hear what?" I asked. "Them." She didn't elaborate, but her knuckles whitened on her bow. Steele stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. We froze. A figure stood just beyond the gate, only just visible in the moonlight. "Zed?" I asked. Steele shook his head. "No. Too still." The figure moved suddenly, shuffling closer. It wasn't a zombie, it was a person. A man emaciated and shivering, his clothes in tatters. "Help me," he rasped, his voice barely louder than the whispers. Steele's axe was in his hand in an instant. "Stay where you are." The man collapsed, falling to his knees. "He's not bitten," Diesel said, stepping forward cautiously. "Not yet. But he will be if he keeps calling out like that." Val muttered. "Bring him in," Steele said finally. "What?" Val hissed. "Are you crazy? We don't know who the hell he is. We'll quarantine him." Steele interrupted. "I'm not leaving him out there to die." Val didn't argue, but her scowl said it all. The man, if you could still call him that, was barely coherent. We locked him in one of the empty storage rooms, where Kay and Sloane joined us. Kay handed me a bottle of water, her brow furrowed. "What's his deal?" "He doesn't look infected. But he's incoherent." Sloane crouched by the door, her tool belt jingling as she adjusted the makeshift lock. "You know, this is how horror movies start." "I'll take that under advisement," Steele said dryly. The man stirred, his eyes fluttering open. For a moment, he just stared at us, then his lips parted. "They're coming," he whispered. The room fell silent. "Who's coming?" Steele demanded. The man's eyes rolled back into his head, as he started convulsing. "Damn it!" Val shouted, rushing forward. But it was already too late. His body went still, his chest rising and falling one last time before stopping entirely. Val took out her knife and rammed it into the man's temple so he couldn't reanimate. None of us moved. Then the whispers rose again, louder than ever, filling the room with a cacophony of haunting voices. The next morning, the camp was buzzing with nervous energy. Word of the man's arrival and his death had spread like wildfire. "I don't like this," Kay said as we stood by the fire pit. "First the whispers and then our visitor. Something is coming. We'll handle it," Steele said, though his tone was clipped. "Like we always do," Diesel added, trying to lighten the mood. Even Tank, usually the first to laugh at Diesel's jokes, looked uneasy. Lou P. wandered over clutching a roll of toilet paper like a security blanket. "Did you know the storage room where we keep the Lou roll is colder than the others?" he asked, his voice distant. "Thanks for the insight, Lou," Kay said, patting his shoulder. "It's important," he insisted. "Colder means something. I'm sure it wasn't that cold before." We all exchanged uneasy glances. By midday, Steele had organized the camp into action. Val and Kay inventoried the weapons, while Sloane reinforced the gates. Buck was stockpiling moonshine, muttering something about needing enough to burn the whole damn forest if it came to it. Steele and I were tasked with patrolling the outer perimeter again. "Do you think the whispers are getting worse?" I asked as we walked. "They've been worse before," he growled. "But not like this. Not this close. Last night it was like they were inside the walls." I hesitated. "Do you think the man was right? That something is coming?" Steele stopped, turning to face me. "What I think doesn't matter. What matters is that we're ready." I nodded, but his words did little to reassure me. Night fell like a hammer, and with it came the first signs of trouble. The whispers grew to a deafening crescendo. They were so loud they even drowned out the sound of the wind. People huddled inside the monastery, clutching weapons, praying to gods who hadn't answered them in years. Then came the pounding at the gate. Steele and Diesel were the first to respond, followed by Val, Tank, and myself. "What do you see?" Steele asked, his voice steady. Sloane, perched on the lookout tower, scanned the darkness with her scope. "Zeds. A lot of them." "How many is a lot?" Tank asked. "Too many," she replied grimly. Steele's jaw tightened. "Everyone to your stations. We must hold the line." The first wave hit us hard, the undead repeatedly slamming against the gates with an unnatural force. It was like they were testing our defenses. The whispers were dulled by the sounds of gunfire and screams. "Reload!" Diesel shouted, tossing me a fresh magazine. I fumbled with the rifle, my hands shaking. "Focus, Alex." Steele barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. I nodded, taking aim. We fought the dead through the night, the line between the living and the dead blurring with each passing moment. The whispers never stopped, taunting us with every word. By the time the sun rose, the ground was littered with corpses. Some looked more human than others, newly reanimated. Others were so decayed, so rotted it was hard to believe they had once been members of the human race. We had won the battle by the skin of our teeth. The battlefield outside the monastery was a grim tableau of death. The air reeked of rot and gunpowder, and the ground was slick with blood, both fresh and congealed. We'd won, but only just. But as I stood there, exhausted and covered in grime, I couldn't help feeling depressed. Victory felt fragile, like the next wave would finally break us. A shout from the watchtower snapped me out of my haze. "They're back," Sloane called, her voice cutting through the eerie quiet. "Nelson's team is back." I turned toward the gate, my heart lurching. "Justin." Relief warred with anxiety as I wiped my hands on my pants and hurried over. Steele and Val were already there, barking orders to open the gate. The heavy barricade creaked as it slid aside, and the scavenging team trudged in, their faces grim. Justin was at the back of the group, his rifle slung over his shoulder and a weary look in his eyes. My chest tightened. He didn't even glance my way. Leading the team was Nelson, a massive, balding man who looked like he could bench press a truck. He was one of our security leaders, a former strongman who had traded the spotlight for survival when the dead rose. His shoulders were as wide as a doorframe, and his arms were corded with muscle even after months of lean rations. The scavengers dragged makeshift sleds piled high with supplies, cans of food, bottles of water, and a few precious medical supplies, including sanitary products for the women. They were like gold dust in this world. But they didn't look triumphant. They looked like they'd been through hell. "Rough night?" Steele asked, his voice as calm as ever. Nelson snorted, rubbing a hand over his bald head. "You could say that." His dark eyes swept over the carnage outside the walls. "Looks like you had your own party here. You should have been here," Val said, her tone edged with sarcasm. "We saved you a few." Nelson didn't laugh. Instead, he turned to Steele, his expression aloof. "We need to talk." A few minutes later, the core group gathered in the main hall. The scavenging team lingered near the doorway, their exhaustion evident, but Nelson stood front and center, his massive frame commanding the room. "What's going on?" Steele asked, crossing his arms. Nelson exhaled slowly, his jaw tightening. "We ran into trouble out there. Big trouble. We barely made it back." "What kind of trouble?" Val asked, leaning against the table. Nelson's gaze swept over us, landing on Steele. "A horde. Thousands of them." A heavy silence fell over the room. "And they're headed this way." My stomach dropped. "Wait, thousands?" Kay asked, her voice incredulous. "How do you even know that?" "We saw them," Justin said quietly, speaking up for the first time. His voice was strained, like he hadn't slept in days. "It's not random. It's like they're being herded here." "Herded?" Steele's tone sharpened. Nelson nodded. "We spotted a group of men at the edges of the horde, keeping them moving. They weren't scavengers or survivors. They were organized. Armed." The words hung heavy in the air. "Bad men," Justin added, glancing at me for the briefest moment before looking away again. "You're saying someone's hurting them here?" Val asked, her voice cold. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Nelson grumbled. "And if we don't figure something out fast, we're done for. The monastery won't hold against a horde that size." After Nelson's warning, everyone scattered to prepare, leaving me alone in the hall with Justin. I hesitated, unsure if I should say anything. The memory of our kiss lingered between us like a phantom, something I hadn't dared to bring up since. "Justin," I said finally, stepping closer. He flinched, as if my voice startled him, and turned to me. His face pale, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. "You, okay?" I asked softly. He shrugged, his gaze drifting to the floor. "Fine. Only tired is all." "Look, if I hesitated, fumbling for the right words. "If I did something to upset you." "It's not you." He interrupted, his voice sharper than I expected. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "It's not you, Alex. I'm just trying to focus. There's too much going on." I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. "Right. I get it." He nodded back, but there was an awkward distance between us now, one that hadn't been there before. Steele found me not long after, standing by the window, staring out at the field of bodies. "Don't let him get in your head," he said without preamble. I turned, startled. "What?" "Justin," Steele said, leaning against the wall. "He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Don't take it personally." I flushed, caught off guard by how easily he could read me. "I wasn't." "Sure, you weren't," he said, a small smirk playing on his lips. "But we've got bigger problems right now." "Like the horde?" "Like the horde," he agreed. His expression turned serious, the sharp edge of his dark humor fading. "Nelson's right. If they're driving those Zeds here, it means they want something." "Like what?" He shook his head. "Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, they're not getting it." Something about the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. Steele wasn't just determined, he was dangerous. And if those bad men thought they could break us, they had no idea who they were dealing with. For better or worse, neither did I. That night, the whispers were louder than ever. Even before the first Zed reached the outer walls, I could hear them, scraping, mocking and relentless. The voices slithered into my ears, threatening to unravel me from the inside out. "Elise." They taunted, stretching my name into something cold and alien. "Elise, we're coming for you." I clenched my fists and tried to drown them out with the sound of my own breathing. Tonight, I wouldn't let the whispers win. Tonight, Camp Hope would make a stand. The first zombie appeared just after nightfall, shambling out of the trees like a grotesque apparition. Steel was already on the wall, barking orders. Light the arrows. Make every shot count. His voice carried over the courtyard, cutting through the tension. All around me, people scrambled into position. Men, women, even the kids, we all had to fight. We didn't have the luxury of leaving anyone out. It was all hands on deck. Sloane was stringing her bow, her face set with grim resolve. Val and Kay stood on either side of Steel, their crossbows loaded with flaming bolts. I grabbed a quiver of arrows and joined Justin on the south wall. His face was pale but steady as he notched an arrow. "You ready for this?" I asked, my voice tight. "Always," he said, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. The zombies came in waves, their moans swelling into a crescendo as they slammed into the walls. The first volley of arrows lit up the night, fiery streaks cutting through the darkness, before slamming into the horde. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, acrid and choking. But it wasn't enough. For every Zed that fell, 10 more took its place. "Keep firing," Steel shouted, his voice hoarse. "Don't let up." I fired arrow after arrow, my fingers raw from the bowstring. The adrenaline kept me on point, kept the fear at bay. Justin was beside me, his movements precise and mechanical. We didn't talk, we didn't need to. We had to conserve all our energy for the fight. The first surprise came when a section of the wall shuddered violently. "They're ramming the gate," Sloane shouted from the watchtower. Steel cursed and turned to Nelson, who was already sprinting toward the gate with a group of defenders. Nelson's massive frame made him look like a battering ram, and he carried a spiked club that seemed more like a tree trunk than a weapon. "Reinforce the gate," Steel bellowed. "Don't let them through." The rest of us kept firing, but I could feel the panic rising. The dead weren't mindless, not tonight. They were organized and relentless. Another surprise came in the form of fire. From the tree line, a flaming object hurtled toward the walls, slamming into the courtyard and exploding into a shower of sparks. "What the hell?" I muttered, my heart racing. "Molotovs," Kay shouted. "They're using Molotovs." I turned to see figures in the shadows, humans herding the dead like cattle. They were hurling bottles filled with flammable liquid at us, trying to burn us out. "Bad men," Justin murmured, his voice barely audible. "They're here." Steel didn't hesitate. "Sloane, take those bastards out." Sloane raised her bow and fired, her flaming arrow streaking through the night. It hit one of the figures in the tree line, and they went down with a scream. "Focus on the horde," Steel yelled. "Let the sharpshooters handle the rest." The kids were stationed near the courtyard, armed with slingshots and buckets of oil. When the walkers got too close, they hurled the oil down onto them, setting them ablaze with torches. The firelight danced on their faces, turning them into fierce little warriors. Even the dogs joined the fight. Odin and Freya were on the ground with Steel, their teeth bared as they lunged at anything that got through the defenses. Hera and Hades were stationed near the gates, their deep growls echoing through the chaos. "Alex, on your left." Justin's shout snapped me back to reality. I spun just in time to see a zombie clawing its way up the wall. Without thinking, I grabbed a burning arrow and drove it straight into its skull. The body went limp, tumbling back into the horde. Hours passed in a baptism of fire and blood. My arms ached, my fingers were blistered, but I didn't stop. None of us did. The whispers never stopped, either. They grew louder, more insistent, as if the dead themselves were angry that we were holding our ground. "Elise. Elise," I clenched my teeth and fired another arrow, trying to block them out. At one point, Steel climbed up to the wall, his face streaked with blood and soot. "How are we doing?" he asked, his voice strained. "We're holding," I said, though it felt like a lie. "For now," Justin added, his tone grim. Steele nodded, his dark eyes scanning the battlefield. Good. Let's keep it that way. Near dawn, the horde surged again, their numbers seemingly endless. But we were ready. Oil barrels. Steele shouted. A group of defenders rolled barrels of oil to the edge of the walls, tipping them over and dousing the undead below. Kay lit the first match, her face illuminated by the flickering flame. Light them up. The barrels ignited in a massive blaze, the fire spreading through the horde like a wave. The smell was unbearable, but the sight of the dead burning was almost a thing of beauty. For a time, it felt like we'd won. Then the gates shuddered again. They're breaking through. Nelson roared. Steele didn't hesitate. Nelson, with me. The two of them charged toward the gate, Odin and Freya at their heels. I wanted to follow, but Justin grabbed my arm. They've got this, he said, his voice firm. We need to stay up here. He was right. As much as I hated it, I trusted Steele. When the sun finally rose, the battlefield was silent. The horde was gone, reduced to smoldering piles of ash and bone. I stood on the wall, my legs trembling with exhaustion. Around me, the others were slumped against the battlements, their faces pale but alive. We did it, Justin said quietly, his voice tinged with disbelief. We survived. I corrected. Steele and Nelson emerged from the courtyard, both covered in blood and grime but grinning like maniacs. Not a single casualty, Steele announced, his voice booming. Not bad, huh? A cheer rose from the battle-weary camp, weak but genuine. For now, we'd won. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The bad men were still out there, watching, waiting. And the hunters. The zombies, they'd be back. The sun began to rise, casting a cold, gray light through the grimy windows of the monastery. The shadows from the previous night's battle still lingered in the corners of the room, as if the very air hadn't settled from the carnage. We had won the fight, but at what cost? My muscles screamed in protest as I sat at the long wooden table in the dining hall. A place once filled with echoes of laughter, was now hollow with the weight of our survival. The scent of burnt corpses and blood still clung to everything. We'd fought through the night, shoulder to shoulder. The sounds of our weapons and the groans of the undead filling the air, until the horde finally rescinded and scattered. But now we were left with the mess, the bodies, and the reality that another attack could come at any moment. And if it did, we couldn't keep holding the line. There was no way we could carry on like this. The last 2 nights had taken its toll on all of us. We were all exhausted and battle-weary. Steele stood at the head of the table, his face grim, his eyes like a hawk as he scanned the room. Kay and Val flanked him on either side, their faces equally hardened. Steele's usual dark humor was gone. There was no joking around, no sarcastic remarks. Just the heavy weight of responsibility. We can't keep this up, it's not safe. Steele's voice rang out, steady but full of resolve. Last night was a fluke. We're running out of options, and we need to make a decision. Now. I glanced around the room at the faces of the community. It was a mixed group, some of us newcomers, some of us survivors from before the world had ended. The kids, so many kids, were huddled at the table, looking small and fragile in the midst of all the chaos. Marcus sat with his sister Emma, who had her arms wrapped around him, her eyes wide and unblinking, as always. Her autism made everything harder for her, but since coming here to the monastery, she had started to blossom. The stability had helped her, and the thought of leaving that behind seemed to terrify her, as much as it did the rest of us. The room was silent, save for the occasional scrape of chairs and the soft murmur of nervous conversations. We all know what the situation is. Steele continued, looking directly at each of us. The monastery's walls won't hold against a horde this size. We need to plan for the worst. We need to plan an escape route, and that means the tunnels. A few gasps echoed through the room, and I felt the fear in everyone around me. The tunnels. The last resort. Steal. Nelson's voice cut through the tension, his gravelly tone sharp. Are you talking about taking everyone through those tunnels? You know what's down there, don't you? I know. Steele said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. But we have to get everyone out of here if we're going to survive. We don't have a choice. It's the tunnels or the hordes outside the walls. I don't like our chances with either option. But at least the tunnels will have less of the undead to deal with. The tunnels were one of the monastery's best-kept secrets. They ran deep beneath the stone floors, hidden for centuries. 5 miles long, they were supposed to lead to a safer location closer to the Ohio River. But the tunnels were dark and dangerous. It wasn't going to be an easy escape route, not by a long shot. We've cleared them before. Val said, her voice tight. It's not just the Zeds we have to deal with down there. It's the rats. God, the rats. They're almost as bad as the Zeds. Her eyes flicked to her brother, Steele. The tunnels aren't safe for the women and children. And there's the other problem. Kay added. The horde out there, they're going to be following our scent. We won't be able to keep them from getting in, even if we're underground. I've heard enough stories to know how dangerous those tunnels can be. Nelson said. They may not be the safest route to take, but it's looking like we are all out of options. The question is, do we take the risk? Steele turned to face the room again, his jaw tight. I don't like it either. But we don't have time for any more discussion. We need to move fast, and we need to do it tonight. The tunnels are our only shot. We'll clear them again, but I don't know how much longer they'll be secure. A heavy silence filled the room. The tension was suffocating. The thought of descending into the dark, damp tunnels was a terrifying one. To put our faith in an unknown path, that could lead us all to safety or be our downfall. It was a dangerous plan. Marcus spoke up, his voice small but firm, surprising everyone in the room. We shouldn't leave. Not yet. We can fight. We can hold the line. Marcus said, his voice cracking with emotion. I don't want to leave. Not with Emma. Not with all the children. We're strong here. We are better off here, behind these walls. Emma, his 10-year-old sister, sat silently beside him, her hands folded neatly on the table. Her wide eyes looked up at Marcus with an expression that said everything. I don't want to leave either. Emma continued. But, my brother is wrong. After last night. I don't think it's safe to stay here anymore. We can't stay. One of the others spoke up, a woman named Maggie, who had a young son. She looked pale and exhausted, her eyes red from lack of sleep. We've seen how fast they are, there's so many of them. It's a death sentence if we stay here. The walls won't hold. We can't fight them all. There's not enough of us. We've lost so much already. Another voice, a middle-aged man named Derek, added. If we stay, we're just waiting for the inevitable. We can't just keep fighting night after night like this and hope for the best. I would rather take my chances on the road. I felt the same way. The walls would break. The gates would fall. And then we would be overrun. I think we need to go. I said, my voice shaking but determined. We can't keep pretending that the monastery is safe. We need the tunnels. We need to leave now, before it's too late. We are all too exhausted to carry on like this night after night. I survived out there, on my own for months. If a 16-year-old girl can do it alone, then I'm sure our group will stand more of a chance of surviving out there. There was a pause, then a slow murmur of agreement around the room. We'll need guards. Steele said. This can't be done in the dark. We'll need to clear the first mile at least, make sure it's safe. I'll take the first shift, then Kay and Val will follow. Who goes with the children? A member of the crowd questioned. We'll send the nurses, the doctor and the children first. Steele said. With a few guards. They'll be the priority. We can't risk the kids getting caught up in this if the monastery is overrun. The discussion turned into a whirlwind of planning, strategy, and preparation. Everyone spoke in hurried sentences, making decisions about what supplies to bring, what weapons to carry, who should guard the rear. The mood was somber, but there was no time for fear. We had to leave the safety of these four walls. We had to leave what had been our home. We'll leave this afternoon. It will give us a few hours head start before the horde returns. Sloan, I need you to build us some flamethrowers to light up the tunnels and kill the rats. Can you sort something? Steele inquired. Sloan nodded. I have already been working on a few, using cornstarch as a powdered fuel. The danger is it stays on the ground. The good news is the fire can light our path, the bad news being that we all need to make sure we avoid the flames. We'll go in groups. Make sure we're all accounted for. We will make sure everyone gets through the tunnels safely. No one gets left behind. Everyone takes a bag of provisions, that will be our rations. Everyone takes a weapon, even the children. We have all been training for this, we knew we would have to leave the monastery one day. Sadly, the time is now. Steele said as he searched all the faces in the room. I could see it in his eyes, he knew some of us weren't going to make it. As I looked around at the people in the room, my heart felt heavy. For the last few months, these people had become my family, now I was faced with the possibility of losing people, again. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but in this world, living and surviving was becoming an impossible task. Losing people was inevitable. As people began to disperse, sadness enveloped me. The fear of the tunnels, of the unknown gnawed at me. But I knew it was the only way. If we stayed here, we would die. Alex, Steele's voice stopped me as I was about to leave. He stepped up beside me, his hand resting briefly on my shoulder. We'll make it through this. We have to. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I nodded, swallowing hard. I'm not giving up. He smiled, a flash of that dark humor returning. You'd better not. I'm counting on you. You're a fighter, you have proved your worth out there. Surviving out there on your own. We need people like you. I need people like you. And just like that, we had a plan. We had an escape route. I dared to believe that it might actually work, it might actually be our salvation. The meeting dispersed and the sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed through the room. People filtered out, whispering in hushed voices, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear. I stayed behind momentarily, my mind reeling from everything that had been said. It wouldn't be easy, but then again, nothing had been easy since the world ended. Every day was a battle to survive. Steele and his sisters remained at the front of the room, speaking quietly to each other. Their discussion was practical, as always, strategies for the upcoming venture, assigning roles, organizing supplies. But even they couldn't hide the fatigue that had settled in their bones after the last few nights. They all looked older and wearier. Steele in particular seemed like a man who was carrying the world on his shoulders. I wanted to help, to say something, anything that might make him feel less alone. We were all in this together, but the reality was that all our lives were in his hands, he was our leader. I found myself walking to the back of the hall, where a few of the children were huddled together. Marcus and Emma sat with some of the younger kids, whispering amongst themselves. They were all nervous, their faces pale. Marcus noticed me approaching, his eyes were full of that familiar intensity. It was the same intense look he gave me when we were out there on the road. He was scared, not just for himself but for his sister. But now, it was mixed with something else, something raw and real. Are we really leaving? He asked quietly. Are we sure we can't just fight? His gaze flickered toward his sister, and I could see the tenderness in his expression. Emma had her hands clasped tight in her lap, her eyes unfocused as she hummed softly, as if to calm herself. She had grown so much since we got here, but she was still a child, and in many ways, she still needed her brother. The idea of leaving her, or anyone, behind in the tunnels, was frightening. Let alone going into those dark, narrow passages, just the thought alone, was eating away at me. I don't know if we have a choice anymore, I said quietly, trying to reassure him, though I wasn't sure I was convincing even myself. The walls won't hold. We have to get out of here, Marcus. We have to keep everyone safe. The road is long and dangerous, but we have done it before, there are more of us now. Our odds of surviving out there are better now we have Steele, his sisters, and the others. He looked down at his sister and sighed, then nodded. I get it. I'm scared. We've never had to leave before. We always fight. But last night was different. It's like they knew we were here. I didn't say anything right away. I couldn't. I felt the same fear, the same uncertainty gnawing at me. The monastery wasn't safe anymore. I could only think about what lay ahead. Only the next step, the next decision, and the hope that we could make it out of this alive. We'll stick together, okay? I said, squeezing his shoulder lightly. We'll get through this. He looked up at me, his face torn between hope and fear. Promise? I promise. Just then, Steele came over, his boots heavy on the floor as he approached us. He looked down at Marcus and Emma, then back to me. His eyes were tired, but he held himself with that unshakable confidence that had kept us alive this long. Even when everything else felt like it was falling apart, Steele was the one person I could count on to hold it all together. Alex, he said, his voice low and steady. You should get some rest. We've got a lot to do, and we need everyone sharp. We'll need to clear the first mile of the tunnels before we can even think about taking the women and children down there. I nodded, but the idea of rest was impossible. My body ached, my muscles were sore from the nightly battles, but my mind was too busy to relax. The thought of the tunnels, of what could be waiting down there, left me haunted. Okay, I said softly. But, Steele, do you really think we'll make it through? I mean, after last night, after everything. Do we have a chance? He paused for a moment, as if considering the question carefully, before his eyes met mine. There was an element of doubt in his gaze, uncertainty, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. He gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. There's always risks. But it's our only escape. We have to take it, Alex. There's no other option. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps heavy, his mind clearly elsewhere. I watched him go, my heart pounding. Steele always had a plan, a way forward, even when it seemed like there wasn't one. But the tunnels were different. I had heard the rumors. Before I had arrived here, they had lost people down there. The tunnels were dangerous. 5 miles of darkness. And who knew how many undead had wandered into them? Taking the tunnels was a huge risk. The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. People moved quickly, preparing supplies, gathering weapons, making sure everyone was ready for what was coming. The kitchen staff worked tirelessly to prepare food for the journey ahead. There was an underlying sense of urgency in everything we did, as if time was running out, and every second mattered. But there was also an odd, almost surreal calmness about it all. Everyone had a job to do. People worked side by side, knowing that what they were preparing for could mean life or death. And yet, there was no panic. No one screamed, no one cried. Everyone was just doing their part, like gears in a well-oiled machine. By the time we all took a break for lunch, we had finished our preparations. The walls of the monastery stood as a silent reminder of how close we were to being trapped. It was time to go. I gathered my things, what little I could carry, and I went to the back of the building where Steele had asked us all to meet. The group was already assembling, some of the guards taking their places, making sure the rear was secure before we entered the tunnels. As I looked around, I noticed Marcus and Emma standing together, both laden with backpacks and a weapon. I tried to catch Steele's eye, but he was busy organizing the others. He nodded briefly when he saw me, but he didn't have time to say much. We were all too busy. There was no turning back now. We would leave the monastery, through the tunnels, in the dark, underground. Everyone ready? Steele's voice came from behind me. I turned, surprised at how quickly everything had come together. The guards were in position, the women and children were gathered, and the tunnel entrance was just ahead. We'll move out in 5 minutes. Steele continued, his gaze scanning the group. Keep your heads down, stay close, and we'll make it through. No one gets left behind. And just like that, the plan was set in motion. We'd leave. We'd go underground, 5 miles of unknown terrain, full of danger and the terrifying uncertainty of what lay ahead. I swallowed hard, trying to force down the rising panic boiling up in me. But I couldn't shake the thought that we might not all make it out alive. The groans grew louder, echoing down the tunnel, mingling with the drip of water and the faint scurry of rats. My chest tightened, and I adjusted my grip on the machete. Behind me, the children clinged to one another, their muffled whimpers barely audible over the rising noise. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to grab them and bolt in the opposite direction, but there was nowhere to go. We had to face it. Odin barked, his growl turning into a snarl. Freya crouched low, her teeth bared, her body trembling with tension. Whatever was coming, it wasn't just a few stragglers. Steele moved forward slowly, raising his hand to signal tank. The flamethrower hissed as he adjusted the nozzle, ready to unleash hell. Stay with the group. Steele murmured to me, his voice calm but firm. Protect the kids. I nodded, even though the fear clawing at my chest made it hard to think, let alone speak. I glanced back at Sarah and Mia, both of them doing their best to shield the children with their bodies. Emma met my eyes, her expression grim but steady. She gave me a tight nod, her hand hovering near the rifle slung across her back. The first of them emerged from the darkness, a twisted, shambling figure with patches of flesh missing from its face and arms. Its jaw hung slack, a low moan escaping its rotted throat as it stumbled toward us. Then came another. And another. They kept coming, their numbers swelling until the tunnel ahead was a mass of decaying bodies, their movements jerky and unnatural. Their eyes, clouded and lifeless, seemed to fixate on us as if drawn by the heat of the flamethrowers or the sound of our breathing. How many? Tank muttered, his fingers twitching on the trigger. Doesn't matter. Steele replied. Burn them all. Burn them all, now. Tank didn't hesitate. He aimed the flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames roared to life, bathing the tunnel in an orange glow that turned the undead into grotesque silhouettes. The nearest zombies burst into flames, their shrieks mingling with the roar of the flamethrower jets. The smell of burning flesh hit me like a punch to the gut, as I turned my head, trying to keep from gagging. The fire didn't stop them. The ones at the back kept coming, trampling over the burning corpses of their own kind, their groans growing louder, more insistent. Tank adjusted the flamethrower, sweeping the flames across the tunnel in a wide arc. The heat was unbearable, sweat dripped down my face, stinging my eyes. Hold the line. Steele shouted, stepping forward to add his flamethrower to the mix. The fire spread, consuming everything in its path, but the undead kept coming. Behind me, the children started screaming. I turned to see one of them, a boy, maybe 7 or 8, bolting toward the back of the group, away from the fire. No! I shouted, chasing after him. Stop! Don't! Before I could reach him, Marcus was there, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him close. His rifle was in his other hand, raised and ready. Alex, watch the front. He called, his voice sharp. We've got the kids. I skidded to a stop, my heart hammering in my chest. He was right. I couldn't let myself get distracted. When I turned back to the front, the sight that greeted me was chaos. The tunnel was filled with smoke and fire, the undead pressing forward despite the inferno. Steel and Tank were holding their ground, the flamethrowers spitting flames in a relentless stream, but the horde was overwhelming. Odin, Freya, back! Steel barked. The dogs hesitated, their growls deepening, but they obeyed, retreating to stand beside him. I tightened my grip on the machete, stepping closer to Steel. What do we do if the flamethrowers run out? I asked, my voice shaking despite my efforts to sound calm. Steel glanced at me, his face grim. Pray they don't. The word sent a chill through me, despite the heat. A sudden crash echoed through the tunnel, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. I turned to see part of the ceiling collapsing behind us, cutting off the way we'd come. Dust and debris filled the air, and I could hear the children crying, their voices muffled by the noise. Shit! Tank growled. We're boxed in. Keep moving forward. Steel shouted. Burn a path. The flamethrowers roared to life again, and the heat grew so intense I thought my skin might blister. The undead were relentless, their moans rising to a deafening crescendo as they advanced. And then, as suddenly as it started, it was over. The last of the undead fell, its body consumed by the flames. The tunnel was eerily silent, save for the crackle of burning flesh and the muffled sobs of the children. I lowered my machete, my arms trembling from the effort of holding it. My chest felt tight, every breath a struggle against the oppressive heat and stench. Everyone okay? Steel asked, his voice rough. Dr. Lil nodded, though she looked pale and shaken. Hannah needs to rest, she said, her hand on the pregnant woman's shoulder. We can't keep pushing her like this. Steel nodded, his expression softening slightly. We'll find a safe spot to stop. Just a little further. How much further? I asked, my voice hoarse. Steel didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for Odin and Freya to take the lead again. The dogs hesitated, their ears pinned back, but they obeyed, padding cautiously into the smoke-filled darkness. I glanced at the children, at Mia and Sarah trying to keep them calm, and felt a pang of guilt. They were terrified, who could blame them? Hell, I was terrified too. But we didn't have a choice. We had to keep going. As we moved forward, the air grew colder, the oppressive heat of the flames fading into a damp chill. The walls were slick with moisture, the moss burned away to reveal patches of crumbling stone. The smell of rot was still there, but now it was joined by something else, a faint, metallic tang that made my stomach turn. Alex, Emma said quietly, falling into step beside me. You, okay? I nodded, though I wasn't sure if it was true. You? She gave me a small, tight smile. Affirmative. I couldn't help but smile back, even though the fear was still gnawing at my chest. Her answer reminded me of a film. In that second with her words, it almost felt like we could get through this. Almost. Then Odin barked again, his growl echoing down the tunnel. Freya joined him, her stance low and defensive. Not again. I muttered, raising my machete. Ahead of us, the darkness seemed to shift, as though something massive was moving within it. Steel raised his flamethrower, his jaw tight. Stay close, he ordered, in hushed tones. And then, from the shadows, came a sound I'd never forget, a deep, guttural roar. It was louder, darker, more sinister, than anything I had ever heard before. The roar wasn't like the groans of the undead. It was deeper, more deliberate, and filled with malice. It was the kind of sound that made every instinct in my body scream. My hands were slick with sweat, as I tightened my grip on my machete, even though it felt useless against whatever was coming. Odin and Freya stood their ground, their growls growing louder, their bodies low and coiled like springs. Odin barked again, the sound deep and furious, like he was daring whatever was in the dark to show itself. Steel, I whispered, my voice trembling. What the hell is that? He didn't answer. He didn't even look at me. His focus was locked on the darkness ahead, his hands steady on the flamethrower's trigger. Behind me, I could hear the children starting to panic again, their soft cries cutting through the suffocating silence. "Tank," Steele said, his voice low and calm, "get ready." Tank grunted in acknowledgement, shifting his flamethrower to aim at the center of the darkness. The nozzle gleamed in the faint torchlight, the promise of fire a small comfort against the unknown. Then it moved. A massive shape emerged from the shadows, hunched and grotesque. Its body was a deformed mass of muscle and decay, its skin stretched tight over bones that jutted out at odd angles. Its head was misshapen, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light, and its mouth was filled with yellow, rotten teeth. I could see remnants of flesh and bones stuck between them, and my stomach churned at the sight. "Jesus!" Tank muttered. The creature roared again, louder this time, the sound reverberating through the tunnel and rattling in my chest. It charged forward, its movements fast and unnatural, like it was both running and stumbling at the same time. "Light it up!" Steele shouted. Tank didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger, and the flamethrower roared to life, spewing a jet of fire that engulfed the creature. The flames clung to its body, licking at its flesh, but it didn't stop. It barreled forward, shrieking in rage and pain, swiping at the air with massive, clawed hands. Steele joined in, his flamethrower adding to the inferno. The heat was unbearable, the tunnel glowing with an orange-red light that cast long, flickering shadows. The creature stumbled, its flesh bubbling and blackening under the assault, but it still didn't fall. "Why won't it die?" I yelled, my voice breaking. "It's going down." Steele barked, though I wasn't sure if he believed it. The creature let out another roar, this one tinged with desperation, and lunged forward. It swiped at Steele, its claws raking against the walls as it just missed Steele's arm. He stumbled back with a grunt, but he didn't let go of the flamethrower. Odin and Freya sprang into action, darting around the creature, their sharp teeth sinking into its legs. They tore at the decayed flesh, their growls fierce and unrelenting. The creature faltered, its balance shifting as it tried to shake them off. "Now!" Tank shouted, stepping forward. He aimed the flamethrower at the creature's head and pulled the trigger, a concentrated stream of fire engulfing its face. The shriek that followed was deafening, a mix of rage and agony that made my ears ring. And then, finally, it collapsed. Its massive body hit the ground with a sickening thud, the flames still consuming it. The smell of burning flesh and hair filled the tunnel once again. It was way worse than anything I'd ever experienced. My stomach turned, and I had to swallow hard to keep from throwing up. None of us moved. The only sounds were the crackle of flames and the faint whimpering of the children. "Is it?" I started, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is it dead?" Steele stepped closer, his flamethrower still at the ready. He prodded the creature's charred body with the nozzle, and when it didn't move, he nodded. "It's dead," he said, his voice grim. "For now." "For now?" I asked, my chest tightening. "These things don't stay down unless they're completely gone. Keep moving. We can't stay here. Tank, you know what to do. Decapitate the fucker." I glanced back at the others. The children were huddled together, their faces pale and tear-streaked. Mia and Sarah were trying to comfort them, but I could see the fear in their eyes too. Dr. Lil was crouched beside Hannah, who looked like she was about to pass out. "We have to stop," Dr. Lil said, her voice firm. "Hannah can't go any further without rest." Steele hesitated, his jaw tightening. "We can't stay here. The noise will draw more. Then find us a place." Dr. Lil snapped. "She's going to collapse." Steele looked at Tank, who gave a reluctant nod. "There might be a side tunnel up ahead," Tank said. "Something we can block off." "Fine," Steele said. "Let's move." We started moving forward again, the tension in the air heavier than before. The children clung to each other, their sobs calming to soft sniffles as Mia and Sarah coaxed them along. I stayed near the middle of the group, my eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. The tunnel sloped downward, the air growing colder and damper with each step. The moss on the walls had turned a sickly yellow-green, and water dripped from the ceiling in slow, steady drops. The faint metallic tang I'd noticed earlier grew stronger, mingling with the stench of sewage and rot. "Here," Tank said, stopping in front of a narrow passageway that branched off from the main tunnel. It was partially collapsed, the opening just wide enough for us to squeeze through. Steele nodded. "It'll do. Get everyone inside." We filed into the passage, the walls pressing close on either side. The children went first, followed by Mia, Sarah, and Dr. Lil with Hannah. Inside, the passage opened into a small chamber, barely big enough to fit all of us. "We'll rest here," Steele offered. But not for long. I sank to the ground, my back against the wall, and let out a shaky breath. The little girl I'd been carrying curled up beside me, her small hand clutching at my sleeve. "It's okay," I whispered, even though I didn't believe it. "We're safe for now." The chamber fell silent, save for the soft sound of breathing and the occasional drip of water. But even as I sat there, trying to catch my breath, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That something was still out there, watching, waiting. And this time, I wasn't sure if we would survive. The slope was steeper than it seemed, each step dragging me down like I was wading through deep water. My legs burned, my breath came in sharp bursts, and the cold, damp air clung to my skin like a second layer. Around me, the strain showed, children tripping over loose rocks, their arms flailing for balance, while those carrying weapons shifted their grips, their breaths harsh and uneven. Even Steele and Tank, usually so composed, moved with a rigid, focused intensity, their eyes scanning the path ahead. The weight of exhaustion pressed on all of us, but stopping wasn't an option. Nelson's presence, steady and unyielding, was the only real constant. He carried Hannah with ease, though his jaw was set in a grim line. She murmured faintly in his arms, her eyes fluttering open and closed as though she were fighting to stay awake. The sight of her like that sent an uneasy ripple through me. She wasn't just suffering from exhaustion. She was fragile in a way that made me wonder if we'd even make it to Steele's bunker with her alive. Ahead, Steele held up a hand, signaling for everyone to stop. The group froze mid-step, all eyes snapping to him. Even the dogs stiffened, their ears perked as they stared into the gloom. "What is it?" Mia whispered, her voice shaky. "Quiet." Steele hissed, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the tunnel ahead. We waited, the silence stretching unbearably. The only sound was the faint drip of water from the ceiling and the muffled breathing of the group. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat like a hammer against my ribs. Then I heard it, a faint shuffling sound, like something dragging itself along the ground. It was distant but unmistakable, and it sent a chill racing down my spine. Steele signaled for Tank to move forward, the big man stepping up beside him with his flamethrower at the ready. The orange-red glow of the weapon's pilot light cast eerie shadows on the tunnel walls, making everything look sinister. "We don't have time for this," Val muttered under her breath, though she didn't move from her spot near the middle of the group. "She's right," Kay added. "We need to get to the bunker. Whatever's out there isn't our problem if we keep moving." Steele turned his head slightly, his expression sharp enough to cut. "If it's in our way, it's our problem. Stay on track, stay watchful. Keep your eyes open. We need to be as quiet as mice." I gripped my machete tighter, the handle slick with sweat. I didn't want to think about what might be waiting for us ahead, but I couldn't stop my mind from racing. More Zeds? Another watcher like the one Tank decapitated? Or something worse? Steele and Tank crept forward, their movements slow and deliberate. The rest of us stayed back, huddled together in a tight cluster. I could feel the children pressing against me, their fear palpable. Mia and Sarah tried to keep them calm, whispering soft reassurances, but their own fear was evident in their trembling hands and darting eyes. Odin and Freya growled low in their throats, their hackles raised as they followed Steele and Tank. The tension was unbearable. Then Tank stopped abruptly, his body stiffening. "What do you see?" Steele asked in a deep voice, his flamethrower raised. Tank didn't answer immediately, but when he did, his voice was grisly. "Corpses. Lots of them." The word sent a ripple of unease through the group. Steele stepped forward, his flamethrower casting light on the scene ahead. I craned my neck, trying to see past the others, and when I finally caught a glimpse, I wished to God I hadn't. There were bodies sprawled across the tunnel floor, their contorted shapes barely recognizable as human. Some were missing limbs, others had their faces torn away entirely. The walls were streaked with blood, dark and glistening in the flickering light. The worst part, though, was the movement. Rats swarmed over the bodies in a frenzy, their slick, furred bodies writhing and squirming as they tore into the flesh of the undead. The sound of their squealing and gnawing filled the air, mingling with the faint drip of water and the distant shuffle of something unseen. "Jesus H. Christ and all that is holy," Tank hissed. Steele didn't say anything, his expression hardened as he stepped closer. He raised his flamethrower, the jet of flame roaring to life as it engulfed the rats and the bodies beneath them. The rats screeched as they burned. The heat was intense, the air filling with the sickening stench of burning flesh and fur. I raised my arm to my mouth, to try and prevent the stench from hitting the back of my throat. The children whimpered, burying their faces in the nearest adult's arms, even the adults looked shaken. "Do you think the rats are infected?" Tank asked quietly as the flames died down, leaving behind smoldering ash and charred remains. Steele glanced at him, his jaw tightening. "I don't know, dogs don't get infected." Tank frowned, his gaze lingering on the bodies. "If the Zeds can spread it through bites, what's stopping the rats? They're feeding on them, they're everywhere. It's just, don't think about it." Steele interrupted, his tone clipped. "We've got enough to worry about without adding that to the list." Tank nodded reluctantly, but the unease in his expression didn't fade. I felt it too, a gnawing fear. What Tank said made sense. Frightening sense, but sense all the same. Steele turned back to the group, his expression unreadable. "Keep moving. We're wasting time. The sooner we are out of here the better." The group shuffled forward, the children clinging to us as we stepped over the scorched remains. The air was thick with smoke and decay, every breath was a struggle. I tried not to look too closely at the ground, but the images were burned into my mind, the torn flesh, the writhing rats, the flames. As we climbed higher, weak sunlight filtered through the tunnel, a sign that we were getting closer to the surface. But the sun was sinking fast, and I could feel the urgency in every step. "We're almost there," Steele said, his voice firm but strained. "Stay alert." Nelson shifted Hannah slightly in his arms, his movements careful and gentle. Her eyes opened briefly, and she murmured something too soft to hear. He nodded, whispering something back that seemed to calm her. "Another mile to the bunker," Val said, her voice breaking the silence. "If we don't make it before dark, we'll make it. We've still got about 2 hours left before sunset." Steele snapped, his tone brooking no argument. "I hope you're right," Kay muttered under her breath, though she didn't press the issue. The path ahead curved sharply and the light vanished completely. The tunnel plunged into near total darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the flamethrowers and the torches some of us carried. "Just a little further," I whispered to the children, though the words felt hollow. I wasn't even sure who I was trying to reassure, them or myself. As we rounded the bend, a faint breeze brushed against my face, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and pine. It was the first breath of fresh air I'd felt in hours, and it was enough to spark a small glimmer of hope. "We're close," Steele said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stay focused." The exit was just ahead, a rugged opening in the rock that led into the fading light. But even as relief began to wash over me, I still had a sinking feeling. The air in the tunnel was claustrophobic, danger seemed to lurk in every direction. We'd been moving at a steady pace for hours now, the rough stone walls scraping against my shoulders and knees as I crouched with the others. My heart was pounding in my chest, a constant reminder of the growing tension. We were getting close to the exit. I could feel it in my bones. But there was something in the air that felt wrong. It was too still, too eerily quiet. The kind of quiet that always precedes something terrible. I glanced over at Steele, Tank, Diesel, and the others. They were alert, eyes darting back and forth, weapons ready. They'd done this 1,000 times, or at least, that's what it looked like. But even they seemed on edge, their movements more cautious than usual. "Keep close together," Steele murmured, his voice low but firm, as if he knew what we were all thinking. His gaze locked toward the darkness ahead of us. It was terrifying. Something was out there. Something terrible was about to happen. Then, from the darkness, we heard it. A faint skittering sound at first, like a small animal moving quickly through the dirt. But it was growing louder. And faster. "Rats," Tank said softly, his voice laced with a kind of grim realization. He must have heard it too. But what kind of rats moved like this? I tried to keep my breathing steady, but it wasn't easy. I could hear them now too, their rapid, high-pitched squeaks echoing down the tunnel. Then I saw them. A small group of them, racing toward us from the farthest reaches of the tunnel. The first thing I noticed was their eyes. They glowed with an unnatural, sickly yellow light, seeping through the darkness like diseased lanterns. Their eyes burned hollow and hungry. Then there were their teeth, serrated and sharp, glistening with saliva that dripped in slow, deliberate strings. Not the teeth of something desperately searching for scraps. No, these were the fangs of a predator, meant for tearing and ripping flesh from bone. The sinking feeling was back in the pit of my stomach, as the scent of decay filled the air, and in that moment, I knew, these things weren't just normal vermin. They were hunting us. They were savoring the weight. These weren't normal rats. They were infected with the same virus as the Zeds. Before anyone could react, they burst into view. A whole sea of them, coming at us like a wall of disease, their bodies wriggling and scrabbling over one another in an unholy frenzy. They were huge, some of them the size of a small dog. The larger ones led the charge, their bodies slick with slime and sinew, their teeth bared and their claws scraping against the stone floor. "Fucking hell!" Val yelled, her voice cracking with fear and disbelief as she lifted her rifle, her hands shaking. "What the hell are these things?" There wasn't time to answer. The rats were upon us in an instant, swarming, scratching, biting. The children screamed. I didn't have to see their faces to know they were terrified. Their high-pitched cries cut through the chaos, but it was all I could do to stand my ground. I fought to keep my body between them and the oncoming swarm. The rats poured over the ground like water, crawling over each other in their desperate hunger. Tank and Diesel opened fire with their flamethrowers. The jets of flame lit up the tunnel like a furnace, scorching the rats as they tried to make their way through. The heat was unbearable, and I could feel it even from where I stood. The rats were scattering, shrieking in pain as they were burned alive. But it wasn't enough. There were too many of them. "Fall back," Steele ordered, but the words felt hollow. We couldn't fall back. There was nowhere to go. We were trapped in this hellhole, the walls of the tunnel closing in, the stench of burning rats mixing with the rancid air. And the screeches. God, those screeches, they were eardrum splitting. The rats, they were changing. More of them appeared from the dark, coming at us from every direction, swarming up from the floor, the ceiling, the walls. They came in waves, their eyes glowing brighter, their teeth longer. They weren't just desperate for food, they were attacking, and hunting, and we were the prey. The first wave crashed into Derek and Justin. I saw Derek's eyes widen in shock as a massive rat latched onto his leg, its claws sinking deep into his flesh. The rat's teeth were sharp, gleaming like daggers, and it sank them into his skin, ripping and tearing at his calf muscle, like it was nothing. "No!" I screamed, but it was too late. Justin tried to help him, but another rat lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his arm. He screamed, a desperate, raw sound that seemed to echo in the tunnel. I could see the blood pouring from their wounds. I was frozen for a split second. I wanted to run, to save them, but the rats were everywhere, and I couldn't do a damn thing to help them. I looked to Steel, Tank, and Diesel, but they were caught in the same nightmare, battling the swarm with everything they had. Get them off. Val shouted, but she was already in motion, firing her rifle, her shots ringing out, deafening us all in the confined space. But the rats just kept coming. A rat the size of a large dog, its mouth dripping with something foul, scuttled toward me. I raised my machete just in time, slicing through the air with a sharp, swift motion. The blade connected with the rat's skull, and it dropped with a sickening thud, but more followed. They surged ahead, swarming, attacking all of us, ripping at whatever flesh they could sink their teeth into. Alex, get back! Tank shouted, his flamethrower roaring to life again. The fire shot forward, scorching everything in its path, but the rats just seemed to multiply, their bodies crawling over their dead burnt brethren, their glowing eyes burning with an unnatural hunger. Derek! I screamed again, my voice hoarse. He was still struggling on the ground, trying to shake the rats off him, but it was impossible. There were too many. Terror consumed me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only fight. I swung my machete repeatedly, hacking at the rats closest to me, feeling the blades sink into their flesh. Their bodies squirmed and thrashed, but there were always more. They were everywhere, a diseased carpet of blood and teeth. Move! Diesel barked, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me backward. We stumbled, nearly falling over the rats as they skittered beneath us. But even as we started running for our lives, the rats didn't relent. They were still attacking, swarming over the group, tearing into flesh. I could see one of the younger children, the one who had been clinging to Mia, screaming as a rat latched onto his leg, its teeth gnawing through his pants. No! I ran toward him, my feet slipping on the blood-slicked floor. But before I could reach him, the child's scream was cut off by a burst of fire. Freya, one of the dogs, lunged into the fray, her jaws snapping as she tore through the swarm, dragging the rat off the child and shaking it violently in her mouth. Get them out! Val shouted as she fired again, her shots ringing out in the chaos. We need to get everyone out of here. Almost there. Steel gritted through his teeth, his voice tight with strain as he cut his way through the rats, his machete slicing through the air. The rest of us were doing the same, hacking and slashing, but we were losing ground. The rats kept coming, they were unstoppable, an endless flood of fur and teeth. I could feel my pulse in my ears, the adrenaline coursing through me, but there was no time for fear. I had to keep fighting, keep moving. Finally, Steel reached the opening, his hand outstretched to grab the first of us. Go! He shouted. Get to the exit. I didn't wait for anyone else. I grabbed the nearest child and yanked them forward, shoving them toward the light. The opening was so close now, just a few more feet. But the rats were still behind us, biting and gnawing at anything they could reach. I could hear the others behind me, their screams of agony of despair, but I didn't look back. There was no time. All I could think about was getting through the opening and getting away from the infected rats. The tunnels were a graveyard of screams, a suffocating tomb that stretched on forever. Every breath was thick with the stench of death and rot, clogging my throat like wet cement. My legs burned, but stopping wasn't an option, not with the zombie rodents hot on our heels. They were everywhere, a tidal wave of teeth and glowing eyes. Something was wrong. Something was eating at me, burrowing under my skin like the rats that had flayed the others down to slick, red bone. How had it fallen apart so fast? 1 second, we had a plan. The next, we were slipping on entrails, wading through the shredded remains of those we swore to protect. Their faces, half-eaten, unseeing, stared up at us from pools of thickening blood, mouths still frozen in silent screams. The Zeds had been bad enough. We knew how to fight the dead. We could handle their gnashing teeth and clawing hands. But the rats? Jesus Christ, the rats. They came like a flood, shrieking and writhing, pouring from the cracks in the walls, from the ceiling and the ground beneath us. They didn't just bite. They burrowed. They ripped. They swarmed over screaming men. Hollowed them out like fruit, leaving behind twitching husks, chewed skin sagging over gnawed ribs. I can still hear them, as if they are inside of me. Scratching. Chewing. And I don't think they're finished. They swarmed in the dark, silent and frenzied, their small bodies carrying death just as surely as the undead. They were faster, more insidious. They didn't moan. They didn't groan. They just tore into flesh and disappeared back into the blackness, leaving us to wonder if the bite would take. If the infection would spread. It was one battle we couldn't win. The rats were too fast and vicious. They were nipping at our heels even as we clawed our way toward the light. We only just made it out. 80 of us. Out of the 150 that had entered the tunnels beneath Camp Hope, only 80 stumbled into the daylight. The math didn't sit right in my head. We had lost so many, it was horrific. Impossible to comprehend. 70 people. Gone. Just like that. And the worst part? We didn't have time to grieve. We couldn't stop and rest. We couldn't even bury our dead. There was no time to scream or cry or rage at the injustice of it all. And then there were the bitten. 22 of them. 22 who might already be dead men walking. We didn't know how long it would take. A few hours? A day? Maybe 2 if we were lucky. They'd get the fever first. Then the delirium. Then death. And then, reanimation. They would turn, and we would have to put them down. One by one. Because that's what you did. That's what survival meant. That's what this world demanded. My boots sank into the damp earth as we pushed forward, weaving through the trees, the thick underbrush catching on our legs causing more scratches. The scent of pine, wildflowers and moss mixed with the scent of something more sinister, the coppery tang of blood, the sickly sweet stench of decay that clung to us like a second skin. There was no clean, crisp air to be had. The stench of the undead overpowered everything. We were heading for Steele's bunker, but I didn't know if we'd make it. None of us did. And if we did, what then? What if the rats had changed the game? What if the infection was already inside us, growing like a cancerous tumor, waiting for the right moment to turn us all into one of those monsters, one of the undead? I walked behind Steele, my eyes locked onto his broad back, my breath hitching with every uneven step I took. I couldn't look at the others. I couldn't meet their eyes. I couldn't bear the quiet sobs, the hushed, desperate conversations of those still clinging to some fractured piece of their sanity. And then Steele stopped. Not suddenly. Not dramatically. He just slowed. His steps grew unsteady, his shoulders sagging, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. He was riddled with guilt. Steele? I asked softly, almost afraid to break the silence. The words felt wrong in my mouth, like they weren't meant to be said, but I had to say something. His back was still to me, but I could hear the shift in his posture, see the way he seemed to deflate. I couldn't protect them. He muttered, his voice hoarse and raw. I could barely hear him over the sound of my own breathing, but I caught every word. It felt like he was speaking to himself, more than to anyone else. But it was as if he needed to say it out loud. As if saying it might make the guilt somehow more bearable. You couldn't have known. I said quietly, like the words might somehow ease his burden. Steele's shoulders tightened, and then he turned to face me. His face was a mask of exhaustion, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep, the constant strain, the responsibility of it all. Half of them didn't make it. Alex. Half. His voice cracked, and he let out a low, pained exhale. I should've. You did everything you could, Steele. You can't blame yourself for this. He shook his head slowly, like he couldn't accept what I was saying. I'm supposed to keep them safe, Alex. I reached out, my hand on his arm, and I felt him tremble under my touch. Steele wasn't someone who broke easily. Hell, I'd never seen him crack like this. But the faces of the dead, the children who wouldn't make it out of the tunnels, survivors' guilt was suffocating. Survivors' guilt weighed heavily on all of us. We have all lost people. I said, my voice stronger now. But we're still here. And we can't keep blaming ourselves. We can't let the ones we lost hold us back. We can't lose hope, it's all we have. No one could have seen that coming. The rats being infected, it was all so surreal. No one could have prepared us for that. He looked at me for a long moment, his eyes searching mine, and for a brief second, I thought he might break down right there in the woods. But instead, he just nodded once, his expression hardening into something cold, something resigned. I can't let it happen again. He said, his voice quiet, but fierce. I won't let anyone else die like that. Not on my watch. Behind us, I heard the quiet shuffle of footsteps, Marcus, and Mia, and then Val and Kay, who had stayed close to the children. We had been walking for hours, but the day was still far from over. The shadows crept ever closer through the woods, as we moved forward. We should have left sooner. Mia's voice was barely more than a whisper. Her eyes flicked to the children trailing behind her, their hollow faces smeared with dirt and grief. Her fingers twitched at her side, like she wanted to reach out, to pull them close, but she didn't. Maybe she was afraid to. Maybe she was afraid they'd slip away like the others. We shouldn't have taken the tunnels, we should have. Mia, stop. Val's voice cut through the damp, stifling air. Her exhaustion clung to her like a second skin, her breath uneven, her shoulders heavy with the weight of too many ghosts. There's no point in second-guessing. We're all doing the best we can. You don't need to make yourself feel any worse. She turned to face her, eyes dark with something unspoken. We did everything we could. No one could have seen that coming. There were too many zombies outside the walls of the monastery. There is no way in hell we could have taken that many undead on. She swallowed hard. We have to keep moving. For the ones we've got left. The ones we've got left. Mia flinched, pressing her lips together, but the grief was still there, raw and heartbreaking. It wouldn't have mattered. I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. The rats would have been there no matter when we left. When everyone stopped speaking, the silence was deafening. It left room for the memories to creep back in. The rats hadn't just come, they had erupted. They had poured from cracks in the walls, seething over the ground in a tide of squirming bodies and gnashing teeth. I could still hear the screams. The wet, sickening sound of flesh peeling from bone. The gurgling wails as they chewed their way into mouths, down throats, deep inside their victims' bodies where the rats would then chew their way out of people's distended stomachs. It was a horrific way to die, one that would haunt my dreams forever. Kay had stayed back, keeping the younger kids close, shielding them with her own body when the worst of it began. Now she stood beside them, her expression unreadable, but I could see the truth in her eyes. The pain. The guilt. The quiet, seething rage at a world that kept taking and taking. She exhaled slowly, shaking her head. I can still hear them. So, could I, scratching. Clawing at our flesh. Chewing through sinew, bone, and skin. As we continued walking, I couldn't help but think about the 22 who had been bitten. They had managed to escape the rats, but the injuries. Oh God, the injuries. I thought about Justin and Sarah, both of them hardly able to stand after the attack. Their faces were pale, their eyes distant, as if they were in some kind of shock. The uncertainty of whether the bites meant they were infected hung over them like a dark cloud. We couldn't afford to waste any time, but the fear gnawed at me. What if the bites were more than just physical wounds? We need to talk about the rat bites. Val said, her voice flat, as though she was already bracing herself for unwelcome news. We don't know if they're infected, Lupi and the others, but we have to treat them like they are. No exceptions. Kay nodded grimly, her expression hard. We don't have time to wait around. If anyone shows signs, we need to isolate them. We can't risk anyone else getting infected. I saw Sarah glance over at Justin, her hand hovering near the wound on his arm. She was scared. I could see it in her eyes, but she was trying to hide her fear. We don't know if the rats are contagious. Steele said, his voice controlled but full of a dark, hollow edge. But we can't take any chances. We keep moving until we reach the bunker. That's the priority. We'll figure out the rest when we get there. I knew what Steele was trying to do. He was trying to give us hope. He was trying to keep us from falling apart in the middle of this godforsaken forest. But the truth was, we didn't know what the future held. Those bites, hell, those rats, they could have infected everyone with their teeth, we just didn't know. But the thought of having to put our friends down, the ones that were left, that cut me deeper than I ever thought possible. And the worst part? None of us could even begin to prepare for it. We're getting close. Steele said after a while, his voice steady again, though there was no mistaking the strain. The park warden's office is nearby. We'll get there and assess the wounded. The bunker's another mile away, but we're almost there. I nodded, but my stomach twisted. We were close, but so much could still go wrong. The unfolding nightmare gnawed at me, twisting in my gut, haunting my thoughts. What if we didn't make it? What if the rats weren't the only thing hunting us? But doubt no longer mattered. Grief no longer mattered. Survival was the only thing left, and even that was slipping through our fingers. We had to keep moving. If we stopped, we would die. It was that simple. The warden's office was waiting at the end of this nightmare. Once we got there, we would have to make choices, terrible, gut-wrenching choices. Who would be forcibly quarantined in there? Who would make it to the bunker? Who would live just a little longer, and who would become nothing more than a memory, another ghost? I wasn't sure I could take another loss. The thought of watching someone else ripped from our grasp, screaming, begging, choking on their own blood, it made my stomach twist, my legs feel like lead. But in this world, there was no time for mourning, no time for grief, no time for what-ifs. I suppose in some ways we had been blessed, at least we hadn't run into any more of the undead since we had left the tunnels. Small mercies and all that. We moved through the trees, but there was no urgency, no fire, no sense of victory. This was no march of the triumphant. This was a funeral procession, a slow, shuffling walk through the ruins of the world we once knew. The wind whispered through the dead branches, rattling them like brittle bones. The earth beneath our feet was soaked with old blood, thick with rot, and the remnants of the ones who had fallen before us. No one spoke. What was there to say? That we should have done more? That we should have fought harder? That we should have saved them? We all knew the truth. We couldn't have saved them all. And as we trudged forward, past the wreckage of the world we once knew, I knew then, that we weren't marching toward salvation. We were walking straight into the jaws of death. I'm struggling to breathe. Anxiety is taking over. The air in the park warden's office is tense. I try to shake off the fear sitting on my chest, but it's impossible. The sound of boots on the cold, tiled floor echoes through the room, mingling with the quiet whispers of people trying to act like everything's fine. But nothing is fine, nor will it ever be again. We're standing in a line, everyone waiting to be checked, like we're back in elementary school and it's some kind of medical checkup. But I know what's at stake here. Everyone does. Dr. Lil, Sarah, and Mia are looking for bites and scratches, not from the zombies, but from the damn rats that swarmed us in the tunnels. We still don't know if the rats carried the Z virus or not, so we don't know if the people who have been bitten or scratched are going to turn into zombies. But I know one thing, we can't take any chances as there's now so few of us left. I glance over at Sarah. She's trying her best to act normal. She was part of my original group, before Camp Hope. I know her better than anyone. I can see it in the way her shoulders are stiff, in the way her eyes keep darting to the floor, like she's trying to block out everything around her. But I know what's coming. I've already seen it on Justin's face. Justin, my first kiss. The first survivor I met on the road. He's standing beside Sarah now, looking down at the floor, his jaw clenched. He's trying to hide it, but I see the panic in his eyes. I want to scream at him, tell him to run, to get out of here before they see the bites on him. But I know he won't. He knows what's coming, just like Sarah does. They both know. They are both covered in bites and claw marks. Step forward. Dr. Lil says, her voice calm, too calm. She's trying to keep it together, but I see the strain in her eyes. I don't know how she can be so professional right now. The children go first. Their faces are so small, so full of confusion and fear. I don't even want to look at them. They don't understand. They don't know what it means to have a bite mark. They don't know what's coming next. But I can't look away. I watch as Sarah kneels in front of Jessie, a little girl no older than 7. Her tiny hand is shaking as Sarah gently pulls up the sleeve of her shirt. I want to look away, but I can't. The bite mark is there. Small teeth marks imprinted on her arm. But it doesn't matter. It's enough. Move to the other side. Dar. Lil says softly, and Jessie doesn't make a sound. She just walks slowly to the far wall, her small footsteps echoing like a death sentence. I want to scream. I want to run out of here, away from this nightmare. But I can't. I'm stuck, frozen in place. The room is spinning around me, and I can't get it to stop. Oh God, please make it stop. Next, Dr. Lil calls. And it's Justin's turn. I hold my breath as he steps forward, trying to look calm, but I can see it. The way his hands are clenched into fists at his sides, the way his chest rises and falls too quickly. He's terrified. Just like the rest of us. Dr. Lil moves toward him, her gaze focused, trying not to make eye contact. She doesn't want to make this harder for him. But it's obvious she means business. The way she hesitates before pulling up his sleeve. She knows. She knows what we all know. It's there. A small bite. Below his elbow. No, I whisper. I want to run to him, to pull him away from this, but I can't. There's no escaping the infection. Once it's in your blood, you're done for. Dr. Lil looks at him, but she doesn't say anything. There's nothing left to say. Move to the other side. She says softly. And Justin doesn't even look back at me. He doesn't need to. He walks to the far side of the room, where the infected are already gathering. He doesn't fight it. He doesn't argue. He just does what the DR orders. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. My heart is beating too fast. My stomach is in knots. How could this happen to Justin? He was the one person I thought I could count on. And then it's Sarah's turn. My stomach drops. She looks at me for a brief moment, and I see the sorrow in her eyes, but she doesn't say anything. She's already made her peace with it. How could she? How can they all be so calm? So resigned to their fate? She steps forward, her face pale. Dar. Lil looks at her, but there's no hesitation this time. She pulls up Sarah's trouser leg, and the bite is there. It's just a small festering wound, but it's there. My chest aches. Move to the other side, Dr. Lil says. It's the same words we've heard over and over again. But this time, it's different. This time, it's Sarah. I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to do anything except stand here and watch. Sarah doesn't even look at me. She doesn't need to. She just walks over to the far side, joining the others who are waiting to either turn or be locked away. I don't think I can take it anymore. But then, it gets worse. Buck. Dr. Lil says. And my heart stops. Buck? I try not to show it, but I can feel the world shifting under my feet. He's one of us. He's been with Steele and his sisters since this all started. They were neighbors. He had a ranch right next to their dog training business. He was like a surrogate dad to Val, Kay, and Steele. He had been since their dad died of cancer way before the world fell apart and the dead walked the earth. Buck steps forward, and I can see the guilt in his eyes. He's trying to look calm, but I can see the admission of acceptance. The way his hands are shaking, the way his head is slightly lowered. He knows. He rolls up his top, and there it is. A large festering bite leaking out greenish pus, right there on his torso. No, I whisper, but it's useless. This can't be happening. I keep hoping that somehow, all our friends, all these people are not infected. It's been nearly 2 hours since the tunnels, and some of them are showing symptoms of the Z virus. Normally people reanimate faster, so I'm going to keep praying for now. Keep hoping that they are not infected. Move to the other side. Dr. Lil says again. Buck doesn't fight it. He doesn't argue. He just moves, slow and heavy, to the other side of the room. He knows what this means, all of us do. Steele has decided to lock the ones with bites and scratches in here for the night. In the hopes that they will all still be alive in the morning. All we can do is pray and hope our friends will be okay. I see Steele, standing by his best friend Nelson. His college buddy, the one person who had stuck by him through everything. Through the long nights, the challenging times, the good times. They'd survived everything together. And now? Now Nelson is infected too. I watch as Steele's face goes ashen, his eyes wide with shock. Dr. Lil pulls Nelson's jacket back, revealing the marks on his side, his arms, and his legs. The bites are already starting to seep with that same awful green pus, and I can hear Steele's sharp intake of breath. Move to the other side. Dr. Lil insisted, her voice gentle. Nelson gives a weak smirk. Well, at least I went out like a hero. Steele doesn't move, he doesn't answer. He just stands there frozen, like someone has knocked the wind out of him. I want to run to him, to tell him everything will be okay, but I know it won't be. I know this is it. This is the moment we've all been dreading. The moment we know someone we love will turn into one of them. Steele doesn't look at Nelson. He doesn't say anything. He just stands there, broken. His best friend. His brother. Gone. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make the situation better. All I know is that Nelson spoke the truth, he had been a hero. He had carried Hannah, through the tunnels, whilst trying to save her and her unborn child from the marauding rats. The room is silent now. Too silent. The weight of everything is crushing. The fear, the guilt, the heartbreak, it's all too much. We're all standing here, waiting, watching each other fall apart. And then, it's my turn. I feel the eyes on me. I feel the weight of everyone's gaze, their hope, their fear, their desperation. Had I been bitten or scratched? I didn't think so, but then neither did Buck or Nelson. Please God, don't let me be infected. The chilly air bit at my skin as I pulled my knees closer to my chest, staring at the cracked linoleum-tiled floor. The room smelled like rubbing alcohol and something metallic that clung to the back of my throat. I hated this room. I hated the smell, the harsh lights. The quiet murmurs of the other survivors waiting outside the cabin. But most of all, I hated the uncertainty that twisted in my stomach. Alex, Dr. Lil's voice was soft, but it sliced through my thoughts like a blade. She spoke too softly for someone in charge of delivering life and death verdicts. Maybe it was her way of balancing the horror of the situation, trying to keep us calm when everything else screamed at us to panic. Let's have a look. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat as I slowly stretched out my legs. My jeans were torn at the knees, the frayed threads sticking to the red, raw skin beneath. The adrenaline that had carried me this far had worn off hours ago, leaving behind a dull ache and a gnawing sense of dread. I couldn't stop thinking about the rats. The way they'd swarmed, their sharp teeth flashing, biting at anything they could reach. Had one of them bitten me? I had no idea. My head was such a mess when it all happened, everything moved so fast. I just kept running, hacking, stumbling, kicking them away. Now, every little twinge in my body felt like proof that I hadn't been fast enough. Dr. Lil crouched in front of me, her compassionate eyes scanning my face. Let's start at the top, okay? Just relax. Relax. Yeah, right. Like that was even possible. She pulled on a pair of gloves with a snap that made me flinch. Her hands moved quickly, her fingers tilting my chin to one side, then the other. I could feel the heat of her gaze as she checked for scratches or bites along my neck, behind my ears, down to my collarbone. Nothing here. She murmured, more to herself than to me. I wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but it felt too soon. Her hands moved to my arms next, gently rolling up the sleeves of my hoodie. The fabric clung to my skin, damp with sweat, and I winced as she worked it over my elbow. I couldn't help but glance down, watching her inspect every inch of my skin. The scratches she found were shallow, nothing more than scrapes from when I'd hit the ground. She traced one with her gloved finger, her touch clinical and detached. This one's clean. It's not deep, no sign of infection. My stomach flipped at the word. Infection. I'd seen what it looked like. The yellowing skin, the angry red swelling, the pus oozing from wounds that refused to heal. And then the fever. The convulsions. The screams. My throat tightened. Alex, Dr. Lil's voice broke through again, grounding me. Are you still with me? Yeah. I croaked, though my voice sounded far away. She moved to my hands next, turning them over to examine my palms and fingers. I couldn't stop them from trembling, and I hated how weak it made me feel. Her brow furrowed as she found a small cut along my thumb, no bigger than a paper cut. Where'd this come from? She asked, her tone even. I hesitated, trying to think back. I don't know. I don't think it's from the rats. I don't even remember getting it. She nodded, applying a dab of antiseptic before moving on. It's clean. No signs of infection. There was that word again. Infection. One part of me relaxed, but another part tensed. She hadn't even gotten to the worst of it yet. Finally, she gestured to my legs. Okay, let's take a look here. You said the rats didn't get past your knees, right? That's what I think. I said quickly, too quickly. The memory of their claws scratching at my boots flashed in my mind. I mean, I kicked them away, and my jeans were pretty thick, so, Dr. Lil gave me a reassuring nod, but I saw the shadow of doubt in her eyes. It wasn't personal. She'd seen too much to take anything for granted. I leaned back on my hands, letting her examine my knees. The denim was shredded, the edges stiff with dried blood. She cut away the worst of it with a pair of scissors, leaving the frayed edges to reveal the skin underneath. I couldn't help but flinch as the cool air hit the exposed flesh. The skin was red and raw, the scabs starting to form. It stung, but it wasn't the kind of deep, bone-chilling pain I imagined would come from a bite. Still, I held my breath as Dr. Lil leaned in closer, her gloved fingers gently prodding the area around the wounds. Just scrapes, she said after a moment. Her voice was calm, clinical. No puncture marks. No scratches. No sign of infection. I exhaled so sharply it almost felt like a sob. You're sure? She looked up at me, her expression softening. I'm sure. These are consistent with a fall, maybe a rough landing. They're not the same as what we've seen from the bites or the scratches. I nodded, the tension in my chest starting to loosen. My hands found the edge of the cot I was sitting on, gripping it tightly to ground myself. So, I'm okay? Dr. Lil didn't answer right away. She stood, stripping off her gloves and tossing them into the biohazard bin. I'm going to say yes, you're okay. But I need you to keep an eye on these scrapes. If you notice any swelling, discoloration, or if they start to ooze, they won't. I cut her off, the words spilling out before I could stop them. They're not from the rats. They're just from the fall. You said that, right? Yes, she said gently. I did. But you need to be vigilant. Things can change quickly. I nodded again, my throat too tight to respond. Dr. Lil placed a hand on my shoulder, her grip firm and reassuring. You're clear, Alex. I'll let the others know. Clear. The word echoed in my mind, a fragile kind of relief settling over me. I was clear. I wasn't infected. I wasn't going to turn. She stepped out of the curtained-off area, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees as the adrenaline drained from my body. My knees throbbed, my head spun, but I didn't care. For the first time since this nightmare started, I let myself breathe. Outside, I could hear the muffled voices of the other survivors, their words blending into a low hum. Some of them had been less lucky. I'd seen the way their hopes had been dashed, their bodies and skin already showing the telltale signs of infection. I wondered if they would last the night. It seemed the infection from the rats was slower than being scratched or bitten by a zombie. But then it was hard for me to understand. Personally, I had seen people turn straight away after being bitten, whereas scratches took longer. But at Camp Hope, others had said some of their loved ones hadn't shown any signs of infection for several hours before they died and turned. A part of me wanted to cry for them. Another part wanted to scream. But instead, I just sat there, staring at the floor. I was clear. For now. I was still alive, but my friends were dying. The warden's office felt like a tomb. The air was so heavy with impending death, making it hard to breathe. Every sound felt louder than it should, the distant rustle of leaves outside, the creak of the old floorboards under the tiles, even the ragged breaths coming from Justin and Sarah, who sat across from me. Justin's hands trembled as he gripped the edge of the desk like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to this world. Sarah sat hunched over, staring at the floor, her face pale and hollow. I wanted to say something, anything to make this easier, but no words came. I felt as if my world was ending. I had already lost so much. Would I ever get used to the death and destruction? Alex. Justin finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes locked onto mine, pleading. You have to take us out there. Tonight. Before it happens. Before we turn. We don't want to end up like those things. I froze. My chest tightened as if I'd been punched. We don't know for sure that it's going to happen. I said, forcing the words out. Dr. Lil is still working on it. We're not even, we know. Justin's voice cracked, and he leaned forward, his expression raw and desperate. Look at me, Alex. Just look. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to face it, but I forced my eyes down to his arm, and bile rose in my throat. The skin around the bite was changing. It wasn't just bruised anymore, it was something else entirely. The area was a sickly greenish gray, shot through with thin black veins that threaded outward like cracks in shattered glass. My stomach churned. I knew what was happening. The Z virus was spreading. It's worse, isn't it? Justin pressed, his voice rising in panic. It's getting worse by the hour. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. It could just be an infection. Or something the rats were carrying. It might not mean that. You will turn. Alex. Sarah cut me off. When I looked at her, my heart sank even further. She wasn't simply scared, she was resigned. She tilted her head slightly, exposing her neck, and I saw the long scratch running from her jaw down to her collarbone. Another wound had appeared. The edges of the wound were swollen and raw, and the skin around it was darkening in patches. "I can feel it," she whispered, her eyes welling up with tears. "It's in me. It's darkness, Alex. It's pure evil. My blood, my body, everything, it's fighting to keep the darkness, the evil from taking over, but I can feel it in my body, my mind is losing the battle. I don't want to become one of them." I clenched my fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. "You don't know that," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "We don't know that." Justin let out a bitter laugh that sounded more like a sob. "Don't lie to us, Alex. We know what this means. We've all seen what happens. We've all seen them." I flinched at the word. Them. The ones who had turned. The ones we'd fought so hard to escape, to survive. The thought of Justin and Sarah becoming like that, mindless, soulless things, made me feel like I was going to be sick. "Please," Justin said again, his voice breaking. "Don't let us turn into those monsters. Take us into the woods. End it before it's too late." I shook my head, my vision blurring with tears. I can't do that to you. You have to. I'm so scared that whatever this virus is, that it's truly evil. And if you let us become one of those things, God might not take our souls. I honestly believe this is the devil's work and that he has unleashed this, so he can take our souls. I'm scared. Those things, they are soulless. Don't let it take us too," Sarah said, in earnest, though it cracked under the weight of her words. "If it were you, if it were me, I'd do it for you. You know I would." I opened my mouth to argue, to say something, but no words came out. They were right. I knew they were right. But knowing that didn't make it any easier. "Alex," Justin's voice softened, almost tender. "Please. Don't make us beg." I couldn't take it anymore. I turned away from them, pressing my hands to my face as the tears spilled over. My chest ached, my head spun, and the weight of their request threatened to crush me entirely. How had it come to this? How had everything gone wrong so quickly? Behind me, the door creaked open, and I heard Steele's heavy boots, before I saw him. He stepped inside, followed by Val and Kay. Their expressions were grim, and I knew they'd been listening. Of course they had. Privacy didn't exist anymore, not in a world like this. "Everyone out there is talking," Steele said, his deep voice cutting through the thick air. "We need to decide how we are going to handle all of this." I turned to face them, wiping my face hastily. "Decide what?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Whether we wait?" Val said bluntly, her arms crossed. "Or whether we kill I mean take care of things before they turn." The word kill hung unspoken in the air, and I hated how casual she made it sound. How normal this had become. "I'm not going to be locked up like some kind of rabid dog," Justin said, standing now. His voice was firm, but his hands were shaking so badly he had to grip the desk to steady himself. "And I'm sure as hell not going to wait until I lose my mind. There's no guarantee you'll turn," Kay offered, her voice softer than Val's, but no less serious. "We don't know for sure. Look at us," Justin shouted, pulling up his sleeve to show the wound, the infection, the veins, the pus. "This is a goddamn death sentence, and you know it." Steele raised a hand, silencing the room with the weight of his presence. "Dr. Lil's been checking everyone. 26 people are infected, bites, scratches, all of it, and yes, some of them are starting to show signs." He paused, his jaw tightening. "A few already have fevers." I felt the floor tilt beneath me. 26. It wasn't just Justin and Sarah. It was so many more. Too many. Dr. Lil appeared in the doorway then, her face pale and drawn. She looked exhausted, like she'd aged a decade in the last few hours. "It's not definitive," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "The changes in the skin, the temperatures, it could be something else entirely. We still don't know if the rats were infectious." "You don't believe that?" Justin said flatly. Lil hesitated, then sighed, running a hand through her hair. "No," she admitted. "I don't. Whatever this is, it's spreading. Fast. And it's not just physical. I've talked to some of the others who were bitten. They're feeling it too. Like something's taking over." A murmur ran through the room, a wave of dread and hurt. Nelson, who'd been sitting silently in the corner, stood abruptly. His face was set in a grim mask, but his eyes were clear, determined. "I don't want to wait," he said firmly. "I don't want to turn into one of those things. They don't have souls. They're empty. If I'm going to die, I want my soul to go to heaven. Not wherever they go." "How do you know?" Kay said gently, though her voice wavered. "We don't know what happens after. Listen, you're preaching to an ex-choir boy. If nothing else, I've always had my faith. And I genuinely believe this is what God would want me to do." Nelson shot back. "I won't become one of them. I'd rather die a man, a human with my soul intact. I can feel it too, the darkness rising in me. It's unnatural, it's pure unadulterated evil." His words hit me like a blow to the chest. Around the room, others were nodding, murmuring their agreement. The infected were already losing hope. Steele stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. "We'll do it," he said, glancing at Val and Kay. "Anyone who doesn't want to risk turning. We'll take them out into the woods. Away from the others. Away from the kids. We'll make it quick." My stomach twisted. "Steele, you can't just, we can." Val interrupted, her tone icy. "And we will. This isn't about what's easy, Alex. It's about what's right. We all grew up together, going to the same church. We all went to Sunday school. Nelson is right." Tears blurred my vision again. "How is this right?" I demanded, my voice breaking. "How is any of this right?" "It's not," Kay said softly. "But it's what we have to do." Justin reached for my hand, his touch cold and trembling. "Alex," he said, his voice almost too soft to hear. "Please. What do you say when the people in front of you are asking for mercy?" I looked into his eyes, then Sarah's. They were already slipping away, but they were still them. Still my friends. And they were asking me to let them go, they were asking me to finish them, to snuff them out of existence. My voice broke as I finally spoke. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay. I'll do it." The park warden's office was silent, apart from the faint sound of children's laughter filtering through the cracks in the walls. It wasn't the laughter of joy, it was thin and strained, a desperate attempt by the adults to keep the little ones from noticing how terrified everyone was. Inside, the room was cramped and cluttered. The windows were barricaded, the back door bolted shut. Supplies, cans of food, water jugs, blankets, were piled against the far wall, hastily gathered from around the camp. I stood by the door at the front, gripping the edge of the frame so taut that my knuckles ached. My stomach churned as I looked at the faces of the people in the room, men, women, children, all huddled together like lambs waiting for the slaughter. They were doing their best to keep the kids distracted, playing games like statues and charades, but I could see the truth in the adults' eyes. They knew this might be their last night as themselves. Buck sat in the middle of the room on a weathered wooden chair, his rifle propped against his knee. The old man looked more worn than ever, the lines on his face deepened by exhaustion and sorrow. But there was a steadiness to him, an unshakable resolve. He had always been the heart of our group, the kind of man who could find hope in the darkest of places. But tonight, there was no hope in his eyes. Just bravery. Steele stood in front of him, arms crossed, his jaw set like stone. Val and Kay flanked him, their usual sharp edges dulled by the weight of the moment. I lingered near the back of the group, trying to hold myself together. "I'll stay here," Buck said, breaking the silence. His voice was gravelly but steady. "I'll stay with the children and the others. Someone's gotta watch over them tonight." "Buck, you don't have to," Steele started, but Buck held up a hand to stop him. "I do have to," Buck said firmly. "These folks need someone to keep them calm. And the kids," his voice softened, and he glanced over at a group of children sitting cross-legged on the floor, giggling as one of the adults pretended to be frozen in a silly pose during statues. "The kids need someone who ain't fallen apart to look after them." I felt a lump rise in my throat. Buck had always been the one to step up, to take the burden that no one else could. And now, once again, he was volunteering to bear the weight of something that seemed unbearable. "We'll leave food and water." Val's voice shook. "Enough for the night. We'll come back in the morning to check on everyone." Buck nodded. "I figured as much. But if you come back, and we ain't human anymore, you know what to do." Steele's face darkened, and he shook his head. Don't say that. You think I don't know what's comin'?" Buck leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His voice was calm but heavy, like a stone dropped in still water. "I ain't blind, son. I've seen what happens to folks who get bit. Hell, I've seen what happens to folks who ain't bit, but get too close to the ones who are. You gotta be ready for the worst." "No," Steele said, his voice low but firm. "You're going to be fine. All of you." Buck gave him a small, sad smile. "You're a stubborn one. Always have been. That's one of the things I've always admired about you." Steele looked away, his jaw tightening. Val and Kay exchanged a glance, and I could see the tears welling up in their eyes. "You're like the family I never had," Buck said, his voice breaking just a little. He sat back in his chair, his weathered hands resting on his knees. "If I'd had kids of my own, I would have wanted them to be like you three. Brave. Strong. Good-hearted. You've done more in this world than most people ever will. And I'm darn proud of you. I'm darn proud of all of you." Val let out a choked sob and turned away, pressing her hand to her mouth. Kay's shoulders shook as she tried to stifle her own tears. Even Steele, who I'd never seen cry in all the time I'd known him, blinked rapidly, and wiped at his face, his tough facade cracking under the weight of Buck's words. Buck's gaze softened as he looked at Steele. "But you listen to me now, boy. You come back here in the morning, and if we ain't right, if we've turned," his voice faltered, but he steadied himself, straightening in his chair. "You know what you gotta do. Don't you?" Steele's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. "Buck, I can't." "You can," Buck interrupted. His tone was gentle but unyielding. "And you will. You owe me that much." "I owe you more than that," Steele said, his voice cracking. He finally looked at Buck, his expression raw. "You're the closest thing I've ever had to a father. When our dad died, you looked after us. You took care of all three of us. We are gonna miss you, old-timer." The room fell silent. Even the children seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, their laughter fading into quiet murmurs. Buck's weathered face softened, and for a moment, he looked years younger. "You've made me proud, son," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You all have. But this is the way it has to be. I won't let those kids see what happens to us if we turn. And I won't risk one of us hurting someone else. If the infection ain't got me, I will do what needs to be done. But you've gotta promise me that you'll take care of me if I've turned. Promise me." Steele clenched his fists, his knuckles white. "I promise," he said finally. "If it comes to it, I'll take care of it." Buck nodded, satisfied. "Good. That's all I needed to hear." I couldn't hold back my tears anymore. I turned away, wiping at my face furiously, but it was no use. The weight of everything, of the goodbyes, of the choices we were being forced to make, were too much to bear. "We'll be back at sunrise," Val said, her voice shaking. "With more supplies. And we'll check on you. Don't bring the other kids," Buck said. "Not if, just in case it's bad." Val nodded, her face streaked with tears. Steele stepped forward and gripped Buck's shoulder. "I'll see you in the morning, old-timer." Buck looked up at him and smiled. "You better, son." As we turned to leave, I glanced back at the room. The children were still playing their games, their voices a fragile thread of normalcy in a world that was anything but. The adults huddled together, some whispering prayers, others simply staring into space. Buck watched us go, his rifle resting against his knee. He tipped his cowboy hat as if he was saying goodbye. The air outside was cold and sharp, and the silence of the forest felt almost oppressive. None of us spoke as we walked back to the others, our footsteps crunching softly on the dirt path. The sun was dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing by the warden's office. The golden light made everything look softer, almost peaceful, as if the world wasn't crumbling around us. It was a cruel contrast to the grim reality of what we were about to do. Diesel and Tank were rallying the remaining survivors in the background. They were getting ready to leave this tomb behind and head to Steele's bunker, their faces pale and tense. A few parents were huddled together with their children, whispering reassurances. But not everyone was going to the bunker. I turned my gaze to the small group standing just outside the office. Nelson stood tall, his usual calm demeanor unshaken, even as death hovered so close. Beside him was a mother with her 2 children, a boy no older than 6 and a girl who couldn't have been more than 8. The woman's face was lined with tears, but she hugged her children close, whispering softly to them. Behind her, a few others, men, and women we'd come to know, to care for, waited in silence. Each of them had made their choice. And then there was Justin and Sarah. They stood a little apart from the rest, holding hands like they'd done so many times before. Sarah's dark hair was tangled, her face pale, and her arms bore the telltale marks of the infection creeping beneath her skin, angry black veins that seemed to writhe just beneath the surface. Justin looked worse. He was sweating despite the chill in the air, and his breath came in shallow and labored. They didn't have much time left. "Alex." Justin's voice pulled me from my thoughts. It was quiet but steady. "You don't have to do this." I met his eyes, my heart breaking, at the pain I saw there. "Yes, I do," I said softly. "I owe you that much." Sarah shook her head, a sad smile tugging at her lips. "You don't owe us anything, Alex. You've already done more than most people would. You've kept us alive this long. But I couldn't save you." I whimpered. "I should have." "You did everything you could." Justin interrupted. He stepped closer, his free hand gripping my shoulder. "You can't blame yourself for this. None of this is your fault." I wanted to argue, to scream, I should have been faster, smarter, stronger. But I couldn't find the words. My throat felt tight, and my vision blurred with unshed tears. "We don't have much time," Steele said behind me. His voice was quiet, but the urgency was clear. He was standing with Val and Kay, their expressions bleak. They were all avoiding looking at Nelson and the others. I knew why. If they looked too long, they might not be able to go through with this. Nelson stepped forward, his broad shoulders squared. "Ready when you are," he said simply. His voice was calm, steady, as if he were discussing the weather. Not his own demise. Steele nodded, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles twitching. We'll take you into the woods. It'll be quiet. The kids, his voice broke for a moment, but he recovered quickly. The kids won't hear anything. The mother hugged her children tighter, and my heart broke for her. For them. They didn't understand what was about to happen, and I was grateful for that. Val stepped forward, her face streaked with tears as she knelt down in front of the little ones. Hey, she said softly, her voice trembling. Do you guys like bluebells? The girl nodded shyly, while the boy buried his face in his mother's leg. Good. Val said, forcing a smile. There are some really pretty ones in the woods. Do you think you can help me find them? The girl hesitated, looking up at her mother for reassurance. The woman nodded, her own tears falling freely now. Go with Val. She said, her voice breaking. Hold her hand, okay? The little girl took Val's outstretched hand. The mother and boy followed, their steps slow and heavy. Kay joined them, carrying a pillow she'd found in the warden's office earlier. We'd agreed to use it to muffle the sound of the gunshots, hoping the mountains would swallow up the noise. Steele and I stayed back for a moment, watching them go. I could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands kept clenching and unclenching at his sides. You don't have to do this. I said quietly. He didn't look at me. Yes, I do. The woods were quiet, the only sound the rustling of leaves as a soft breeze moved through the trees. The sunset light filtered through the branches, casting golden patches on the forest floor. It would have been beautiful, under different circumstances. The mother knelt in the dirt, holding her children close. The boy was still clinging to her leg, while the girl was distracted by a patch of wildflowers nearby. Val knelt beside them, her hand resting gently on the mother's shoulder. Kay stood a few feet away, holding the pillow and the revolver. It's okay. The mother whispered to her children, her voice shaking. We're just going to take a little nap, okay? Just a little nap. The girl looked up, confused. But I'm not sleepy. The woman's face crumpled, and she pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. I know, sweetheart. Just hold my hand, okay? Hold my hand tight. Kay stepped forward, her face pale, and crouched beside the mother. She whispered something I couldn't hear, and the woman nodded, her shoulders trembling. Val turned to me, her eyes pleading. Alex. She said softly. Can you? I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I took a step forward, then another, until I was standing in front of the mother and her children. I crouched down, trying to smile, though I could feel the tears streaming down my face. Hey. I said softly. Can you guys do me a favor? The little girl looked up at me, her big eyes wide. What kind of favor? Can you count those flowers over there for me? I pointed to a patch of bluebells a few feet away. They're so pretty, aren't they? The girl nodded, her grip tightening on her mother's hand. Keep looking at them. Don't look back, okay? Just count the flowers. The boy glanced up at me, his lip trembling. Why? Because they are special, and I want to see how good your counting skills are. I said, my voice breaking. The mother's sob was muffled as she buried her face in her children's hair. I stood up, stepping back as Kay moved forward, the pillow in one hand and the revolver in the other. The sound of the shot was soft, but it felt like a bomb going off in my chest. The little girl didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just looked at the flowers, clutching her brother's hand as tight as she could. I wondered if she even understood what had happened, or if she was simply too young to grasp the finality of it all. The boy whimpered once, but the girl shushed him gently. Mama says we have to be brave. She said, her voice trembling but steady. Kay's hands shook as she stood, lowering the pillow. Val stepped forward immediately, pulling Kay into her arms. Kay crumpled against her sister, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Steele turned away, running a hand over his face, his breaths coming hard and uneven. I forced myself to move. My legs felt like lead as I stepped forward, crouching next to the two children. You did so good, I said, my voice breaking. Your mama would be so proud of you. So proud. The little girl turned to me, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. Is mama sleeping now? I swallowed hard, nodding. Yeah. She's sleeping now. I didn't know what else to say. There weren't any words that could make this better, no way to ease the weight of what I'd just witnessed. Val gently took the children by their hands, guiding them away from their mum's lifeless body. Come on, she said softly. Let's go see the flowers by that big tree, okay? When you're sleeping, I promise to put you back with your mama. The girl nodded, but the boy glanced back at his mother. I stepped between them, blocking his view. When they were out of sight, I turned back to the group still waiting in the clearing. It was then I heard 2 more shots, and a few minutes later Val and Kay joined us once more. Nelson stood with the others, his face impassive but his hands fisted at his sides. He wasn't showing symptoms as of yet, but he had made his decision anyway. He caught my eye and nodded once. I'll go next, he insisted. No, Steele's voice was hoarse, raw with emotion. He stepped forward, his hand on his revolver. Nelson, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Nelson's voice was calm. I've made my choice, Steele. Don't take that away from me. Steele shook his head, his jaw tightening. You've done enough, Nelson. Let us do this for you. Nelson smiled faintly, a weary, sad smile that didn't reach his eyes. Do you think I'd let you carry this? After everything you've done for me? For all of us? Kay wiped at her face, stepping away from Val. Nelson, please, no. It has to be this way. I won't ask any of you to pull the trigger. Steele's hands trembled, but he nodded, stepping back. Nelson turned to me, his eyes softening. Alex. I swallowed hard. Yeah? Look after them, will you? The others. Diesel and Tank can get them to the bunker, but they'll need someone like you to keep them grounded. I shook my head. Don't do this. We need you, Nelson. You'll be fine. Take care of Steele for me. He's gonna need you, now more than ever. He said, his voice steady. You're stronger than you think, Alex. You all are. I didn't know what to say. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow and uneven. Nelson reached for the revolver Steele was holding, taking it from his hand. He checked the chamber with the ease of someone who had been around firearms all his life. Then he turned back to us. I'll go out a little farther. No point in staying here. Steele opened his mouth to argue, but Nelson silenced him with a look. Promise me, Nelson said, his voice low, that you'll take care of them. All of them. Steele nodded, his jaw tight. Without another word, Nelson turned and walked deeper into the woods. The others went quietly after that. Some cried. Others prayed. A few simply stood in silence, their faces unreadable. Kay and Val took turns executing them, while Steele handled the men who had volunteered to go last. Justin and Sarah were the only ones left. I stepped forward before anyone else could, holding my hand out for the revolver. Kay hesitated but gave it to me, her fingers brushing mine. I'll do it, I insisted. Steele stared at me, his eyes wide with disbelief. Alex. I owe them this, I said, my voice breaking. I have to do it. It has to be me. Justin stepped forward, his hands still entwined with Sarah's. She's right, he said quietly. We want it to be her. Sarah nodded, her smile faint but sincere. You've been there for us through all of this, Alex. You're like family to us. I couldn't hold back my tears anymore. They spilt over, hot and unrelenting, as I raised the gun. I'm so sorry, I whispered. Justin reached out, his hand brushing my arm. Don't be. You've already given us more time than we ever thought we would have. Sarah leaned her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes. Thank you, she murmured. I pressed the pillow against the revolver, my hands trembling. The shots were muffled, but they still echoed in my ears, louder than anything I'd ever heard before. When it was over, the woods were silent again. The golden light of the sun setting faded, giving way to the deep blues of twilight. Steele, Kay, and Val stood with me, their faces pale and streaked with tears. None of us spoke as we made our way to the bunker. We were all completely bereft. When we reached the bunker, the first thing I felt was relief so powerful it nearly brought me to my knees. It wasn't much to look at from the outside, a reinforced steel hatch, partially hidden beneath a mound of dirt and leaves, with a padlock so massive it looked like it could keep out the world. But when Steele turned the key and hauled the hatch open, revealing the steep staircase leading down into the earth, I felt a spark of hope. The group shuffled forward cautiously. Everyone too weary, too sad to speak. The dogs, Hera, Odin, Freya, and Hades, went first, their tails wagging as they bounded down the stairs, sniffing at the air. I followed close behind, my boots echoing on the metal steps as I descended into the cool, dry air of the bunker. Steele flipped a switch at the bottom, and fluorescent lights buzzed to life, illuminating the space. It was massive, stretching farther than I could see from the entrance. The walls were lined with shelves, each one packed with supplies, canned food, medical kits, bottled water, tools, and more. At the far end, I could make out a row of bunks, neatly made and ready for use. There was a kitchen off to the right, complete with a sink, a stove, and a long table surrounded by mismatched chairs. A small lounge area was set up to the left, with a few worn couches and a battery-powered TV/DVD combo. This is, I trailed off, struggling to find the words. A fortress. Marcus said, his voice filled with awe as he clung to his sister's hand. Steele stepped forward, his broad shoulders tense as he surveyed the group. His face was drawn, his usual stoic mask slipping to reveal the exhaustion and grief beneath. It's safe, he said finally. For now. But I need everyone to understand something, this place isn't a long-term solution. A murmur went through the group, a mix of relief and apprehension. Why not? Tank asked, crossing his arms. You've got everything down here. Food, water, power. Hell, you've got more supplies than I've ever seen in one place. Steele nodded. We do. But it won't last forever. There are too many of us, and even with rationing, the food will run out eventually. The water filtration system can handle what we need for drinking and basic sanitation, but it's not endless. And the power, he gestured to the generator in the corner, its steady hum filling the air. It's reliable, but fuel is limited. Once that runs out, we're in the dark. Val stepped up beside him, her face pale. We've been prepping for years, Steele, Kay, and me. Our parents started teaching us about survival when we were kids. How to grow food, filter water, make things last. This bunker is everything they passed down to us. But even they always said, it's just a backup plan. Not a forever home. The room fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. I glanced around at the others, the hollow faces, the red-rimmed eyes. We'd lost so much already. I wasn't sure how much more anyone could take. Kay stood off to the side, her arms wrapped around herself as though she was trying to hold herself together. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she flinched every time someone spoke too loudly. She hadn't said a word since the woods. I tore my gaze away, swallowing the lump in my throat. There wasn't time to fall apart. We had to make the best of a tough situation. It was something I had gotten used to. Putting my emotions and trauma in a little box in my head and throwing away the key, so I didn't torture myself with every detail. It was the only way to survive. Okay. Diesel said finally, breaking the silence. So, what's the plan? Steele exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. For tonight, we rest. Women and children get to pick their bunk. The men will have to crash on the floor. We all need to eat something and get some sleep. Tomorrow, we'll start making decisions. Diesel nodded, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something more serious. And the others? I stiffened. He didn't have to say who he meant. The ones we'd left behind at the warden's office, the ones who might not be themselves by morning. We'll check on them at first light. Val said softly. If they're okay, we'll bring them here. If not, we made a promise. She trailed off, her voice cracking. No one needed her to finish the sentence. The dogs had their own little corner of the bunker, a small room with beds made from old blankets and cushions. Hera sprawled out instantly, her tail thumping against the floor as she let out a contented sigh. Odin circled his bed a few times before lying down, his head resting on his paws. Freya and Hades curled up together, their soft snores filling the space. I crouched down beside them, running a hand over Hera's fur. At least you guys are happy, I murmured. She licked my hand in response, her warm, wet tongue grounding me in a way I hadn't expected. Behind me, Marcus and Emma were settling into one of the bunks, their faces still pale but a little less haunted. Diesel had found a deck of cards somewhere and he was teaching them how to play 7-card blackjack. So, I can put a run down as long as it's the same suit? Marcus asked, his voice small but steady. Yeah, 8's miss a go, 7 reverse, blackjack pick up 5, a 2 is pick up 2 and a red jack cancel, and an ace you can put down on anything except 2s or blackjacks. With an ace you can change the suit. You got that, kid? Diesel replied, grinning as he handed him the deck. Don't think I'm going easy on you, just because you're kids, I take playing cards very seriously. Emma giggled softly, the sound startling in its normalcy. It was the first time I'd heard her laugh since before the attack on Camp Hope. Steele called a meeting after everyone had eaten, gathering us around the long table in the kitchen. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows on everyone's tired faces. We need to talk about rationing, he said, his tone matter of fact. There's enough food here for 6 months, if we're careful. That means no wasting, no exceptions. Showers will be limited to once a week, and even then, only a couple of minutes each. Drinking water comes first, always. What about the kids? A woman asked, her voice tinged with worry. Steele's expression softened. The kids come first too. But we'll have to teach them how to make things last. It's the only way this will work. A man at the far end of the table, Frank, one of the older survivors, leaned forward. What about growing food? You've got supplies, sure, but what happens when they run out? Val nodded. We don't plan on staying here that long, the fuel will run out sooner rather than later, and the last thing we need is to be left in the dark. Speaking of the dark, how safe are we in here from the hunters? The ones that whisper. Do we have to follow lockdown protocols in here too? I questioned. Yeah, we will have to keep the noise levels down. We don't want to be met with a horde when we leave here in the mornings. Steele answered. So where are we going to go? Tank asked, his tone challenging. Steele met his gaze evenly. I have maps here, we will find somewhere like the monastery. But we can't stay here long term. This place was only meant to house 4 people. And there's 54 of us here. We can catch our breath, we can stay a few days, but no more. We didn't account for a large group of people when we built this place. The room fell silent again, the enormity of having to leave here and go back out there, into the wilderness, being hunted by the dead didn't sit easily with any of us. Later, as the others began to settle in for the night, I found Kay sitting alone in the corner of the lounge area. Her knees were drawn up to her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around them. Kay? I said softly, crouching down beside her. She didn't look at me, her gaze fixed on some invisible point in the distance. It wasn't your fault. You know that, right? She shook her head, her tears falling silently. They were just kids. She whispered. They didn't even understand what was happening. And I. Her voice broke, and she buried her face in her hands. I killed them. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before placing a hand on her shoulder. You didn't kill them. I said gently. The infection did. You gave them mercy. You gave their mother peace. She let out a shuddering sob, leaning into me as though she were trying to hold herself together. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You are. I said, my own tears spilling over. You are, Kay. And we're going to get through this. We are fighters, you and me. Lock all the sadness away in a box inside your head and throw away the key. It's what I do to stop the pain. To stop the sadness taking hold. It works for me. The bunker was a miracle, a salvation we hadn't dared to hope for. But as I sat there, holding Kay while she cried, survivor's guilt gnawed at my insides. We had all lost so much. And it never got any easier. But having to kill your own people. That was a whole new level of hell. The bunker was a safe haven, but it wasn't perfect. It just gave us the illusion of safety. But then they were back. The hunters whispering our names in the cold dead of night. The walls of the bunker were thick, reinforced steel and concrete. But it didn't keep them at bay. Sound was a tricky thing. It crept through cracks, through air vents. We'd settled in for the night, if you could call it that. No one truly slept anymore. We just collapsed when exhaustion finally swallowed us whole, praying that when we woke, we wouldn't find teeth at our throats. Kay curled up against the far wall, her arms around two of the kids, her face unreadable. Val sat beside her, sharpening the edge of a blade with slow, deliberate movements, the rasp of metal on stone cutting through the silence. Mia paced near the entrance, arms wrapped around herself, her breath coming in slow, measured inhales. She always did that when she was trying not to cry. The dogs were the first to sense it. All four of them, Hades and Hera, lifted their heads in eerie unison. Freya let out a low, uneasy growl, while Odin rose to his feet, ears twitching. Then they bolted, claws skittering against the concrete as they rushed toward the staircase. The hairs on my arms stood on end. A second later, we heard them. The whispers. Soft at first, distant. The bunker muffled the outside world, but not completely. And somehow, even through thick walls and bolted doors, we heard them. Elise, Mommy, I need you, Mommy. Steel. My veins turned to ice. The voice, it shouldn't have been possible. It was warm. Familiar. I hadn't heard it in a while. My mother's voice. Elise, come join us, Alex. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing a slow breath through my gritted teeth. Mia, come join us. Mia had frozen near the entrance, her nails digging into her arms, her whole body shaking. Mom? She whispered. Mia, I need you. Come to me. The voice outside crooned, thick with warmth. Come to me, sweetheart. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Mia let out a strangled sob and took a step toward the door. I was on my feet in an instant. No. It's not real. I know it sounds real, but it's not. You know this, Mia. If you open that door, we are all dead. I whispered urgently. She flinched, eyes wet and wide, but stopped. More voices. More names. Kay. Kay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you. Kay went rigid, her fingers curling into fists. She turned her face away, but I saw the flash of pain in her eyes. Val, it's me, you have to help me. Please. I'm hurt. Val clenched her jaw, with her shoulders tight as a bowstring. No, you're not. She murmured. But then came the worst part. Names none of us recognized. Nathan? Open the door, son. Zara, don't be scared, sweetheart. Jody, let me in, please. I don't want to be alone anymore. But there was no Nathan. No Zara. No Jody. That's when I realized it. The hunters didn't know we were here. They were just calling out random names, in the voices of the dead. To ensnare the living. The downside, their vocabulary was expanding. A shudder ran through the room, and I knew. We were all thinking the same thing. The hunters were evolving. The dogs whined at the door, pacing frantically, tails low, ears back. Keep quiet, pack. Val ordered, to the 4 dogs. Then the voices outside laughed. A hysterical laughter of a madman. A child's laughter light and bright. A cackle that sounded like a witch. They weren't human, well, not anymore. We knew that. But the fact that they were evolving scared the living daylights out of all of us. The air in the bunker was cool and still when I woke up, the hum of the generator the only sound breaking the silence. It took a moment for the events of the previous day to settle in my chest like a lead weight, pulling me down even as I sat up on the narrow cot. Across the room, Kay was still asleep, her face pale and drawn even in the dim light. I glanced at my watch, barely past dawn. Not that it mattered down here. Time felt strange, disconnected, like we were floating in a world separate from the one above. But today, we couldn't stay isolated. Today, we had to face whatever waited for us at the warden's office. I pushed myself up and grabbed my jacket, pulling it on as I stepped out into the main area of the bunker. The others were already stirring. Val was by the kitchen, helping one of the women, Teresa, stir a pot on the stove. The smell of cinnamon wafted through the air, light but comforting. Diesel and Tank were huddled together by the map table, muttering quietly. Steele was by the door to the armory, inspecting a rifle with the kind of precision that spoke to years of habit. Morning, I said, my voice rough with sleep. Diesel looked up, his usual smirk replaced by a serious expression. Morning, Alex. Sleep, okay? Not really. I admitted. But it's fine. We've got work to do. He nodded, gesturing to the map spread out in front of him. We were just going over the route to the warden's office. It's a straight shot, but we'll need to be careful. No telling what we'll find when we get there. Steele glanced up from his rifle, his face grim. We're taking weapons. All of us. And the dogs. I frowned. Kay's not coming, right? No, Steele said firmly. She's not in any shape to handle this. She stays here. I sighed heavily at his admission. Kay had been through enough already. We all had, but she'd carried more than her share of the burden. Who's staying behind with the rest of the group? I asked. Frank. Val said, turning from the stove. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy braid, and there was a streak of flour on her cheek. He's one of the elders, and the others listen to him. He's abrupt and authoritative, but he means well. I nodded. Good. Someone needs to keep the others calm here. Teresa handed Val a bowl of steaming porridge and she set it down on the table, motioning for me to sit. Breakfast first. It's not much, but it'll do. The porridge was plain, save for the faint sweetness of cinnamon, but it was warm and filling. Around the table, the others ate in silence, the tension heavy in the air. Marcus and Emma sat with their bowls, Marcus trying to coax a smile from his sister as he made faces with his spoon. It was a small thing, but it tugged at something deep in my chest. Even here, even now, there was still room for moments like this. Moments where the human race still acted human, even in the face of adversity. When everyone had eaten, Steele stood, his presence commanding without needing to raise his voice. All right, let's gear up. The armory was a revelation, even after everything else I'd seen in the bunker. Shelves lined the walls. each one meticulously organized with weapons and supplies. Guns of every size gleamed under the fluorescent lights, pistols, shotguns, rifles, even a few assault weapons. In one corner, a rack held an array of melee weapons. Baseball bats, crowbars, machetes, and even a pair of samurai swords. Beside them, a stack of grenades sat in a locked case, their dull green surfaces a stark reminder of just how serious this was. Steele moved through the room with practiced efficiency, handing out weapons and explaining their use to anyone who didn't already know. "Diesel, you're taking the shotgun," he said, passing it over. "Tank, the AR-15. Val, the crossbow, you're good with it." He turned to me, holding out a pistol and a sheathed knife. "Alex, you're on close-range backup. Stay sharp." I nodded, slipping the knife onto my belt and checking the pistol's chamber. The weight of it in my hand felt both foreign and familiar, a reminder of the world we were living in now. "What about the dogs?" I asked, glancing over at Hera, Odin, Freya, and Hades. They sat obediently by the door, their eyes bright and alert. "They're coming with us," Steele said. "They'll guard our backs and alert us to any incoming threats out there." Val was examining the crossbow, her brow furrowed. "And the others? How do we handle it if they've changed?" The question hung in the air like a storm cloud. No one wanted to say it, but we all knew what it meant. If the people in the warden's office had turned, we'd have to deal with them. Steele's jaw tightened. "We do what we must. Quickly, cleanly, and quietly. No one suffers. Take other weapons for hand-to-hand combat. The baseball bats, the axes, and the samurai swords, we do this quietly and by the numbers." We gathered by the bunker's entrance, the tension palpable. Frank stood with Marcus and Emma, his weathered face calm but resolute. He'd already proven himself a leader among the group, his steady presence a source of comfort for the others. "You'll hold down the fort while we're gone," Steele said, clapping a hand on Frank's shoulder. Frank nodded. "You've got my word. We'll be here when you get back. Just look after yourselves out there. We don't have the numbers to be sending a rescue party." I crouched down to Emma's level, forcing a smile. "We won't be long. You two take care of each other, okay?" Marcus nodded solemnly, his hand gripping his sister's. "Okay." Emma just stared at me, her wide eyes unblinking. The hatch creaked as Steele pulled it open, letting in a blast of cool morning air. We stepped out one by one, the dogs at our heels. The world outside was quiet, but it wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of silence that gave you goosebumps. It felt like something, or someone was watching our every move. The air outside the warden's office was heavy with a sickly stillness. Even the birds seemed to have abandoned this place, leaving only the faint rustle of the trees to keep us company. The building stood quiet, the morning light catching on its peeling paint and broken windows. But we all knew what waited for us inside. The only sound was coming from the office, the low guttural growls, the scratching, the blood-streaked windows. Our hearts sank as we neared the building. Everyone was dead, everyone had reanimated. The park warden's office had become a tomb, and the stench of decay was overpowering. Steele motioned for us to stop as we neared the door. He turned to us, his voice low and steady. "All right. We go in controlled. No rushing, no noise. We draw them out a few at a time. Tank, you're on the door. Hold it steady so they can't all come through at once." Tank nodded, his broad frame casting a shadow over the rest of us. His bald head gleamed faintly in the light, and his expression was as hard as stone. "I get it. Tank by name, tank by nature," he said, gripping his AR-15. Steele continued, his gaze moving between the rest of us. "Diesel and Val, you two take them down as they come through. Aim for their heads, use the hand weapons, no guns unless absolutely necessary. Alex, you're backup. If anything gets past us, you take care of it." I nodded, my grip tightening on the axe in my hand. My throat was dry, and my heart felt like it was trying to break free from my chest. What if there's still someone in there? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Steele's eyes softened for just a moment before he shook his head. I don't think anyone could have survived this, Alex. You know what to do. We approached the door slowly, the dogs staying close to our perimeter. They were restless, their ears pinned back and their noses twitching as they picked up the scent of what was inside. Hera let out a low growl, and Odin's lips pulled back in a silent snarl. Whatever was behind that door, they didn't like it. Steele signaled for Tank to position himself at the door. The rest of us took our places, weapons ready. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, as Tank reached for the handle. On my count. Steele said, his voice calm but firm. 3, 2, 1. Tank yanked the door open just enough to peer inside, his massive frame blocking most of the entrance. The stench hit us first, an overpowering wave of decayed flesh that made my stomach churn. And then I saw them. They were pressed against the far side of the door, their bodies jerking and twisting as they clawed at the wood. Buck was at the front, his cowboy hat tilted back, his face pale and waxy. His eyes, those kind, laughing eyes I remembered, were gone, replaced by empty, milky bloodshot orbs. His mouth hung open, his teeth bared in a grotesque snarl. The father figure who had helped raise Steele and his sisters was gone. What stood in front of us was just a shell. I felt my throat tighten, but there was no time to grieve. Buck lunged forward, his movements jerky and unnatural, and Tank slammed the door shut, his boots braced against the floor. Jesus! Diesel muttered, his knuckles white around his shotgun. Steele's jaw tightened. Let them out 2 or 3 at a time. We can't handle them all at once. Tank grunted in acknowledgement, his muscles flexing as he held the door in place. Ready? He asked. Steele nodded, raising his bow. Do it. Tank cracked the door just enough for the first 2 to stumble through. Buck was one of them, his hands reaching for Tank as he forced his way out. Behind him, a woman I didn't recognize followed, her gray hair matted with blood. Take the shot. Steele barked. Val's crossbow snapped, the bolt hitting the woman square between the eyes. She crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud. Steele fired next, his steel-pointed arrow ripping through Buck's head. The old man collapsed, his cowboy hat tumbling to the ground. Everything went still. I stared at Buck's lifeless body, the hat lying beside him like a forgotten relic of the man he used to be. My chest restricted, and I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Alex. Steele's voice snapped me back to reality. Focus. I swallowed hard and nodded, raising my axe as Tank opened the door again. 2 more figures spilled out, their hands grasping for anyone they could reach. Diesel stepped forward, his sword swishing as he took one down. Val's crossbow found the other, the bolt embedding itself in the creature's temple. Keep going. Steele said. Don't forget there are children in there, they are not all going to be at our height level. The process was brutal and relentless. Tank held the door, letting out just enough of them for us to manage. Each one was a reminder of the people they used to be, cooks, gardeners, counselors, parents, even children. But there was no humanity left in them. Just an insatiable hunger and hatred. Buck had been the hardest to face, but the others weren't much easier. There was a young man whose face I recognized from the camp, though I couldn't remember his name. Then it came to me, oh God, it was Noah. A woman who had once cooked meals for the kids, her apron still tied around her waist. And then there were the twins, 2 boys no older than 10, their small bodies twisted and broken. I could see the anguish in Val's face as she fired the bolts that ended them. When the last of them were down, the silence was deafening. The ground was littered with bodies, and the air reeked of death. Tank leaned against the doorframe, his broad shoulders heaving as he caught his breath. That all of them? He asked, his voice rough. Steele nodded, lowering his rifle. Yeah. That's all of them. Diesel let out a long breath, wiping sweat from his brow. Hell of a morning. Hell, about sums all of this up. Val quipped. I walked over to Buck's body, my legs feeling like lead. His cowboy hat still lay on the ground, and I picked it up, brushing the dirt off its brim. It felt wrong to leave it there, like I was leaving a part of him behind. Steele joined me, his expression unreadable. You, okay? He asked softly. I shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. He would have wanted this. Steele said after a moment. He wouldn't have wanted to hurt anyone. You know that, right? I nodded, clutching the hat to my chest. Yeah. I know. Once they've turned, there is nothing you can do. There's no reasoning with them. There's no miracle cure waiting in some lab somewhere. It's just the dead and the living. Steele placed a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm and steady. We'll bury them. All of them. They deserve that much. It took hours to dig the graves. The soil was hard and unyielding, but we didn't stop until every one of them had been laid to rest. Buck's grave was the last. I placed his hat on the freshly turned earth, the tears finally spilling over as I whispered a quiet goodbye. When it was done, we all stood in silence, remembrance for the ones we had lost. Steele broke the silence. Let's get back. The others are waiting. I nodded, wiping my eyes. The fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for now, at least, we had prevented our friends from joining the ranks of the undead. The path back to the bunker was a strange one. It wasn't far, but it felt like miles. None of us spoke much, the sorrow of the morning hanging heavy over us. The dogs walked dutifully beside us, their bodies low and their heads swiveling as they scanned the woods. Even Hera, who was usually full of energy, walked quietly, her tail barely swaying. I reached down to brush my fingers against her fur, finding a small measure of comfort in the warmth of her coat. Diesel broke the silence first. Feels wrong, don't it? His voice was low, almost like he didn't want to disturb the silence. What? Tank asked, his bulky frame moving with surprising grace over the uneven terrain. Walking away. Diesel said. It's like we're leaving them behind. Steele grunted but didn't say anything. He kept his eyes forward, his jaw set, his rifle slung across his back. I could tell from the tightness in his shoulders that Diesel's words had struck a nerve. We gave them peace. Val said, her voice soft but steady. That's not leaving them behind. That's doing right by them. I stayed silent, even though my heart felt heavy with grief. Diesel was right, it all felt so wrong. But Val was right too. We had all made a promise and we had kept it, but it still felt rotten to the core. The bunker's entrance finally came into view, hidden behind a wall of rock and foliage. Steele opened the lock, and the heavy steel door groaned as it slid open. The air inside was cooler, with the faint hum of the filtration system filling the space. I hadn't thought much about what we'd be walking back into, but as we stepped inside, the contrast was jarring. Inside, life went on as if the world hadn't crumbled to ash. People were scattered around the communal area, playing cards and board games. Two of the women were in the kitchen, their laughter soft but genuine as they stirred a pot of something that smelled faintly of tomatoes and garlic. The children sat cross-legged on the floor, a board game between them. Marcus and his sister, Emma, were among them, their faces solemn but focused as they moved pieces across the board. It was surreal, almost absurd. I caught Val's eye, and I knew she felt it too. How could everything seem so normal here when everything out there was so wrong? I didn't know whether to feel relief or guilt. Diesel let out a low whistle, his eyes scanning the room. It's like a damn time capsule in here. Steele shook his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. That's the point. This place is supposed to feel like normal. Keeps people sane. Doesn't feel normal to me. I muttered under my breath, though no one seemed to hear. In the corner, one of the older women was stirring a pot of tripe for the dogs, the pungent smell filling the room. Odin's ears perked up, and he let out a soft whine, his tail wagging for the first time since we left the office. At least someone was happy. Val nudged me with her elbow, nodding toward the hallway that led to the private rooms. Let's check on Kay. I followed her down the hall, the sound of our boots muffled by the thick carpet. Kay's door was slightly ajar, and Val knocked gently before pushing it open. Kay was sitting on the edge of her bed, her damp hair falling in loose waves around her face. She looked up as we entered, her eyes red-rimmed but clear. You showered, Val said, a small smile creeping onto her face. Kay nodded, running a hand through her hair. Figured I needed it. I stepped closer, sitting beside her on the bed. How are you feeling? Kay let out a long breath, her shoulders slumping. Better. Cleaner, at least. But I'm sorry for not coming with you guys. I should have been there. You don't have to apologize, Val said, sitting on her other side. You've been through a lot. I figured it brought up bad memories. We all have, Kay admitted. I couldn't face it. Not after the kids. Her voice broke on the last word, and she quickly wiped at her eyes. I'm sorry. I reached out, placing a hand on her knee. It's okay, Kay. You're not alone. We've all had to do things we shouldn't. She nodded, biting her lip. I'll be better next time. I promise. You don't have to promise anything, Val said firmly. Just take care of yourself. Back in the communal area, the mood was still oddly light. The dogs had gathered near the kitchen, their noses twitching as they waited for scraps of tripe. I saw one of the mothers, a young woman named Clara, guiding her daughter toward the small shower area. With water rations in place, only one person from each group could shower each day. Today, Clara had chosen her daughter to go first, standing beside her to help wash her hair. It was a small, tender moment, but it hit me hard. Steele appeared at my side, his arms crossed as he watched the scene. The kids come first, he said quietly. I nodded. Yeah. They have to. Do you know what? Sometimes I forget you're just a kid too. You are more like, well, one of us. A fighter. Steele spoke softly to me, but it still hurt. Why did he see me as a kid? That ship had long sailed. Steele glanced at me, his eyes heavy with something I couldn't quite name. How are you holding up? Barely, I admitted, my voice trembling. But I'll manage. I was out there on the road on my own a long time, you know. You tend to grow up quicker when you are battling the undead for months on end. He nodded, and for a moment, we just stood there in silence, watching Clara and her daughter. It was a reminder of what we were fighting for, of what we couldn't afford to lose. By the time evening rolled around, exhaustion had taken hold. I could feel it in my bones, a deep ache that went beyond physical tiredness. I found myself wandering to the small room we'd set up for the dogs, my legs feeling like lead. The room was simple, a few blankets on the floor, a couple of old dog beds, with a stash of food and water bowls in the corner. Hera was already curled up on one of the beds, her eyes half closed. Odin and Freya were lying beside her, their heads resting on their paws. I sank down onto one of the blankets, my back against the wall. Hera lifted her head, her ears perking up as she watched me. I reached out to scratch behind her ears, and she let out a soft sigh, resting her head on my lap. I just need to be near someone. I don't think I could deal with listening to the hunters whispering tonight. I muttered, my voice barely audible. I hope you guys don't mind me staying with you. The room was quiet, the steady rhythm of the dogs breathing filling the space. For the first time all day, I felt at peace. It wasn't much, but it was enough to let me close my eyes and drift off. Hera's warmth felt like she was anchoring me to the world, comforting me like a security blanket. For the first time since this had all started, I felt truly safe. Nobody ever thought to stockpile earplugs. We had food, weapons, medical supplies, enough to keep us going for months if we were careful. But nothing to block out them. Nothing to drown out the whispers. Every night, the hunters came. Every night, their voices slithered through the cracks, curling around our throats like invisible nooses. They never growled. They never moaned like the mindless dead. They whispered. Soft. Familiar. A ghostly symphony carried on the wind, singing to us like a lullaby made of grief and bone-deep terror. They called our names. They used the voices of the people we had lost. Each time, it felt like dying all over again. We took turns guarding the bunker's exit. We had to. Some of us were strong enough to withstand the torment, but others were not. We learned that the hard way. The first time it happened, Jeff broke. His mother's voice had been the one to call him. Jeff, I need you. The hunters had whispered from beyond the steel doors. It's me. Come to me. Please. Your mother needs you. I don't know if he believed it or if he just wanted to believe it, but he lost it. He started screaming, sobbing, clawing at the door like an animal. Steel had to put him in a sleeper hold before he got us all killed. Even as Jeff thrashed and gasped, even as the panic in his eyes flickered to something like relief before he finally went limp, Steel didn't waver. None of us spoke as he lowered Jeff's unconscious body to the floor. Later, when the whispers finally faded with the rising sun, I tried to lighten the mood. You'd think with all the shit we found in this bunker, there would have been earplugs. Steel huffed out a humorless laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, well, nobody thought the dead would call out our names, let alone walk the earth. Yet here we were, curled up in the guts of a dying world, listening to the echoes of ghosts that weren't ghosts at all. The whispers had a way of getting under your skin. Even if you were strong, even if you knew it was a trick, it still hurt. Every night, they reminded us of what we had lost. Of whom we had failed. Every night, it broke us a little more. Kay used to be one of the toughest ones among us. She had survived the tunnels. She had made it through everything. But after weeks of whispers, I caught her pressing her hands over her ears, tears streaking her face as she mouthed, "You're not real. You're not real." Val refused to talk about it at all. She kept herself busy, kept sharpening that damn knife of hers, running the blade over the whetstone until it was sharp enough to split atoms. Maybe she thought if she kept her hands moving, the voices wouldn't settle into her psyche. One night, we woke up, and Luna was just gone. She wasn't the strongest among us, but she had been a steady, quiet presence that made the darkness feel less crushing. She had survived longer than most. We thought she could hold on. But sometime in the night, she slipped away. That was the night we realized we needed a guard on the door. Without one, how many more would we lose? There were no signs of a struggle. No desperate fight to stay. Just an empty sleeping bag, still faintly warm, and the quiet rattle of the wind through the dead trees above us. Someone had locked the bunker door after she left. We never found out who did it. Maybe she asked them to. Maybe they didn't even realize what they were doing until it was too late. I don't know which thought is worse, the idea that she wanted to go, or that someone had let her, without knowing they were sending her to certain death. Steel found her, the next morning. Well, what was left of her? They hadn't just killed her. The hunters liked to play with their food. Her mouth was still open, locked in a silent scream that hadn't saved her. Her fingers were curled, clawing at the earth, like she had tried to drag herself back to us. Her body was torn apart, but not in the way the mindless dead would have done. The hunters didn't just feed. They made sure you suffered first. We buried what we could of her. There weren't any words left to say. No prayers. No tears. Just the weight of another grave, another name we wouldn't speak aloud, because if we did, the hunters might whisper it back to us the next night. And then, we would lose more. That night, her voice joined the chorus of the dead. Alex. Alex, why didn't you help me? I pressed my hands to my ears, nails digging into my scalp. She's not real. She's not real. But she was. She had been. And every night, the hunters reminded us of that fact. We learned not to react. Not to answer. Not to listen. But even when we didn't listen, they knew. They knew our weaknesses. They knew who we had lost. And worst of all, they knew we were running out of time. The tensions in the bunker grew heavier with each passing day. Some people adapted quickly, finding solace in the safety of the underground refuge. Others struggled, pacing the corridors, restless and irritable. The whispers of discontent were growing louder, but for now, the illusion of normalcy held. Children played board games in the corner of the main room, their laughter a faint echo of the world we'd left behind. The adults clung to routines, cooking meals, tending to the dogs, organizing supplies. But the unease was palpable. We were like a colony of frogs in a pan of simmering water. Everyone knew this couldn't last forever. Steele called us together one evening, his voice grave. We need to go back. I didn't have to ask where. The look in his eyes said it all. Nelson and the others, the ones we'd left behind. They shouldn't be left to rot out there. I nodded, my throat tightening. When are we going? First light. Steele said. The 5 of us. The dogs, too. Val spoke up, her voice steady despite the tension in her shoulders. I'll get the shovels ready. Morning came too quickly. I hardly slept a wink. Hera sat beside me as I laced up my boots, her golden eyes fixed on mine as if she understood. You ready for this, girl? I murmured, scratching behind her ears. She huffed softly, leaning into my touch. The others were already in the main room when I arrived. Val and Tank were loading the shovels into a makeshift sled, while Diesel checked over his rifle. Steele was by the door, his expression unreadable as he adjusted the strap on his machete. Hades and Odin stood by his side, their ears twitching. We'll make it quick. Steele said, his voice cutting through the silence. Get in, bury them, get out. It's the least we can do for them. I'm just hoping that the animals in the woods haven't taken bites out of them all. Quick doesn't mean easy. Diesel muttered, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. I glanced at Kay, who stood off to the side, her arms crossed tight over her chest. You, okay? I asked. She shook her head. No. But you guys go. I'll hold down the fort here. You sure? Val asked. Kay shook her head. I can't do it. Lay those children to rest. It sounds hypocritical, but I just can't see their faces again. It's bad enough they haunt me in my dreams. None of us pressed her. We knew what it had cost her the last time. The woods felt different this time. Colder. Quieter. The usual sound of birds and rustling leaves were muted, replaced by an oppressive stillness. The dogs were on edge, their ears pinned back, and their hackles raised. Hera stayed close to my side, her body tense. We walked in silence, the sled creaking softly as it dragged behind Tank. The closer we got to the warden's office, the heavier the air seemed to grow. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. When we finally arrived, the sight that greeted us stole the breath from my lungs. Nelson and the others were still there, but they were barely recognizable. Their bodies had been torn apart. Their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Deep gashes scored their flesh, exposing bone and sinew. Blood had soaked into the ground, the dark stains stark against the earth. What the hell? Diesel's voice trailed off as he crouched beside one of the bodies, his face pale. It looks like an animal attack. Val said, her voice shaking. A bear, maybe? No way. Tank said. The bites look smaller, narrower, like dogs' teeth, Steele knelt beside Nelson's body, his jaw tight. "This isn't bears," he said, his voice low. This is something else." My stomach churned as I stared at the carnage. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to look away. Let's just get it done." Digging the graves was grueling work. The ground was cold and hard, and every strike of the shovel sent shocks through my arms. We worked in silence, the only sounds the scrape of metal against dirt and the occasional growl from the dogs. Hera and Hades stood watch at the edge of the clearing, their bodies rigid. Every so often, Hera would let out a low rumble, her ears swiveling toward the woods. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart pounding in my chest. Something was watching us, I was sure of it. "We're almost done," Steele said, his voice breaking the tense silence. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes scanning the tree line. As I dug, I couldn't stop thinking about the wounds on Nelson's body. They were different, not like the bites we'd seen from the infected. These were jagged, as if something had clawed its way through them. And the placement, it was deliberate, almost. Like whatever had done this wasn't just killing, it was taking pleasure in it. Pleasure in the damage, pleasure in the kill. Just as we finished digging the last grave, the dogs went wild. Hera and Hades surged forward, their growls turning into furious barks. Odin and Freya joined them, their teeth bared as they snapped at the air. I grabbed my machete, my eyes darting around the clearing. "What is it?" I hissed. "I don't see anything," Val said, her voice rising in panic. Steele stepped forward, his rifle raised. "Stay close," he ordered, his eyes scanning the trees. Then it happened. A blur of movement, and Diesel went down. He let out a strangled cry as something slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. The rest of us froze our eyes wide as Diesel thrashed beneath the weight of something. It was a zombie, but not like any I'd seen before. This one was huge, its body twisted and grotesque, its skin mottled and gray. Its jaw was unhinged, teeth snapping as it lunged for Diesel's throat. "Help him," I screamed. Hera and Hades didn't hesitate. They launched themselves at the creature, their jaws closing around its arms and dragging it off Diesel. The zombie snarled, flailing wildly as the dogs tore into it. Blood sprayed across the muddy bank, dark and congealed. Steele didn't wait. He charged forward, his machete gleaming in the weak sunlight. With a single, powerful swing, he brought the blade down, severing the zombie's head from its body. The creature collapsed, its head went flying through the air, its limbs twitching before finally going still. Diesel groaned, clutching his arm. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining the fabric of his jacket. "Damn it," he muttered through gritted teeth. Damn it. "Let me see," Val said, dropping to her knees beside him. "It got me," Diesel said, his voice trembling. "It bit me." My heart plummeted as I stared at the serrated wound on his forearm. The flesh was torn, the edges already starting to darken. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Not Diesel." Steele knelt beside me, his face grim. "We need to do something." Diesel staggered backward, his breath heaving in ragged gasps as he held his injured arm close to his chest. The bandages we'd hastily wrapped around it were soaked through with blood, dark red stains spreading out in angry blotches. His eyes darted between us, wild and frantic. "You can't take me back." Diesel's voice cracked, the desperation in it freezing me in place. He stumbled away from us, his boots scraping over the dirt. "You hear me? You're not dragging me back into that bunker." "Diesel, stop." I reached out, but he flinched, stumbling back. Hera barked sharply at his movements, her golden eyes focused on him. As if even, she could sense the rising panic in his voice. "Don't." He pointed at me with his good hand, trembling but firm. "I won't risk it. I won't risk them." His voice lowered to a trembling whisper. Not the kids. Not Kay. Not anyone. Steele stepped forward, his machete still in hand, his face as unreadable as stone. Diesel, calm the hell down, he said, his voice low and measured, but I could hear the edge of tension in it. We'll figure this out. You're not turning yet. Not yet? Diesel barked a hollow laugh that bordered on a sob. Steele, look at it. He ripped the bandage off his arm with a rough pull, exposing the infected bite wound beneath. The flesh around it was swollen and darkening to an ominous, angry red. I've got hours. Maybe less. You know that. We all know that. Val gasped behind me, her hand flying to her mouth. Tank just stood there, silent and tense, his huge hands clenched into fists at his sides. You don't know that, I said, though the words felt weak and hollow even as they left my mouth. Yes, I do. Diesel shouted, his voice raw. You've seen it, Alex. You've seen what happens. It's only a matter of time. Everyone fell silent in shock. The wind through the trees was the only sound, hollow and unfeeling. Diesel stood there, his chest rising and falling, his injured arm limp at his side. Then we'll take care of it, Steele finally said, stepping forward. When it's time, we'll make sure it's quick. No. Diesel roared, the word tearing out of him like a wounded animal. He took another step back, nearly falling. I'm not waiting for it. I'm not sitting around while this thing crawls through my veins, waiting for it to win. You need to do it now. Diesel, stop. I pleaded, stepping toward him. Do it now or give me the damn axe, Steele. Diesel's eyes blazed as he pointed at the hatchet hooked to Steele's belt. Take the arm off. Just below the elbow. There's still time. What the hell are you talking about? Val demanded, her voice shaking. Cut it off. Diesel shouted, his voice breaking. The infection's in my arm, if we take it off, it might not spread. It's my only chance. Steele's jaw tightened, his knuckles white where he gripped the machete. That's not a sure thing, and you know it. It's better than nothing. Diesel turned to me, his eyes wide, pleading. Alex, please. You know I'm right. You've seen people bitten, you know how fast it spreads. But if we stop it here, maybe, his voice cracked. Maybe I've still got a chance. I looked at Steele, but he didn't move, his face a mask of conflict. Then Diesel dropped to his knees, grabbing Steele's arm, the desperation pouring off him in waves. Please, Steele. Diesel cried. You owe me this. I've got people back there who need me. You can't just let me go down like this. Please. The silence, the fear, the shock stayed with us all, festering like the wound on Diesel's arm. Then Tank stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. He's got a point. It's a long shot, but it might be his only chance. Steele hesitated, his eyes landing on Diesel's bite. If I do this, he said finally, his voice low, you've got to understand, it's going to hurt like hell. And there's no guarantee it'll work. I don't care. Diesel said through gritted teeth. Just do it. Do it now. Steele let out a sharp breath, running a hand down his face. Fine. He unhooked the axe from his belt, holding it up for a moment before kneeling in front of Diesel. Val, Tank, get over here. We'll need a tourniquet. I knelt beside Diesel, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the strap from my bag. Are you sure about this? I whispered. Diesel nodded, his teeth bared. Just do it, Alex. I'm not going out like them. I don't want to be one of those things. Val pulled her belt free, looping it around Diesel's arm just below the elbow and pulling it tight. He sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth, his face contorted in pain, but he didn't complain. This is going to hurt, I said softly, my hands trembling. You ready? I've been ready. Diesel snapped, his voice tight with pain. Just get on with it. Steel raised the axe, the blade gleaming in the weak sunlight. For a moment, he hesitated, his eyes locking with Diesel's. Hold still. I'm not going anywhere. Diesel hissed through gritted teeth. Here, bite on this. I demanded, we need to do this quietly. I said as I unhooked my leather belt and folded it into his mouth. Then the axe came down. The sound was wet and sickening, a dull thud followed by a sharp crack. Diesel let out a muffled scream, a sound so raw and primal it made me feel sick. Blood poured onto the ground, pooling in the dirt despite the tourniquet. Val, now. Steel barked, his voice sharp. Val grabbed the portable torch we'd brought, the flame flaring to life with a hiss. She hesitated, her hands trembling as she looked at Diesel. This is going to hurt more than the axe. She warned. Just do it. Diesel shouted, his voice hoarse. Val pressed the torch to the wound, and Diesel's muffled screams ripped through the air again. The smell of burning flesh filled the clearing, thick and acrid. I gagged, turning my face away, but I couldn't block out the sound. Finally, Val pulled the torch away, her hands shaking as she turned it off. Diesel collapsed onto his side, his body trembling, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It's done. Val whispered, her voice barely audible. It's done. We all stared at him, our hearts pounding, the horror of what we'd just done sinking in. Diesel lay there, his face pale and drenched in sweat, but he was alive. The walk back to the bunker was a blur. Diesel's arm was bandaged, and none of us knew if we had done enough to stop the infection spreading. He was quiet, his face pale and his jaw clenched as he stumbled alongside us. The dogs stayed close, their bodies pressed against ours as if they could sense the fear radiating from us. When we finally reached the bunker, the heavy steel door closed behind us with a resounding clang. Diesel slumped against the wall, his breathing shallow. Don't let me turn. He barked, his voice filled with agony. No, I mean it, if I get any of those black veins appearing anywhere you kill me immediately, do you hear me? We won't let that happen. Steel promised, his hand resting on Diesel's shoulder. His voice was steady, but I could see the cracks forming in his armor. Val looked at me, her eyes wide and filled with tears. What do we do now? She whispered. You lock me up, chain me up and see if I make it, that's what you all need to do. Diesel insisted. Can you feel it? The infection. Only the others said they could feel the evil growing inside of them. If you can't feel it, maybe we cut the infection out in time. Diesel let out a pained sigh. I will be honest, all I can feel is my damn arm, the bit that's been cut off. It's like the pain is still there. Like my mind's playing tricks on me. But I can't feel anything dark or evil, taking over me. I just feel the pain of it all. Hopefully, that means we caught it. I smiled optimistically. I will stay with you, brother. Tank interrupted. I will be here for you, no matter what happens. You've always been there for me, now it's my turn to repay the favor. Diesel smiled briefly. Thank you, bro, I knew I could count on you. I never thought I'd see Diesel like this. The man who once carried Kay and me both over his shoulders when we twisted our ankles on a supply run was now shackled to the wall, his head lolling forward, sweat dripping from his jaw onto the cracked concrete floor. He was the strongest of us, he was a warrior, a fighter, but now he was barely holding on. Tank stood beside me, his massive arms crossed over his chest. The look in his eyes was more than exhaustion. It was resignation. If Diesel turned, it would be Tank who ended it. We'd all agreed on that. I didn't realize how hard I was gripping my knife until Tank spoke. You're gonna hurt yourself, Alex. Put that down. I looked at my hand, the blade trembling in my grasp. I slipped it back into my belt and crossed my arms, trying to look as calm as possible even though I felt like I was shaking internally. He's not gonna turn. He won't. Tank's jaw clenched. You don't know that. None of us do. Yes, I do. I snapped. We cut the damn arm off in time. I'm sure of it. You don't know that, Alex. None of us have ever done this before. It might work, it might not. We just don't know. Tank's voice boomed down the narrow hallway, silencing me and making me flinch. He immediately sighed and scrubbed a hand over his face. Sorry, he muttered. I didn't mean to yell. I'm just frazzled. He's my best mate. He has always had my back. I don't know what I would do without him. He looked at the door. If it comes to it, I'll do it. You don't have to watch. I glared at him. I'm telling you, he's not gonna turn. There are no black veins around the wound. There's an infection, yes, but it looks different. I have to believe that. I just have to. Tank gave me a cynical look, one I'd seen before in countless other grim situations. And what if he does? 12 hours ago, it had been chaos. We'd barely made it back to the bunker after Steele swung that machete and severed Diesel's arm in the woods. His screams had been gut-wrenching, and the blood, there was so much blood. Val had ripped off her belt to create a makeshift tourniquet, but the blood just kept pouring. By the time we got Diesel back here, he was pale and barely conscious. We have to lock him up. Steele had said the moment we arrived. He was cleaning his machete with the precision of a surgeon. He hadn't even looked at Diesel as he bled out on the floor. Was it denial or was it his way of masking the turmoil boiling up inside of him? He's not infected. I'd argued. We chopped it off in time, I'm sure of it. Alex, we don't know if this will work. It's never been done before. Steele snapped. I'm not risking this whole bunker because you want to play doctors and nurses. Steele's right. Tank insisted. We'll lock him up in the supply room until we're sure. Diesel, delirious from blood loss, hadn't even resisted as we dragged him into the room and chained his remaining arm to the wall. Just make sure it's tight. He'd mumbled before slipping into unconsciousness. Now, 12 hours later, Diesel was still alive, barely. Kay poked her head in from the hallway, her face pale and drawn. Any change, she whispered. No, I said, not taking my eyes off the door. She hesitated, then stepped closer. Val thinks we should be ready. You know, just in case. Just in case. I repeated, my voice bitter. He's not some stranger we found on the road, Kay. He's Diesel. He's our friend. Kay winced, tears welling in her eyes. I know, Alex. But he's been bitten. Even with the arm gone, what if? I cut her off. We will deal with it, okay? Stay in the common room. Tank and I will handle it. I'm not leaving him. He's been like a big brother to me. Kay nodded silently and turned away, but not before I saw a tear slip down her cheek. We had turned on each other. The fear, the exhaustion, the slow, creeping paranoia, it had finally cracked us open, spilling out the worst parts of ourselves. We snapped. We shouted. We said things we shouldn't have, words we would have taken back if we could. But there was no time for apologies, no time to mend what had been broken between us. Because we were all terrified. Not just of the dead. Not just of the whispers that slithered through the cracks in the bunker at night. We were terrified of losing him. Diesel. He wasn't just another survivor. He was one of our protectors. One of our warriors. He was the shield that stood between us and the horrors waiting outside. But more than that, he was family. And in this world, family wasn't just a word. It wasn't just blood or shared history. It was everything. It was survival. It was the difference between life and death. None of us wanted to admit what we all felt deep down, that awful, chilling dread curling in our guts. Diesel was hurt. Bad. And if he didn't make it? No, we couldn't afford to think like that. So, we fought. Not just over him, but with each other. Every word was laced with fear, every argument born from the unbearable thought of losing another piece of what little we had left. I caught Val gripping her knife so tight her knuckles had turned white. Her face twisted in anger. Kay had retreated into herself, her hands shaking as she whispered under her breath over and over, as if saying the words might make them true. He's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. But what if he wasn't? Those 5 awful words reverberated through my soul. The bunker suddenly felt too small. The air was nauseating, we all felt it, the fear, the desperation. The grief. We weren't ready to lose him. Without Diesel, who were we? What were we? Just a handful of survivors clinging to a dying world, pretending we still had a chance. We knew none of us would find sleep that night, not with Diesel's attack replaying in our minds, over and over, like a nightmare we couldn't wake from. And if sleep did come, it would only drag us into the dark realms of the reality we had all come to know. Visions of him rising again, his familiar face twisted into something monstrous, his eyes milky, bloodshot, vacant, and hungry. He would be a dead shell of the man he used to be. We couldn't let that happen. Nobody wanted to be the first to let their guard down. Because if Diesel's breathing stopped, if he slipped away in the middle of the night, we would need to be ready. We wouldn't let him turn. We couldn't. We had promised him. I leaned back against the wall, the exhaustion of the day overwhelming. Tank was staring at the door, his massive frame radiating tension. Do you think he's in pain? Tank's jaw twitched. If he is, he's too tough to show it. I let out a shaky breath. He didn't even fight us when we locked him up. He just let us chain him. Because he trusts us. Tank said simply. Even now, he trusts us to do what's right. I couldn't stop myself. And what's right? Chopping his arm off in the woods? Shackling him to the wall like a goddamn animal? Planning to kill him if his body convulses or his fingers start curling and twitching the wrong way? Tank didn't flinch, he didn't rise to the bait. Yeah. He said, his voice flat. If that's what it takes to keep the rest of us alive, then that is what I'll do. You know Diesel, he would never harm a fly. He would haunt me every minute of every day, for the rest of my miserable life if I allowed him to turn. I won't let that happen. He would never forgive me if I allowed him to bite any of us. You know this, Alex. Hours passed in agonizing silence, broken only by Diesel's occasional muttering. Through the reinforced window in the steel door, I could see him slumped against the wall, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. His stump was bandaged, but the cloth was soaked through with blood and pus, and his skin was pale and waxy. We need to do something. I said finally, breaking the silence. Like what? Tank asked, but he didn't look at me. We have antibiotics. If we give him a dose, and if he turns while you're in there? Tank asked, his tone caustic. I glared at him. I'm not just going to sit here and watch him die. Dr. Lil needs to take a look at him. I think he's got an infection. But I don't think it's the Z virus. I think it's something else. Tank sighed. Fine. But I'm coming in with you. The air in the bunker was thick with the stench of sweat, fear, and something far worse, something rotting. Even before we reached Diesel's cot, I knew it wasn't good. The infection was settling in, gripping him with invisible, burning fingers, dragging him toward the edge of death. Tank walked beside me, his jaw clenched tight, his massive hands curling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, but I could feel the terror radiating off him. Diesel had always been one of the strongest, one of the ones we never thought we'd lose. But now? Now he looked so small, so fragile, the fever stripping him down to a mere husk of the man we once knew. Dr. Lil knelt beside him, peeling back the dirty bandages with careful hands. The moment the wound was exposed, the smell hit me, a rancid, sour stench that sent bile rising in my throat. The flesh around the injury was dark and angry, spreading outward in putrid red lines. She pressed her lips into a thin line. That wasn't good. How bad is it? I needed to hear it, but I wasn't sure I would like the answer. Dr. Lil didn't answer right away. She reached for a small flashlight and shone it over Diesel's skin. His breathing was labored, his lips dry and cracked. His skin burned under my touch, slick with sweat. He was burning up. He's septic. She murmured. The infection's taking hold fast. If we don't get antibiotics in him now, he won't make it through the night. Tank let out a slow, steady breath through his nose, but his shoulders sagged. The injustice of it all threatened to consume me. What do we need? Dr. Lil didn't hesitate. Ceftriaxone. Strong, injectable antibiotics. Pills won't work fast enough. He needs a full dose now, and we need to keep him on them until his fever breaks. For a brief, horrible second, I thought she was going to say we had to go out and find some. That we'd have to leave the bunker, step into the night, into the waiting arms of the dead. But then she turned to me, her expression grim, and said, "It's in the medical room." Relief slammed into me so fast it made me dizzy. "I'll go," I said immediately. Tank stood. "I'm coming with you." "No, Tank, you need to stay here with the document." "I'll be quick, I promise." Dr. Lil didn't argue. She was already pressing fresh bandages against Diesel's wound, trying to slow the inevitable. "Hurry." I took off down the hallway, my footsteps quick against the concrete floor. The medical room wasn't far, but every second felt like a lifetime. The bunker was silent, save for the faint rustling of people shifting in their sleeping bags, the occasional cough, the distant groan of something moving above us. The medical room door groaned as I pushed it open. The shelves were lined with supplies. I scanned the labels, hands shaking, my breath coming too fast. Then I saw it. The vials sat in a locked cabinet, the labels faded but still legible. Ceftriaxone. The syringes were in a box beside them. Got it. I breathed, grabbing what we needed. I moved fast, retracing my steps, pushing back the gnawing sadness in my chest. When I reached Diesel, Dr. Lil was already prepping him for the injection. I handed her the syringe, my fingers trembling. "Guess. I'm not dying yet, huh?" He rasped, the corner of his mouth twitching. I forced a smile, even though my throat felt like chalk. "Not today, big guy." Tank let out a breath, running a hand over his face. Diesel barely stirred as Tank, and I approached him. "Diesel," I said softly, crouching down beside him. "It's me. It's Alex." His eyes flickered open, glassy, and unfocused. "Alex," he croaked. You gotta stop them." I frowned. "Stop who?" "They're coming," he mumbled. "They're coming for me." I exchanged a worried glance with Tank. Diesel was delirious, his fever burning high. He had been lucid a second ago. "We're going to give you something to help." Diesel flinched as she swabbed his arm. "No," he whispered, his voice cracking. No. "It's okay," I said. "It's just antibiotics." The moment the needle pierced his skin, Diesel's entire body tensed. His eyes snapped open, wide with terror, and he screamed, a raw, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. "Get it out!" he shouted, thrashing against the chain. "Get it out of me!" Tank moved fast, grabbing Diesel's shoulders and holding him down. "Calm down, brother," he said, his voice firm but calm. "It's just medicine. They're here." Diesel screamed, his voice hoarse. "They're inside me. I can feel them." "Diesel, look at me," I shouted, grabbing his face with both hands. "It's just us. You're safe." In that second, Diesel's wild eyes locked onto mine. Then he slumped forward, his body going limp in Tank's grip. We stumbled out of the room, slamming the door behind us. My hands were shaking so badly I struggled to get the locks in place. I trailed off, struggling to find the words. Bad. Tank finished. It was bad. He was always a pussy when it came to needles. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. Do you think the antibiotics will work? Tank didn't answer. Instead, he sat down heavily, his back to the door. If they don't, we'll know soon enough. The night dragged on, each second feeling like an hour. Diesel's fever spiked again, his muttering turning to incoherent shouting. Every time he screamed, I flinched. What if he's in pain? I asked Tank at one point. Tank looked at me, his expression unreadable. You don't want to know the answer to that. By the time dawn broke, Diesel had gone quiet. For a terrifying moment, I thought he was gone. I pressed my ear to the door, holding my breath as I listened. He was still breathing. Tank. I said softly. He's still alive. Tank nodded, his face unreadable. For now. It wasn't until midday that Diesel finally opened his eyes and looked at me through the window. Alex. He croaked, his voice barely audible. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, kneeling beside him. I'm here. I said, as my throat croaked. I'm right here. Diesel managed a weak smile. You look like shit. I let out a shaky laugh, tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. You're one to talk. His gaze drifted to Tank, who was standing in the doorway, his machete still in his hands. You were ready to do it, huh? Diesel asked, his voice faint. Tank didn't flinch. Yeah, brother. You would do the same for me. Diesel nodded, his smile fading. Good. That's what I would have wanted. You're not going anywhere. I said firmly, grabbing his hand. You hear me? You're staying right here. Diesel closed his eyes, his breathing evening out as he drifted back into unconsciousness. For the first time in 24 hours, I let myself hope. However, the quiet that followed Diesel's weak smile felt more unnerving than his feverish shouting. He had stopped thrashing, stopped the wailing, but the shallow rise and fall of his chest didn't ease my fear. Tank didn't move from his spot by the door, his machete hanging loosely in his hand. The man was a fortress, emotionally untouchable most days, but now? Now, I could see the cracks. His grip was so tight his knuckles turned white, and every few seconds his jaw flexed like he was grinding his teeth. I can take the next watch. I said softly. Tank shook his head. No. I'm staying. You need rest, Tank. If he turns. Tank interrupted, I'll be the one to do it. That's what brothers do. I didn't argue. There wasn't any point. Diesel and Tank had been inseparable since the start, brothers in every way, but blood. If it came to that, who was I to stop him? I just prayed it wouldn't come to that. The next few hours were a blur of tense silence and slight changes. Diesel's fever began to drop, but he still hadn't woken up again. I stayed by his side, dampening a rag with cool water and pressing it to his forehead. His skin felt like hot leather under my touch, clammy but burning all the same. Are the antibiotics working? Kay asked from the doorway. They have to be. I replied, keeping my focus on Diesel. He's not turning. He's just recovering. Kay hesitated, then stepped into the room, her arms wrapped around herself. I keep thinking about what Val said. I sighed, shaking my head. Don't start with that again. No, listen. She said, her voice trembling. If this happens again. If we lose someone else, it's going to rip the group apart. People are scared, Alex. Really scared. I turned to look at her, my frustration flaring. What do you want me to do, Kay? Let Tank put a bullet in him now? Toss him outside like he's already dead? No, she said, her eyes filling with tears. I don't want that. I don't want to lose him. Or you. Or anyone else. Her words hit me like a hammer, knocking the fight out of me. I reached out, pulling her into a hug. She stiffened at first but eventually relaxed, her quiet sobs muffled against my shoulder. We're not losing him. The doc said it was sepsis. She didn't say anything about him having the Z virus. I whispered. But in the future, you and I both know that life can no longer be guaranteed. Especially out there. The dead will hunt us down and come for us, they always do. It's just the way of life now. Everyone needs to realize this. There's no stopping it, no stopping them. No one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. With that, Kay whimpered. When did you get so darn wise? I know it's true, but how many do we have to lose? We all need to fight to survive. It's the way it is now. We are a family, Kay, and that means we will fight till the death for each other. Even if I have to walk into hell itself and take on the devil myself, I will do everything in my power to keep the rest of us safe. The first time we heard the whispers that night, a shiver crawled up my spine like a cold, skeletal hand. It started as a faint murmur, barely noticeable beneath the heavy silence of the bunker. But then it grew, slow, insidious, and curling through the air like smoke seeping through cracks in the walls. Diesel, come to us, Diesel. Join us. The voice was soft, coaxing, dripping with something almost familiar. Haunting our sanity, playing tricks on our minds. The hunters that whispered through the walls of the bunker, through the vents, they were back. Taunting the living, taunting our grief. Diesel, come out, we are waiting for you, Diesel. As if things weren't already bad enough. Now, on top of everything else, we had to listen to them, the hunters. Their mind-warping haunting chorus, the voices of the dead imitated too perfectly, designed to lure us into the dark, into their waiting claws and jaws. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. I glanced at the others, my breath hitching when I saw Kay press her hands over her ears, her face pale. That's all we need. I muttered. Kay let out a shaky breath. It's something I will never get used to. Tank, sitting stiffly against the wall, exhaled through his nose. It's not something anyone can get used to. His voice was quiet, but there was steel behind it. He tilted his head toward Diesel's motionless body. But if they're calling his name, that means he's still alive. For now. No one said it, but we all thought it. The whispers continued. Calling out Diesel's name over and over, curling through the air, begging. Come outside, Diesel, we've been waiting for you. Come to us, Diesel, we need you. It doesn't have to hurt anymore, Diesel. I clenched my fists. Bastards, I muttered under my breath. They weren't just calling for Diesel. They called other names too. Some new, others we recognized. Lottie. Ashley, Leon. Come to us. Parker, it's Mommy, come to me, baby. Ava, where are you? Hearing all those names made my blood run cold. All these names must belong to people who were still living, still breathing. But where were they? Were they safe? Mommy, please. I need you, I miss you, Mommy, just come to me. Kay's face crumpled, her lips parting like she wanted to scream but she didn't dare make a sound. Then came another name. Frank, I'm here waiting for you. The sound of the sob tore through the bunker like a blade. Earth-shatteringly raw and filled with a grief so deep it felt like the walls themselves absorbed it. At first, I thought it was someone waking from a nightmare. That wasn't uncommon anymore. We all had them, dark, insidious visions of the world outside, of the people we'd lost, of the horrors we'd seen. But then, through the silence, I heard the small, trembling voice that followed. Mommy, the air inside the bunker turned to ice. I barely had time to glance at Kay before she crumbled. Her breath hitched, and she slapped a shaking hand over her mouth as if she could force the sound back inside, but it was too late. Her entire body trembled, her shoulders jerking with the grief that was too much, too heavy, too endless. The grief that only a mother could understand who had lost a child. Because that voice, it wasn't just any voice. It was her daughter's. The hunters were cruel like that. They didn't just whisper names. They didn't just mock us with the voices of the dead. They dug deep. They found the wounds that never healed, the ones still bleeding inside us, and they ripped them open. And Kay? Kay had been bleeding since the day the world ended. I had known she was struggling. It was impossible not to notice. The way she flinched at the sound of children crying. The way her hands shook when she cleaned her gun. The way she avoided looking at the younger kids in our group for too long, as if their very existence was a reminder of what she had lost. But nothing had prepared her for this. Val reached for her, but Kay jerked away, curling inward like a wounded animal. "Mommy, I need you, Mommy." It came again, softer this time, more desperate. And I saw the exact moment Kay broke. She clutched at her head, her body rocking slightly, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no, no." Tank moved toward her, but I shook my head, stopping him. This wasn't something any of us could fix. I had heard the story. We all had. The first day of the outbreak, Kay had been at work. Her daughter had been at kindergarten. She didn't make it there in time. By the time she arrived, the doors were broken open, tiny handprints smeared in blood across the windows. The walls were painted in crimson. Little backpacks were torn apart, their contents spilling out onto the floor in a mockery of normalcy, crayons, lunchboxes, drawings that would never be finished. And the children. They had turned. Every last one of them. Tiny, unsteady bodies staggering through a classroom, bathed in blood, sinew, and entrails. Wide, milky eyes. Small mouths smeared with the blood of the teachers who had tried to protect them. Kay had done what she had to do. She had snuffed them out, ended their suffering. Every single one. Even her own daughter. She had been the one to grant them mercy, to stop them from becoming the monsters that the world had turned them into. And honestly, I don't know how she lived with that. No one did. But lately, I had seen the way she froze when she had to take out an infected. The way her hands trembled around her gun. And then, just days ago, we had been in the woods. The undead had been on us, dozens of them, with small children among them. Kay helped us kill them all. And it had destroyed her all over again. Now, as she sat there, her body trembling, her face contorted in silent agony, I realized something awful. Kay wasn't just mourning. She was reliving it, every time the hunters whispered in her daughter's voice. "Mommy, please, Mommy, where are you?" I saw her lips part like she wanted to answer. Like some part of her brain still believed, still hoped. Val grabbed her then, wrapping her arms around Kay, holding her together because it looked like she was about to shatter into a million pieces. "It's not her." Val whispered against her hair. "It's not her, Kay." Kay let out a strangled sound, something between a sob and a scream. Steele looked away. Tank ran a hand over his face. "And me?" I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms, trying to drown out the horrible, cruel voice that kept seeping through the bunker walls. "Mommy, please, Mommy, don't leave me." I wanted to kill them. I wanted to rip the throats out of the hunters for doing this to her, for taking something so sacred and warping it into a weapon meant to break her. But we couldn't do anything except sit in that bunker and wait for the whispers to stop. Kay's breathing was still ragged, but she wasn't rocking anymore. Val held onto her like she was the only thing anchoring her to this world. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "This is what they do," I murmured. "They find your wounds and pour salt in them. They get inside your head. We can't listen to them. We have to think about the living." The here and now. Kay let out a shaky breath, her fingers digging into Val's arms. Tank exhaled through his nose. Shutting those voices out is easier said than done. We never forget our lost loved ones. But the hunters, they are a constant reminder of what we have all lost. Nobody spoke after that. We just sat there in silence, drowning in our grief. And outside, the hunters kept whispering. I squeezed my eyes shut. The voices wormed into my head, pulling, dragging, pressing into the parts of my brain that still ached with grief. Alex, come join us. It's Mom, Dad, and Danny. We miss you, Alex. My breath hitched. My heart lurched into my throat. No. That wasn't possible. Alex, we miss you, don't be scared. I gritted my teeth so hard my jaw ached. My mother's voice was calling out to me. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. It was like the walls of the bunker had collapsed inward, suffocating me. Come to us, sweetheart, come home, I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I wouldn't. My head knew that home was a thing of the past as were my family. I turned, forcing myself to look at Kay, at Tank, at Diesel, who was still barely hanging on. I wasn't going to break. Not tonight. I swallowed hard, voice raw as I finally spoke. Block it out. I whispered. Don't listen. Nobody moved. The whispers were relentless, through the night, haunting us, taunting us. But we didn't answer. And we didn't open the door. The first scare came just after midnight. Tank and I were sitting outside Diesel's door, swapping out his bandages when his body convulsed. It wasn't the kind of jerking you'd expect from someone waking up, it was violent, unnatural, his back arching and his remaining arm clawing at the air. His eyes flew open, bloodshot, and wide with terror. Diesel! I shouted, dropping everything and running over to him, grabbing his shoulder. It's me. It's Alex. His head whipped toward me, his lips peeling back in a snarl. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we'd lost him, that the infection had spread after all. Tank stepped forward, machete in hand, his expression grim. Diesel, don't do this. Tank said, his voice trembling for the first time. Diesel's body went limp. His head lolled to the side, his breathing ragged. When he finally spoke, it was barely a whisper. I saw them. I froze. Saw who? He shuddered, tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Them. The ones I couldn't save. The ones we lost. Tank and I exchanged a glance. Diesel was delirious, his fever still burning through him like a wildfire. He wasn't turning, but his mind was fracturing under the strain. You're okay. I said, gripping his good hand tight. You're safe, Diesel. You're here with us. He blinked slowly, his glassy eyes meeting mine. I don't want to turn. He whispered. Promise me you won't let me. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. You're not going to turn. Promise me. He insisted, his voice shaking. If it happens, Alex, don't let me hurt anyone. I couldn't answer. My chest felt like it was caving in, his words were torturing my soul. Tank stepped forward, resting a heavy hand on Diesel's shoulder. We won't let it happen. Tank said firmly. You have my word, brother. Diesel nodded faintly before slipping back into unconsciousness. The second scare came just before dawn. I had dozed off against the wall, my head jerking upright at the sound of a crash. The metal chair Tank had been sitting in was overturned, and Tank himself was on his knees, pinning Diesel to the floor. Diesel was screaming again, his voice raw and filled with panic. Get them off me. He shouted, thrashing against Tank's hold. They're biting me. There. Diesel, wake up. I yelled, rushing to his side. He didn't hear me. His eyes were wide and unseeing, his body convulsing as he fought against invisible attackers. Tank's face was set in a grim mask, his muscles straining as he held Diesel down. "I need your help," Tank barked. I moved quickly, grabbing Diesel's legs and holding them still. His movements were erratic, desperate, and it took everything we had to keep him from hurting himself, or us. "Diesel!" I shouted again, my voice cracking. "It's a dream. You're safe. Wake up." His body stilled suddenly, his head turning toward me. His lips moved, but no sound came out. "What is it?" I asked, leaning closer. "They're coming," he whispered, his voice so faint I could hardly hear him. "They're coming for all of us." Then he went limp, his head lolling to the side. His breathing was shallow but steady, his fever breaking at last. Morning came slowly, the bunker's dim lighting making it impossible to tell what time it was. Diesel stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He looked at me, his gaze clearer than it had been in days. "Alex," he croaked, his voice weak. "I'm here," I said, moving to his side. "You're okay." He managed a weak laugh, the sound rough and strained. "Define, okay." Tears filled my eyes, and I didn't bother hiding them. "You scared the hell out of me." "Sorry," he murmured, his lips twitching into a faint smile. "Won't happen again." Tank stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over us. "You look like shit," he said, his tone gruff but his eyes soft. Diesel chuckled, then winced. "You're one to talk." The three of us then sat in silence, the weight of the last 24 hours settling over us like a heavy blanket. Diesel's fever was gone, but the exhaustion in his eyes told me he still had a long way to go. "You're a tough bastard," Tank said finally, his voice thick with emotion. Diesel met his gaze. "You were ready to do it, weren't you?" Tank didn't flinch. "Yeah, you know it. I would never let you down." Diesel nodded slowly, his smile fading. "Thanks for not giving up on me." Tank's jaw tightened, and he looked away. "Don't make me regret it." The bunker was quieter that day. People still glanced at Diesel's door with fear in their eyes, but when I told them he was recovering, they seemed to breathe a little easier. Kay brought a tray of food in, her hands trembling as she set it down beside me. "You saved him," she said softly. "We all did," I replied. She shook her head. "No. You stayed with him. You believed in him when the rest of us didn't." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. That night, I stayed by Diesel's side again. He was still weak, but his breathing was steady, his fever gone. "You don't have to stay," he murmured, his eyes half closed. "Yeah, I do," I said, squeezing his hand. "You do the same for me." He smiled faintly. "Darn right, I would." We didn't say anything else. We didn't need to. For the first time in days, I felt like things might actually be okay. That is, until the hunters outside started their taunts, whispering our names on the wind. The bunker had fallen into an uneasy silence, making every breath feel like a struggle. The tension was crushing, a tightrope pulled taut between exhaustion and fear. No one spoke. No one dared to. The only sound was the occasional rustling of fabric as someone shifted in their bedroll, too restless to find sleep. And then, they started again. At first, it was soft, barely more than a whisper carried on the night air, slipping through the cracks in the bunker's vents like fingers creeping in through an open door. A ghostly murmur, just at the edge of hearing, slithering along the walls. Diesel, the name drifted through the air, in a slow, sickly melody. Diesel. "Come outside," the room stiffened. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We all knew the rules. Don't react. Don't acknowledge them. But it was impossible to ignore the way Diesel's breath hitched. The way his one remaining hand curled into a fist where he lay, his body weak from the fever, the infection raging inside him. He heard them too. The chorus of the dead. Diesel, you're hurt, aren't you? Must be so painful. Their voices layered together, an unnatural harmony, each whisper weaving into the next, creating a sound that was neither living nor dead. It was creepy, vile, intrusive. Come outside, Diesel. We can make the pain stop. I felt my stomach twist. My nails dug into my palms. We miss you. We've been waiting. Tank let out a slow breath beside me, his face stern. I hate those bastards. I hate them more than the shamblers, more than the watchers. His voice was barely above a murmur, but in the stillness of the bunker, it was deafening. I could cut all their vocal cords out, I would. Kay shuddered, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. And I would be right there with you, buddy. She admitted, voice hoarse. When the Bible said the dead would walk the earth, it could have warned us about the bloody things having voices. Tank said. Wait, what? The Bible said it would happen? I quipped in a muted whisper. Yeah, the Book of Enoch. Val interjected. Outside, the voices didn't stop. They grew. More names joined the haunting melody. Val, I need you. Come to me. Kathy, join us. Thomas, come to me. I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to breathe through the rising dread in my chest. They weren't just calling us. They were toying with us. Alex, your brother's here, he's been looking for you. A cold sweat prickled at the back of my neck. I swallowed hard, refusing to react. Come outside, sweetheart. We've missed you, my mother's voice. I shut my eyes, bile rising in my throat. It's not real. It's not real. They twisted voices into cruel, mocking echoes of what they once were, filling the night with lullabies of grief and horror. Kay, your little girl wants you, don't you want to see her? Kay let out a strangled sound, her face buried in her hands. Val's fingers twitched near her weapon, but what good was it? You couldn't shoot voices. You couldn't kill the whispers. The hunters, yes, but not their whispers. They knew us. They knew our losses, our wounds, our regrets. And they used them against the living without empathy. The whispers slithered into every corner of the bunker, seeping under our skin, wrapping around our thoughts like a vice. It didn't matter how strong we were. They got inside. They always did. And we had no choice but to endure them. Diesel was finally starting to look like himself again. For days, I'd lived on the edge of panic, bracing for the moment he'd stop breathing or, worse, wake up as one of the undead. But against all odds, he had pulled through. His color was returning, the fever that had ravaged his body was gone, and for the first time in what felt like weeks, he was smiling. You gonna hover over me forever, Alex? He teased, leaning back in his chair. I smirked, crossing my arms. Maybe. You nearly died, remember? Someone's gotta make sure you don't do something stupid. Stupid? Diesel raised his eyebrows, the crooked grin on his face unmistakable. You mean like saving your life? Or fighting off a horde of zombies? Or, stupid like not resting? I interrupted. Which you should be doing right now. Diesel laughed, low and raspy, and shook his head. I'm not made to sit still. You know that. My mama, God rest her soul, always said I had cockroaches in my pants. I think it should be ants, not cockroaches. I quipped. Nope, cockroaches are bigger. Mama always said it was cockroaches because of my size. Diesel roared with laughter then, bordering on hysterical, but laughter all the same. Yeah, and look where that got you. I shot back, gesturing to his left arm, or what remained of it. The bandages on his stump were clean, though the skin beneath them was raw and angry. He flexed his shoulder, testing his limited range of motion, before looking away. The humor in his expression faded for a moment, replaced by something heavier. It's weird, you know? He said quietly. Not having it there. It feels like it's still there sometimes, the pain is still there, too. It's gonna take some getting used to, being a one-armed bandit, and all that jazz. I didn't know what to say to that. Diesel had always been the strongest among us, the one who could carry the heaviest burdens without breaking stride. Seeing him vulnerable was unnerving. You'll adapt, I said finally, trying to sound confident. You're Diesel. If anyone can make it work, it's you. His grin returned, softer this time. Damn straight, I will. It was a few weeks before I saw Diesel returning to his old self. I found him in the corner of the bunker's main room, practicing footwork drills. He was unsteady, his balance thrown off by the missing limb, but the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. Didn't I tell you to rest? I asked, crossing my arms and leaning against the wall. Diesel glanced up, smirking. Rest is for the dead. You should know that by now. And for the people who almost joined them, I shot back. His grin widened, but he didn't stop exercising. You worried about me, Alex? Always. I said, my tone lighter than I felt. Someone's gotta keep you in line. Diesel wasn't the only one adapting. The whole group breathed easier now that he was recovering. Tank, who had barely left his side during the worst of it, was back to his usual stoic self, though I noticed him stealing glances at Diesel, as if afraid he might vanish like a hallucination. Kay and Val had taken charge of rationing our dwindling supplies, their bickering a comforting constant in the background of our empty, meaningless days. Even Steele, who rarely showed emotion, seemed relieved, though he channeled that energy into his workshop. It was in that workshop that the next chapter of Diesel's recovery began. When Steele called us into his workspace, I wasn't sure what to expect. The room was cluttered with tools and scraps of metal, the air thick with the smell of oil and welding. Diesel was already there, seated on a stool with his good arm resting on his knee. He looked curious, maybe even hopeful. What's this about? I asked, stepping inside. Tank followed close behind, his machete strapped to his back as always. Steele didn't answer right away. He was bent over his workbench, welding sparks flying as he finished attaching something to a piece of metal. When he finally turned to face us, he was holding what looked like a mechanical arm. I kind of figured, I owe you this. It's the least I can do, seeing as it was me who chopped your arm off. Steele insisted, handing it to Diesel. The room went silent. The arm was a brutal, efficient piece of work. The socket was lined with padded straps to secure it to Diesel's stump, and the rest was forged from steel scavenged from who knew where. But the most impressive part was the hand, or rather, the claws. Each finger ended in sharpened, dagger-like blades that could extend with the flick of a mechanism. It looked like something out of Freddy Krueger's boiler room. You built this? Diesel asked, his voice low. Steele shrugged. I had some time on my hands whilst we were waiting for your recovery. I figured you'd need something to help you keep up with the rest of us. Diesel ran his fingers over the metal, his expression unreadable. It's a lot. Wolverine eat your heart out. He chuckled. It's perfect. Tank said, stepping closer. He nodded at Steele, his approval clear. Try it on. I said, nudging Diesel. He hesitated at first, then slipped his stump into the socket. Steele adjusted the straps, tightening them until the arm fit snugly. Diesel flexed his shoulder, testing the weight of the arm. The blades glinted as he extended them, the soft click of the mechanism echoing in the room. How does it feel? Steele asked. Diesel grinned, his confidence returning in full force. Like I could take on 100 zombies at once. Let's start with one. Tank said dryly. Diesel's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. After everything we'd been through, his infection, the fear of losing him, the tension simmering among us, it felt like we could all finally breathe again. But even as Diesel grew stronger, the reality of what we'd lost clung to us like a shadow. The next few days were a flurry of activity. Diesel trained tirelessly, practicing with the clawed arm until he moved with the same deadly precision he'd had before the bite. Watching him slash at targets Steel had set up, bits of wood and metal that crumpled under the force of his strikes, I couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. But even as Diesel grew stronger, there was still an undercurrent of unease in the bunker. Supplies were running low, and the bunker, once a sanctuary, was starting to feel like a tomb. "We can't stay here forever," Steel said one evening as we gathered around the main table. A map was spread across its surface, dotted with markings that Steel had made over the past few weeks. His finger tapped a point circled in red. "This is where we're going." I leaned over the map, squinting at the label. "West Virginia Penitentiary?" Steel nodded. "It's 250 miles from here. High walls, it has a solid structure, it's isolated. If we can get there, we'll have a real chance." Val frowned, crossing her arms. "You mean the old prison? The one that used to run ghost tours?" "Ghosts?" Diesel raised an eyebrow. "Great. As if zombies weren't bad enough." "I don't care about ghosts," Steel said firmly. "I care about the walls. They're 30 feet high and made of solid stone. None of the dead are getting through that. There's also rumors of tunnels under the prison, so we will have an escape route if the front entrance is blocked." Kay, ever the skeptic, looked unconvinced. "Déjà vu. And what if the place is overrun? Or occupied? What if?" Steel cut her off. "Then we will deal with it." Tank leaned over the map, tracing potential routes with his finger. "The roads are going to be dangerous. If we're going to make it 250 miles, we'll need to move fast. Travel light. What do we know about the place?" I asked, trying to focus on the practicalities. Steel flipped open a notebook he'd filled with scribbled notes and sketches. The prison was built in the 1800s. It held some of the worst criminals in the country, murderers, gangsters, bad men. It closed down years ago, before everything went to hell, but before that, they ran ghost tours. People said the place was haunted by the spirits of prisoners who'd been executed there. Val shivered. "That's comforting. It's just history," Steel said. "And none of it matters now. What matters is that it's defensible." "What about food?" Kay asked. "What about water? We can't just show up and hope for the best. We'll scout ahead." Tank interrupted. "Find out what we're walking into before we commit." Diesel, who had been quiet for most of the discussion, flexed his metal claws with a soft click. "I say we go. Ghosts, zombies, other people, it doesn't matter. We've survived worse." The next morning, we started preparing. Val and Kay took inventory of our supplies, rationing out what little food and water we had left. Steel worked on repairing our weapons and mapping out alternate routes. Tank focused on scouting reports, poring over maps and landmarks, while Diesel threw himself into training, testing the limits of his new arm. The kids, as always, stayed close to Kay and Val. I watched them from a distance, my heart aching at the thought of dragging them through 250 miles of dangerous wastelands. But what choice did we have? The bunker wasn't sustainable. If we stayed here, we'd starve. That night, as I sat with Diesel near the remnants of a small fire, I couldn't help but voice my fears. "Do you really think we'll make it?" I asked, staring into the flickering flames. Diesel leaned back, his metal claws resting on his lap. "Yeah, I do." "How can you be so sure?" He turned to me, his expression serious. "Because giving up isn't an option. Not for us." I nodded, trying to hold on to his confidence. But as I thought about the prison, its ghostly history, and the miles of danger that lay ahead, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real fight was only just beginning. The sun was a bruised orb sinking into the horizon when we stumbled across the camp. After hours of trekking through the dense, overgrown forest, the sight of the cabins felt like a mirage. It wasn't paradise, far from it. The windows were shattered, doors hung ajar, and the air carried a faint, sour smell of decay. But it was shelter, and we were too exhausted to be fussy. There. Steele said, pointing to the largest building, the dining hall. We clear that first. Check the buses, too. Tank added, nodding toward the two rusting camp vehicles parked at the edge of the clearing. They were old-school yellow buses, their windows grimy and cracked, their hulking frames looming like sentinels in the fading light. I'll do that, Sloane volunteered, already heading toward them. She adjusted her tool belt and muttered under her breath. I suppose I'd better get started now, if I'm going to make these death traps move again. Steele divided us into teams as usual. Diesel, Kay, and Val would clear the cabins. Tank, Steele, and I would tackle the dining hall. The kids and the rest of the group stayed back with Sloane, huddling near the buses. Do you think it's safe here? Kay asked, her tone clipped. Diesel glanced at her, his metal claw glinting as he flexed it. Safe doesn't exist anymore, Kay. But we'll make it safe. You know the drill. The dining hall door creaked ominously as Steele pushed it open. The musty air hit me like a punch, rotting wood, mildew, and something faintly coppery. Stay focused, we clear it out of any unwanted visitors. We get it done quick and quiet. Steele muttered. The hall was eerily dilapidated. Broken tables and chairs were scattered across the floor, and long-forgotten banners drooped from the rafters, their slogans faded into illegibility. Tank took the lead, his dual machetes drawn. I followed close behind, my grip tight on my machete, while Steele covered us with his shotgun. Hera and Odin sniffed ahead, their ears twitching. Clear the corners, Steele said. I veered left, sweeping my flashlight beam along the walls. The glare caught a dark smear, dried blood streaked across the floorboards. Got something? I whispered. Same here. If the Zeds ain't here now, they have definitely been here before. Tank replied, gesturing toward the far end of the room. A pair of bodies lay slumped against the wall, their faces obscured by matted hair. Steele stepped forward cautiously, aiming his shotgun. They don't look fresh, but don't take any chances, skewer them in the head, just in case. Tank nudged one of the corpses with his boot. It slumped sideways, a dark hole visible in its temple. Dead, for good. They are just campers who didn't make it. Tank said grimly. Not all of them. Steele said, his tone sharp. The second body twitched. Before we could react, it lunged forward, its rotted face splitting open in a feral snarl. Shit! I swung my machete in an arc, catching the walker in the side of the head. It crumpled to the floor, thrashing in its weakened state, before Steele ended it with a single swish of his serrated hunting knife. Keep moving, Steele barked. We'd barely finished clearing the dining hall when we heard the first scream. It was high-pitched, terrified, and coming from outside. Kay. Val's voice rang out, frantic. We bolted toward the sound, weapons at the ready. The clearing was chaos. A group of teenage walkers had emerged from the tree line, their gangly forms moving with unsettling speed. Get to the buses, Steele roared. Kay and Val herded the kids toward the nearest bus, Hera and Freya snapping at the heels of any Zeds that got too close. Sloane, wide-eyed but determined, threw open the bus door and ushered them inside. They're fast, Diesel shouted, slamming his clawed arm into the chest of a charging walker. The claws extended with a metallic click, spearing through its ribs before he yanked them free in a spray of gore. Tank was a whirlwind of steel, his machete slicing through limbs and necks with brutal efficiency. Keep them away from the bus, he bellowed. On it, I called, slicing through the ankle of a walker that was clawing its way toward the door. It collapsed to the ground, and Odin finished it off with a savage bite to the throat. Inside, Kay shouted, shoving the last of the kids up the bus steps. Val followed, slamming the door shut behind her. From the windows, I could see their terrified faces pressed against the glass, watching us fight. There's too many. Sloane's voice carried over the chaos as she pounded on the inside of the bus door. Get in here, now. Not yet. Steele growled, whilst cutting another of the undead's head clean off. I spun just in time to see a teenage girl, her cheerleader uniform still clinging to her decayed frame, barreling toward Diesel. He didn't flinch. With a savage roar, he thrust his clawed arm forward, the daggers extending and piercing through her skull. You, okay? I yelled. Diesel grinned, blood dripping from the claws. Better than her. It took everything we had, but eventually, the last of the dead ones fell. The clearing was littered with bodies, their mangled forms eerily still under the moonlight. Everyone okay? Steele asked, wiping blood from his face. The kids are fine. Kay called from inside the bus. We're fine. Diesel leaned against the bus, breathing hard. That was too close. Tank sheathed his machetes, his expression grim. We need to secure this place. Now. Once we'd caught our breaths, we regrouped inside the bus. Sloane had lit a small lantern, its glow casting flickering shadows across the cramped interior. The kids were huddled in the back, Kay and Val sitting beside them, murmuring reassurances. We can't stay out here like this, Steele said, pacing near the front. What choice do we have? Val snapped. We can't move the kids through the woods at night, not with those things out there. That's why we need the buses. Sloane said, her tone firm. They're our best shot at getting out of here safely. But they're in rough shape. I'll need time to get at least one of them running. How much time? A day, maybe 2. Sloane answered. Depends on what I have to work with. We don't have 2 days. Tank quipped. We don't have a choice. Sloane shot back. Unless you feel like carrying everyone on your back. Diesel chuckled darkly. I don't think even you can manage that one, big guy. Tank ignored him, his gaze fixed on Steele. We will have to clear out the rest of the camp. Secure it. Hold out until she's done. Steele nodded. Agreed. We'll take shifts. No one goes out alone. As the others settled in for the night, I sat beside Diesel on the steps of the bus, staring out at the clearing. The bodies of the Zeds were still there, their twisted forms illuminated by the faint glow of the lanterns. Hell of a day, I said quietly. Diesel flexed his metal claws, the blood already dried in the grooves. You can say that again. You, okay? He shrugged. Better than I thought I'd be. Still getting used to this thing. He tapped his claw against the step, the metallic sound echoing softly. It's not me, you know. It's just an add-on. I can take it off whenever. It's a part of you now. You're like a superhero, with your own claw. You're still you, Diesel. Don't forget that. He nodded, but his gaze lingered on the claws. The camp was quiet again, but none of us felt safe. Steele was on first watch, his silhouette just about visible as he sat on the roof of the bus, scanning the tree line. The rest of us tried to sleep, the dogs curled up at our feet, their ears twitching at every sound. We'd survived the night, but the real fight was just beginning. Tomorrow, we'd fix the buses and move forward. There was no other choice. The dining hall was dark except for the faint glow of embers in the fire pit. The air smelled of charred wood and old mildew, a combination I was beginning to associate with every place we stopped. Most of the group had settled into restless sleep, save for Diesel and Steele, who were stationed outside. The whispers weren't new to us. We'd encountered them before, those eerie, taunting voices that mimicked our loved ones, trying to lure us into the dark. But knowing about them didn't make them any less unsettling. I was on edge, half asleep but never fully relaxed. The wooden floor beneath me creaked slightly as I shifted, my hand resting instinctively on my machete. Hera and Hades were lying near the door, their ears twitching at every sound. It started subtly, as it always did, a faint, almost imperceptible murmur carried on the wind. "Steele, it's me, Buck. Come here, son. It's really not that bad." The voice was faint but distinct, cutting through the forest like a cyclone. I heard Steele's boots crunch as he got down at the top of the bus. Diesel's deep voice followed. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," Steele replied. "It's starting again." Hades growled softly, his body tense. Hera whined, her ears pinned back. Another voice joined the first, this one softer, more insistent. "Diesel, you want to join us? Don't you?" I sat up, my heart pounding. Around me, the others stirred. Val was already awake, her hand on her knife. Kay sat up beside her, her eyes wide and alert. "They're back," Val said flatly. Tank, who'd been snoring softly just moments before, sat up with a grunt. "Damn it. You can't get a minute's bloody peace, in this sick wilderness," he muttered, rubbing his face. "Steele and Diesel are outside," I said, pulling on my boots. "Let's go see what's going on." By the time I stepped outside, the voices had grown louder, though they still carried that unnatural, echoing quality. "Steele, Diesel, Elise, it's Dad." Hearing my name in that tone sent prickles of fear running through my entire being. It wasn't just the sound, it was the familiarity of it, the way they mimicked the voices of our dead loved ones. Diesel stood near the fire, his metal claw glinting in the dim light. Steele was beside him, his shotgun ready. "Anything?" I asked, my voice low. "Nothing, we can't see a darn thing," Steele said. "But we can hear them." Hera barked sharply, startling me. She darted toward the tree line, her growls low and guttural. Hades followed, his body tense. "Easy. Hold back and wait and see," Tank said, stepping out behind me. The voices grew louder, overlapping now, as if they were converging on us. "Elise, join us. Steele. Come to us. Diesel. We will stop your pain." And then, one voice cut through the others, louder and clearer than the rest. "Mommy," Kay froze, her face draining of color. "No," she whispered. I grabbed her arm. "Don't listen." Kay shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "They are evil. They're not supposed to, don't listen to it, Kay," Steele said firmly. "It's not her." Back inside the dining hall, the group huddled together. The whispers didn't stop. If anything, they grew louder, more insistent. "They're getting closer," Diesel said, pacing near the door. His clawed arm flexed unconsciously, the blades clicking faintly. "They want us to go into the woods," Val said, her voice steady but grim. "They think we believe it's our loved ones. That their voices will make us go out searching for them. But we know it's the dead ones now, calling to us, so they can devour us. So that we will join their ranks." "Yeah," Tank agreed, leaning against the wall with his massive arms crossed. "And every time, it gets worse. They know what we want to hear. I swear they keep evolving, they keep adding to their vocabulary. It's insane." Kay was still shaken, sitting beside Val with her arms wrapped tight around herself. "It's not your daughter, Kay," Val said softly, her eyes fixed on the dying fire. "You know she died that day at the kindergarten. Don't listen to it. Don't believe it. It's not real," Steele said, his tone clipped. "You know that." "I know," Kay replied, but the pain in her eyes said otherwise. We decided that no one would sleep for the rest of the night. Instead, we took turns watching the windows and doors, our weapons within reach. The whispers didn't let up, though they never came close enough for us to see who, or what was out there. Diesel sat beside me, his metal claw resting on his lap. "Do you think it's them?" he asked quietly. Them? Our dead loved ones. Diesel said, his eyes flicking toward the shadows outside. The ones we lost. Do you think they're still in there somehow? I shook my head. No. Whatever this is, it's not them. It's crazy is what it is. They're hunting us. It's a trap. To get us to go to them. Diesel nodded, but he didn't look convinced. Hera and Hades were on high alert. Their eyes fixed on the darkness outside. Every so often, Hades would let out a low growl, and Hera would whimper, low in her throat. They know something's out there. Tank said, crouching beside them. Animals always have a sixth sense about these things. Do you think they see them? Kay asked. Tank shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe they just feel them. Either way, they're not happy. Steele stepped away from the group, standing near the door with his shotgun. They're testing us. He muttered to himself, what do you mean? I asked. They're trying to see who's weak. Steele replied. Who they can draw out. The voices reached a crescendo around midnight, overlapping in a maddening chorus. Steele. Diesel, Elise, Carlos, and then, one voice rang out louder than the rest. Help me. It was a child's voice, high-pitched and full of fear. Kay's head snapped up. No, she said, standing abruptly. Kay, don't. I said, stepping in front of her. It's a trick. Steele said firmly. Kay's hands were trembling. I know. She whispered. But they sound so real, so human. By the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the trees, the whispers had stopped. The silence felt oppressive, as if the forest itself had been holding its breath. Steele lowered his shotgun, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. We're leaving, we can't stay here any longer. They will find us. He said, his voice hoarse. Sloane, who had been too scared to sleep, had worked on one of the buses most of the night. The bus is ready. I managed to get it up and running quicker than I thought, using the parts from the other bus. We just need to load up. I glanced at the others. Diesel looked worn, his face pale beneath the scruff of his beard. Val and Kay were exhausted but still standing, their resolve stronger than I'd expected. Tank patted Hades on the head, murmuring something to the dog. Hera wagged her tail weakly, her energy as drained as ours. We'll make it. I said, more to myself than anyone else. Steele nodded, his expression unreadable. As long as we have each other, we always will. The steady hum of the bus engine filled the silence as the road stretched on endlessly ahead of us. The kids were asleep, slumped over on each other or against the windows, their faces slack with exhaustion. The men and women were chatting in low murmurs, some with excitement, others with reservations. Hera and Hades lay at my feet, their eyes occasionally flicking toward the window as if they, too, were watching for threats. Diesel sat at the wheel, his metal claw resting on his lap. Tank was up front with him, navigating with an old map we'd found at the camp. Steele leaned against the window next to me, his eyes half closed but alert. As I stared out the window, the barren landscape passed in a blur of gray and brown. It was hard to imagine a time when these roads had been alive with cars, when gas stations had been stops for snacks and bathroom breaks. Instead of a barren wasteland of scavenging grounds. We're getting low on fuel. Diesel said after a few hours, his voice breaking the silence. Tank glanced at the gauge, his features worn and worried. We'll need to find a gas station soon. We don't have enough fuel to keep driving like this. Steele stretched, rolling his shoulders. Food's getting low too. We'll need to restock while we're at it. Easier said than done. I muttered. Every place we've stopped lately has been picked clean. Val, sitting a few seats back with Kay, chimed in. There's bound to be something left if we look hard enough. Not everyone would have stayed out here. Tank tapped the map with his finger. There's a gas station a few miles up. Could be worth checking out. Diesel nodded. Let's hope it hasn't been stripped bare. The station came into view a short time later, its faded sign barely visible through the grime. Beside it was a small building with a painted sign that read Hawthorne Army Surplus. Bingo. Diesel said, pulling the bus into the cracked parking lot. Gas station and a supply store. Steele said. Looks promising. Or dangerous. Val muttered. Diesel killed the engine, and the group began to gather their weapons. Tank hefted his machete, while Steele double-checked his shotgun. I grabbed my machete and tucked a pistol into my waistband. Val, Steele said, stay with the others and keep the doors locked. If anything happens, honk the horn. Val nodded. Got it. Tank, Diesel, Steele, and I approached the gas station first. The glass doors were smeared with dirt and dried blood. The smell of rot hit us before we even stepped inside. Diesel pushed the door open with his claw, the creak echoing through the empty space. The air inside was stale. It stank of sewage and something coppery, metallic. Blood. Jesus. Tank muttered, covering his nose. The first corpse was slumped behind the counter, its body long decayed. The second was lying in the aisle, its jaw hanging open in a grotesque grin. Check the pumps. Steele said. See if there's anything left. Tank and Diesel headed back outside while Steele and I searched the shelves. Most of them were empty, but we managed to find a few cans of soup and a few cases of bottled water. This place has been hit hard. I said, tossing the cans into a bag. Yeah, but anything's better than nothing. Steele replied. We regrouped outside and made our way to the surplus store. Diesel pushed the door open cautiously, his claw raised and ready. The inside of the store was cramped, its shelves filled with dusty camping gear, hunting knives, and military-grade equipment. A faint light filtered through the bloodied covered windows, casting shadows across the floor. Steele moved to the counter, scanning the space for movement. Looks clear. But then I noticed something, a faint scuff on the floor, like someone had dragged their foot. Wait. I said, holding up a hand. Someone's been here recently. Before anyone could react, the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being cocked echoed through the room. Don't move. A voice ordered, cold and harsh. I turned slowly, my hands raised. The man holding the shotgun was tall and lean, his dark hair cut short. He wore a faded black t-shirt and cargo pants, and his face was covered in a scruffy beard. Who are you? He demanded, his voice steady but full of suspicion. We don't want trouble. Steele said, lowering his shotgun slightly. We're just looking for supplies. The man's eyes flicked to Diesel's claw, then to Tank's machete. You're armed to the teeth. Forgive me if I'm not feeling too friendly. We're not here to hurt anyone. I insisted. We've got kids with us. The man hesitated, his grip on the shotgun loosening slightly. Kids? Steele nodded. They're on the bus. We're just passing through. The man studied us for a moment longer before lowering his weapon. The name's Blade. I own this place, or what's left of it. Blade lowered his shotgun after popping the safety clip back on, so we lowered our weapons. How long have you been out here? Diesel asked. Ever since it all went to hell. I came back here after I got discharged from the Marine Corps. Thought I'd run this place, maybe retire early. Blade responded. What happened to you? Tank asked, gesturing toward Blade's leg. Blade glanced down at the metal prosthetic that replaced his right leg. IED. Afghanistan. Took out half my unit and left me with this. Sorry to hear that. I said. Blade shrugged. Could have been worse. At least I survived. Unlike my friends. As we talked, Blade's initial suspicion began to fade. He asked about our group, where we were headed, and what we were looking for. So, you've been out here alone this whole time? Diesel asked. Yeah. Blade said, his voice tinged with bitterness. The only company I've had is the dead. I thought I was going crazy a few times, but it turns out, they really do whisper. That caught my attention. You've heard them? Blade nodded. Plenty of times. They don't come too close, though. Not anymore. Why not? Steel asked. Blade smirked. I use the dead as a shield. I've got a jeep out back. Full tank, loaded with supplies. I make runs when I need to, but mostly I stay here. This place is easy to defend. Why haven't you left? Tank asked. Blade hesitated. I guess I didn't see any point. I mean, where would I go? Come with us. Steel said suddenly. Blade raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Steel nodded. We could use someone like you. You've got skills, and you know how to survive. Blade looked at each of us in turn, as if weighing up his options. You sure about this? I'm not exactly a people person. You've been out here alone long enough. I said. We've got room, and we can always use another set of eyes. Blade was quiet for a moment, then he nodded. All right. But if you screw me over, I've got no problem putting a bullet in your head. Fair enough. Diesel said with a grin. We spent the next hour gathering supplies from the store. Blade had a decent stash, canned goods, water, ammunition, and even a few medical supplies. He led us to the back lot, where the jeep was parked. It was an old military vehicle, sturdy and built for rough terrain. This thing's a beast. Tank said, running a hand over the hood. She'll get us where we're going. Blade replied. As we loaded the supplies, Blade turned to me. So, where exactly are you headed? West Virginia. I said. There's a prison up there we're hoping to turn into a safe zone. Blade let out a low whistle. Ambitious. You sure it's worth the trip? It's better than being on the road. Steel insisted. The gas station smelled like death and rot, a stench so thick it clung to the back of my throat and made every breath feel like a punishment. The corpses were everywhere, slumped against counters, sprawled in the aisles, half decayed and oozing blackened fluids. I'd seen plenty of dead bodies since the world fell apart, but this felt different. Why the hell would you leave them here? I asked Blade, my voice muffled behind the bandana I'd pulled over my nose and mouth. Blade stood near the counter, his dark eyes fixed on the nearest body. It was propped up against a rack of candy bars, its jaw twisted in a grotesque scream. The flesh on its face had peeled away, leaving exposed bone and sunken eye sockets, with maggots wriggling out of where its eyes should have been. It's strategic. He said, his tone matter of fact. Strategic? Diesel echoed, his metal claw resting against his thigh. How the hell is keeping a pile of rotting corpses strategic? Blade turned to face us, his shotgun slung casually over one shoulder. The dead can smell the living. What? I questioned, narrowing my eyes. They can smell the living. Blade continued. I've seen it. They sniff the air like rabid dogs. You walk past a pack of them without a good breeze or cover. You're done for. They'll catch your scent and the next thing you know, you're their next 3-course meal. Tank leaned on the counter, his machete resting on his shoulder. Okay, but what does that have to do with you leaving bodies lying around? Blade's expression didn't change. The dead mask the scent of the living. It's not like they eat their own, is it? Steel tilted his head, intrigued. You're saying the smell of the rotting bodies confuses them? Blade nodded. Exactly. I've been here alone for months. The only reason I'm still alive is because of them. He gestured toward the corpses with a jerk of his head. Every time I make a run or bring something back, I make sure to drag a few more bodies in here. Keeps the zombies from sniffing me out. That's disgusting. Val muttered, her voice crackling over the walkie-talkie we'd left in the bus. And who could blame her? The thought of living surrounded by death, using it as a shield, was horrifying. Blade's gaze shifted to me. You think it's bad now? Wait until you're out there on the road, miles from any shelter, and the dead catch your trail. You'll need to mask your scent with the dead. It's the only way. Tank crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed. So, what you're saying is that we should just drag dead bodies around with us? Blade smirked, his tone sarcastic. Oh no, that'd be too clean. I'm saying you should rip them apart. Spread their guts over your vehicles. Make yourselves smell like them. Diesel grimaced. You can't be serious. Steele, however, was nodding slowly, a strange light in his eyes. Let's hear him out, it's not a bad idea. It's crazy, yeah, but it makes sense. If the dead can't tell us apart from them, then they won't bother us. Blade finished. I swallowed hard, my stomach turning at the thought. There's no way we're doing that. We don't have to. Tank said, his tone firm. We've made it this far without smearing ourselves with zombie guts. And we've been lucky. Steele countered. He turned to Blade. And you're sure this works? Positive. Blade replied. I wouldn't be standing here if it didn't. I've walked through hordes of them undetected, whilst covered in their entrails. You just have to reapply often, and watch out for a change in the weather. The weather? What's that got to do with it? The words escaped my lips before I even had chance to think it through. Blade smirked. Well, if it rains. He didn't need to finish the sentence, I wanted to kick myself. Talk about putting my mouth into gear before my brain. Despite the grim discussion, we still had work to do. The gas station needed to be picked clean for supplies and the army surplus store had yet to be thoroughly searched. I'll check the back, I said, heading toward the gas station's storage room. Blade called after me. Careful. I haven't cleared that area in a while. I pushed open the door with my machete, the blade glinting in the dim light. The storage room was cramped, filled with shelves of old snacks and cleaning supplies. At first, it seemed empty. Then I saw it, a corpse slumped against the far wall. It wasn't moving, but I wasn't taking any chances. I crept closer, keeping my machete raised. The corpse's fingers twitched slightly, then fell. I've got a live one, I shouted, bringing my machete down with a swift, practiced motion. The blade sunk into its skull, and the creature went still. Steele appeared in the doorway, his shotgun at the ready. You good? Yeah, I said, wiping the blade on my pants. Found some cleaning supplies, though. Could be useful. That's my girl. Steele quipped. Your girl? I muttered. Then he was gone, he just left me standing there with my mouth open. While Tank and Diesel refueled the bus, Steele, Blade, and I turned our attention to the army surplus store. The air inside was heavy with the smell of leather and mildew. The shelves were packed with gear, backpacks, sleeping bags, hunting knives. It was like stepping into a gold mine. Steele picked up a crossbow, testing the weight. This could come in handy. Blade chuckled. Help yourself. I'm not going to be able to sell it to the dead. I think the days of capitalism are long gone. I wandered toward the back, where the hunting section was located. A few racks of rifles were bolted to the wall, and a glass case held an assortment of handguns. Think any of these still work? I asked. Blade joined me, nodding toward the rifles. Most of them should. I've kept the best ones maintained, just in case. Steele opened the glass case, pulling out a sleek black pistol with an eagle emblem on the grip. This is a nice piece, he murmured with glee. As we searched, I couldn't help but notice the bodies. There were 3 of them, scattered across the floor in various states of decay. You really just leave them here? I asked, glancing at Blade. He shrugged. Like I said, they serve a purpose. Plus, it's not like I've got a graveyard out back. The pragmatism of it was chilling. Blade wasn't just surviving, he was adapting in ways that made the rest of us look naive. When we regrouped at the bus, Blade reiterated his suggestion. Look, he said, leaning against the hood of his Jeep. You don't have to like it. Hell, you don't even have to do it. But if you want to stay alive out there, you need every advantage you can get. Rubbing zombie guts all over our vehicles isn't an advantage. Tank said, his voice full of disgust. Steele shook his head. No, it is. Blade's right. It's messed up, but if it saves lives, I'm all for it. Diesel crossed his arms, his metal claw glinting in the sunlight. I say we vote on it. This isn't the kind of thing you just decide for the group. Back inside the bus, the group gathered to discuss the plan. The kids stayed in the back, oblivious to the grim conversation happening up front. Blade explained his reasoning again, laying it out in calm, measured tones. Do you want to end up like the people you've passed on the road? He asked. Trapped in your car, surrounded by the dead, no way out? The room fell silent. I'm with Blade. Steele said. It's not pretty, but it makes sense. Val looked horrified. You want to cover our vehicles in that? What happens when it rains? When the kids see it? Kay, her voice soft but firm, added, I don't think it's something we should dismiss. If it works, Tank slammed his fist on the table. No. We're not doing this. End of discussion. I looked at Diesel, who had been quiet throughout the debate. What do you think? He hesitated, his jaw tight. I think we need to survive. If this is what it takes to survive out there on the road, to keep the Zeds off our scent, then I'm willing to give it a go. All eyes turned to me. I don't like it. I said honestly. But if it's between this and dying, I trailed off, letting the words hang in the air. In the end, the group agreed to try it, reluctantly. Blade took charge, showing us how to dismember the corpses and smear the parts over the vehicles. The process was disgusting, the smell unbearable. Hera and Hades whined and pawed at the ground, clearly disturbed by what was happening. This is insane. Tank muttered, his face pale. Steele, his hands covered in gore, replied. Maybe. But if it works, it's worth it. By the time we were finished, the bus and Blade's Jeep looked like something out of a horror movie. Blood and viscera dripped from the windows and doors, and the air was thick with the smell of death. As we pulled back onto the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd crossed a line. Survival had always been ugly, but this felt like a new low. Blade sat in the Jeep ahead of us, leading the way. The hum of the bus engine barely drowned out the tension. Hera and Hades were restless, pacing near the kids in the back. Freya and Odin sat closer to the front, watching Steele and Diesel with wary eyes. Even the dog seemed to sense how grotesque this all was. Our vehicles reeked of death, the stench so overpowering it made my stomach churn. We started moving again, following Blade's Jeep as it rolled steadily down the cracked and overgrown highway. The bloodied handprints and smears across the sides of his vehicle glinted in the sunlight. It made my skin crawl every time I looked at it. Nobody spoke. Kay sat across from me, hugging her knees to her chest, her head resting on the window. Val had taken up a spot near the back, comforting the kids with whispered assurances, though her hands shook as she handed out snacks. Tank was up front, his fingers drumming against the machete strapped to his thigh. Steele finally broke the silence, his voice low but firm. It's not permanent. Just a precaution. Tank snorted. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. An hour into the drive, we passed the rusted remains of a semi-truck overturned in a ditch. The wreckage was old, its frame covered in moss and vines, but it still set my nerves on edge. Blade slowed his Jeep to inspect the scene from afar, his eyes scanning for movement. Clear. His voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Steele clicked his own device. Keep moving. We're burning daylight. Blade's jeep accelerated, and we followed. I glanced back at Val, who had abandoned her position with the kids to sit near Kay. They whispered to each other, their faces pale. I knew they were trying to distract themselves, to find something normal amidst the nightmare we'd created. What do you think he's really like? Kay asked, nodding toward Blade's jeep. Who, Blade? Val questioned. Kay nodded. He's a survivor, that's for sure, Val said. But anyone who can live like this for months, surrounded by rot, she shuddered. I don't know. Can we really trust him? He's ex-military, he fought for our country, that should be enough. Kay retorted. I don't believe it, my little sister has a crush. Val smirked and cajoled. I do not, he's just different is all. Kay retorted. The highway stretched on for miles, a desolate ribbon of asphalt flanked by forests and abandoned vehicles. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for any signs of movement. The dead weren't the only threat out here. Then the jeep's brake lights flashed, and Blade's voice came over the walkie-talkie. There's a gas station ahead. I think we should check it out. Steele grabbed the device. How does it look? Fucked, like everything else in this godforsaken world. Blade replied. But it might be worth checking it out. Steele looked at Diesel, then back at Tank. Thoughts? Diesel shrugged. We're running low on fuel. If there's even a chance, we have to take it. Tank muttered something under his breath but nodded. Fine. Let's be quick about it. The gas station came into view, a small, decrepit structure surrounded by weeds and broken pavement. A few rusted vehicles sat in the lot, their doors hanging open like broken jaws. Blade parked his jeep near the entrance, stepping out with his shotgun slung over one shoulder. We followed suit, fanning out across the lot. The stench of rot was strong here, mingling with the scent of gasoline and oil. Steele motioned for the group to split up. Diesel, Alex, you're with me. Kay, Tank, check the perimeter. Val, stay here with the kids and keep the dogs close. The interior of the gas station was a mess of overturned shelves and scattered debris. Corpses lay sprawled across the floor, their bloated bodies buzzing with flies. I covered my mouth with my sleeve, trying not to gag. Damn. Diesel muttered, his claw tapping lightly against the counter as he scanned the room. Looks like a feeding frenzy. Steele crouched beside one of the bodies, his brow furrowing. These aren't fresh. Maybe not. I said, stepping over a pool of congealed blood. But they're recent enough. We moved carefully, checking each aisle for supplies. Most of the shelves had been picked clean, but I managed to find a few cans of soup and a half-empty box of protein bars. Better than nothing. I said, tossing the items into my bag. Next door, the Army surplus store was in slightly better condition. The front door had been barricaded with furniture, but Blade made quick work of it, shoving the blockade aside with surprising ease. Inside, the air was heavy with mildew and decay. Hunting gear lined the walls, along with racks of camouflage clothing and boots. Blade moved with practiced efficiency, checking every corner for threats. You won't find much ammo. But there should be plenty of gear. Steele nodded, grabbing a tactical vest and slinging it over his shoulder. This'll come in handy. I wandered toward the back of the store, where a glass case held a collection of hunting knives. Most of them were rusted, but one, a sleek, black-bladed knife, looked pristine. I smashed the glass and grabbed it, turning it over in my hands. Nice find. Blade said, appearing beside me. Thanks, I lost the knife my dad gave me for my 16th birthday, this looks exactly like it. I replied, slipping the knife into my belt. As we finished searching the store, Diesel called out from the far corner. Found another body. I hurried over, my machete at the ready. The corpse was slumped against the wall, its chest caved in as if something had crushed it. "This one's different," Diesel said, frowning. Blade knelt beside the body, inspecting it closely. "Looks like a crawler got to him." "A crawler?" I asked. "Small ones," Blade explained. "Usually young kids. They don't stand up like the others. They crawl around, grabbing at anything that moves." The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. "So, let me get this straight, we have shamblers, hunters, watchers to contend with, and now crawlers? Just what we need, baby zombies." I let out a deep sigh. "Yeah, that's what I call them." Blade sniggered. As we regrouped outside, Blade seemed more relaxed, almost casual. He leaned against his jeep, watching us with an unreadable expression. "So, what now?" he asked. Steele glanced at the bus, then back at Blade. "We keep moving." Blade's eyes narrowed. "I'm up for that. We need to find a spot to hunker down for the night. But we are probably gonna need more zombie guts to spread over our vehicles if we are sleeping in those tonight." Diesel stepped forward, his metal claw glinting in the sunlight. "You and your zombie guts, honestly. I'm beginning to think we should change your name to Jeffrey Dahmer." Blade smirked, his dark hair falling into his eyes. "To be honest, I'm surprised you guys have made it this far without this knowledge. I have walked through a sea of those things covered in zombie guts, and not a single one of them attacked me. Of course you have to mimic their actions. But it works, trust me." "Well, let's hope we don't have to prove your theory anytime soon. Spreading zombie guts over the vehicles is one thing, but over our bodies and clothes, that's taking things to another level," Steele quipped. As we loaded the bus, Blade reiterated his suggestion. "I'm serious. The dead can smell you. If you want to stay off their radar, you need to blend in. The sun will have dried out what we had on the vehicles earlier. We need more guts." Tank scowled. "Really? You can't be serious." "Actually," Steele interjected, "I've been thinking about it. I think Blade's right. Normally we would have had the dead sniffing around us by now. And so far, we haven't had any sign of trouble. Either the route has been clear, or Blade's idea works. And if it keeps what's left of us safe, I'm all for it. As gross as it is. I think we need to do it." Blade nodded. "I'll get started on hacking up the corpses." Diesel sighed, running his hand over his face. "This is insane." "Maybe," I said, glancing at the bloodied vehicles. "But at this point, what isn't?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, we set out again, the bus rumbling steadily down the highway. Blade's jeep followed close behind, its headlights cutting through the growing darkness. For the first time in weeks, I felt a sliver of hope. Blade might have been rough around the edges, but he was a survivor, and right now, we needed all the help we could get. Still, the thought of what we'd done, what we might still have to do, made me feel uneasy. The world had taken everything from us, and now it was stripping away what little humanity we had left. I looked out the window, watching the shadows lengthen across the road. Somewhere up ahead, the dead would be watching, waiting. But now we smelt like them, we no longer gave off the smell of fresh meat. Were we safe? Only time would tell. The sun was sinking low, painting the horizon in fiery oranges and purples as we trudged up the gravel-strewn path to the truck stop. The building was massive, flanked by an even larger mechanic warehouse that loomed like a fortress against the dying light. Faded signs advertising gas, food, and trucker repairs creaked in the breeze, the colors long faded to dull grays and browns. Hera and Hades darted ahead, sniffing the air. Freya and Odin stayed close, their ears perked as if anticipating danger. The dogs had been uneasy all day, and I couldn't blame them. We were close to the penitentiary now, but none of us knew what we'd find there. "This place is a ghost town," Kay murmured, hugging her arms against the chill. "Let's hope it stays that way," Diesel said, his claw gleaming as he tapped it nervously against his thigh. Steel raised his fist in the air to stop us. Tank, Blade, check the perimeter. Alex, Diesel, you're with me. Val, keep everyone else here for now. Val nodded, gathering the children and the rest of the group near one of the rusted trucks in the lot. Inside the truck stop, the smell of old grease and rot hit us like a wall. Broken glass crunched under our boots as we moved cautiously through the remnants of the old building. The shelves were mostly bare, but there were a few scattered items, a box of matches, a can of soda, a dusty pack of beef jerky. Not much left. I muttered, stuffing the jerky into my bag. Steele gestured toward the back. Check the storage rooms. I'll cover you. Diesel and I moved toward the back, stepping over fallen shelves and debris. The storage area was dark, lit only by the fading light through a grimy window. Anything? Diesel asked, his voice low. I shook my head. Just a bunch of empty boxes. We regrouped with Steele, who was crouched near the entrance, scanning the lot outside. Tank and Blade are clear on their side. He said. Let's check the warehouse. The warehouse was enormous, its cavernous interior filled with rusting machinery, scattered tools, and a few abandoned semi-trucks. The smell of oil and metal was overpowering, but at least it drowned out the ever-present stench of death. This'll do. Steele said, nodding in approval. Diesel pointed toward a small office in the corner. That could be a good spot to bunk down. Fewer entrances. Agreed. Steele replied. But we clear the whole place first. No surprises. We moved as a unit, sweeping the building room by room. Most of it was empty, save for the occasional rats scurrying through the shadows. Still, something or someone was watching us. I could feel it. By the time we returned to the others, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving us in near darkness. Val and Sloane had already started organizing the group, directing people toward the warehouse. Everyone inside. Val said firmly. Stick together. No wandering off. Sloane handed me a flashlight as I passed. You find anything useful? Not much. I admitted. But it's secure. Good enough. She said, although her frown betrayed her worry. Inside the warehouse, the mood was somber. The kids clung to their parents, their wide eyes darting to every shadow. The adults weren't much better, their faces pale and drawn. Once the group was settled, and the large metal shutters were drawn, Steele called a meeting in the office. The room was cramped, lit by the weak glow of a single lantern. Tank leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, while Diesel and Blade sat on a battered couch. Val and Sloane stood near the door, their expressions grim. Steele was the first to speak. We're almost there. If we push hard tomorrow, we'll reach the penitentiary by late morning. What do we do when we get there? Kay asked. That depends on what we find. Steele said. If it's overrun, we'll have to make a decision. Either we clear it out, or we move on. Clear it out? Sloane repeated, her voice rising. Do you have any idea what that would take? We're barely hanging on as it is. Steele's expression softened. I know. But we need a place we can defend, and that penitentiary is the best option we've got. It's fortified and strong. Tank shook his head. What if it's crawling with the dead? You gonna storm in there and take them all on yourself? I might. Steele said, his tone deadly serious. But then we have a secret weapon now, don't we? Steele nodded towards Blade. The room fell silent. Even Blade, who usually had a sarcastic comment for everything, seemed taken aback. Finally, Blade spoke. I can do it. If that's what it takes. I will do it. I'll come with you. Steele replied. If it's bad, we will do it together. Cover ourselves in zombie blood and guts, slip past the dead, and kill them all whilst we are in there. Then we can open the gates from the inside. That's insane. Kay said, her voice barely above a whisper. It's perfect, but I'm happy to do it alone. Steel, you're needed here. Blade interjected. All eyes turned to him. It's worked for me before. Blade said, leaning forward. The dead rely on their sense of smell. If you smell like them, they won't notice you. Tank let out a bitter laugh. I can't tell if you've got a death wish or if you're just crazy brave. Maybe a little of both. Blade said with a smirk. Steel nodded. Then it's settled. If it comes to it, Blade and I will go in. The rest of you stay outside and wait for our signal. After the meeting, the mood in the warehouse was tense. People whispered in hushed tones, their faces shadowed in the flickering lantern light. Kay sat beside me, her head resting on her knees. Do you really think this will work? She asked. I don't know. I admitted. But what choice do we have? She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the ground. Across the room, Tank and Diesel were talking quietly. Hera and Hades lay at their feet, their ears twitching at every sound. You ready for this? Tank asked. Diesel shrugged. Ready as I'll ever be. Do you think Blade's theory will hold up? Diesel hesitated. Guess we'll find out. Later that night, I found myself sitting near the entrance, watching the shadows outside. The world was eerily quiet, the only sounds the occasional creak of the building and the soft breathing of the others. Blade joined me, his movements silent as he leaned against the wall. You're quiet tonight. I said. He shrugged. Just thinking. About what? About what comes next. About whether I'll live to see it. I studied him for a moment, noting the weariness in his eyes. Why did you stay out there so long? Alone? Blade hesitated. Didn't have a choice. Lost everyone I cared about early on. Figured it was better that way, no one left to lose. I nodded, understanding all too well. You've got a good group here. They're worth fighting for. Yeah. I said. They are. As the hours dragged on, the warehouse grew colder. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, my eyes darting to every shadow. Steel and Diesel took turns on watch, their figures silhouetted against the weak light of the lantern. Blade eventually joined them, his rifle resting casually across his lap. Hera and Hades stayed close, their ears constantly swiveling toward the darkness. Freya and Odin were with the kids, their presence a small comfort in the otherwise tense atmosphere. None of us slept that night. We were too close to our goal, too close to the unknown. The penitentiary loomed in the distance, its high stone walls a stark contrast against the fog. Even with the sun rising behind us, the place looked like it had been ripped straight out of a medieval movie set. Its weathered facade seemed to leer at us, the iron gates standing tall and foreboding. Kay leaned forward from her seat near the bus window, squinting at the structure. It looks quiet, she said softly, although her tone betrayed her hesitancy. That doesn't mean anything. We won't know until we are in there. Steel muttered from where he sat across the aisle, checking the straps on his gear. As the bus rolled to a stop, we parked just out of sight behind a cluster of overgrown bushes and trees. Unease clung to everyone aboard, coiling tighter with each groan of the bus's frame, making passengers jolt at every sound. Hera and Hades sat at Tank's feet, their ears perked and noses twitching. Val stood and turned to face the group. All right, everyone. This is it. Stay in the bus. Keep the doors locked. Don't make a sound unless we give the all clear. Her voice was steady, but her hands gripped the seat back so hard I thought she might puncture the seating material. Steel, Blade, Diesel, Tank, and I stepped out into the brisk midday air. The faint metallic tang of blood from our earlier encounters clung to us, a grim reminder of what was at stake. We crept through the undergrowth, staying low until we had a clear view of the front gates. My stomach dropped when I saw them, dozens of undead, shambling aimlessly behind the rusted iron bars. Their groans and growls carried in a faint chorus on the wind, a haunting symphony that made my skin crawl. "It's a small horde," Blade said, his tone neutral as he peered through his scope. "Small enough to manage," Steele replied, though his jaw tightened as he spoke. Diesel crouched beside him, tapping the gate with his claw to test its strength. "Looks sturdy enough." "They're trapped for now." Tank pointed to the far side of the yard, where a few skeletal watchtowers jutted into the sky. "Bet those towers have an unobstructed view of the whole place." "We'll need to clear them too." Steele nodded. "First, we get those gates open." Back at the bus, we laid out the plan. "Blade and I will cover ourselves in guts and go in through the side gate," Steele explained, pointing to a small access point we'd spotted earlier. "We'll walk among the dead, head to the main gate, and open it from the inside." "You're sure this will work?" Kay asked, her arms folded tight across her chest. Blade gave a small smirk. "I'm happy to go it alone. I'd stake my life on it." "Steele, you really don't need to come along too. I understand I'm the new guy around here. I don't blame any of you guys for not trusting me yet. Trust has to be earned, so let me earn it and do this for you." "No," Steele interrupted. "We do this together, I trust you." Tank interjected, gesturing toward the motorcycle he'd attached to the back of the bus the night before. "While they're doing that, I'll draw the horde away with this. Make some noise, lead them into the woods. Once the coast is clear, the rest of you can bring the bus in." Val looked unconvinced. "And if something goes wrong?" Steele's expression hardened. "Then we improvise." The mood was heavy as we set to work covering Steele and Blade in the grotesque camouflage. Using machetes and knives, we dismembered a few of the rotted corpses we'd found near the road, slicing open their torsos to scoop out the rancid innards. The stench was unbearable, a combination of decay and bile that clung to our clothes and burned our nostrils. "God, this is disgusting," I muttered, holding back a gag as I smeared a handful of slimy gore onto Steele's jacket. "Don't hold back. The more the better. Honestly, I've had worse spa treatments. At least this one's free." Blade seemed unfazed, methodically rubbing blood and guts into his sleeves. "Remember to keep your breathing steady when you're in there," he advised. "Don't flinch, don't hesitate. They'll notice if you act out of place." Steele's sisters, Val and Kay, watched from a distance, their faces pale. Kay stepped forward at one point, her hands trembling as if she wanted to hug him goodbye. "Don't," Steele said softly, holding up a gore-covered hand. "It's not safe." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Be careful, please." The smell of decay hit me like a punch to the gut as I crouched in the brush, watching Steele and Blade walk toward the gate. They looked monstrous, unrecognizable under the layers of gore and viscera smeared across their bodies. The sickly sheen of blood glistened in the sunlight, and bits of flesh hung from their clothes like grotesque ornaments. Even knowing they were alive under all that, it did nothing to ease my anxiety. The horde stirred beyond the rusted iron gates. They didn't move like people. Not anymore. Their limbs jerked unnaturally, heads twitching as if on invisible strings. Some were so decayed they barely looked human, sunken eyes, exposed bone, and gaping holes where flesh had decomposed. "Do you think they'll make it?" Kay whispered next to me, her voice trembling. "They have to," I said, though my throat felt dry. Steele and Blade moved closer to the side gate, their footsteps slow and deliberate. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out the faint rustle of the trees around us. It felt like we were all holding our breath. As they reached the gate, Blade pulled a small crowbar from his belt, his movements methodical. With a quick glance at Steele, he slipped the tool into the rusted lock and began to pry it open. The sound was faint, but it was like ringing a dinner bell. The undead reacted immediately. Heads snapped toward the noise, their milky, vacant eyes locking onto the gate. I felt my heart seize as they began to move, shuffling toward the source of the sound. Oh God. Kay muttered, clutching her knees to her chest. It's okay. Val whispered, though her knuckles were white where she gripped her machete. They've got this. I wanted to believe her, but my fingers twitched around the hilt of my blade, ready to spring into action if anything went wrong. The lock finally gave way with a faint pop, and Blade eased the gate open just enough for them to slip inside. And then they were among the dead. The walking dead barely seemed to notice at first, their attention still half focused on the forest around them. Steel and Blade moved with agonizing slowness, their steps careful and deliberate. I could see every muscle in Steel's body tense, his hand gripping the hilt of his machete, though he made no move to draw it. They passed within inches of a particularly gruesome corpse, a man with his throat torn out, his jaw hanging at an unnatural angle. The thing's head twitched as they walked by, its nostrils flaring as if catching a scent. My heart stopped. Don't stop. I whispered under my breath. Steel didn't. Neither did Blade. They kept moving, their faces expressionless, their breathing slow and steady. But I wasn't sure I was breathing at all. Then it happened. One of the zombies, a woman with matted hair and a gaping wound across her chest, turned toward Steel. She sniffed the air, her milky eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to focus. My stomach dropped. She knows. Kay whispered. Shoo. Val hissed, her hand tightening on Kay's shoulder. Steel froze for half a second, just long enough to let the zombie shuffle past him. He turned his head slightly, glancing at Blade, who gave the faintest nod in return. And then they kept moving. I exhaled shakily, my hands trembling as I wiped sweat from my brow. As they made their way deeper into the horde, I couldn't take my eyes off them. It was like watching a nightmare unfold in slow motion. Every step they took felt like an eternity, every twitch of the undead like a death sentence waiting to be carried out. Blade passed a corpse missing half its face, its jawbone exposed and teeth clacking together mindlessly. He moved around it carefully, his movements almost too precise. Steel wasn't far behind, his gaze locked straight ahead. He didn't look at the zombies, he didn't even flinch when one brushed against his arm. He just kept walking, his machete glinting faintly in the dim light. The horde pressed closer as they moved toward the main gate. I couldn't hear much from where we were hidden, but the occasional groan or hiss reached my ears, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Why are they so slow? They're watching. Val said, her voice low. They always do that. Like they're waiting for a reason to attack. I shuddered, my eyes flicking back to Steel and Blade. The longer I watched them, the more uneasy I felt. It wasn't just the sight of the horde or the thought of what would happen if one of them slipped up. There was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It felt like the forest itself was watching us, like the trees had eyes hidden among their branches. I glanced around nervously, half expecting to see movement in the shadows. But there was nothing. Just the faint rustle of leaves and the steady groans of the undead. You, okay? Tank asked, his voice a low rumble beside me. I nodded, though my hands were still trembling. Yeah. Just, nervous. You're not the only one. He said, his gaze fixed on Steel and Blade. This plan is insane. As Steel and Blade neared the main gate, my heart jumped into my throat. One of the zombies, a hulking figure with a missing arm, lurched toward Steel, its jaw snapping. Steel. I hissed, though I knew he couldn't hear me. He stopped for just a moment, his body rigid as the zombie stumbled closer. Blade didn't move, his eyes darting between Steel and the gate. Steel waited until the last possible second before stepping aside, letting the zombie stagger past him. My chest ached from holding my breath, but he didn't stop. Blooming heck. This might just bloody work. Val muttered under her breath. Finally, they reached the main gate. Blade knelt beside the lock, his gore-covered hands working quickly to remove the chains. Steel stood beside him, his machete ready in case any of the reanimated got too close. The horde sensed something was off. A few of them turned toward the gate, their groans growing louder. "Hurry up," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Blade's focus was entirely on the lock. The chains rattled as he pulled them free, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. And then, with a loud clang, the lock fell to the ground. The gate creaked open, and Steel and Blade slipped through. My heart raced as they turned back toward us, signaling that it was safe. "Let's move," Tank ordered as he headed towards his motorcycle. We didn't hesitate. One by one, we crept out of the brush and made our way toward the gates. The horde was still distracted. Their attention split between the noise Tank was making with the motorcycle and whatever primal instincts guided them. As we slipped inside, I couldn't help but glance back at the horde. They seemed less like monsters and more like predators, watchful, calculating, and patient. But then I suppose monsters and predators are the same thing, to victims. In a way, I suppose that's always been the way of the world. The air inside the penitentiary felt different to the open road we'd left behind. It was heavy, eerily so, it carried with it the stories of a brutal history. As we moved deeper into the fortress-like structure, I noticed how quiet it was. No echoes of the undead yet, just the sound of our boots scuffing on the concrete and the occasional panting from the dogs. Hera and Hades walked ahead of us, their noses low to the ground as they sniffed out any lingering danger. Freya and Odin stayed near Diesel, their ears perked up, listening for sounds none of us could hear. We entered the electric chair room with caution. The door creaked as Diesel pushed it open, revealing a space that was both eerie and oddly pristine. The chair sat at the center of the room, surrounded by an iron cage, its wooden seat and leather straps looking almost untouched despite decades of abandonment. On the walls were photographs, faded and yellowed, of the 94 men who had been executed here. Each one stared out at us, their faces frozen in time. Some looked defiant, others terrified. Steel let out a low whistle. "Well, this isn't creepy at all." Diesel chuckled, but it was humorless. "Guess we found the quarantine room, huh? Strap someone in there, and they're not going anywhere." Val frowned, her gaze fixed on the chair. "That's a little horrific, even for us." "It's practical," Diesel replied. "If we believe someone's gonna turn, we need a secure place to keep them until we figure out what to do." I glanced around the room, my stomach turning as I read some of the plaques beneath the photographs. Names, dates, crimes committed. Murder, theft, assault. Each one seemed more dreadful than the last, but the worst part was the realization that this was once considered justice. "Do you think they deserve to be remembered like this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Val shook her head. "Doesn't matter what we think. They died here, we can't change that, and now they're a part of this place's history. It's a shame there's no one left to add our stories to this place. I wouldn't mind my name being in the history books. Just as long as we don't die here too," I insisted. The dogs sniffed around the room, their tails wagging lazily. They seemed at ease, which gave me a small measure of comfort. If there were any immediate threats, they'd have been the first to know. "At least it's clean in here," Diesel said, wiping a bit of dust off the arm of the chair. "Not a speck of blood. That's gotta be a good sign, right?" Steel leaned against the wall, his eyes scanning the photographs. "Don't get your hopes up. The chair room was always locked up tight. It doesn't mean the rest of this place isn't a death trap." I shot him a look. "You sound like you know this place." A slow grin spread across his face. "I do, actually. I've been here once, before the world went to hell. They used to do ghost hunts here. It used to be a hobby of mine. Traveling across the states, spending hours, sometimes nights, in haunted houses and places. It was just a bit of fun." Diesel raised an eyebrow. "You're kidding." "Nope. I paid good money to wander around in the dark with a bunch of strangers, hoping to see something spooky." He gestured to the chair. This room was a big hit. People loved the stories about the executions. They honestly believed it was haunted. I couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Did you see anything when you were here? Steele shrugged. A few shadows, maybe. Heard some weird noises. But I didn't see a ghost. This place had a creepy vibe, though. Same as it has now. Val crossed her arms, her expression skeptical. Creepy or not, it's solid. These walls are thick, and the doors are heavy. If we can clear the rest of the place, it'll be a fortress. Let's hope the rest looks like this. Diesel said, ever the optimist. We spent a little more time in the room, checking the locks on the cage and inspecting the chair. Blade knelt by the base, his hands running over the metal frame. This setup's still solid. It's a little rusty, but it's functional. If we have to use it, it will hold. Tank appeared in the doorway, his broad frame filling up the space. His face was tight with frustration, and from the way the lines on his face creased, I knew exactly what was coming before he even opened his mouth. I don't like it. The thought of locking someone up in here, it feels archaic. Steele exhaled slowly, barely looking up from where he was checking his weapons. His movements were deliberate, methodical, like a man who had this argument in his head long before it ever left Tank's lips. It's not about what feels right, Steele said, sliding the magazine back into his gun with a soft click. It's about survival. If someone gets bit, we can't risk them turning in the middle of the night. Even if just one person turns in here, it won't just be their problem, it'll soon be ours. Tank scowled. He didn't argue, but his fingers twitched at his sides, curling into fists before flexing open again. He was pissed, that much was clear. Not at Steele, not even at the situation, really. But at the world for being like this. At the fact that we even had to have this conversation in the first place. I glanced between them. The reality of this dying world meant that we were always dealing with moral dilemmas. There was no right answer. We all knew that. Tank ran a hand over his stubbled jaw and let out a slow breath. In case anyone is interested, I kept them moving. He said after a long silence. The horde. They followed me out past the ridge. Had to push the bike harder than I liked, but they're nowhere near the penitentiary now. Steele finally looked up, studying him. How close did they get? Tank hesitated. Closer than I wanted. Steele frowned. That bike's fast. You shouldn't have had trouble losing them. Tank's mouth pressed into a thin line. I didn't. Not at first. But something was off, Steele. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Steele narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Tank shook his head, pacing a little. They weren't just following me. They were tracking me. Not like the mindless ones do, just drawn to movement and sound. This was different. More intentional. They tried cutting me off, like a flock of birds in formation. Steele sat up straighter, his expression darkening. The Watchers? I think so. I think some of the Watchers have started leading the Shamblers. Directing them. Tank scrubbed a hand over his face. It felt like something was watching me the whole way. And not just from behind, either. They were flanking me at points, cutting through the trees like they knew the terrain better than I did. He let out a bitter chuckle. One even got close enough to grab my damn jacket. Nearly pulled me clean off the bike. I shivered. The Watchers were different from the mindless hordes. They were smarter and stronger, hunters in every sense of the word. And they didn't just chase. They stalked. But they were normally solitary. They didn't team up. This was new. Steele's jaw clenched. And you're sure they didn't follow you back? Tank shook his head. I took the long way around. Switched directions a few times just to be sure. If any of them were still tailing me, I'd be dead already. It wasn't exactly comforting. Steele exhaled through his nose, rubbing at the bridge of it like he could feel a headache coming on. We need to be careful from now on. Extra vigilant. Take extra precautions. The dead ones seem to be evolving. I turned my gaze back to the walls, where time-worn photographs sat like apparitions, faces of long-dead men, their eyes faded but watching, as if aware. The images seemed to shift when I wasn't looking, their features bleeding into one another. These weren't just pictures. They were remnants, echoes caught between this world and the next. Their stories had ended here, and now we stood in their silence, pretending we were different. But the air was dense with warning, heavy with the kind of stillness that only comes before the dead stir. Maybe this wasn't shelter at all. Maybe it was a mausoleum and we'd already been invited to stay. And if we weren't careful, our pictures would be the next ones lining these walls. We should get moving, Val said. The longer we stand around, the more likely it is we'll run into trouble. Before leaving, we gathered near the door to discuss our plan. The penitentiary was massive, with multiple wings, cell blocks, and outbuildings. Clearing it was going to be a monumental task, but the electric chair room gave us hope. Hope that the penitentiary would be clear of the dead. Hope that we could make it our new home. If every section is as clean as this, we'll be in good shape, Val said. Blade adjusted the strap on his rifle. Doubt it'll be that easy. Places like this attract the dead. Dark corners, plenty of places to hide. Could take days to clear it all. We will need to bring the others inside the gates in the next hour or so. Kay and Frank are out there with them. But they will be safer behind these four walls than out there in the bus. We might have to section a part of this place off for a few days until we clear the entire prison and grounds. And if it's not clear? I asked, unable to keep the anxiety out of my voice. Then we do what we've always done, Diesel said, his tone deadpan. We fight. Steele clapped me on the shoulder. Relax, Alex. We've got this. Just stick with me, and you'll be fine. I nodded, though the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. As we stepped back into the hall, the oppressive silence returned. The electric chair room had been oddly quiet, almost serene, but the rest of the penitentiary felt alive with the ghosts of the past. It felt like we were walking on sanctified ground, that we were intruding somehow. The dogs were on high alert, their ears swiveling at every creak and groan of the old building. Hades let out a low growl, and Hera bristled, her gaze fixed on the shadows ahead. Stay sharp, Val said, her machete at the ready. Steele led the way, his movements confident and deliberate. Blade and Diesel followed close behind, their weapons drawn. Val and I brought up the rear, the dogs flanking us like silent sentinels. The hallway stretched on into huge, cavernous pathways. Its concrete walls marked with graffiti and faded signs. Every sound echoed, amplifying our footsteps until it felt like the whole building was listening. This place better be worth it, Diesel muttered. Otherwise, we're wasting a hell of a lot of energy and time. It'll be worth it, Val replied. It has to be. As we moved deeper into the penitentiary, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Maybe it was the photographs in the chair room, or maybe it was just the elusive ghosts that haunted the corridors. Either way, I kept my machete close, ready for whatever lay ahead. The Sugar Shack was as creepy as its name was misleading. The moment we stepped into the dark, damp basement, a chill ran down my spine. It smelled faintly of mildew and rust, and the air felt heavier than in the rest of the penitentiary, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 souls. The room yawned before us like the mouth of something ancient and starved. The air was stagnant, cloying, and tense. The Sugar Shack. A name that should have felt harmless, almost sweet, but there was nothing sweet about this place. Not the crumbling walls, not the decayed bones of forgotten furniture, and certainly not the whispers of history that seemed to seep from every darkened corner. The ceiling hung oppressively low as if the whole room crouched in anticipation, waiting to swallow us whole. Thick wooden support beams ran the length of it, their surfaces scarred with deep gouges, marks that could have been from age or something far worse. The graffiti along the walls was old but not faded. Some of it was the usual stuff. Names, dates, crude insults carved by hands long since turned to dust. But there were other markings too. Symbols I didn't recognize, scratched deep, as though someone had needed to make them, like a desperate man carving his final words into a cell wall before the inevitable came. This place is cursed. Tank muttered beside me. I didn't argue. In the center of the room, a cluster of decayed furniture was heaped together in a tangled mess of splintered wood and rotting cushions. Chairs with broken legs, an overturned table, what might have once been a couch, its stuffing spilling out like the intestines of a gutted animal. It looked like someone a long time ago had tried to make the space livable. A lounge, maybe. A meeting place. Why would they build this under a prison? I asked. Steele was the one to answer. He didn't look at me, just kept his gaze moving over the room, like he was mapping every possible escape route. They didn't build it. They repurposed it. It was a holding area, unofficially. I swallowed. For what? Steele finally looked at me, his face unreadable in the dim light. Punishment. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Guards would bring prisoners down here. Steele continued, stepping further into the room. His boots crunched over debris, his voice eerily steady. There were no cameras. No records. Just whatever happened between these walls. A strange silence fell between us. I didn't want to ask if people had been murdered here. Some things didn't need to be spoken aloud. Tank exhaled sharply, shaking his head. And now we're standing here, like idiots. I couldn't argue that either. The shadows stretched unnaturally, curling into the corners like something lurking just out of sight. I swore I could hear something, a whisper, or the soft scrape of movement. The hunters weren't outside. Not yet. But after all the suffering that had happened here, this place was still alive in its own way. Alive with hidden entities perhaps. But alive all the same. Great storeroom. Val said sarcastically as she swept her flashlight beam across the room. It looks like it's already been storing its own nightmares. Steele laughed. Come on, Val. It's perfect. It's big, it's out of the way, and no windows for anyone to break into. Besides, this place has history. That's what worries me. She muttered. What kind of history? I asked, half curious, half dreading the answer. Steele grinned. Back when this place was running, this was where the prisoners hung out when they weren't in their cells. It was like their recreational area, playing cards, lifting weights, stuff like that. But there were rumors about less friendly activities. Blade, standing near one of the corners with Hera and Hades sniffing at his feet, raised an eyebrow. Like what? Fights. Lots of them. Sometimes to the death. And other things. Steele's voice trailed off, leaving the rest to our imaginations. Oh, wonderful. Val said, her machete tapping against her leg. A basement full of bad juju. Can't wait to set up shop down here. This place is giving me the creeps. I admitted, my voice echoing in the quiet. Oh, don't be such a wimp, Alex. Steele teased, his flashlight bouncing as he gestured around the room. It's just an old basement. The prisoners might have been rough, but they were just people. Nothing to be scared of. People are scary though. I shot back, though I couldn't keep the nervous edge out of my voice. Yeah, but ghosts? Diesel chimed in, stepping into the center of the room. Ghosts are a different kind of scary. And this place definitely feels haunted. Steele rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. You don't actually believe in ghosts, do you? Diesel shrugged. All I'm saying is that it's colder down here than it was upstairs, and that's not normal. You're standing in a basement. Steele said. Basements are cold. That's how basements work. But Diesel didn't look convinced. He turned suddenly, looking over his shoulder as if he'd heard something. Okay, seriously. Did anyone just breathe on my neck? I stifled a laugh. Diesel, no one's close enough to do that. His face twisted into a grimace as he rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not joking. It felt like someone was standing right behind me. Maybe it's one of those ghosts. Val said, smirking. Maybe they just wanted to say hi. Steele barked out a laugh. Yeah, right. Ghosts are real and they're just hanging out, breathing on Diesel's neck. Maybe they like the way you smell, buddy. Diesel glared at him. Laugh it up, but I'm telling you, something's off about this place. The dog seemed to agree with Diesel. Hera let out a low growl, her ears pinned back as she stared into one of the darker corners. Hades bristled, his nose working overtime as he sniffed the air. What's she growling at? Val asked, moving closer to Diesel and Hera. No clue, Diesel muttered, his hand tightening on his machete. But I don't like it. Oh, for God's sake guys, it's probably just a rat. Steele said, waving a hand dismissively. These places are full of them. Oh great, now you tell us. After what happened in the tunnels at the monastery. I shuddered. Blade lifted his hand in the air like he was in a lesson trying to get the teacher's attention. Permission to speak, sir, and interrupt this interesting history lesson. But did you say rats? Tunnels? What are you guys talking about? It's a long story. Once we get settled, I will fill you in on all the grisly details. Steele answered. Wait, there's a grizzly bear involved too? Blade quipped with a smirk. Not funny. We all shouted out in unison. But even Steele seemed less sure of himself as we fanned out to inspect the room. The further we moved from each other, the louder the silence became. Every creak of the floor, every drop of water from the pipes above, sounded like something alive and watching. Let's just get this over with. Val said, breaking the tension. The faster we clear this place, the faster we can get out of here. I nodded and followed her lead. Blade moved with us, his flashlight casting eerie shadows as we checked the walls and corners for any signs of danger. As we worked, Steele couldn't resist leaning into the creepy atmosphere. You know. He began, his voice taking on a theatrical tone. They say the Sugar Shack is one of the most haunted parts of the penitentiary. Guards used to report seeing shadows down here, hearing voices. Some even said they felt like they were being watched. Not helping, Steele. I said, glancing nervously at the shadows that danced across the walls. Oh, come on, Alex. He teased. It's just a story. But they say if you stand in the middle of the room and close your eyes, you can feel someone breathing on your neck. Shut up, Steele. Diesel interrupted. I don't need any more reasons to hate this place. Steele laughed. Hey, I'm just saying. Maybe the ghosts are friendly. Maybe they just want a hug. Try saying that when one's breathing down your neck. Diesel muttered, still rubbing at his collarbone. It wasn't until we were almost finished inspecting the room that things got weird. I was sweeping my flashlight across the far wall when I saw it, a shadow that didn't belong. It was tall and human-shaped, but there was no one there to cast it. Guys? I said, my voice shaking slightly. Does anyone see that? The others turned their flashlights in the direction I was pointing, but by the time they looked, the shadow was gone. See what? Val asked, her brow furrowed. There was. I thought I saw. I trailed off, feeling foolish. Steele grinned. Looks like Alex is seeing ghosts now, too. You and Diesel should start a club. I shot him a glare but didn't argue. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe. Despite the creepy vibes, the room was exactly what we needed. It was large, secure, and out of the way, perfect for storing supplies. Once we clear out the junk, this place will work great. Val said, gesturing to the piles of broken furniture and trash. Agreed. Blade said. We can reinforce the doors, maybe even put in some shelves. Diesel, still looking uneasy, nodded reluctantly. Yeah, it'll do. But I'm not coming down here alone. Ever. Steele clapped him on the back. Don't worry, buddy. If a ghost tries to get you, just scream, and we'll come running. Diesel shoved him away with a scowl, but there was a faint smile on his face. As we made our way back to the main hall, the tension slowly began to lift. The dogs seemed more relaxed, their tails wagging as they trotted ahead of us. Well, Val said, breaking the silence, at least we know where to store all the food and gear. And where to quarantine people. Steele added, earning a groan from Diesel. Let's just hope we don't need to use it for that. I said. Agreed, Val replied. As we left the sugar shack behind, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder one last time. The room was still and silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd left something behind, or that something had stayed behind to watch us leave. Steele caught my glance and smirked. Don't worry, Alex. The ghosts won't follow you upstairs. Ghosts can't climb. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help smiling. Even in a place as sinister as this, Steele's humor was a welcome relief. Come on. Val said. Let's keep moving. We've still got a lot of ground to cover. And with that, we left the shadows of the sugar shack behind, though I had a feeling its ghosts would linger with us for a long time to come. The penitentiary was like a superstructure. It was far bigger than I'd imagined when we first drove up. The walls seemed to extend forever, their towering gray surfaces a much-needed shield against the undead. We'd barely scratched the surface with the yard and the sugar shack. Now came the real work. We regrouped in the main hall after clearing the initial areas. Blade, Val, Diesel, Tank, Steele, and I stood around a makeshift table, a slab of metal propped on a couple of upturned crates. Steele had spread out a hand-drawn map of the penitentiary, the edges of the paper frayed and yellowing. All right. Steele said, tapping his finger on the map. We've got to check the cell blocks, the infirmary, and the admin building. Once those are clear, we'll have a better sense of how secure this place is. Any idea how many stragglers we might run into? Val asked, her machete resting on her shoulder. Steele shook his head. No clue. But given how quiet it's been so far, I'd hazard a guess that there won't be too many. Quiet doesn't mean safe. Diesel muttered, his eyes scanning the room as if expecting something to lunge at him. Which is why we're sticking together. Val said firmly, as she glanced at Tank. We need you to go get the bus and Blade's vehicle. Bring them in once we've cleared enough ground. We need those vehicles inside these walls sooner rather than later. Tank nodded, his usual grin replaced by a grim determination. Got it. I'll keep everyone on the bus safe while I'm at it. Steele clapped him on the back. Good man. I took a deep breath, tightening my grip on my machete. All right. Let's get to it. The cell blocks were the stuff of nightmares. Long, narrow hallways, lined with rusting bars and crumbling concrete. The air was damp and stale, and every step echoed like a gunshot. This is creepy as hell. Could you imagine being incarcerated here for a long stretch? Diesel muttered as we moved down the first row of cells. I don't even want to think about it. Creepy or not, we need to clear it. Val said, her flashlight sweeping the shadows. Keep your eyes open. We moved methodically, checking each cell as we went. Most were empty, their iron doors hanging open like gaping mouths. A few had long dead corpses slumped in the corners, their rotting flesh clinging to brittle bones. OMG, they stink, this place is rancid. I hissed. Steele shrugged. Seems like these days nowhere is free from a decaying corpse or two. Do you think these were people trying to survive the outbreak, like us? Diesel questioned grimly. Nobody answered, we all knew it was probably the case. We encountered our first walker at the end of the block. It was a skeletal figure, its tattered prison uniform hanging loosely on its emaciated frame. It staggered toward us with a low, guttural growl, its hands clawing at the air. On your left. Val warned, as I swung my machete in a wide arc, the blade slicing clean through its neck. The zombie collapsed in a heap, its head rolling across the floor. Anyone for a game of soccer? Diesel quipped with a nod. You're gross, do you know that? I replied, wiping the blade on my jeans. We cleared the rest of the block with little resistance, finding only a handful of emancipated Zeds scattered among the cells. Still, the tension was palpable. Every creak and groan of the building set my nerves on edge. The infirmary was worse. So much worse. The air reeked of mildew and something far more sinister, rot, old blood, and the unmistakable stench of flesh that had been left to fester for far too long. The second floor felt heavier, like the building itself was sagging under the weight of all the death trapped within its walls. The long hallway leading to the infirmary doors stretched ahead like the throat of something waiting to swallow us whole. This should be fun. Diesel muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he wiped sweat from his brow. His fingers drummed anxiously against the handle of his knife. Steele shot him a look before pushing against the heavy double doors. The paint had peeled away in long, curling strips, revealing the rusting metal beneath. The hinges groaned in protest, loud enough to send a shiver down my spine. The second the doors opened, the smell hit us like a gut punch. Holy crap. Val gagged, covering her nose with her sleeve. That's next level rancid. Tank coughed, taking a step back. Like, someone's been marinating in their own juices for months kind of rancid. You good? Steele asked, glancing at me. I swallowed hard, breathing through my mouth. If by good you mean not actively throwing up, then yeah. Fantastic. The infirmary was a war zone. Shattered glass crunched beneath our boots as we stepped inside. Beds, overturned carts, and rusted medical equipment were strewn across the floor. The walls were streaked with dark, congealed blood, and I swore I saw teeth embedded in the drying gore. Then we saw them. Tied down to examination tables. The experiments. At first, I thought they were just long-dead corpses, but as we moved closer, one of them let out a wet, rasping moan. My stomach turned to ice. Son of a bitch. Diesel muttered. There were 6 of them, each in varying states of decay. Some were strapped down with thick leather restraints, others with actual chains that had cut deep into what little flesh remained. One had its jaw pried open, a rusted medical instrument still lodged between its teeth like some sick joke. Another's ribcage had been sawed open, the cavity left hollow and exposed, ribs yellowed and brittle from time. They left them like this? Val whispered, horror creeping into her voice. They didn't even put them down. They just left them to rot. One of them turned its head toward us, the movement unnatural and jerky, like the muscles no longer knew how to function properly. Its lips had long since peeled away, exposing a grotesque rictus of yellowed teeth that chattered softly. I had seen a lot of awful shit since the world ended, but this was hell on earth. Who the hell does this? I whispered. Blade let out a slow exhale. People who lost their humanity long before the dead started walking the earth. Tank approached one of the restrained Zeds, peering down at it. The thing's clouded eyes twitched, its fingers spasming weakly against the restraints. Poor bastards. He muttered. They must have turned in the first few days of infection. Steele said. They've been like this ever since. Just, trapped. I felt something awful settle in my gut. The undead were monsters, but this was cruelty. They didn't deserve this. Kay said softly, stepping up beside me. I nodded. Let's end their suffering, now, shall we? I don't know about all of you, but I've seen enough. Nobody argued. Steele was the first to step forward. He raised his knife and drove it cleanly through the forehead of the nearest Zed. The body jerked once, then stilled. One by one, we moved through the room, putting them down as quickly and painlessly as we could. I took a breath, steadying my nerves, and stepped up to the one with its jaw pried open. Its eyes twitched toward me, mouth locked in a silent, eternal scream. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Then I drove my knife through its skull. The moaning stopped. The silence that followed was hauntingly heavy, with something I couldn't name. Diesel exhaled, scrubbing a hand down his face. "Well, that was some nightmare fuel." Blade shook his head. "Shit like this makes you wonder if we're even the good guys anymore." Steele didn't answer. He just looked around the room, taking in the rusted tools, the dried blood, the grotesque remnants of whatever research had been done here. Finally, he muttered, "Let's get the hell out of here." I didn't argue. None of us did. We knew that what we had seen here today would haunt us in our dreams. It was so horrific, so inhuman, that it would leave invisible scars with us for life. As we turned to leave, a sound drifted through the infirmary. A whisper. Soft. Eerie. Like wind slipping through cracks in the walls. Only it wasn't the wind. It was our names. I stiffened, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The hunters. They were outside. And they were calling to us. One voice, clear as day, called Diesel's name. Diesel, his jaw clenched. Well, that's simply great. Like my day wasn't already bad enough. That means you're still alive. Steele offered, trying to sound optimistic. For now. Diesel shot him a glare. Appreciate the encouragement, asshole. Another whisper slithered through the vents. A different name this time. Kay. Kay flinched. Her face paled. That's all we need. I muttered. Kay's voice was flat, resigned. Not again, will they ever stop? Blade let out a slow breath. Not as long as the dead walk the earth sadly. The whispers grew louder. More names. More taunts. Blade. Come join us. Maria. I need you, Maria. Leroy. Declan. Come to mommy. They were playing with us. I gripped my knife a little tighter and turned to Steele. We need to move. Now. We need to get the others inside the walls. His gaze flicked to the smashed windows at the far end of the infirmary. They are not in here. They are coming from out there. Steele then pointed at the tree line in the distance, and in that moment, I think we all sighed with relief. As we made our way back toward the stairwell, the whispers followed, curling around us like unseen fingers, clawing at the edges of our sanity. And I knew, without a doubt, that the worst was yet to come. The admin building was our last stop. It was smaller than the other areas, but it had its own unique brand of creepiness. Old desks and filing cabinets were scattered haphazardly, and faded posters of prison rules and regulations hung crookedly on the walls. Looks like this is where all the paperwork was kept. Steele said, kicking an overturned chair out of the way. Exciting. Diesel said dryly. We split up to search the offices, checking every nook and cranny for signs of life or death. Find anything interesting? Val asked as she rifled through a filing cabinet. Just old files. I said, holding up a yellowed piece of paper. Looks like a staff member was up for retirement just as the world ended. I wonder how that turned out for him. Steele chuckled. Probably better than it did for the rest of us. Speaking of which, you had best get back to the bus, Tank. Val ordered. The admin building was clear, but the sheer amount of clutter made it feel claustrophobic. By the time we regrouped in the head office, I was more than ready for dinner. The penitentiary was as secure as we could make it for now, but we needed to move fast. The bus was still outside, a sitting target for anything lurking beyond the gates. The hunters' whispers had started earlier than usual, brittle voices curling through the daylight, slithering into the ears of the terrified survivors huddled inside the bus. That had never happened before. The hunters were creatures of the night. Until now. Val's face was pale but set in grim determination. Tank, bring the bus in now. Get everyone inside the gates, ASAP. We can't afford to wait. She crackled, through the walkie-talkie. The whisper came so faintly, I almost thought I imagined it. A slow, crawling voice that barely disturbed the still air. Diesel, come outside, you're not safe in there, come find me. My stomach twisted. It wasn't possible. The whispers didn't come during the day. And yet, as the seconds passed, more voices joined the first, weaving together in a chorus of sorrowful, coaxing calls. They weren't screaming. They weren't growling. They were almost singing. Haunting. Familiar. Elise. I miss you. K.A., baby, it's me, please. I need you. Steele's face darkened. No. No, no, no. Not now. Not in the daylight. But it was happening. And worse, we weren't the only ones who could hear it. We stood at the gates, weapons ready, listening intently to the crackling transmission on the walkie-talkie. Kay must have been gripping the call button in sheer terror. Hearing the fear in her voice was absolutely heartbreaking. Kay Tank was already on the bus with me, the kids, and the others. He caught Val's eye through the cracked windshield and gave a single nod. A quiet confirmation that he was ready. He was gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles were white from the pressure. I sat beside him, trying to stay calm for the others. My hand rested protectively on the shoulder of a little boy trembling at my side. The whispers outside were growing stronger, more insistent. They coiled through the cracked windows, familiar voices speaking names with eerie, sing-song precision. Tank, come to us, a voice crooned, lilting and sweet, almost teasing. It was barely audible over the low hum of fear inside the bus, but it made Tank's shoulders stiffen. Then another voice. Kay. It was soft, coaxing, dripping with false warmth. You left me, Kay. How could you? I flinched, my grip on the boy intensified. I tried to control my breathing, to hide my fear, but the ghosts of my past were flashing before my eyes. The voice calling my name was one I would never forget, that of my husband. I had loved him so deeply before he turned, that is. Before I had been forced to put him down, to give him mercy. That's all we need. I muttered under my breath. This is bad, this is really bad. Tank muttered as his eyes locked on the penitentiary gates ahead. He put the bus into gear, his muscles tense, as the heavy vehicle lurched forward. A low murmur rippled through the survivors packed into the seats behind us. Some of the kids were crying, burying their faces into whatever comfort they could find, a worn-out teddy bear, an older sibling's shoulder. One of the women, a young mother named Lydia, whispered reassurances to the toddler in her lap, but her own voice shook with barely concealed fear. They shouldn't be calling names in the daytime, muttered an older man toward the back. That's not how they work. They wait until dark, don't they? No one answered. Because we didn't know. This was new, and anything new was dangerous. The hunters were evolving, or at least changing their patterns, and that meant our safe zones weren't as safe as we thought. As the bus trundled forward, the whispers didn't fade. They haunted us all. They were insidious and patient. They knew how to scare us. They knew exactly how to unravel our sanity, thread by thread. They had always tormented us at night. Every night since the world had fallen. But now, through the cracked windows, shadows shifted between the abandoned cars littering the road. They weren't moving fast, weren't surging forward with hunger like the mindless undead did. The hunters didn't have to rush. They took their time. They had words. And they had the voices of our dead. Faster, Tank, Val urged over the radio. We're opening the gates now. On it. Tank responded, pressing harder on the gas pedal. The gate ahead of us groaned open, just wide enough to fit the bus through. Steele and Diesel stood guard, weapons raised, ready for anything. The plan was simple: get the bus through, close the gate behind it, and secure the area before anything could slip inside. But plans rarely held up in this world. A scream tore through the bus, high-pitched and terrified. One of the children, Kitty, a little girl barely 6 years old, was pointing out the window, her face pale as death. "They're right there," she sobbed, pressing herself against the seat. "They're right there." I turned, my rifle raised, but I already knew what I would see. Figures standing just beyond the thinning tree line, still as statues, watching. Waiting. Their heads tilted, lips moving in a haunting chorus. Their eyes, so empty, so dead, were locked onto us. "Tank," I said, my pulse hammering. "Get us inside. Now." Tank didn't need to be told twice. The bus rumbled forward, tires crunching over gravel and debris. As soon as the back end cleared the gates, Steel and Diesel shoved them closed, locking them with hurried hands. The second they clanged shut, the whispers cut off as if someone had flipped a switch. Silence crashed over the penitentiary, except for the whimpers of the children and the sniffles from some of the women. In some ways the silence was worse than when they whispered. It meant they were still out there, still waiting, just quiet now. Just listening. Kitty was still crying, so I scooped her up, holding her close. "Shoo," I whispered, rocking her gently. "It's okay. You're safe now." But was she? Were any of us? Alex Val exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. That was too close. Too damn close. Too damn weird, more like. Diesel muttered. "Since when do they hunt in the daytime?" No one had an answer. Tank dragged a hand down his face and let out a heavy breath. That was horrific. The kids were terrified. Honestly, I think they would have attacked us if the bus wasn't covered in blood, guts, and entrails. "Nice call, Blade. You were right." He shook his head, exasperated. "Guess, we all owe you a beer." Damn, what am I saying? The bars are shut. Screw it. "Come here, mate," fist bump. I don't do hugs. Blade hesitated for a second before meeting Tank's fist with his own. And for some reason, at that exact moment, I lost it. A laugh burst out of me, uncontrollable, hysterical. Then, one by one, the others followed, our laughter rolling through the group like a Mexican wave of madness. It wasn't funny, not really. But after everything we had just been through, it was the release we all so desperately needed. The figures beyond the trees didn't move. The hunters were still there. Watching. Waiting. We were all on tenterhooks. They weren't just calling us. They were waiting, biding their time. I felt sick. The hunters were evolving, becoming bolder. The whispers outside slowly faded, retreating into the distance. But their words stayed with us, burrowing into our minds like parasites. Planting seeds of doubt. Of grief. Of longing. Tomorrow, we would continue clearing the penitentiary. But tonight? Tonight, we would listen. And we would try not to break. I glanced toward the gate, where Tank was still standing guard. He looked small against the vastness of the penitentiary, but his presence was a comfort. We weren't just surviving anymore. We were building something. Tomorrow would be a fresh start. All the demanding work wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. Across the road from the penitentiary, just past the Indian mound, there were several houses that begged exploration. Steele had pointed them out earlier in the day, gesturing toward their overgrown lawns and leaning fences with a gleam of determination in his eyes. "We'll have to clear those out," he said, his voice as steady as ever. "They might have supplies we can use, tools and seeds, maybe even food." Val nodded, her arms crossed over her chest. "And after that, we'll need to start on crops. That storage basement's a blessing, but we're gonna need fresh food sooner rather than later." The thought of clearing houses again, of fighting whatever might be lurking inside, filled me with a tired sort of dread. But I didn't voice it. We all felt the same. There was no use complaining, this was our lives now, survival demanded so much from us. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, we finally had a chance to rest. No walkers banging on the gates. No gut-wrenching fear of losing someone in the dead of night. For the first time in days, there was a fragile peace. We built a fire in the prison yard, its warm light flickering against the cold gray walls. The smell of smoke and charred wood filled the air, mingling with the faint, metallic tang that permeated the penitentiary no matter where you were. The children sat closest to the fire, their faces glowing with a mix of warmth and wonder. Hera and Odin lay beside them, their sleek coats shimmering in the firelight. Freya and Hades were stretched out near Val and Kay, who sat cross-legged on the ground talking in low voices. Steel was poking at the fire with a long stick, his eyes glinting mischievously in the dancing light. "All right, who wants to hear a ghost story?" A chorus of excited "me" erupted from the kids in unison. Even a couple of the adults chuckled, clearly eager for a bit of harmless fun. Kay, however, shot him a sharp look. "Steel, don't you dare scare them. They've been through enough as it is. They want to hear it." Steel said with an exaggerated shrug, the stick in his hand waving dramatically. "And besides, these stories are history. Educational even." "History, my ass." Kay muttered, but she didn't stop him. Steel leaned forward, the firelight casting eerie shadows across his face. "All right, gather round. This one's about the very place we're sitting in right now, the penitentiary." He lowered his voice, his tone dipping into something sinister. "Back before the world fell apart, people used to say this prison was one of the most haunted places in the country. Hundreds of men died here, some in the electric chair, some hanged, and others, well, let's just say not all of them died legally." "Why?" one of the kids asked, wide-eyed. Steel gave a solemn nod. "Because this place had a sugar shack." Several of us groaned. "You already told that one." Diesel muttered, tossing a twig into the fire. Steel waved him off. Fine. But did I tell you about the North Hall?" "No," one of the younger girls whispered, clutching her knees to her chest. Steel's grin widened. The North Hall was where they put the worst of the worst, the men so dangerous even the guards didn't want to go near them. They say the inmates there were practically left to rot. Some went mad. Some killed each other. And some say they never really left. Kay rolled her eyes, but even she seemed drawn in by the tale. "They say if you walk down the North Hall at night," Steel continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, "you can still hear them. Chains rattling. Voices murmuring. Sometimes, people even say they feel hands grabbing at them, pulling them toward the cells." A shiver ran down my spine despite myself. I told myself it was the cool night air, but Steel's stories had a way of getting under your skin. "What happened to them?" one of the boys asked, his voice trembling. "No one knows for sure," Steel said, leaning back with a dramatic flair. "But if I were you, I wouldn't wander too far from the group. You never know who or what might still be haunting these halls at night, under the cover of darkness." The kids squealed, half laughing, half terrified. Kay reached over to give Steel a playful shove. "You're the worst." Diesel snorted. "He's just trying to scare us, so we think his snoring is a ghost and not him." "Don't be jealous of my storytelling skills." Steel shot back with a grin. Despite the jokes and laughter, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The shadows cast by the fire seemed darker somehow, and every creak of the prison walls sounded louder than it should. I glanced at Diesel, who was sitting beside me. He caught my eye and gave me a faint smile, but even he looked on edge. "You believe any of that?" I asked him quietly. Diesel shrugged, his gaze flicking toward the darkened prison behind us. "I don't know. But after everything we've seen, I'm not ruling anything out. The stories continued, steel spinning tales of ghostly inmates and cursed prison guards, each one more outlandish than the last. The kids ate it up, their laughter and shrieks echoing through the yard. Even the dogs enjoyed the break. Hera rested her head on my knee, her warm breath a comforting presence in the cool night air. Hades, ever the sentinel, sat upright beside Val, his ears twitching at every sound. For a little while, it felt almost normal. Like we were just a group of friends camping out, sharing stories by the fire. But the penitentiary loomed behind us, a stark reminder of the world we lived in now. Tomorrow we would face its challenges head-on. We'd clear the houses across the road, start setting up a sustainable home, and figure out how to make this place work for us. For tonight, though, we let ourselves rest. As Steele launched into yet another story, this one about a guard who supposedly went mad and killed his entire shift, I leaned back and let the warmth of the fire wash over me. The future was uncertain, and the past was haunting. But somehow, this little snippet of normalcy made everything feel bearable. We were even laughing and joking. The children, what was left of them, were resilient, and us adults, well, we were just trying to survive this world one day at a time. Funny how things work out. I was always in such a hurry to grow up and become an adult. Even though I'm still only 16, I am classed as an adult now, a warrior, a fighter. You have to grow up quickly in the land of the dead, because if you don't, you will end up joining their ranks, and let's face it, that is a fate worse than death. The darkness itself had grown sentient, wrapping around us like a smothering shroud. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a presence, like a silent, unseen predator was stalking us. The fire flickering in the yard just beyond the cell block should have been a comfort, a reminder of life and warmth in a world overrun by icy tendrils of death. Instead, its flickering light seemed feeble and uncertain, pushing back against the oppressive gloom by a whisker. The shadows clung to every corner of the prison, like ink spills splattered across our field of vision. They didn't merely lurk, they encroached, like gangly long fingers reaching toward us with each dying ember of the fire. It was as if they were alive, creeping closer and closer, daring us to blink, daring us to falter. This place, the history, the death, the despair, seeped into your pores. You could sense it in the stale, musty air, thick with the sense of rust, old stone, and mildew. It carried the echoes of 1,000 screams, 1,000 haunting memories. The anguish of those who had suffered and died within these walls. It was like they were stuck here in limbo for eternity. Never making it to heaven, never making it to a place of peace. Every creak of the old metal gates, every whisper of the wind through the crumbling stone, sounded like the voices of the dead reaching out to us, desperate to be remembered. I hugged my knees to my chest, sitting near the fire but keeping my back firmly to the cell block's yawning maw. The others were scattered around the yard, as everyone else was trying to find some semblance of normalcy in a place that felt anything but. Even the dogs seemed unsettled. Hera's ears twitched at every sound, and Hades paced restlessly, his tail low and stiff. Freya and Odin huddled closer to Val, their watchful eyes scanning the shadows like they expected something or someone to step out of them. I couldn't help but glance toward the high walls that loomed around us, their barbed edges disappearing into the night sky. The prison had been built to keep people in, but now it was keeping the dead out. The unease wasn't just from the thought of the undead roaming beyond those walls. No, it was something darker. Something older. Something ancient. Alex. Blade's voice broke the silence. You good? I nodded quickly. My hands trembled slightly, and I clenched them into fists to steady myself. Yeah. Just, this place, you know? It's a little bit freaky. He didn't respond right away, his gaze scanning the yard before settling back on me. You feel it too, huh? The Zeds are one thing, but dealing with the ghosts of the past, that's something else entirely. Even Blade, with all his military stoicism, seemed on edge. His hand rested on the grip of his rifle, his knuckles white with tension. Diesel sat a few feet away, his clawed arm gleaming in the firelight. He was muttering to himself, though I couldn't make out the words. Steele was pacing near the gates. A smug grin plastered on his face as if he wasn't the least bit affected by the atmosphere. "Come on, people," Steele said, his voice loud and jarring in the stillness. "You're acting like a bunch of scared kids. It's just an old building. Creepy? Sure. Haunted? Nah. I'm telling you, the whole time I did ghost hunting as a hobby, I never came across a single entity. Not a single one." "Shut up, Steele," Val snapped, her voice cutting through the air like a whip. "No one needs your crap right now." Steele shrugged, unbothered. "Hey, I'm just saying. We've dealt with zombies, whispers, and the end of the damn world. A few spooky shadows shouldn't rattle us. It's not like the ghosts can hurt you. They ain't the undead. I know who I would rather deal with. You are all giving it power. If you don't believe in the supernatural, it can't affect you. But it wasn't just the spooky shadows, and we all knew it. This place carried a weight that none of us could explain, a heaviness that clung to your skin like a cold sweat. It was in the silence. In the way the air seemed to hum with unspoken tension. I don't know. Diesel muttered, his voice low but audible in the quiet. I feel like we're not alone. Of course we're not alone. Tank said, his tone a mixture of sarcasm and unease. We've got each other, the dogs, and whatever the hell else is lurking out there. That's not what I meant. Diesel said, his eyes searching to the far corners, just beyond the firelight. It's like there is something else here, with us. An entity. I didn't want to admit it, but I felt it too. A presence, intangible yet undeniable. It's just this place messing with your head. Kay said, though her voice lacked its usual conviction. She was sitting with the children, keeping them close and trying to soothe their nerves. One of the younger kids clung to her arm, his wide eyes darting nervously around the yard. Maybe. I said quietly, though I didn't believe it. Then it started, a whisper on the wind outside the walls, and just like that, the ghosts inside the walls of the prison were all forgotten. Harry. I'm here waiting for you. Marcel, please help me. Aaron, Virgil, the hunters were taunting us all again. Just like they had done every night since the world fell apart, since the dead walked the earth. They were relentless. The only difference being was that this time they didn't call out any of our names. They were names of people that weren't with us. People we didn't know. People we had never met. Every minute dragged, and every haunting chorus that carried on the wind set my nerves on edge. I glanced at the others, trying to gauge their reactions. Val was sharpening her blade, her movements methodical but tense. Sloane was fiddling with her toolkit, her hands moving quickly as if keeping busy would keep the fear at bay. And then there was the fire. Its light flickered weakly, barely illuminating the yard, creating the illusion of movement where there was none. Or at least, that's what I hoped. Hades let out a low growl, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. Hera stood beside him, her ears perked and her stance rigid. What is it, boy? Blade asked, his voice calm but alert. The dog didn't respond, he just continued to stare into the darkness. Hades calmed down, boy. It's nothing. Steele said dismissively. The dogs always get antsy when the hunters are around. I think the dogs hate them as much as we do. That's got me thinking. It's a good job dogs are immune to zombie bites. Otherwise, they would have been the first to go extinct. If the hunters called out to them in their dead owner's voice. Diesel said thoughtfully. Steele rolled his eyes. That's quite a lot of brain power you used there, Diesel. I'm impressed. Listen up everyone, I think it's time to call it a night. We've got a busy day tomorrow. And we should get the children indoors, so they don't have to hear the hunters. Some of them lost parents to the undead. The last thing we need is for the hunters to start calling their names. The children had been taken to the cafeteria when the hunters started their haunting chorus, led away by the others, to what passed as the safest place in this decaying prison. If anywhere could be called safe here. The murals on the cafeteria walls were faded but still splashed with color. They depicted animals and happy, sunlit scenes. Remnants of a world that had long passed. But they gave the place a sense of false comfort, a fragile illusion of normalcy. The world we once knew was gone, crumbling into dust beneath our feet, leaving behind only the hollow remains of a lifelong past. I stood there gripping my weapon, staring into the nothingness, and I let myself wonder. Would there ever come a day when a child could walk freely, unburdened by fear? When they could run through open fields with nothing chasing them, no need to glance over their shoulder, no need to live every second in terror? Or was that kind of innocence lost forever, stolen by a world where the dead didn't just haunt them, they hunted them, tormented them, and worst of all, devoured them? Would they ever know the warmth of a family dinner, the sound of laughter echoing through a home, the clatter of plates, the gentle hum of conversation? Would they ever get to blow out candles on a birthday cake while a room full of people sang off-key just to make them smile? Would they ever learn to ride a bike, wobbling down the street with scraped knees and proud grins? Would they ever experience the nervous excitement of a first dance at prom, a song playing that would become a memory etched into their hearts? Would they ever sit in a crowded theater, the scent of buttery popcorn wafting in the air, watching stories unfold on the big screen? Would they ever cheer in the stands of a football game, screaming themselves hoarse as their teams scored the winning touchdown? Would they ever get to live? Or were those things, those simple, beautiful moments lost forever? My throat tightened. So much had been stolen from us. So much had been erased, it was like the old world had never existed at all. We had taken it all for granted, the safety, the love, the innocence of just being human. Now, those creatures reigned supreme in a world that no longer existed, a world that might never exist again. And if, by some cruel twist of fate, a baby was brought into this nightmare, what kind of life would they have? Would they ever know peace? Would they ever know hope? My thoughts strayed to Hannah and her unborn child. They had both died in the park warden's cabin. Nelson had tried his best to protect her, but it was of no use. The rats still managed to bite her. Maybe it was fate. I couldn't imagine bringing a baby into this world, not here, not now. Maybe it was for the best. Were we just fooling ourselves, clinging to memories of a past that could never be reclaimed? I envied the group bedding down in the canteen at that moment. Out here, there was no such comfort. Tank, Diesel, and Blade had been on watch at the gate when my turn came back around. I stepped into the yard, gripping my weapon tighter than before. The mist, which had been nothing but a thin veil earlier, had thickened into something creepy. It was unnatural. It crawled through the open spaces, creeping up the prison walls and curling around the rusted fences like slithering fumes. It wasn't just mist. It moved with a will of its own. At first, I told myself it was a trick of the moonlight, but the longer I stared, the more I understood. The fog didn't drift lazily like normal mist, it coiled and slithered, folding over itself in slow, deliberate waves. I exhaled, trying to shake the crawling unease settling in my gut. Then, something moved. Not the mist itself, but something inside it. A ghostly apparition stirred within the rolling fog, barely distinguishable from the night itself. A shape, tall, thin, standing completely still. I blinked. Then it was gone. A movement in my peripheral vision. I whipped my head around at breakneck speed. Another shape emerged within the mist, farther away, but unmistakable. It was human-shaped, standing just beyond the fence, shrouded in the thick haze. Too still. Too silent. Another appeared. And another. Figures in the fog. They weren't moving, not at first. Just standing there, barely distinguishable from the swirling mist around them. A cold sweat broke out along the back of my neck. Then, as one, they stepped forward. The breath hitched in my throat. No sound. No footsteps. Just the eerie, silent movement of figures gliding through the mist. I raised my weapon instinctively, hands clammy against the grip. Then one of them shifted, just enough for the moonlight to catch its face. My blood ran cold. It was a woman. Or at least, it had been. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes were hollow, but shimmering. Her mouth hung open as if frozen mid-scream. But there was no sound. Another stepped forward, a man this time. Half his face was missing, his features blurred and insubstantial, like smoke. His body wavered, flickering like candlelight. Ghosts. I swallowed hard, breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. They weren't real. They couldn't be real. And yet, they stood there. Watching. The mist thickened, swallowing more of the yard. More figures took shape within it, men, women, children. Their faces were slack, their eyes hollow voids. Some were barely distinguishable, their forms disintegrating and reforming as the fog rolled over them. Others were clearer, their features twisted in expressions of fear, pain, and anguish. Then, all at once, they reached. Not lunging. Not rushing. Just stretching their hands toward me, fingers grasping at the empty air. I stumbled back, my pulse a wild drumbeat in my ears. My breath came out in ragged gasps. Then a whisper. Low. Indistinct. I didn't know where it was coming from, maybe the mist itself. Maybe the figures. Maybe the prison walls, whispering back to the ghosts of the past. More figures emerged from the fog, shifting and wavering like candlelight caught in the wind. Some of their mouths moved as if speaking, but no words came. A young girl floated into view just a few feet away. Her head tilted unnaturally to one side, her empty eyes locked onto mine. Her lips parted, but no sound escaped. All I could feel was an icy breath in my ear. I felt it. It was cold. If sadness had a feeling, this would be it. I spun around, but there was nothing but mist. The figures didn't move any closer, but their presence haunted me. They were all watching now. Their hollow, shimmering eyes locked onto mine. A wave of nausea rolled through me. I had to get out of here. I took another step back, then another. The figures didn't follow. They didn't need to. They had already made their presence known. Then a single, distorted voice rose above the whispers. A name. My name. The world spun for a second. My stomach dropped. I turned and bolted. The mist swallowed the figures behind me, their shapes vanishing into the white void as if they had never been there at all. But I saw them. I knew then that ghosts were real. Blade broke the silence first, his voice low and steady. It's worse than before. It doesn't look natural. I glanced at him. His dark eyes were locked on the swirling mist, his hand resting lightly on the rifle slung over his shoulder. Blade was usually the calmest of us all, unshakable even when the dead were clawing at the gates, but now? There was something different in his tone. Nothing about this place is natural. Diesel muttered. He was standing a few feet away, his machete in one hand, his new clawed arm hanging at his side. Even in the dim light, I could see his nerves were getting the better of him. Guts and zombies, I can handle. But ghosts? Not so much. Tank, ever the skeptic, let out a slow breath, the vapor curling up and dissolving into the air. It's just water vapor, guys. No need to turn this into a horror movie. I'd agree. Blade said, his voice sharper now, if it weren't moving against the wind. I froze, my eyes snapping up to the night sky. He was right. The faint breeze rustling the dead leaves on the ground was blowing westward, but the mist wasn't following it. It was swirling east, it seemed as if it was a breathing, living entity. The sensation of being watched crept over me again, stronger than before. My pulse quickened as I scanned the yard, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, just the thickening mist and the oppressive silence. This place is seriously messed up. I muttered. You're just noticing that now? Diesel said with a bitter laugh. Welcome to the party. Blade shifted his weight, his gaze still fixed on the mist. There's something strange about that mist. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it. Tank snorted. You're all just spooked because this place has a reputation. It's a prison, not a haunted house. Then why's your hand on your gun? Diesel asked, smirking despite the tension. Tank glared at him but didn't let go of his pistol. Force of habit, I guess. I wasn't buying it. None of us were. The mist crept closer, curling around our boots, and I swore it felt colder than the air around us. I shivered again, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. You feel that? Diesel asked, breaking the silence. His voice was low, almost hesitant. What? I asked. That cold. He said, glancing over his shoulder like he expected someone or something to be standing there. It's like someone's breathing on my neck. I stared at him, trying to ignore the chill creeping up my spine. Don't say that. I'm serious. Diesel said, his tone sharper now. It's freezing. Blade looked at him, his expression unreadable. Are you sure it's not just your imagination? Does it feel like my imagination to you? Diesel snapped, gesturing to the frost forming on the ground around us. Blade didn't answer, his jaw tightening as his eyes flicked back to the mist. Tank, ever the joker, let out a laugh that sounded more forced than genuine. Maybe the ghosts fancy you and want to give you a hug. Shut up, Tank. Diesel muttered. The tension in the air was palpable, we all felt it. It was like a dark cloud sitting right over our heads, threatening to wreak havoc and create a storm that we couldn't hide from. The mist thickened, swirling faster now, and I couldn't help but feel like it was alive, like it was watching us, studying us. Does anyone else feel heavy? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Blade nodded grimly. Yeah. Like the air's denser than it should be. Great. Diesel muttered. First cold breath, now the air's trying to crush us. What's next? Tank rolled his eyes. You all need to calm down. It's just a foggy night in a creepy old prison. We have dealt with worse. At least the ghosts can't hurt you. Except the fog doesn't usually move like that. Blade said quietly. None of us had an answer for that. The mist continued to swirl, growing thicker and darker, and I swore I could see shapes moving within it. Shadows flickering in and out of sight, too fast and too indistinct to make out. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained my eyes, trying to figure out if I was imagining things or if something or someone was actually out there. What the hell is that? Diesel asked suddenly, pointing toward the far end of the yard. We all turned to look, our breaths hitching as we saw it, a figure, barely visible through the swirling mist, standing just beyond the edge of the firelight. It was too far away to make out any details, but its outline was unmistakable. Is that a person? I asked, my voice trembling. No, Blade said firmly, his grip tightening on his rifle. It's not. How do you know? Because it's not moving. He said, his voice grim. And no living person just stands there like that. The figure remained still, its silhouette barely visible through the mist. Tank took a step forward, his hand on his pistol. I'll check it out. Don't. Blade said sharply, grabbing his arm. Why not? Because whatever that is, it's not worth risking your life over. Blade said, his eyes never leaving the figure. Tank hesitated, then stepped back. Fine. But if it moves, I'm shooting it. If it moves, you will be shooting at nothing. Ghosts are residual entities. They are not physically on this plane. There is literally nothing to shoot at. And then to make matters worse, to make things even more creepy, the hunters started. Alex. Come to us. Johnny, where are you? I need you. Mickey. Come to me. I dragged a hand through my hair, my pulse still hammering in my ears. Great. That's exactly what we needed. They're back, Hack. Tank muttered in a mock spooky tone, waggling his fingers dramatically. But his forced humor did nothing to mask the tension in his voice. No one laughed. Outside, the night stretched on, suffocating and endless. The mist had thickened into something almost tangible, swirling around us in slow, deliberate coils. It clung to the prison walls, curling around the rusted bars, seeping through the cracks like fingers searching for a way inside. We watched the figures fade, those pale, shimmering apparitions that didn't walk so much as glide through the fog. But just because they were gone now, it didn't mean we were alone. The unseen eyes, the unseen breaths, it turned my skin to ice. They were still watching. No one spoke. No one moved. Even the wind had died, leaving only the sound of our own breathing and the distant, hollow whispers threading through the air beyond the gates. The hunters. I gritted my teeth, trying to block them out. Their voices slithered through the night like poison, soft and insidious, sinking into the bones of this place. Words too low to understand, too fragmented to grasp. But the way they ebbed and flowed, rising and falling in a sickening rhythm, made my stomach twist. They're closer. Blade murmured. Diesel adjusted his grip on his rifle, his jaw clenched. No shit, Sherlock. The cold had settled now, not just in the air but in my chest, in my blood. It wasn't natural. It wasn't right. Another whisper, curling through the mist. A breath that wasn't ours. I didn't turn toward it. I didn't dare. Because if I did, I might see something staring back. The night, the darkness, it was spine-chilling. The whispers were never going to stop. It was going to be an exceedingly long night. Hera and Hades stood their ground, growls rumbling deep in their throats. Hera, ever vigilant, took a step forward, her body tense and protective as she positioned herself between Blade and the mist. Hades leaned into Tank, his lip curling in a low, silent snarl, his eyes fixed on the same point as Hera's. The dogs weren't just unsettled. They were on high alert. They didn't like the ghosts in this place either. You see something, don't you, girl? Blade asked Hera, his voice calm but edged with apprehension. The dog gave a quiet, deliberate woof, her gaze unwavering as she tracked the swirling mist. Blade's eyes narrowed. I don't like this. Diesel was quick to echo the sentiment. I really don't like this. He muttered, his voice dropping to a low whisper. His machete drawn, his clawed prosthetic hanging loose at his side. Tank, in true Tank fashion, tried to break the tension. Since when do you like anything, Diesel? He quipped, though the edge in his tone betrayed his own nerves. I tightened my grip on my knife, the blade reassuring but not enough to quell the prickling sensation racing up my spine. The air was cold, yes, but this wasn't just the weather. It was that same, unnatural chill that felt alive, seeping into my skin like it had a mind of its own. And then I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of cold, clammy breath against the back of my neck. Someone's behind me. I whispered, the words barely audible over the thundering of my own heartbeat. Blade reacted instantly, turning sharply with his rifle raised, eyes scanning the darkness for any movement. But there was nothing. Just shadows shifting with the mist. You're jumpy. Blade said after a long moment, but his voice wasn't mocking. His shoulders were rigid, his body poised for action. Right. I muttered, forcing a shaky exhale. I'm just jumpy. Steele sauntered into the yard at that precise moment, grinning like he had just won the lottery. What's got you all so freaked out? He called, his voice loud and easy, cutting through the tension like a knife. Did the bogeyman pay you a visit? Diesel shot him a glare that could have melted metal. Not funny, Steele. Ah, come on. Steele said, strolling closer. He leaned casually against the gate, his hands stuffed in his jacket pockets like he didn't have a care in the world. You're telling me Big Bad Diesel is scared of a little fog? Steele, I swear. Diesel started, his grip tightening on his machete. All right. Steele said quickly, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Touchy. I'm just saying, maybe it's all the ghost stories I told you earlier. You know, I'm not saying I used psychological warfare on yous. But, Blade, who was usually as stoic as a statue, snorted softly. Do us a favor and use it elsewhere in future. You've got everyone here on tenterhooks. Tank let out a bark of laughter, brief but genuine. You've got a point there, Blade. Steele smirked. Everyone's a comedian tonight. Fine, I'll behave from now on. No more ghost stories. This is our home now, good or bad, we all have to come to terms with its dark history. These walls will keep us all safe. If we have to have a few specters as housemates, so be it. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Can you at least pretend to take this seriously? Oh, I'm taking it seriously. Steele said, his grin widening. But that doesn't mean I can't have a little fun while we're at it. You know, keep morale up. Isn't that what good leaders do? If you're our definition of a good leader, we're doomed. Diesel shot back. Steele laughed, the sound cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Keep that sense of humor, Diesel. You'll need it. Steele broke the silence with a low whistle. Well, if the ghosts of the past are trying to spook us, they are doing a hell of a job. I didn't think anything scared you lot. I shot him a look. That's not helping. He grinned, unrepentant. Just saying what we're all thinking. As the night dragged on, so did the darn mist. It didn't recede, and the oppressive chill only served to fuel our fears. Every so often, one of the dogs would let out a low growl or a soft bark, but there was nothing to see. Nothing tangible, anyway. And then I heard it. A whisper. Faint, almost inaudible, but unmistakable. Did you hear that? Steele's brow furrowed. Hear what? It sounded like, I hesitated, straining my ears. There it was again, softer this time, but clear. My name. Elise, I stiffened, my grip on my knife tightening. That, I said, my voice shaking slightly. It sounded like my name. Steele looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he broke into a grin. Well, it's not the ghosts, is it? Ghosts can't speak. So not funny, Steele. I snapped, though my voice lacked bite. He chuckled, leaning closer. You're cute when you're scared, you know that? Shut up. I muttered, turning away before he could see the heat rising to my cheeks. When Blade finally suggested we rotate out, Tank and Diesel both looked relieved. Good luck. Tank said to Steele and me, his tone halfway between sincere and sarcastic. Try not to let the ghost stories get to you. Don't worry about us. Steele said, clapping him on the back. We'll be fine. As the others headed inside, Steele turned to me with that ever-present smirk. Ready to face the big, bad mist? I groaned. Do you ever take anything seriously? Sure, I do. He said, his tone light but his eyes sharp. I just don't see the point in losing my head over something we can't control. Besides, you've got me. What's the worst that could happen? I sighed, shaking my head. You're insufferable. He grinned wider. And yet, you keep me around. Funny how that works. The night was far from over, but at least with Steele beside me, the darkness didn't seem quite so overwhelming. His banter might have been infuriating, but it kept me sane in an insane world. The world didn't seem quite so dark when he was around. As for the mist, it just disappeared, leaving myself and Steele to keep watch all alone. We sat side by side on the cold concrete steps leading up to the main cell block, our weapons resting within easy reach. Hera and Hades lay close, their watchful eyes tracking every shadow. The silence wasn't oppressive now, it was almost peaceful, in a strange way. Steele leaned back on his elbows, gazing up at the sky, which was just visible through the thick haze. You ever think about what you'd be doing right now if the world hadn't gone to hell? He asked, his voice breaking the quiet. You mean, instead of babysitting a haunted prison in the middle of nowhere? He smirked. Exactly. I thought about it for a moment, letting the question settle. It wasn't something I allowed myself to dwell on often, it hurt too much, but with Steele, it felt okay to let the walls down, even if just a little. I guess I'd be finishing up high school, I said, fiddling with the strap of my knife sheath. Figuring out which college to go to. Trying to figure out what to do with my life next. Maybe journalism. I always liked writing. Steele nodded, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Yeah? You'd be a good journalist. You've got that stubborn streak, always asking questions. Is that a compliment? I teased, nudging him lightly with my shoulder. Take it however you want. He replied, grinning. But yeah, it's a compliment. I smiled, feeling a small flutter in my chest. What about you? What would you be doing? He let out a low laugh. Oh, you know. Living the dream. Training dogs for the rich and famous, it was the family business, you know. Also restoring my old car. I had this beat-up Mustang back home. 67 Fastback. Spent years working on it. Never quite got it running, though. I tilted my head, intrigued. What color was it? Black, of course. He said, his grin widening. Do you think I drive around in something boring? I rolled my eyes. Of course not. Gotta match that whole bad boy aesthetic you've got going on, right? Exactly. He gave me a mock-serious look. It's important to stay on brand. I laughed, the sound surprising even myself. It felt good, nothing like a bit of light humor to brighten the darkest of nights. So, he said after a moment, his tone turning slightly more serious, do you really think about college? Even now? I shrugged. I don't know. Sometimes. It feels stupid, I guess, dreaming about something that probably will never happen now. But if I stop dreaming? I trailed off, searching for the right words. You stop hoping. Steele finished for me, his voice soft. I nodded. Yeah. Something like that. He was quiet for a moment, then said. I get that. Sometimes, when it's really bad out there, I think about that Mustang. About getting it running and taking it on a road trip. Just me, the car, and the open road. And no zombies. I added. He chuckled. Yeah, that would be a bonus. We fell into a comfortable silence, the kind where words weren't necessary. Hey. Steele said suddenly, breaking the quiet. What's your dream road trip? If you could go anywhere, no limits, where would you go? I thought about it, letting my mind drift to places I'd only seen in books or on TV. Maybe the Grand Canyon. Or Yellowstone. Somewhere big, open and untouched. Solid choices. He said, nodding. I've always wanted to see the Northern Lights. Drive up to Alaska, find some remote spot, and just sit and watch. That sounds amazing. I said, picturing it in my mind. The Northern Lights. I'd love to see that too. He glanced at me then, his expression softer than I'd ever seen it. Maybe we'll get to do that someday. After all this. My breath caught for a moment, his words caught me off guard. Do you think we'll ever get to just live again? Without looking over our shoulders all the time? Steele didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was quiet. I don't know. But if we don't try to believe in a better future, what's the point? I nodded, understanding what he meant. Hope was fragile, but it was all we had. The mood shifted slightly after that, as Steele leaned back on his elbows and gave me a sidelong glance. You know, for someone who's supposed to be on watch, you're awfully distracted. Distracted? I shot back, feigning offense. Says the guy who's been staring at the sky for the last 10 minutes. Touché. He admitted, grinning. But hey, at least I can multitask. Oh, sure. I said, rolling my eyes. Mr. Multitasker over here, keeping us all safe with his charm and good looks. Exactly. He said, flashing me a cocky smile. Glad you finally noticed. I laughed, shaking my head. You're impossible. And yet, here you are, right next to me. He said, his tone teasing. I felt my cheeks heat up and quickly looked away. Steele didn't miss a beat. You're blushing. He said, his voice laced with amusement. No, I'm not. I said quickly, though I could feel the warmth creeping up my neck. Aha. He said, clearly enjoying himself. Totally not blushing. Got it. I groaned, burying my face in my hands. Why do I put up with you? Because you secretly couldn't live without me. I lowered my hands just enough to glare at him. In your dreams, Steele. Every time I close my eyes. He shot back, winking. I couldn't help but laugh, despite myself. He had this way of disarming me, of making me forget, even for just a little while, how broken the world was. As the night wore on, our conversation turned quieter, more subdued. The banter softened, replaced by a deeper connection that neither of us acknowledged aloud. You know, he said at one point, his voice low, you're braver than you think. I glanced at him, surprised. What makes you say that? He shrugged, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the gate. Just the way you handle yourself. You've been through a lot, but you don't let it break you. That's brave. His words hit me harder than I expected. Thanks. Steele turned to look at me then, his eyes searching mine. You're gonna be okay, Alex. No matter what happens, you'll make it. I wanted to believe him. I really did. And, just for tonight, I would. As dawn approached, the first light of day cutting through the overhead clouds, Steele and I sat together, watching as the prison yard slowly came back life. Do you think we'll ever see a sunrise just for the pleasure of it? No wondering if it's another day we will survive, no searching for scraps, or having to avoid being eaten by the dead? I asked, my voice quiet. Steele smiled, a small, hopeful smile. Maybe. Someday. And for the first time in a long time, I let myself believe that someday was possible. The cafeteria was already bustling by the time I made my way in. The air smelled of something savory, porridge perhaps, and the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Sloane stood near the industrial ovens wiping her hands on a rag, her expression, triumphant and determined. Got the damn thing running. She announced to no one in particular. Her southern drawl was laced with pride. Couple of burners, the griddle, and one oven, won't win any awards, but it'll do. Diesel leaned against the doorway, giving her a mock bow. And they say miracles don't exist anymore. Sloane shot him a look, but the corners of her mouth twitched with a smile. Miracles, my ass. That generator's on its last legs, but it'll hold long enough to get some food on the table. Then I can really have a proper look at it and get it fixed up so it will last. The tables in the cafeteria were covered with mismatched plates and bowls scavenged from nearby towns. Val and Kay were helping organize everyone, guiding families to spots where they could sit together while keeping the flow of traffic manageable. The children were seated near the far wall, where colorful murals covered the otherwise drab surface. It was the murals that made this place feel alive. A painted truck, a mountain scene, animals, and scenes of blue skies with clouds that brought some warmth to the sterile walls. Kay noticed me staring and walked over. Val and I were talking. She said, gesturing to the art. We should have the kids add to it. Make it a memorial. For everyone we've lost. Her voice dropped a bit, and I knew she was thinking of her own family. It'll give them something to do. Something to remember. I nodded. It's a great idea. They need that, something to hold on to. Kay smiled and squeezed my shoulder before walking back to Val, who was rounding up the younger kids and directing them toward breakfast. Marcus and Emma were at the serving station, ladling out portions of food into bowls and handing them out with assembly line efficiency. Marcus, only 14, worked with a focused intensity that was almost comical given the chaos around him. Emma, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying herself. Next. Marcus called, his voice cracking slightly as he handed a bowl of porridge to a tired-looking woman. Smile, Marcus. Emma teased, nudging him with her elbow. It's not like the apocalypse has arrived. He rolled his eyes. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what has happened, Emma. Their banter drew a few chuckles from those in line, and I couldn't help but smile as I watched them. Despite everything, there were moments like these, when it felt like we were normal people, trying to live normal lives. I joined the line, grabbed a bowl, and found a spot at one of the tables. As I ate, I kept an eye on the room, watching the way everyone interacted. It was strange to see so many faces all in one place, women, men, and children. It was something I never thought I'd get used to after all that time on the road, alone. After the meal, the adults gathered in one corner of the cafeteria to discuss the plan for the day. Kay, Val, Diesel, Blade, Steel, and I huddled together, laying out a map of the area on the table. Across the road from the prison were several houses, tucked just to the left of the Indian mound that loomed in the distance. Clearing them out and scavenging for supplies was the priority. As we talked, Marcus approached, his expression determined. He stood on the edge of the group for a moment before clearing his throat. Can I go with you? He asked, his voice steady despite the nerves I could see in his posture. The adults exchanged glances. You're staying here. Kay said firmly, crossing her arms. It's not safe. Marcus bristled. I can help. I'm a good shot, and I'm faster than most of you. You're still a kid. Diesel cut in, shaking his head. It's not about skill. It's about keeping you safe. I survived out there, didn't I? Marcus argued, his voice rising. Alex and I both did. All eyes turned to me, and I felt the weight of the moment settle on my shoulders. I knew how capable Marcus was, I'd seen it firsthand, but I also understood the hesitation from the others. Still, I wasn't about to let them dismiss him outright. He's right. I said, stepping forward. Marcus is one hell of a shot with a crossbow. And he's smart. He knows how to stay out of trouble. Alex, Kay began, her tone cautious. I held up a hand to stop her. Look, I get it. He's young. But so am I, and I've been out there too. We can't just keep sidelining him because of his age. He's earned his place. The group fell silent, the tension thick in the air. Val was the first to speak. If Alex vouches for him, she said slowly, I'm willing to give him a chance. But only if he sticks close to her. Marcus's face lit up with relief, and he nodded eagerly. I will. I promise. Kay sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Fine. But one mistake, just one, and you're back here. No arguments. Marcus grinned, his excitement palpable. Thank you. I won't let you down. As the adults broke off to prepare, Marcus stayed close to me, practically buzzing with energy. You didn't have to stick up for me, you know. He said quietly, his voice sincere. I shrugged. You deserved it. You're good out there, Marcus. They'll see that. He smiled a shy, grateful smile that reminded me just how young he really was. Nearby, the kids were gathering near the mural wall, where Kay and Val were setting out paints and brushes. The youngest ones were already dipping their fingers into the colors, giggling as they made messy handprints on the wall. The older kids worked more deliberately, adding flowers, animals, and names to the growing memorial. The sight filled me with a strange mix of sadness and hope. We were still here. Still fighting. And that had to count for something. The rest of the morning was spent preparing for the scouting trip. Weapons were checked, supplies were packed, and the plan was finalized. The houses across the road waited for us, silent and foreboding. For now, though, there was a sense of calm in the cafeteria, a brief respite before the chaos of the outside world came crashing back in. And as I stood there, watching the kids paint and the adults organize, I wondered just how safe this place would be. Would the memorial wall stand the test of time? Would we be around long enough to enjoy it? So many unanswered questions. Time didn't matter anymore. Not like it used to. I couldn't even tell you what day of the week it was, or what month. Maybe it was spring? Or fall? The seasons all blurred together now, just as the days did. Without school bells ringing, alarms buzzing, or the sound of Mom yelling from the bottom of the stairs to hurry up or I'd be late, time felt pointless. No schedules. No deadlines. Just the rise and fall of the sun and the creeping shadows that followed. I used to be ruled by time. Always counting down to something. Counting how many minutes I had left to sleep before the bus came, or how long until the last bell let me escape the monotony of class. Time had been this constant pressure, always reminding me there wasn't enough of it. Now, I never look for a clock. There are none anyway, just shattered faces on the ground, their hands frozen at the exact moment the world stopped. And yet, I think about it more than I ever did before. Time used to be measured in routines, little rituals that shaped my day, brushing my teeth in exactly 3 minutes, stuffing down breakfast in 5, because I'd wasted too long picking out an outfit. It felt so annoying then, like every second was a leash. I never realized how much those small markers kept life steady. Without them, life feels empty. Unanchored. But also free, in a way. Now I move when I need to, eat when I can. There's no right or wrong time for anything. I don't have to rush to catch a bus, or stress about being late for school. If I'm hungry, I find food, if I'm lucky. If I'm tired, I rest, if it's safe. The clock doesn't own me anymore. Still, I miss knowing. I miss waking up and seeing the red glow of numbers on my alarm clock. I miss glancing at the microwave clock to see if I had time for one more level of a game before dinner. I miss Mom's voice telling me it was time to do something, go somewhere, be someone. Time meant routine. It meant progress. It meant structure. Without it, everything feels like it's stuck in one long, endless moment. I guess the sun and the stars are my clock now. I've learned to read the shadows, to know when it's time to start looking for shelter before the dead come out to play. No, I don't need time anymore. But sometimes, I catch myself wishing I could hear that bell ring just one more time, even if it meant I was late. Just to feel like life was moving forward again. But it isn't. Not anymore. It's just survival now. Always survival. The sky was soft, painted in hues of pale orange and gold. It was the kind of morning that heralded the promise of a good day. Not that those existed anymore. The air was cool, and dew clung to the grass around the prison. I found myself sitting on the splintered porch of the main cabin, my crossbow resting on my lap. I was staring at the horizon, trying to get lost in the gentle roll of the hills and the quiet stillness of the morning. It was a rare moment of peace, but my head wouldn't stop spinning with thoughts. The sound of boots crunching against gravel broke my trance. Steel. He moved with a sort of calm purpose, always quiet but deliberate, and the way he carried himself, his posture was always perfection. He was looking quite fresh considering neither of us had had time to get some sleep. There's that word again, time. He stopped a few feet from me and tilted his head, one corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Penny for your thoughts? I snorted, shaking my head. You might not get your money's worth. Let me be the judge of that. He nudged my boot with his, settling onto the step beside me. I stared at the horizon again, then let the words tumble out. I was just thinking about time. How much of it we don't need anymore, you know? No clocks, no schedules. It's just sunup, sundown. Survive. Rinse and repeat. Steele didn't say anything, he just nodded, waiting for me to continue. It used to mean something, I said, fidgeting with the strap of my crossbow. I'd wake up to an alarm, rush to school, count down the hours until I could leave. I hated it then. It felt like I was always running out of time, always late for something. But now, I miss it. I swallowed hard, my voice dipping. I miss knowing what day it is. I miss counting the days to my birthday, planning stupid little parties with my mom and dad. I miss them. The last words came out barely above a whisper. My chest felt tight, the familiar ache of grief settling in. Steele rested his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped. It's a hell of a thing to lose, he said quietly. Not just time, but the life we built around it. I nodded, blinking back the sting in my eyes. I think about them a lot. My mom, always rushing me out the door, Dad grumbling about work but sneaking me chocolate bars after dinner. My little brother, he'd play this dumb game, hiding my stuff and saying I owed him money or sweets to get it back. God, I used to get so mad at him for it. Now I'd give anything to hear him say it again. Steele stayed quiet for a long moment, then gave me a light tap on the shoulder. You keep them alive by remembering. That's what separates the living from the dead. I nodded again, letting the silence between us linger until Val's voice carried across the camp. Alex. You ready to go, or are you gonna make us wait all day? I stood, brushing off my jeans and slinging my crossbow over my shoulder. Guess that's our cue. Steele followed as we walked toward the small group gathering near the gates. Diesel, Marcus, and Val were already there, checking their gear. Kay stood a little off to the side, adjusting the tension on her crossbow, while Tank leaned against the gate with his arms crossed, looking like a mountain of muscle. Tank. Steele said, stopping in front of him, you're staying behind today. He frowned, his massive arms folding tighter across his chest. Why? You'll need me out there. You're the best fighter we have. Steele insisted, meeting his gaze. Which is exactly why you're staying. If something happens and we don't come back, the group needs you to keep them safe. He didn't look happy about it, but after a beat, he nodded. Fine. But don't make me regret it. I smirked. We'll be fine. Freya and Odin are coming with us. They'll sniff out any trouble before we walk into it. At the mention of their names, the two dogs perked up from where they were lying near the gate. Freya, sleek and alert, was already on her feet, her ears swiveling at every sound. Odin, bigger and bulkier, gave a low bark as if to say he was ready for action. Steele turned to the group, his tone firm. All right, we're clearing the houses on the west side today. Val, Kay, you're on lookout. Keep our backs covered. Diesel, Marcus, you're with me, we're going in. Alex, you are too. We move fast, stay close, and don't take any unnecessary risks. Grab what you can and get out. No heroics. Everyone nodded, checking their gear one last time. I glanced back at Tank, who gave me a silent thumbs up, then turned to the gate. Let's move. The gate creaked open, and the six of us stepped out into the morning light, Freya and Odin trotting ahead. The houses weren't far, maybe a 10-minute walk, but out here, every step was a gamble. The dead could be anywhere, and worse, so could the living. Steele walked beside me, his machete strapped to his back. You good? He asked under his breath. Yeah. I said, gripping my crossbow tighter. Just another day in paradise. We moved in silence after that, the kind that wasn't awkward but heavy with the unspoken understanding that out here, silence was survival. As we approached the first house, Freya let out a low growl, her body stiffening. I raised my hand, signaling the group to stop. Something's inside. I whispered. Diesel stepped forward, his axe ready. Let's clear it. Same formation. I nodded, with my heart pounding as we moved toward the door. It was just another house, just another day, but out here, it was never that simple. The house loomed in front of us like a tombstone, its chipped white paint clinging stubbornly to the wood. The windows were dirty, smeared with grime, but enough light seeped through to give it a haunting glow. I tightened my grip on my crossbow as Diesel pushed open the gate, its hinges letting out a long, mournful creak. Freya and Odin were already tense, their ears flat, their noses sniffing the air. Freya let out a low growl. Looks like we are gonna have to kill some Zeds. I said quietly, glancing back at Marcus and Diesel. Marcus nodded, his crossbow glinting in the pale sunlight. Let's get this over with. Diesel moved ahead, axe in hand, and placed a calloused palm against the front door. He gave it a testing push, and it groaned but didn't budge. Locked. Of course. Diesel grunted and leaned into it, kicking near the lock with a dull thud. The door flew inward, slamming against the wall with a crash that felt too loud, too final. The smell hit us first. Rot, decay, and something sour that burned my nose. It was the stench of death, cloying, suffocating, and all too familiar. I swallowed hard, forcing the bile back down as Diesel stepped inside. Stay close. He muttered, his voice low. The air inside was thick and stagnant, dust motes swirling in the narrow shafts of light cutting through the boarded-up windows. The living room was an oppressive mess of overturned furniture, broken picture frames, and dried blood smeared on the floor like an abstract painting. But we couldn't see any bodies. Clear the downstairs first. I whispered. Marcus nodded, and the three of us fanned out, our footsteps muffled by the warped wood beneath our boots. The kitchen was first. I pushed the door open slowly, crossbow raised, my breath caught in my throat. The refrigerator door hung open, its contents long rotted into black sludge. The table was overturned, chairs splintered, a bowl of something unrecognizable shattered on the floor. Freya padded in behind me, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air. She didn't growl, didn't whimper. If nothing else, that was a good sign. Clear. I whispered, moving back into the main room. Diesel was checking a small bathroom while Marcus poked his head into what looked like an office. A sound stopped us cold. Shuffling. Soft, deliberate, and coming from upstairs. Steele glanced at me, his eyes narrowing. We've got company. I nodded, my heart pounding in my ears. Keep clearing down here. We don't want anything sneaking up on us. The dining room was next, a once cozy space now draped in cobwebs and stained with more blood. Freya stayed close, her movements slow and cautious, while Odin followed Diesel into another room. Clear. Diesel called from what looked like a laundry room. Clear. Marcus echoed, stepping back from a storage closet. We will take upstairs. Steele said, his voice low but steady. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Be careful. There's something up there. Steele, Val, and Kay moved up the creaking stairs, with their weapon drawn. I turned back to the others. Let's double-check down here. Make sure we didn't miss anything. The silence in the house was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of wood or the muffled sounds of movement above. We worked quickly, scanning every corner, every shadow. But the more time passed, the more the unease in my chest grew. Alex. Steele's voice called from upstairs, tight and urgent. I froze. Get up here. He said, louder this time. I exchanged a glance with Diesel and Marcus, then made my way to the stairs, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The second floor was worse. The smell of decay was stronger here, almost tangible, like it was sinking into my skin. Val stood near a doorway, her face pale and her crossbow lowered. Kay was at another door, her eyes wide and glassy. What is it? I asked, stepping forward. Steele pointed into a room, his jaw tight. See for yourself. I stepped inside, bracing myself, but nothing could have prepared me for the atrocity waiting in the dark. The stench hit me first. A thick, cloying rot that clogged my throat and coated my tongue, the unmistakable perfume of spoiled flesh and something sour, something almost milky. The walls, once painted in soft pastels, were peeling in long, curling strips, exposing the damp, blackened wood beneath. Something had been smeared across them, tiny handprints, dark and crusted, forming a trail that led to the cribs. 3 of them. Lined up perfectly against the far wall, their wooden frames gnawed and splintered. The blankets inside, once delicate and lace-trimmed, were now stiff with decay, clinging to the small, motionless forms beneath. My stomach turned. The fabric pulsed, just slightly, as if shifting with breath. No. Not breath. Movement. Then, one of them twitched. A tiny hand, skeletal and wrapped in leathery, peeling flesh, slithered out from the rotted swaddle. Its fingers, tipped with cracked, yellowed nails, flexed, slow, deliberate, like something waking up. A wet, sucking noise filled the silence, and my eyes snapped to the second crib. A small, shriveled mouth yawned open, stretching impossibly wide, splitting the skin at the corners. Dark, viscous drool dripped from its lips, pooling onto the stained mattress below. Then the third one moved. It didn't rise. It lurched, a grotesque, spasmodic jerk that sent its frail body slamming against the crib's railing. A sickening crack followed, but the thing didn't stop. Its head lifted, its neck contorting at a sickening angle as 2 black, oozing sockets fixed on me. No eyes. Just pits, empty and wet, leaking something thick down its hollow cheeks. A sound bubbled from its throat. A coo. A gurgling, distorted mockery of something once human. The others joined in, a trio of unnatural, choking giggles that sent ice plunging into my spine. The air filled with the wet squelch of movement, of brittle bones grinding against damp sheets. Then, they climbed out. Tiny, malformed limbs scrabbled against the wooden bars, pulling their wasted bodies upright. The first one landed with a fleshy thump, its thin, rubbery skin splitting on impact, exposing raw, glistening muscle. The second followed, dragging itself forward, leaving a smear of dark, curdled fluid in its wake. The third, the one with the empty sockets, tilted its head, its lipless mouth curling upward in something almost like a smile. Then it lunged. I stumbled back, my own scream dying in my throat as those tiny, rotting fingers clawed toward me. My back hit the doorframe. The door slammed shut, leaving the others stuck in the hallway. My knees locked. My breath hitched. And the triplets began to crawl. The first one reached me in seconds, its tiny, clawed fingers latching onto my boot with unnatural strength. I kicked, hard, feeling something crunch beneath my heel, but it didn't let go. The thing's lipless mouth stretched wide, revealing jagged, splintered teeth, darkened with old blood. It let out a wet, high-pitched shriek, like a starving infant desperate for its mother. Then the others pounced. The second one skittered across the floor, using its elbows to drag itself forward, its exposed ribs scraping against the wood. The third, the one with the empty sockets, leapt, straight for my face. I barely managed to throw up an arm before it latched on, its tiny jaws snapping inches from my throat. Its putrid breath burned my nostrils as I struggled, its small frame deceptively strong. Rot-softened flesh peeled beneath my fingers as I grappled with it, the skin sloughing off like wet paper. Steel! I bellowed, twisting my body, slamming the snarling abomination against the nearest wall. It hit with a sickening spurt, but it didn't stop. The bastard was still moving. Those empty sockets locked onto me as it thrashed. The door behind me exploded inward. Steel barreled in, his Ruger Mark 4.22 LR already raised. His face twisted in disgust as he took in the scene, the tiny, rotting creatures swarming me like rabid rats. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought they were dead. He spat. Then he fired. The blast obliterated the crawling one, sending chunks of rancid flesh splattering against the walls. The sound was muffled in the tight space, but the stink of gunpowder mixed with the rot was nauseating. I used the distraction to hurl the one in my grip across the room. It landed in a broken heap, its brittle bones snapping, but it was already clawing its way back up. Steele aimed again. "Get down!" he shouted. I dropped, hitting the floor just as another blast whooshed above me. The impact sent the second one flying, its tiny body nearly torn in half, its intestines slapping against the wooden planks like raw meat. But it still wasn't dead. Its shredded torso wriggled, dragging itself forward, hands clawing at the floorboards, teeth gnashing, hungry. "These little shits don't die easy." Steele growled, racking another shell. I wasn't waiting for another shot. The last one, the leader, the eyeless freak, was already lunging again, screeching with rage. I yanked my knife from my belt and jammed it into its gaping mouth, shoving with all my strength. The blade punched through the back of its throat, sinking deep into the rotten skull. The thing shuddered, jerking, its skeletal hand scrabbling at my wrist. Its body spasmed once, twice, then it went limp. I gasped, yanking my knife free with a sickening slurp. Black sludge dripped from the blade. Steele fired again, turning the last wriggling abomination into a smear of gore. He exhaled heavily, lowering the gun. For a moment, the only sound was the drip of blood, the settling creak of the cribs, and my own ragged breathing. Steele wiped his mouth. That was some fucked up shit. I swallowed hard, trying to steady myself. "Yeah. That's the last time I let you call me in to help." We stood there, staring at the carnage. The walls were streaked with blood. The floor was a slaughterhouse. The triplets, whatever the hell they had been, were now nothing but twitching entrails. "Holy hell," Marcus muttered from the doorway. "They didn't stand a chance," Val whispered. I forced myself to look again, my chest tight with anger and grief. "Where are the parents?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Kay gestured toward the master bedroom, her hand trembling. "In there." I led the way this time, the others following in tense silence. The bedroom was a macabre scene. The bed was stained dark with blood. The sheets tangled around the bodies of a man and a woman. The man's face was partially decomposed, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. The woman's arm was draped protectively over his chest, her other hand clutching a photo of the triplets. But it wasn't just the bodies that caught my attention. Near the bed, curled up on a filthy rug, was a dog, a border collie. Its fur was matted and patchy, its ribs jutting out sharply beneath its skin. Its eyes were half closed, dull, and glassy, but it let out a weak whimper when it saw us. "Holy shit," Diesel breathed, stepping forward. I knelt beside the dog, my heart breaking at the sight of it. "It's still alive," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Freya and Odin padded into the room, their noses twitching as they sniffed the border collie. Freya let out a soft whine, nudging the dog gently with her nose. "Can it be saved?" Kay asked, her voice shaky. "I don't know," I admitted, stroking the dog's bony side. It was so weak, its breathing shallow and labored. "We can't leave it here, it'll die. The poor thing's probably starving to death," Val said firmly. "We won't," I said, lifting the dog carefully into my arms. It was light, too light, and its body trembled against mine. As I stood, I glanced back at the parents' bodies. "They must have killed themselves," I said quietly. "But they didn't have the guts to kill, they're triplets. How heartbreaking. To have triplets, to watch them turn." Steele's hand rested on my shoulder. "We couldn't save them, Alex. But we can save this one." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Let's get out of here." We moved quickly after that, the horrors of the house pushing us into action. The undead triplets, the parents, the dog, they were reminders of what this world had become. A place where even the strongest bonds could be broken, where love and life could be stripped away in an instant. As we stepped back into the daylight, the dog whimpered weakly in my arms, and I tightened my grip. We couldn't save everyone, but we'd save what we could. If the poor dog survived, it was another life worth saving. The walk back to the penitentiary felt heavier than usual. Not because of the gear, or with the threat of zombies jumping out at us, but because of the bundle in my arms. The border collie was skin and bones, its breathing labored and shallow. Every step made me more desperate to get the dog somewhere safe. We moved in silence, our group stretched out in a line, each of us scanning the perimeter. Freya and Odin trotted ahead, their ears pricked for any sound. Diesel walked next to me, his axe resting on his shoulder. He kept glancing at the dog, his brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think it'll make it?" he asked finally, breaking the quiet. "I hope so," I said, adjusting the dog slightly. Its head lolled against my chest, its dull eyes barely focusing. "I think he's got some fight left. He just needs a little help." When we reached the gates, Blade was standing watch. He leaned lazily against the metal, his rifle slung across his back, but his sharp brown eyes flicked to us immediately. He straightened, pushing his dark hair out of his face as he opened the gate. "Find anything useful?" he asked, his gaze dropping to the dog. "This," I said simply, stepping through. Blade's lips quirked into a faint smile, an expression that was rare for him. "Poor thing looks like it's been through hell. Hasn't everything these days?" Val said, brushing past him. Blade reached out to scratch behind the dog's ears, his touch surprisingly gentle. The dog gave a faint wag of its tail, the first sign of life I'd seen since we found it. "Take it to the clinic," Blade said, his voice softer than usual. "There's still some of that canned dog meat in there. It should help. But he's gonna have to be fed little and often to get him back to full strength." I nodded and headed inside, grateful for the suggestion. The others followed, peeling off to check in with the rest of the group. Tank wasn't at his usual post near the gate, which felt strange until we heard Sloane barking orders from the kitchen. I said, "Lift it, Tank, not glare at it. If you're so strong, prove it." "God, she's worse than the dead," Diesel muttered, shaking his head. "Don't let her hear you say that," Marcus said with a smirk. Blade chuckled as he leaned against the wall. "Good luck with the mutt," he said, his voice low enough that Sloane didn't hear him. With the dog settled in the clinic, we regrouped at the gate. The house we'd just cleared was haunting, but we still had work to do. Across the street were 3 more houses, and we weren't leaving them unchecked. The air outside was growing warmer, the sun climbing higher. It would have been a beautiful day, once upon a time. Now, it was just another day of survival. We moved quickly, falling into a rhythm that had become second nature. Diesel, Steele and Marcus led the way, their weapons ready, while Val and Kay stayed behind with their crossbows. Freya and Odin flanked us, their noses constantly scanning the air. The first house was unassuming, its exterior slightly better maintained than the last one. Diesel forced the door open, and we swept inside, clearing room by room. The living room was empty, the kitchen a mess of broken dishes and a fridge full of mold. It wasn't until we reached the dining room that we found them, 2 shambling figures, their sunken eyes and rotting flesh a stark reminder of what we were up against. Diesel didn't hesitate. His axe came down with a sickening crunch, splitting the first zombie's skull. Steele took the second one, his machete slicing cleanly through its neck. "Clear," Diesel said, wiping his blade on the edge of a tablecloth. We moved on, checking the rest of the house quickly. The upstairs was empty, the silence almost worse than the groans of the undead. The second house was worse. We barely made it inside before Freya growled, her hackles rising. Odin barked, the sound sharp and urgent. "On your left," Val shouted. I spun, yanking up my crossbow just in time. My finger squeezed the trigger, and the bolt hissed through the air, punching clean through the forehead of the lunging corpse. It staggered, a sickening gurgle escaping its rotting lips before it crumpled to the floor, twitching once before going still. But there was no time to breathe. The house was a nest. From the shadows 4 more figures shambled forward, their hollow eyes gleaming in the dim light. Their broken bodies moved in jerky spasms, their breath rattling from slack jaws. The air stank of rancid meat and festering wounds. Steele was already on the move. He met the first one head-on, swinging his axe in a brutal arc. The blade sank deep into the creature's skull with a sickening thunk, splitting it open like overripe fruit. The zombie shuddered, its arms flailing weakly before it collapsed at his feet. I didn't hesitate. The second one lunged, its clawed fingers swiping for my throat. I ducked, twisting as I yanked another bolt from my quiver and drove it straight into the side of its skull. The sharpened tip punched through bone, and I shoved hard, feeling the sick give of rotting flesh as the corpse dropped lifelessly to the floor. Diesel and Kay crashed into the fight like a storm. Diesel's baseball bat swung low, shattering kneecaps with a grotesque crunch. The zombie buckled, but before it could fall, he brought the bat down again, this time on its skull. The wet crack echoed through the room, and the thing collapsed in a heap, twitching violently before going still. Kay was a blur of motion, her machete glinting in the dim light. She sidestepped a grasping corpse, spinning on her heel before hacking through its neck. The head tumbled free, bouncing once before rolling to a stop, its jaws still snapping at the air. From behind us, Val and Marcus moved like ghosts, their crossbows hissing as they picked off the stragglers with precise, deadly shots. One by one the zombies dropped, blackened blood pooling across the floorboards. The fight was fast. Brutal. By the time it was over, the room was a butcher's floor, slick with gore, the bodies of the dead piled at our feet. My breath came in ragged gasps, my muscles burning from the exertion. The stench of death clung to my clothes, rancid and cloying. Then, in the silence, I heard it. A sound from deeper in the house. A slow, wet dragging sound. We weren't alone. Something else was coming. Something bigger. The sound came from the back pantry. Like something massive shifting in the dark. The air was thick with the stench of rot, stronger than before, pungent, oppressive, as if the house itself was rotting from the inside out. Steele rolled his shoulders, gripping his axe tight as he stalked toward the door. Weapons ready. I murmured, loading another bolt into my crossbow. Kay tightened her grip on her machete, Diesel adjusted his stance with his bat, and Val and Marcus positioned themselves with their crossbows, eyes sharp. Steele, on the other hand, just grinned. With one swift motion, he kicked the pantry door open. The stench hit like a tidal wave. And then we saw it. The thing inside was massive, easily 7 feet tall, its swollen, grotesque form hunched beneath the low beams of the pantry. Thick, sinewy arms dangled at its sides, its fingers twitching, ending in long, blackened claws. The skin was stretched tight over bulging muscle, split open in places where tumors and festering wounds oozed with thick, congealed filth. Its face, if you could call it that, was barely human. Patches of skin hung in loose, rotted strips, exposing raw muscle and yellowed bone. And its eyes, or rather, where its eyes should have been, were hollow pits, black and bottomless. A watcher. The air felt heavy. Watchers weren't like the usual shambling dead. They were faster. Stronger. Meaner. Holy shit. Diesel muttered. Kay swallowed hard. That thing is, Steele stepped forward, rolling his neck until it popped. Then he gave us all a lopsided grin, his fingers flexing around the handle of his axe. Stay back. He said casually. I need the practice. Before anyone could argue, he charged. The watcher moved fast, unnaturally fast for something so big. It lunged, swinging one of its massive arms. Steele ducked just in time, the blow slamming into the wall behind him with a thunderous crack, sending a spray of splinters into the air. Steele came up swinging. His axe bit deep into the Watcher's side, slicing through decayed flesh. Black sludge gushed from the wound, but the monster barely reacted. Instead, it grabbed Steel by the shoulder and hurled him across the room. Steel crashed into an overturned shelf, sending cans and shattered glass flying. "Damn," he grunted, shaking off the impact. Then, with a bloody grin, he spat to the side. "You hit like a bitch." The Watcher roared, a grotesque, gurgling sound that made my skin crawl. It charged. Steel didn't run. Instead, he ran toward it. The moment the Watcher swung again, Steel twisted, ducking low, his axe whistling through the air. The blade took its arm clean off at the elbow, sending the severed limb thudding to the floor. The Watcher shrieked, flailing its stump as putrid blood splattered across the walls. But Steel wasn't done. He pivoted, dodging another wild strike, and swung again, this time, the axe buried deep into the creature's thigh, nearly severing its leg. The monster collapsed, crashing onto one knee, the entire house shaking with its weight. Steel wiped a streak of blood from his forehead, cracking his neck. "All right, big guy," he muttered. "Let's finish this." The Watcher roared and lunged one last time. Steel met it head-on, planting one boot on its chest and ripping his axe free from its thigh. With a roar of his own, he lifted the weapon high and brought it down in one final, brutal swing. The blade cleaved straight through the Watcher's neck, cutting through flesh, tendon, and bone with sickening ease. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the creature's massive head peeled away from its shoulders, toppling to the floor with a heavy, wet thud. Its body sagged, twitching violently before finally going still. Silence. The only sound was Steel's ragged breathing as he stepped back, pulling his axe free from the wreckage of the monster's remains. He wiped it clean against his sleeve before turning back to us with a shit-eating grin. "Told ya," he said, slinging the axe over his shoulder. "Needed the practice." We all just stared. Diesel let out a low whistle. "You are one crazy motherfucker." Steel chuckled. "Damn right. Everyone okay?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Fine," Diesel said, though his knuckles were white around the handle of his axe. "Let's finish this." Steel muttered. The last house stood apart from the others, its windows were boarded up. It looked less like a home and more like a fortress. "This one's different," I said, eyeing it warily. "Only one way to find out," Marcus said, pushing the door open. The inside was surprisingly clean, almost too clean. The air smelled faintly of bleach, and the floors were free of the debris that littered every other house we had entered. As we moved through the rooms, it became clear that someone had been living here. The furniture was intact, and the kitchen was stocked with canned goods and neatly labeled jars. When we reached the basement door, we heard it, a muffled voice, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Marcus opened the door cautiously, his crossbow ready. "Hello?" he called. A woman appeared at the bottom of the stairs, holding a rifle. She was tall, with dark hair pulled back into a tight ponytail and a fierce look in her eyes. Behind her was a girl about my age, holding a knife with trembling hands. "Don't shoot," the woman said, her voice sharp. "We're not here to hurt you," I said quickly, lowering my crossbow. "We're survivors, just like you." The woman hesitated, her gaze flicking between us. "I'm Amanda," she said finally. "This is my daughter, Buffy." "Buffy?" Diesel said, raising an eyebrow. "Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer?" I blurted, unable to stop myself. The woman and her daughter both rolled their eyes simultaneously. "Yes, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer," they said in unison. The tension broke, and we all chuckled. "Well, at least you've got a sense of humor." Amanda lowered her rifle, though her grip on it remained firm. "We've been here since the outbreak. The house is fortified. The basement has supplies. We're not looking for trouble. Neither are we. I insisted. We're just clearing the area, making sure it's safe. Buffy stepped forward, her grip on the knife loosening. You're really out there? Fighting them? Every day. I said. Amanda's expression softened slightly. You're welcome to come down and see for yourselves. But no funny business. We followed them into the basement, and I was stunned by what we found. Racks of canned food lined the walls, each jar meticulously labeled. There were weapons too, rifles, pistols, even a few handmade explosives. It was the kind of setup most people only dreamed of in this hellscape. You did all this? Diesel asked, impressed. Amanda nodded. I was a prepper before all this. People used to laugh at me. Not so funny now, is it? No, ma'am. Marcus said, shaking his head. Buffy glanced at me, her eyes curious. What's it like out there? Hard. I admitted. But you get used to it. Sort of. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. As we left the basement, Amanda locked the door behind her. You're welcome to stay for a bit. I can whip us up some tea if you'd like. But if you bring trouble here, we'll deal with it. Look, I understand where you're coming from, but we have our own setup at the penitentiary. You're welcome to join us. It's better to be in a large group these days. I said. As we settled in for a brief rest, I couldn't help but watch Buffy. She was so much like me, young, scared, and trying to be brave. But there was something different about her. She seemed sheltered, naive almost. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I was fairly sure she was on the spectrum somehow. She was beautiful, like a cheerleader, with long blonde hair and big blue eyes that made her look like a deer caught in headlights. From the moment we met Amanda and Buffy, something about the girl tugged at me. It wasn't pity, she was too strong for that. There was a kind of innocence to her, a wide-eyed curiosity that felt rare in a world like this. At first glance, you'd think Buffy stepped out of a high school yearbook. Long blonde hair, with big blue eyes that made her look startled by everything around her. But there was something more, something deeper. It wasn't until we sat down around Amanda's kitchen table, the door firmly locked behind us, that Amanda began to explain. I should probably tell you about Buffy. Amanda started, her voice steady but soft. She glanced at her daughter, who was fiddling with the hem of her hoodie. She's special. What you would call different. Buffy perked up at that. You mean I have triple X syndrome? She stated, as if reciting a fact from memory. Triple X? Diesel echoed, raising an eyebrow. It's a chromosomal thing. Amanda explained. She has an extra X chromosome. It doesn't change who she is, but it means she learns a little differently. Her reading and writing weren't where it should be, at least, before all this. But it's not like school matters much anymore, does it? She just takes longer to understand things sometimes. But she's streetwise, she can pick a lock, hotwire a car, she can even tell you if a storm is on its way. She can tell you if it's gonna rain or snow. And she has an affinity with animals. There was no bitterness in Amanda's voice, just practicality. You said she's special. I prompted. What do you mean? Amanda smirked. She's got a heart as big as this house. She's innocent in a way that the world hasn't managed to take away yet. I've worked hard to keep it that way. But she's not helpless, if that's what you're wondering. She's tough. Tough how? Marcus asked, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed. Amanda didn't answer right away. Instead, she nodded toward her daughter. Buffy? Buffy looked up, her eyes gleaming with pride. I was the best javelin thrower at my school. I took fencing too. Oh, and I trained with Tibetan monks. Diesel raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? Amanda smiled. One summer, I took her to a training camp in Tibet. The monks were so impressed with her that we ended up staying for almost 2 years. Buffy beamed. They said I had natural skill, speed, focus and precision. I won regionals 2 years in a row. Mom says it's because I never miss. Val let out a low whistle. At javelin, huh? That's badass. Amanda nodded. She's got strength, discipline, and deadly accuracy. And I've made sure she knows how to fight. We've spent years training, knives, sticks, whatever we could get our hands on. She's not just fast, she's dangerous. Buffy sat up a little straighter, puffing out her chest. Mom says I could take down a zombie with one throw. Marcus chuckled, shaking his head. Hell, I'd pay to see that. Buffy grinned. You might not have to. Damn. Val said, whistling. That's impressive. Maybe we should test that out sometime. Diesel joked, earning a chuckle from Buffy. Steel, who had been quietly leaning against the wall, finally spoke up. You're lucky you didn't have to test it on anything worse than zombies. Amanda's expression hardened. What do you mean? I mean, there are bad people out there. Worse than any dead thing you'll ever face. Steel said, his tone sharp. People who would have killed you for your supplies. Or worse. Amanda stiffened at the words, and I saw the telltale sign of fear flash across her face. We've managed fine so far. You got lucky. Steel said bluntly. This place is secure, sure, but it's a beacon for scavengers. You can't rely on luck forever. Amanda frowned, but she didn't argue. I could tell Steele's words were sinking in. Is that why you're out there? Buffy asked, her head tilting slightly. To stop the bad people? Something like that. I said. We clear houses, gather supplies, we make things safer for anyone else who's left. So, you're like good people? Buffy said. That's the idea. Marcus said, a hint of a smirk on his face. Amanda let out a sigh, her shoulders slumping slightly. I've been thinking about it since you walked through that door. Going with you to the penitentiary. I just didn't think we would ever leave this place, it's our home. I gave birth to Buffy right here in our living room all those years ago. It's not just a home, it holds memories for us. The penitentiary. I interrupted. It's walled, guarded, secure. It's not perfect, but it's safer than out here. And you'd let us come? Amanda asked, her voice cautious. We wouldn't have offered if we didn't mean it. Diesel said. Amanda looked at Buffy, her eyes softening. I've always wanted what's best for her. I thought staying here, keeping her away from the world was the best thing I could do. But maybe I was wrong. I think she needs more people around her. I always wanted a big family, but as I have triple X2, it wasn't possible for me to have any more children. Mom? Buffy said, her brow furrowing. Amanda reached out, taking Buffy's hands in hers. I think we should go with them, sweetheart. They can keep us safe. And maybe we can help them too. Buffy's eyes lit up. We'd have more people to talk to? Yes. Amanda said. And dogs? Buffy asked. Lots of dogs. I said with a small smile. Buffy clapped her hands together, clearly thrilled at the idea. Okay, let's go. What do we need to pack? Amanda laughed softly, the sound tinged with relief. Just the essentials. The weapons and food from the basement. Not all of it. Steel interjected. Leave some here, hidden. You never know when you might need a fallback spot. Amanda nodded, clearly taking the advice seriously. As we walked back to the penitentiary, Buffy peppered us with questions. Why do you call her Freya? She asked, pointing to the dog trotting ahead of us. Freya's the Norse goddess of love and war. Diesel said. So, she's a warrior goddess? Something like that. Diesel replied, grinning. What about Odin? Buffy asked. King of the Norse gods. I explained. Leader of warriors. Cool. Buffy cooed, nodding as if storing the information away. She kept going, her questions bouncing from one topic to the next. How many people are at the penitentiary? Do you have a garden? Who's in charge? Marcus chuckled. You've got a lot of questions. I like to understand things. Buffy said simply. Mom says I'm curious. That's not a bad thing. I said. When we finally reached the gates, Blade was waiting for us again, his rifle slung across his back. He raised an eyebrow at Amanda and Buffy but didn't say a word. They're with us. I stammered. Blade gave a curt nod. Better get you all inside then, shall we? Once we were safely inside, Amanda looked around, her expression a mix of awe and relief. This place is impressive, she admitted. It's home. We haven't been here very long, just a day, but we have the generators working now, and we are hoping to grow crops. Buffy grinned. Mum can grow food, and she has a stash of seeds. When can I meet the dogs? They're in the courtyard. Diesel said. Buffy practically bounced with excitement, and Amanda shook her head, smiling. She's not usually this energetic. She's safe. I said. That's enough to make anyone feel energized. Amanda's eyes met mine, and for a moment, I saw gratitude there. We didn't have much time to rest before heading back out. The houses across the road weren't going to clear themselves, and now that Amanda and Buffy were part of the group, we had even more reason to make the area secure. As we geared up, Amanda pulled me aside. Thank you, she said quietly. For what? For giving us a chance. For making us feel welcome. Buffy needs friends. You're one of us now, we are all one big happy family. Amanda smiled, a rare, genuine smile that made her seem years younger. We'll do our part, she promised. And with that, we headed back out, ready to face whatever horrors waited for us. I should have known something was up. For weeks, the group had been acting a little too coordinated, whispering when they thought I wasn't around, quickly changing the subject when I walked into a room. But in a world where survival took priority over celebrations, the thought of a surprise party was the last thing on my mind. The morning started like any other, steel gray skies hanging low and heavy, the air carrying the chill of early autumn. I was up early, heading toward the garden to help Amanda and Buffy with the crops. It wasn't until I saw Steele waiting for me at the gate that I paused. He was leaning casually against the post, arms crossed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Good morning, little warrior. Morning, I replied, narrowing my eyes. What are you doing here? Don't you have patrol? Not today, he said, pushing off the gate. He fell into step beside me, his presence as familiar as my own shadow. Thought I'd stick around, see what trouble you're getting into. I rolled my eyes but didn't bother arguing. Steele always had a way of getting under my skin, his calm demeanor balancing out my restless energy. He didn't say much, but when he did, it was always something that stayed with me. Over the past few months, we'd grown closer, his quiet strength a constant in the chaos of our lives. I wasn't blind to the way he looked at me, the way his gaze lingered just a second longer than necessary. But I was 16, and he was older, too old to act on whatever feelings might be there. Yet, there was a softness in his words, an unspoken promise in his actions that made me wonder if, someday, when the world wasn't on fire, there could be more. You're lost in thought again, he said, his voice pulling me back. I'm just tired, I lied. Steele raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, but before he could press further, we reached the courtyard and that's when the chaos erupted. Surprise. The shout was so loud it nearly knocked me backward. Dozens of faces turned toward me, grinning and clapping as they crowded around. It took me a moment to process what was happening. The courtyard had been transformed into something magical. Strands of mismatched fairy lights were strung between the trees, casting a warm glow over the scene. A long table was set up with what looked like a cake in the center, an actual cake. And music, real music, was playing from the old speaker Sloane had managed to fix. What? I stared at the scene, overwhelmed. What is this? It's your birthday, dummy. Buffy grinned, throwing her arms around me in an enthusiastic hug. I blinked, stunned. It's not. Wait, is it? Steele chuckled, stepping beside me. It is. I've been keeping track. You've been keeping track of the days? I asked, looking at him in disbelief. He shrugged, his smirk softening into something almost shy. Time seemed important. Before I could say anything else, the kids swarmed me, dragging me toward the table. Emma and Marcus were there, smiling as they handed me a slice of cake. You deserve this, Alex. Emma said, her voice warm. For everything you do for us. I didn't know what to say. My throat tightened as I looked around at the faces of the people who had become my family. Val and Kay were helping Sloane pass out makeshift party hats. Diesel was attempting to herd the kids into some semblance of order for what looked like a game of musical statues. Even Tank and Amanda were there, standing close together, their laughter blending seamlessly into the music. Come on. Buffy tugged at my hand, pulling me toward the circle of kids. We're playing. I couldn't help but laugh as I joined them. Musical statues quickly turned into a chaotic blur of laughter and stumbling as the kids tried their best to freeze in place when the music stopped. Freya and Odin, the dogs, weaved between us, barking excitedly. Even Blade, who was usually so stoic, was grinning as he clapped along to the beat. When the game ended, the children performed a makeshift Punch and Judy show they'd put together, using scraps of fabric and an old puppet theater Sloane had salvaged. It was silly and nonsensical, but it was perfect. For a little while, it felt like the world outside didn't exist, like we were normal people celebrating a normal birthday. As the evening wore on, the adults took over, their laughter filling the air as they danced to the music. Marcus spun Emma around, her smile brighter than I'd ever seen it. Val and Kay teamed up to teach Diesel some ridiculous dance moves, their teasing laughter infectious. Even Tank and Amanda joined in, their growing fondness of each other, obvious in the way they moved together. I found myself standing on the sidelines, watching it all with a strange mixture of emotions. It was rare to see so much joy in one place, and for a moment, it was almost too much to take in. You, okay? Steele's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I turned to find him standing beside me, holding out a small box. What's this? I asked, taking it hesitantly. Open it. He said, his tone soft. Inside was a delicate gold heart-shaped locket, its surface worn but still beautiful. I stared at it, speechless. I found it on one of our scavenging runs. Figured you might like it. Maybe one day we can find pictures of your parents to put inside. I swallowed hard, my chest tight with emotion. Steele, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. He said, his gaze steady. Just, keep it. And know that if you'll have me, I'll wait. For as long as it takes. I looked at him then, his words sinking in. There was no pressure in his voice, no expectation, just a quiet promise that felt more powerful than anything else he could have said. Before I could respond, Buffy appeared, grabbing my hand and dragging me back toward the center of the courtyard. Come on, Alex. Let's dance. I laughed despite myself, letting her pull me into the chaos. The music played on, and I let myself just be happy in the moment. I danced with Buffy, with Emma, with the kids, and even with Steele. The night blurred into a haze of laughter and warmth, the darkness outside the walls forgotten. As the party wound down just before dusk, I found myself sitting on the steps of the courtyard, the locket clutched in my hand. Blade and the border collie, who had become inseparable, were dozing nearby. The others were cleaning up, their voices low and content. I felt whole. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was living. And as I looked around at the faces of the people I loved, I knew that as long as we had each other, we could face whatever came next. Blade and Ghost had quickly become an inseparable duo, their bond as unshakable as the walls they patrolled. Blade was always a man of few words, his sharp eyes and precise movements doing the talking for him. But since Ghost came into his life, something had shifted. Watching them together was like catching a glimpse of a side of Blade none of us had ever seen. Ghost, the border collie we'd rescued from that house of horrors, had gone from a barely living shell of a dog to a vital part of our community. His wiry frame had filled out, his coat gleaming black and white, and his eyes sparkled with the intelligence that his breed was known for. He followed Blade everywhere, his movements mirroring his so perfectly that it was as if they shared a silent language. "He's got better instincts than me," Blade admitted one morning. We were standing on the walls, the sun casting long shadows over the prison yard. Ghost sat at his side, his ears perked forward as he gazed intently at a spot on the horizon. "He's a good dog," I said, leaning on the railing beside him. "He's the best," Blade replied, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. His hand absently reached down to scratch behind Ghost's ears, as he leaned into the touch, his tail wagging ever so slightly. Ghost had a way of bringing out a gentler side of Blade, one that didn't come out often, but felt natural when it did. I'd seen it in the way he talked to him, as if he understood every word. And maybe he did, he was smart, almost eerily so. He could pick up on the smallest changes in mood, the faintest hint of danger. One night, during a particularly quiet watch, I sat with Blade and Ghost on the wall. The silence between us wasn't uncomfortable, just the kind that settled when two people understood each other. Ghost lay at his feet, his head resting on his paws, but his eyes were alert, scanning the dark. "Do you ever think about how Ghost survived?" Blade asked suddenly, breaking the quiet. His tone wasn't rhetorical, he genuinely wanted to know. I thought about the house we'd found him in, the decay, the death. Maybe he's just a fighter. Like the rest of us. Blade nodded, his gaze distant. Maybe. But it feels like more than that. Like he's here for a reason. I didn't have an answer for that, but the conviction in his voice made me believe him. Ghost lifted his head, as if sensing the weight of the conversation. Blade reached down, his fingers brushing over his fur. "He reminds me there's still something good in this world," he said, so quietly I almost missed it. The thing was, Ghost wasn't just a companion to Blade, he'd become a part of all of us. The kids adored him, trailing after him with giggles and scraps of food. Even the more stoic members of our group, like Val and Diesel, had softened around him. He had a way of making himself known, whether it was curling up at someone's feet during a meeting or nudging Sloane with his nose when she was too focused on tinkering with one of her projects. Amanda often commented on how Ghost's presence seemed to make the prison feel more like a home. "A dog like that," she said one day while we were planting vegetables in the yard. "He's a reminder of what we're fighting for. Life, companionship, all the things that make this world worth saving." I watched Ghost chase after one of the kids' makeshift toys, his energy boundless, and I couldn't help but agree. He was a symbol of resilience, a living reminder that even in the darkest places, life could find a way to survive. But it was Blade who benefited the most from his presence. He'd always been our silent protector, the one who kept watch while the rest of us slept. Blade was a solitary soul, he preferred his own company to others. But Ghost had become his partner in crime, his keen senses making him the perfect scout. Together, they were a formidable pair, their synergy almost uncanny. "Do you ever wonder why he sticks so close to you?" I asked him one afternoon. Blade glanced at Ghost, who was lying at his feet. "Maybe he sees something in me I don't see in myself." His words lingered with me long after he'd said them. Blade wasn't the kind of guy who opened up easily, but Ghost had a way of drawing out those rare moments of vulnerability. It wasn't just his loyalty or his intelligence, it was the connection they shared, a bond forged in survival. Steele joked once that Blade and Ghost were like a post-apocalyptic Batman and Robin, always patrolling the walls and keeping us safe. The nickname stuck, much to Blade's dismay, but even he couldn't hide the faint smirk that tugged at his lips when the kids started calling Ghost Robin. Despite his gruff exterior, Blade had a soft spot for the younger members of our group. I'd seen him teaching one of the boys how to use a slingshot, his patience endless as he guided the kids' hands. Ghost, of course, had been right there, wagging his tail as if he approved. "He's not just a dog," Buffy said one day, watching Ghost and Blade from across the yard. "He's his best friend." Buffy had a way of cutting straight to the heart of things, and she was right. Ghost wasn't just a dog, he was family. And in a world where family was so often torn apart, having him around felt like a gift. As the days passed, the bond between Blade and Ghost only grew stronger. They were a constant presence on the walls, their silhouettes a reassuring sight against the horizon. And while Blade would never admit it, I could see the way Ghost had changed him. He was still the same quiet, vigilant man we relied on, but there was a softness to him now, a warmth that hadn't been there before. In a way, Ghost had saved Blade as much as we had saved him. He'd given him a purpose beyond survival, a connection that reminded him of what it meant to truly live. And as I watched them patrol the walls together, their movements so in sync it was almost like they shared the same heartbeat, I couldn't help but feel grateful. Because in a world that had taken so much from us, Ghost had given us something back, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was still light to be found. And for Blade, that light had come in the form of a scrappy border collie with a spirit as unbreakable as his own. The courtyard was still, the soft hum of crickets threading through the night air. The laughter and chatter from my surprise party had long faded, leaving behind the familiar, comforting silence of the penitentiary after dark. Beyond these 24-foot walls, the hunters were out there, their eerie chants carrying on the wind. But from in here, they were nothing more than a distant whisper. I sat alone on the cool concrete steps, the gold locket Steele had given me resting in my palm. I traced the tiny scratches on its surface, wondering where it had been before it ended up here, in my hands. Did it belong to someone who loved and lost like me? Was it once filled with pictures of a family who didn't survive? Or had it always been empty, waiting for someone like me to give it purpose? The stars overhead seemed brighter tonight, scattered across the sky like shards of broken glass. I felt small under their light but somehow comforted. It was one of the few constants left in this sinister world. "Are you okay?" Buffy's voice broke through my thoughts, soft and tentative. I turned to see her standing a few feet away, her golden hair glowing in the moonlight. She looked hesitant, as though she wasn't sure she should interrupt. "Yeah," I said, scooting over on the step. "Come sit with me." She plopped down beside me with her usual energy, her movements always just a little uncoordinated, like a puppy still growing into its paws. She leaned back on her elbows, staring up at the night sky. "You're thinking about them, aren't you?" she asked, her voice gentler now. I nodded, the locket clinking softly in my grip. "Yeah. My mom, dad, and my brother." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's stupid, but I can't remember what their faces look like anymore. I'm scared that I will forget them, you know." Buffy sat up straighter, her face earnest. "It's not stupid. It's been, what, a year since?" "About 8 months," I said quietly. She frowned, her blue eyes narrowing in thought. "That's not that long, you know. You'll never forget them, not really. They're still in here." She tapped her chest. I gave her a small smile. "Thanks, Buffy," she grinned back, her whole face lighting up the way it always did. Buffy had this way of making you feel better without even trying. "Can I see it?" she asked, nodding toward the locket. I handed it over, watching as she turned it over in her hands, her expression serious. "It's beautiful. Steele did good." "Yeah, he did," I agreed. Buffy's fingers traced the heart's edges, her voice softening. "Do you think we will ever find pictures of them?" Your family, I mean. I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. It feels like a lifetime ago now, you know? It's like they existed in a different world, not this one. Buffy nodded, her face thoughtful. I get that. Sometimes I think about what it would have been like if this hadn't happened. Like, would we have met? Probably not. I blinked, surprised. I hadn't thought about it like that before. No, I admitted. We probably wouldn't have. And that would have sucked. She said with a grin. I laughed, a genuine laugh that felt strange and wonderful all at once. Yeah, it would have. We sat in silence for a moment, the stars above us glittering in the vast expanse. I think they'd be proud of you. Buffy said suddenly, her voice quiet but firm. Who? Your family. She said, meeting my gaze. Look at everything you've done. You've saved people. You have fought zombies, you have become a warrior, whilst most people just tried to survive. You've fought tooth and nail. Yes, they would be proud of you. I know I am. You go out there and you do what needs to be done, and yet you're still a child in the eyes of the old laws. I don't think many 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds could do what you've done. You're a fighter and a true warrior. Don't ever forget that, okay? I swallowed hard, her words hitting me hard. You think so? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I know so. She said with absolute certainty. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, letting her words settle over me like a warm, comforting blanket. After a moment, she broke the silence. You know, it's kind of funny. She said, her tone lighter now. What is? You and me. We're like opposites. I raised an eyebrow. How do you figure? Well, you're all serious and broody, and I'm not. I smirked. Fair point. And yet, she continued, we make a pretty good team. I couldn't argue with that. Yeah, we do. Buffy leaned back again, her gaze returning to the stars. Do you think we'll ever get to just live? Like, without having to fight for everything all the time? Her question caught me off guard. It was the kind of question I didn't let myself think about, because the answer felt too painful. I don't know. I admitted. But if we don't, at least we've got each other. And right now, that's got to stand for something. Buffy nodded, her face serious for once. Yeah. Of course it does. The sound of footsteps behind us made us both turn. Steele was standing there, his silhouette outlined by the faint glow of the prison's floodlights. You two gonna sit out here all night? He asked, his tone gruff but not unkind. Maybe. Buffy said, grinning. Steele shook his head, muttering something about kids under his breath. Come on, time to get inside. He said. It's late. Buffy and I exchanged a glance before standing and following him back inside. As we walked, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. Buffy won everyone over in our group almost immediately. I'd never seen a person adapt so quickly to the nightmare we were living in, yet she did it effortlessly, as though she had always been a part of this world. She was like a spark of light, in a place that was often suffocated by darkness. The people around her, us, the broken remnants of a society we once knew, couldn't help but be drawn to her. In the beginning, I didn't know what to think. She was so different from me. Her energy was endless, and her optimism, even in the face of adversity, I wasn't sure how to deal with it at first. It felt foreign. She made everyone feel happy, optimistic about the future and even invincible. But over time, I saw how genuine she was. Buffy wasn't pretending to be strong. She wasn't faking it to make everyone else feel better. She just was. And that made her almost invincible in a way. The way she looked at the world was nothing short of miraculous. She still managed to ask questions, genuine ones, as if she was discovering the world anew each day. There was an innocence in her voice that made the world feel less heavy when she spoke. You know, if you tilt a solar panel just a little more toward the sun, it'll charge faster. She said one day, standing on her tiptoes, pointing at the angle of a panel Blade had been fiddling with for hours. Blade raised an eyebrow, but he didn't hesitate for long. He adjusted the panel slightly, just as Buffy suggested, and within minutes, the small battery bank he'd been struggling with started charging faster. She's a walking encyclopedia. Steele muttered, shaking his head with a grin. How the hell does she know all this stuff? Buffy just shrugged with that innocent smile of hers, unfazed by the praise. Once I learned to read, that was it. If I didn't get it, I would ask questions. I didn't learn to read until I was 11. It was hard, like a new language. But once I started, I couldn't stop. She answered, like it was the simplest thing in the world. It wasn't just the things she knew, though. It was the way she saw the world, the way she helped without hesitation. She wasn't just book smart, she was practical too. From rigging traps with Val to teaching the kids how to grow bean sprouts in jars, Buffy seemed to know a little bit about everything. She could read a blueprint for a structure like she had been an architect in another life. She could identify plants and herbs like she was a botanist. She could even talk about engineering in ways that didn't make my head spin. Somehow, it all came naturally to her. And in the middle of all this chaos, she had become my best friend. We were an unlikely pair. She was still untouched in so many ways, not just physically but emotionally. Her heart was still as open as it had been before the world fell apart. Her innocence hadn't been taken from her. And then there was me, grieving, hardened, broken, from everything I had lost. I carried the weight of my family's death in every step I took, like a chain wrapped around my neck. I'd seen too much, too soon. I'd become someone who didn't know how to laugh anymore, who didn't know how to trust. And then came Buffy, asking questions like she was learning about the world for the first time, and suddenly everything seemed less dire. She had this incredible ability to make me forget, even if just for a moment, how much I'd lost. She didn't try to fix me. She didn't try to tell me everything would be okay. She just was there. I never thought I'd find a connection in this world, let alone a friend. But Buffy? She made me want to try. It was strange, our bond, how effortlessly it formed. You're like my big sister, she said one night, as we sat together on the roof of the penitentiary. The night was cool, the air still, the stars above us so clear and sharp it felt like you could reach out and touch them. I turned to look at her, surprised at the sincerity in her voice. Yeah. A lump had formed in my throat. Yeah, we are sisters from another mother, she said simply, her blue eyes warm in the darkness. There was something about the simplicity of her words that struck me deeply. It wasn't some grand revelation or a life-altering statement, but it still held weight. Buffy saw me as someone worth following, worth trusting. In a way, she needed me, but these days I think I needed her more. She was the yin to my yang. She made me feel like I could take on the world, fight thousands of hordes and still live to tell the tale. But what she didn't know, what I could never tell her, was how much she had saved me. Not just from the world outside, but from the person I was becoming. She gave me a reason to live again, even if I didn't know how to show it. She didn't have to know how deep it went. I didn't even know if I could put it into words, but I realized in that moment that Buffy had become the sister I never had, the family I thought I'd lost forever. In the weeks that followed, we grew closer. It wasn't just because we spent a lot of time together, which we did, but because I learned to let her in. To trust her. I'd show her how to keep a lookout, teach her how to use a crossbow. In return, she showed me how to smile again. How to find beauty in the broken world we were stuck in. There was a night, not long after we'd cleared the neighboring houses, where we spent hours in the garden, planting potatoes and carrots in the cracked, dry earth. The sun was setting, and I was exhausted, but Buffy kept going, kneeling in the dirt like she had been doing it her whole life. I had no idea where she learned how to farm, but it was obvious she knew what she was doing. You know, she said as she dug a hole for another seedling, I always thought I'd be a vet when I grew up. I paused from my digging, wiping the sweat from my forehead. A vet? Yeah. She replied with a soft chuckle. I always loved animals. I wanted to help them. I leaned back, watching her as she worked, the evening light casting a golden glow over her hair. She looked so beautiful. So young. But when you looked closer, you could see it, the strength in her. The determination that was bigger than the world we lived in. Well, you've got a lot of them to take care of now, I said, nodding toward the dogs that roamed freely around the courtyard. Buffy smiled, her gaze flickering to Freya and Odin. Yeah, I guess I do. She shrugged. Guess I'm just going to have to be the best damn vet there is. I laughed at that. You'd better be. We're counting on you. That night, as we worked in the garden until the sun disappeared completely, I realized something. I was happy. Or, at least, I was close to it. It wasn't the kind of happiness I used to know, but it was real, and it felt like a small victory. Maybe we wouldn't make it through the apocalypse, maybe none of us would. But as long as we had moments like this, quiet, unremarkable moments of connection, then maybe it was all worth it. Maybe I could find peace in this chaos. Maybe I could finally stop living in the past. It was Buffy who brought me back from the darkness that threatened to drag me down to the pits of hell, time and time again. It wasn't just her innocence or her knowledge, it was her belief in us. Her belief that we could still build something, even in the ruins of the world we once knew. I could feel her pulling me up every time I felt sad or depressed. I could feel her holding me steady in a world that had become anything but. It was like she was shining a bright light over you, which in turn dispersed any overhanging dark clouds. Amanda was right when she said Buffy was special. I had never met anyone like her. You know, Buffy said one day as we finished planting the last row of beans. I never thought I'd be doing something like this. She laughed, but there was a quiet sadness behind it. I mean, this isn't exactly what I imagined my life would be like. But we've got to make good things happen with what we've got. In all honesty, I mourn for my old life, but then I remember, I now have a huge family here, and that's something I have always wanted. So, I suppose the end of the world, kind of, did me a huge favor. I think Mum and Tank have a thing, just like you and Steel. And I'm so glad I have you, the dogs and of course everyone else. It's like the apocalypse made my life whole. I smiled softly, glancing up at the sky. Me and Steel? I don't think so. Then we both just giggled. But that was the thing about Buffy. She was so determined to make the best out of things, to keep moving forward. And I guess, in the end, that's what kept us both going. Sloane had outdone herself. The room she'd transformed into a dormitory wasn't just a space to sleep, it was a sanctuary. She'd welded together sturdy metal frames for bunk beds, each with a patchwork of mattresses scavenged from the surrounding area. Some were mismatched and lumpy, but to the families and kids who claimed them, they were nothing short of luxury. A colorful mix of blankets and sheets had been donated by everyone, creating a kaleidoscope of comfort in the otherwise drab gray room. For the kids, she'd gone the extra mile. She'd fashioned little cubbies for their belongings, allowing them to carve out their own personal space in a world that had stripped them of so much. One corner of the room had been turned into a play area with toys and board games salvaged from abandoned houses, a touch that brought hesitant smiles to faces that hadn't known much joy. This is amazing, I told Sloane one day, watching as she adjusted the height on one of the beds for a smaller child. She shrugged, wiping sweat from her brow. They deserve it. And it's not like I don't have the time or the tools. It's more than that, I said, meeting her eyes. You're giving them something to hold on to. Sloane paused, a rare smile tugging at her lips. Well, I guess a little happiness is something we can all use more of. Amanda had been equally busy. The storage room had gone from a cluttered chaos of canned goods and random supplies to a well-organized treasure trove. Shelves lined the walls, stacked neatly with rows of jars, each labeled in Amanda's neat handwriting. Fruits, vegetables, soups, and even some preserves gleamed like jewels under the dim lighting. She didn't stop there. Amanda had turned the act of canning into a lesson for the older kids. I watched one afternoon as she guided them through the process, her calm, steady voice a source of reassurance. Tomatoes need to be packed tight, but not too tight, she said, demonstrating with a jar. Always make sure the lids are sealed properly. If they pop when you press them, they're no good. The kids listened intently, their faces a mix of concentration and curiosity. For them, this wasn't just about preserving food, it was a glimpse of purpose, a way to contribute to the group. Why are you teaching them this? I asked her later. Amanda looked at me, her expression serious. Because one day, they'll need to know how to survive on their own. We won't always be here to guide them. And in all honesty, canning needs to be passed down from generation to generation. It's a wonderful way to keep long-term food storage, and a fantastic way to eat clean. Her words stuck with me. She wasn't just thinking about today, she was thinking about tomorrow. About a future where these kids could stand on their own 2 feet, no matter how bleak the world looked. Everywhere I turned, there were signs of life pushing back against the darkness, against the dead. Val and Kay had set up a makeshift greenhouse on one of the prison rooftops, using salvaged plastic sheeting and scrap wood. Inside, rows of seedlings reached for the sun, a fragile but determined symbol of renewal. Even the perimeter had been improved. Blade and steel had reinforced the walls, adding additional layers of security. Tripwires, makeshift alarms, and strategically placed escape routes now protected us from both the living and the dead. Blade patrolled with Ghost at his side, the two of them an ever-watchful duo. Their vigilance gave us the peace of mind to focus on rebuilding. We were not just surviving anymore, we were making connections, building a better future. The following morning, life resumed its rhythm. There were chores to be done, crops to tend, and plans to make. Amanda worked with Tank in the garden, their easy banter hinting at something deeper between them. Do you think we can get another harvest before winter? Tank asked, leaning on his shovel. Amanda tilted her head, surveying the rows of plants. If we keep them watered and keep the pests out, maybe. But it'll be tight. Well, lucky for you, I'm good at keeping pests out. Tank grinned. Amanda laughed, a sound that felt rare and precious. Watching them, I couldn't help but smile. In a world where love seemed like an impossible luxury, they'd found something worth holding on to. As the days turned into weeks, the prison continued to transform. Sloane's bunk beds provided comfort for the families, Amanda's food storage system ensured we wouldn't go hungry, and Val and Kay's greenhouse promised a future of self-sufficiency. Even the trivial things, like Ghost and Blade patrolling the walls or Buffy's endless stream of questions, made the place feel more like a home. For me, the locket was a constant reminder of the people I'd lost and the family I'd gained. And though the road ahead was uncertain, the penitentiary began to feel like a real home. Life was good, well as good as it gets in a zombie apocalypse. Even the penitentiary ghosts didn't bother us anymore. Snow wasn't supposed to fall this time of year, not in Moundsville. Buffy's voice had been haunting me for hours. Storm's coming, Alex. And it's gonna be bad. A snowstorm to end all snowstorms. I can sense it. I didn't believe her. We had taken the 250 north and then proceeded to turn left onto the I-70, but just before we reached the bridge, we pulled over so a few of us could scout ahead. Snow in this part of the world was about as likely as the dead coming back to life, or at least, it had been. These days, everything was inverted. Maybe I should have known better. By the time we reached Moundsville Bridge, it was too late to turn back. The snow was already falling, each flake an omen swirling in the freezing wind. It danced around us, mocking, whispering cold warnings into our ears. The air bit through every layer I had on, a vicious kind of cold that gnawed at the edges of my gloves and sent shivers deep into my bones. Above us, the sky was a sickly, unnatural gray, like something dead and bloated. And it wasn't just the weather, everything about this place felt wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing to attention. It was a primal instinct. Screaming at me, telling me to turn back and go home. But we needed supplies, as we had depleted our area. The bridge stretched out before us, an iron and concrete lifeline spanning the churning river below. Its surface was worn, cracked in places but still holding strong, weathered, not yet broken. The world had only fallen apart a year ago, but already, nature was creeping back in, dustings of snow settling over everything like a quiet funeral shroud. Cars clogged the bridge in a chaotic mess, some with doors still hanging open, frozen in time, as if their owners had vanished mid-escape. Others bore the scars of desperate collisions, crumpled hoods, shattered windshields, tires half dangling over the edge. A few had been scorched, the fires long since burned out, their twisted metal husks left to cool in the winter air. But the worst were the ones that looked untouched. Their exteriors remained intact, eerily preserved, hiding whatever horrors that still lurked inside. Ghost whined softly beside me, his tail stiff and unmoving as he pawed at the ground. His sharp blue eyes darted from shadow to shadow, searching for something only he could sense. I glanced down at him, and a cold wave of dread rippled through me. Ghost didn't scare easily. Sloane caught the sound too. She was standing to my left, bundled in her patched-up coat, her breath clouding the air in front of her. "That's not a good sign," she said quietly, keeping her voice low, as if anything louder might draw attention. "I don't like this," I said, my hand tightening around the hilt of my machete. The wind picked up, whistling through the gaps in the bridge's railings. It carried with it the faintest sound of groaning metal and something else, something deeper, more organic. I shook it off, trying to focus. "Keep your eyes and ears open," I muttered. Blade moved up on my right, his massive frame a dark silhouette against the falling snow. He adjusted the grip on his axe and leaned in close. "Visibility is shot to hell," he said, his gravelly voice low but firm. "Can't see more than 20 feet ahead." Steele and I led the group forward, the crunch of our boots against the ice and the packed snow the only sound breaking through the whistling wind. The bridge ahead of us, a graveyard of abandoned vehicles and forgotten struggles. The air was icy cold. Steele moved like he always did, confident and fearless, axe slung over his shoulder, his eyes sweeping the landscape. Me? My instincts were screaming at me that something was wrong. Ahead of us, Tank stomped a few paces forward, his heavy boots cracking through a sheet of frozen slush. The man was a wall of muscle and brute force, but even he looked unsettled. His breath puffed out in sharp bursts of white mist, and when he turned to face us, his expression was carved from stone. "I've got a really bad feeling about this," he muttered, his deep voice cutting through the wind. "Supplies or not, I think we should turn back." He wasn't wrong. I clenched my jaw. "We can't." My voice was steady, but deep down, I knew Tank had every reason to be worried. "We're out of food. We're out of meds. And that last fight burned through half our weapons and ammo." I glanced back at the rest of the group, huddled near one of the trucks. Val, Steele, Amanda, Kay, and Marcus. Their faces were pale, their movements slow, the exhaustion hanging off them like a weight too heavy to carry. Even the dogs, Hera, Hades, and Ghost, were on edge. Their ears were pinned back, their tails low, hackles raised as they sniffed at the air. The dogs always knew before we did. And right now? They weren't happy. Steele exhaled sharply and tightened his grip on his axe. "Let's get this done quickly. Get what we need and get the hell out before this bad feeling turns into something worse." None of us argued. Because deep down, we already knew it would. I sighed, my breath visible in the freezing air. "Let's get this over with." We moved cautiously, the group keeping close together as we stepped onto the bridge. Every sound seemed amplified. The crunch of snow underfoot, the creak of the wind pushing against rusted railings, the faint hum of the river below. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. The snowfall thickened as we went, turning the bridge into a surreal, half-blinded world of gray and white. Shapes loomed out of the storm, cars, piles of debris, shadows that moved when the wind shifted. My heart was pounding in my chest, the steady thrum filling my ears as I scanned the area for any sign of movement. Eyes up. Steele barked, his voice barely audible over the sounds of the wind and the river thrashing around below. This place is perfect for an ambush. Blade snorted softly. If there's anyone left alive to ambush us. That's what I'm afraid of. I muttered. Sloane stopped beside a battered sedan, her gloved hand brushing the hood. Looks like it's been here for several months. But why does it feel like they just left it here recently? I didn't answer. We all felt it, the sense that we were walking into a trap. Ghost let out a low growl, his ears flattening as his hackles rose. I followed his gaze and froze. In the distance, barely visible through the swirling snow, was a figure. It was standing still, its back to us, its shape just barely human. What the hell is that? Sloane hissed, her hand tightening around the crowbar she carried. Hold. I said, raising a hand to signal the group to stop. Don't make a sound. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, a dark outline against the storm. My fingers tightened around the machete's grip, every muscle in my body screaming at me to do something. To run. To fight. To leave. And then it turned. Its face all contorted with rotting flesh. The skin looked pale and translucent, like wax left too close to a flame. Its eyes were sunken, milky white, and its mouth hung open as if it had forgotten how to close it. Snow clung to its hair and clothes, making it look more like a corpse pulled from a frozen lake than anything living. But it wasn't the way it looked that made my blood run cold. It was the way it moved. The thing's head jerked toward us, too fast, too sudden, as if it had heard something that didn't exist. Its limbs twitched unnaturally as it took a stumbling step forward, and then another. Shit. Blade muttered, raising his axe. Wait. I ordered. It's not alone. The snow shifted behind it, and suddenly there were more, dozens of them, their shapes emerging from the storm like ghosts. They moved in jerks and starts, some dragging themselves forward on broken legs, others shambling with arms outstretched. Their moans rose into the air, a terrible, guttural symphony of hunger and death. Fall back. I yelled. Now. We moved quickly, the dogs barking and growling as we regrouped near the trucks. Val and Amanda were already climbing onto one of the vehicles, their crossbows at the ready. Kay pulled Marcus close, shielding the teenager with her body. They're coming in fast. Blade said, his voice grim. Too fast. He was right. The horde was gaining on us, their movements unnervingly coordinated, as if something was driving them forward. Ghost barked sharply, and Hera joined in, the two of them snarling at the oncoming tide of bodies. Get ready. I shouted, raising my machete as the first of the infected reached us. The next few moments were chaos. The infected hit us like a wave, their clawing hands, and gnashing teeth relentless. Blade's axe came down with a sickening crunch, splitting one of their skulls, while Sloane swung her crowbar with a ferocity I hadn't seen before. Ghost lunged at one of the infected, his powerful jaws locking onto its arm and tearing it free in a spray of blood and flesh. Hades and Hera followed suit, their growls echoing in the storm as they took down another. I swung my machete, the blade biting into frozen flesh. Blood sprayed across the snow, dark and coagulated in the chilly air. One of the infected lunged at me, its teeth snapping inches from my face. I kicked it back, the impact sending it sprawling, but another took its place almost immediately. Alex. Steele shouted from the truck. We can't hold them here. He was right. There were too many of them. We were in trouble, big trouble. The storm was brutal, a howling vortex of snow and wind that turned the world into a chaotic blur of white. I could barely see more than a few feet ahead, but the sounds of the horde were unmistakable, wet snarls, guttural moans, and the thudding of feet against frozen ground. They were coming, thick and fast, their shadowy forms emerging from the storm like wraiths. "Blade! On your left!" I shouted, my voice nearly swallowed by the storm. Blade moved like lightning, his twin machetes flashing as he spun toward the infected lunging at him. The creature didn't even have time to snarl before its head hit the ground, blackened blood spraying across the snow. The dogs were a blur of fur and fury around us. Hades lunged, his powerful jaws clamping onto the arm of one of the infected and ripping it clean off. Ghost darted in and out of the fray, the white patches on his coat streaked with crimson as he tore into another zombie's throat. Hera was at my side, snapping at anything that got too close. I fired my rifle, the recoil jarring my shoulder as a zombie crumpled under my shot. But for everyone that we killed, 5 more seemed to appear. The horde was endless, unstoppable. "It's not working, there's too many of them," I yelled, my voice cracking as I reloaded. My hands were shaking, from the sheer terror gripping my chest. Blade slashed through another infected and turned to me, his face streaked with blood and snow. "We don't have a choice, Alex. Just keep shooting." Hades barked sharply, and I turned just in time to see another infected lunging for me. I swung my rifle like a club, smashing it across the creature's face. It stumbled, and Hera leapt forward, taking it down with a vicious growl. I didn't even have time to catch my breath before another wave of infected surged toward us. My arms ached, my vision blurred from tears and exhaustion, and my legs felt like they could give out at any moment. And then I heard the roar. Steele's voice boomed through the storm, a deep, guttural battle cry that cut through the chaos. I turned to see him barreling toward us from the trucks, his massive frame silhouetted against the storm. His axe gleamed in the faint light, its blade already slick with blood. "Get out of the way!" Steele bellowed as he charged. "Steele!" I screamed, relief flooding through me, but it was short-lived. His expression was grim, his jaw set with a determination that made my stomach twist. Steele didn't stop. He crashed into the horde like a wrecking ball, his axe cleaving through flesh and bone with terrifying ease. Infected fell around him, their bodies piling up in the snow, but he kept moving, kept swinging, a whirlwind of death and fury. "Alex, get back!" He shouted over his shoulder, his voice raw and commanding. "Get the others and block the bridge. Keep them safe." "No!" I shouted back, my voice breaking. "We're not leaving you. You don't have a choice." Steele swung his axe in a wide arc, cutting down 3 infected at once. "Move it, Alex. That's an order." Beside me, Blade stepped forward, wiping the blood from his machetes with a bloodthirsty smile. "Looks like you could use a hand, big guy." Steele didn't even glance back, his focus on the swarm ahead. "Well, seeing as you offering, how about you stop talking and start killing?" Blade grinned, the kind of reckless, unhinged grin that only Blade could pull off, and then he charged into the fray. His machetes flashed, carving through the infected with surgical precision, each movement calculated and deadly. The two of them fought like madmen, like warriors out of some ancient legend. They both moved with a feral determination, their broad shoulders heaving as they swung their weapons. "Get back to the others, Alex," Steele barked over the storm. "Get the bridge blocked off. We'll hold them back." "No!" I screamed. My voice cracked, and my heart twisted painfully in my chest. I could see the horde now, dozens, no, hundreds of them, stumbling, sprinting, crawling across the snow. Their twisted bodies writhed, some missing limbs, others dragging intestines behind them, their eyes glowing with feral hunger. "You're not doing this alone." I moved to follow, but Val's gloved hand gripped my shoulder with iron strength. "This is suicide." My words faltered as I saw the look in Steele's eyes, calm, resolute, and already distant. Steel shook his head. "We're buying you time. Now go." Before I could protest, Blade shouted. "Keep the dogs safe." Steel and Blade moved with the ferocity of wolves, a blur of blades and chaos against the advancing horde. I watched in disbelief as they plunged into the swarm, their weapons cutting arcs of crimson through the white canvas. The first wave of the infected fell like wheat before a scythe, their blood splattering the snow in dark, steaming streaks. Steel swung his axe in wide, brutal sweeps, each strike accompanied by the sickening crunch of bone and flesh. He was relentless, roaring with primal fury, his strength seeming otherworldly as he fought like a man possessed. Beside him, Blade danced with deadly precision, his twin machetes moving so fast they blurred, each strike slicing clean through necks, torsos, limbs. For a moment, I felt hope, a mad, irrational hope. Maybe they could hold them back. Maybe they could win. But then the second wave hit. The horde surged forward, an unstoppable tide of gnashing teeth and clawing hands. Steel and Blade fought like demons, but the infected kept coming, their numbers endless, their hunger insatiable. The snow around the pair turned into a crimson slurry, bodies piling up at their feet, yet still, they fought. "They're not going to make it." Val's voice broke through my stupor. She was at the back of one of the trucks, crossbow in hand, her eyes wide with panic. "Alex, we have to move." Hades barked sharply, as if agreeing, and I snapped out of it. The dogs flanked me as I sprinted toward the trucks. Marcus and Sloane were already in motion, straining to move an abandoned SUV into position. I joined them, throwing my weight into the vehicle, the cold metal biting through my gloves. Together, we managed to push it into the middle of the bridge, creating a makeshift barricade. "Another one," Marcus shouted, his voice barely audible over the wind and the growls of the horde. Behind us, Val, Amanda, and Kay fired crossbows into the advancing horde, each bolt finding its mark with grim efficiency. The dogs barked and snapped, staying close but ready to defend at a moment's notice. Steel's voice boomed over the chaos, a guttural roar that cut through the storm like thunder. I turned just in time to see him swing his axe in a wide arc, cleaving through so many infected all at once. Blade was at his back, his machetes dripping with gore, his face spattered with blood. They were holding, but barely. "Move it." Marcus shouted again, and I threw myself at another vehicle, this one an old pickup truck. Marcus and I heaved it forward, inch by agonizing inch, until it slammed into the SUV with a resounding crunch. But it wasn't enough. The horde was too big, too fast. A deafening crack echoed through the storm. And I turned to see part of the bridge railing give way under the weight of the infected. Steel and Blade were right there, perilously close to the edge. "Steel! Blade!" I screamed, my voice breaking. Steel turned, his face a mask of blood and determination. "Alex!" he roared. "Block the damn bridge." "No. How are you gonna get back to us?" But there was no way back. The horde was on them now, a writhing mass of claws and teeth, pressing them closer to the edge. Blade shouted something, the words didn't reach my ears. I couldn't hear him. But his intent was clear. He and Steel exchanged a glance, a brief moment of silent understanding. Then they fought harder, faster, their movements almost frantic. Blade spun, his machetes carving through flesh, while Steel swung his axe in a brutal overhead strike that split a zombie's skull like an overripe melon. The bridge shuddered as the weight of the horde became too much. With a sickening lurch, the section beneath Steel and Blade crumbled, sending them, and dozens of infected, plummeting into the icy river below. "No!" My scream was raw, torn from the depths of my soul. Time seemed to stand still. I saw Steel and Blade falling, their weapons still swinging, their faces grim but defiant. The infected fell with them, a chaotic tangle of bodies and blood. And then they were gone, swallowed up by the churning, freezing waters of the Ohio River. "Alex, we have to go." Marcus grabbed my arm, yanking me back to reality. The horde was still coming, spilling onto the bridge like a flood. The dogs barked, circling me protectively as we shoved the final vehicle into place. The barricade was crude, hastily assembled, but it would have to do. "Everyone, back to the trucks," Marcus yelled. Val, Amanda, and Kay retreated, firing bolts into the horde as they went. I climbed onto the hood of the nearest truck, with my rifle in hand. My vision blurred with tears, but I forced myself to aim and fire, each shot punctuated by the sound of the infected slamming into the barricade. "Come on, come on," I muttered through gritted teeth, my breath pluming in the freezing air. The barricade shuddered under the onslaught, but it held, for now. The battle felt like it lasted an eternity, but finally, the horde began to thin. The infected piled up against the barricade, their broken bodies forming a grotesque wall. We all stood in silence, our breaths ragged, our faces pale and streaked with blood. "They're gone, my brother's gone," Val whispered, her voice breaking. Just then I sank to my knees, the rifle slipping from my numb fingers. The dogs pressed against me, whining softly, their warm bodies a small comfort in the freezing cold. Steel and Blade were gone. They were heroes. Mad men, fools. They had fought the horde like warriors and paid the ultimate price. The snowstorm raged on, its howling winds carrying away the last echoes of the battle. They were gone. They were really gone. Kay joined me and we hugged each other tight, as we sobbed, gut-wrenching cries, with our grief. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of Main Street, its icy claws cutting through every layer of clothing we had. Snow whipped sideways, stinging my face as I trudged forward, rifle clutched tight against my chest. The storm hadn't let up, its fury unabated, turning the world into a swirling nightmare of white. Somewhere out there, beneath the frozen wasteland, Steel and Blade were waiting for us to find them. Or worse, they were. No, I can't think like that. They are alive. They have to be. Stay close, Marcus called, his voice barely audible over the storm. He glanced back at the rest of us, the horror of what we had just witnessed obvious. Val was ahead of him, her own machete clutched in her hands like a lifeline. She hadn't stopped moving since we'd crossed back to our side of the bridge, her head swiveling constantly, her eyes scanning the snow-covered ground and the riverbanks below. She wouldn't listen to reason, not that any of us could blame her. "They're not dead," Val said for the 10th time, her voice sharp, almost defiant. She didn't even look back at us as she pressed forward. "Steele's not dead. You hear me? He's not." I swallowed hard, my throat dry despite the freezing air. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice, each beat slower and more painful than the last. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to believe her so badly it hurt. Steele wasn't just a friend or a protector to me. He was everything. He was my future. My world. I'd let myself dream about it, about us. And now? Now, all I had was the gaping hole he'd left behind. "We'll find him," Sloane said softly, her voice trembling as she pulled her jacket tighter around her small frame. "We'll find them both." "Stop it, Val, just stop it. Steele's gone. He fell into the river. So did Blade." "I don't want to hear it. They're gone. Stop living in denial. No one could have survived that. Not even our brother. Not even our resident army hero." Kay screamed, then she burst into tears and ran up ahead. "Yeah, we will find them," Marcus added firmly, though his face betrayed the same doubt that was clawing at all of us. The dogs were restless, their shapes barely visible through the storm. Hades stayed closest to me, his dark coat blending into the shadows, while Ghost and Hera darted ahead, their noses to the ground as they searched the snowdrifts and brush along the trail. Every now and then, Hades would stop, turning his head as if listening for something, before pressing on with a low growl. "We're wasting time," Val snapped suddenly, spinning around to face us. Her eyes were wild, red-rimmed from the cold and from the tears she refused to let fall. We need to move faster. They're out here. They could be injured. Val, we're going as fast as we can. Kay said gently, her hands raised in a calming gesture. She had her crossbow slung across her back, but I could see her fingers twitching with the urge to grab it. But if we push too far in this storm, I don't care about the storm. Val shouted, her voice cracking. That's my brother out there. You think a little snow and wind is going to stop him? Steel can survive anything. He's probably out there right now, dragging Blade's sorry ass up the riverbank. Her words hit me like a knife to the gut. I wanted to believe her. I needed to believe her. Steel was the strongest man I'd ever known, both in body and in spirit. But no one could survive falling off that bridge, not into the icy river below, not with the horde dragging them down. We're not giving up. I said quietly, my voice shaking as I stepped closer to Val. We'll search every inch of this trail if we have to. But we have to stick together, okay? For Steel. For Blade. Val's jaw twitched, but she gave a small nod, her grip on her machete tightening until her knuckles turned white. We moved as a group, trudging through the snow and ice that covered the Wheeling Heritage Trail. The river roared beside us, its dark waters churning the current. Every time I looked down at the banks, all I could see was the image of Steel and Blade falling, Steel's face twisted in a battle cry, Blade's wild grin. And then they were gone, swallowed by the river, leaving nothing behind but blood and broken bodies. Hades barked sharply, snapping me out of my thoughts. He darted ahead, his ears pinned back, his nose working furiously at something half buried in the snow. What is it? Amanda asked, gripping her knife as she crouched beside him. Hades pawed at the ground, uncovering a torn piece of fabric, a scrap of dark green cloth, frozen and stiff. My heart leapt into my throat. It's Steel's. Val said instantly, snatching the cloth from the snow. She held it up, her fingers trembling. It's part of his jacket. See? I told you. He's out here, somewhere. I just know he is. Maybe. Marcus said carefully, his gaze shifting to the river. But it could have just torn off when he fell. We don't know, don't say it. Val snapped, rounding on him with fury in her eyes. Don't you dare say it. He's not dead, Marcus. He's not. Val. Sloane said softly, placing a hand on her arm. We all want to believe that. But, no ifs, no buts. He's alive, I know it. If anyone can survive this, he can. Val shouted, shrugging off Sloane's hand. Her voice cracked, and in that moment, I thought she might break. But she didn't. She squared her shoulders, clutching the scrap of cloth like it was the only thing holding her together. He's my brother. I'd know if he was gone. I'd feel it. And I don't. So, stop acting like we're looking for a body because we're not. I bit my lip, my own tears threatening to spill over. Part of me wanted to scream at her, to tell her to stop pretending everything would be okay. But another part of me envied her. Because at least Val still had hope. The storm showed no sign of letting up. Snow continued to whip around us, the wind cutting through even the thickest coats. My toes were numb, and my hands ached from gripping the rifle too tight. The sun was beginning to sink, the pale light fading into a gray twilight that made the shadows stretch long and eerie across the trail. Ghost! Kay called out suddenly, her voice sharp with alarm. I turned just in time to see him bolting down the riverbank, his form disappearing into the storm. Hera was right behind him, barking as they vanished into the swirling snow. Hades growled, pacing nervously at my side. Ghost! I shouted, panic rising in my chest. Hera! Come back! But they were gone. We can't lose them too. I said, starting to run after them, but Marcus grabbed my arm, holding me back. We can't split up, he said firmly. Not out here. It's already too dangerous. But, we'll come back tomorrow, Marcus said, his tone leaving no room for argument. They'll find their way back, Alex. You know they will. I shook my head, tears spilling over as I stared at the spot where the dogs had disappeared. It wasn't just Steel and Blade I was losing now. It was everything. By the time we made it back to the trucks, the light was almost gone. The storm had eased slightly, but the temperature had dropped, turning the snow into a frozen crust beneath our boots. None of us spoke as we climbed into the vehicles, the silence heavier than the storm itself. Val sat in the back of the truck, her head bowed, her fists clenched around the scrap of Steele's jacket. Amanda sat beside her, staring blankly out the window, her hands resting on her crossbow. Sloane looked at me from the passenger seat, her expression unreadable. We'll try again tomorrow, she said softly. First thing in the morning. I nodded, though the words felt hollow. Tomorrow wouldn't change anything. Blade and Steel were gone. And so was my future. The morning couldn't come soon enough, dragging me out of a restless sleep. The storm had finally passed, leaving behind a brittle, frozen world that gleamed in the pale dawn light. I sat up in my makeshift bed, my body aching as though I'd fought the horde all over again in my dreams. Steele's face haunted me through the night, his fierce eyes, his booming laugh, the way he'd barked at me to get back to the others. And Blade, grinning like a madman, throwing himself into the fight like he didn't have a care in the world. I clenched my fists against the ache in my chest. No matter how many times I replayed their fall, I couldn't stop myself from praying, from imagining them somehow crawling out of that freezing river and staggering back to us. But hope could be cruel, and I wasn't sure if I could take another day of heartbreak. The sound of boots crunching on frozen gravel outside snapped me back to the present. Sloane was at the door, her hand resting on the frame as she peered in. Alex. She spoke softly, her face pale and tired. We're heading out. I nodded and pulled on my jacket, my hands trembling as I fastened the buttons. I'm ready. The group gathered in the yard, bundled against the morning chill. The penitentiary walls loomed around us, the cold gray stones reflecting the pale light of dawn. Diesel stood by the gate, his breath steaming in the air as he adjusted the strap of his rifle. You didn't have to come. I'm not letting you lot go out there alone, he said simply, his dark eyes meeting mine. They're my family too. The word hit me like a hammer. Family. That's what we were, all of us, ragtag, blood-soaked, and broken as we might be. And Steel. Steel had been the glue that held us together even though the world was falling apart. Let's move, Marcus said, his tone brisk as he shouldered his shotgun. Val stood beside him, her jaw set, her eyes hard. She hadn't said a word since last night. I wasn't sure if she was holding herself together through sheer force of will, or if she was ready to shatter at any moment. We were just about to open the gate when Hades barked sharply, his ears pricking forward. My heart lurched as I turned toward the sound. The dogs had been on edge since yesterday, but this bark was different, urgent, excited. What is it? Kay asked, gripping her crossbow as she stepped toward the gate. Hades barked again, his tail wagging furiously now as he sniffed at the air. Freya and Odin joined him, their noses pressed against the cracks in the gate, whining softly. My chest tightened. No. It couldn't be. Open it, Val said suddenly, her voice trembling. Open the damn gate. Tank hesitated, before throwing the latch. The heavy metal creaked as it swung open, the icy wind rushing in and with it, the unmistakable sound of boots on the ground. There they were. Steel, Blade, Ghost, and Hera. Time seemed to stand still. Steel stood at the front, his massive frame silhouetted against the rising sun. His dark jacket was torn, stained with blood and mud, and his face was bruised and pale beneath a layer of grime. Beside him, Blade looked no better, his knuckles raw, his lips split, his grin lopsided and tired. Ghost padded at their heels, the white fur streaked with congealed blood, but his tail wagging happily. "Steel," I whispered, my voice breaking. His eyes met mine, and I saw the ghost of a smile tug at his lips. "Told you I'd be back." Before I could stop myself, I was running. The frozen ground was slippery beneath my boots, but I didn't care. I stumbled to a halt in front of him, my chest heaving as I tried to find the right words. But they wouldn't come. Instead, I reached out, my fingers brushing the edge of his jacket as if I needed to feel him, to make sure he was real. "You're here." I choked out, tears spilling down my cheeks. "You're actually here." Steele's smile softened, and he reached up to cup my cheek with his calloused hand. "I told you, Alex. Nothing's gonna take me down. I have a promise to keep, remember?" Behind me, Val let out a strangled sob, and suddenly she was there too, throwing herself at her brother and wrapping her arms around his neck. "You idiot!" she cried, her voice muffled against his chest. I thought you." "I'm fine, Val," Steele said, his voice low and soothing as he held her close. "I'm here. I'm okay." The group crowded around them, a flurry of voices and movement as everyone tried to speak at once. Kay hugged Blade, who winced but laughed as he patted her awkwardly on the back. "Careful," he said with a grimace. "Think I might have cracked a rib or two." "You look like hell," Marcus said, his tone gruff but his expression betraying the relief he felt. "You should see the other guy." Blade shot back with a smirk, though it quickly faded as he swayed on his feet. Sloane stepped forward to steady him, her brow furrowed with concern. "What happened to you two?" Amanda asked, her voice shaking. "How the hell did you survive?" Steele glanced at me, then at the others, his expression unreadable. "We'll tell you everything," he said quietly. "But not out here." Once we were back inside the walls, the tension finally began to ease. Steele and Blade sat at the table in the common room, their injuries being tended to by our student nurse. Mia flitted around them, bathing their wounds and helping our resident doctor. Ghost and Hera curled up by the fire, their tails thumping lazily against the floor. "They dragged me out of the river," Blade said, his tone light but his eyes haunted. "Steele and the dogs pulled me up onto the bank before I sank under the current. Only just," Steele muttered, wincing as Dr. Lil cleaned a gash on his arm. "Thought I was gonna lose you for a minute there." "Yeah, well, next time someone gives me mouth to mouth, can I ask that it's not you, you ugly bastard?" "I'm gonna have to rinse my mouth out for a month," Blade shot back, causing a ripple of laughter in the room. "You shouldn't have gone after them," I said suddenly, the words bursting out before I could stop myself. Everyone turned to look at me, but I only had eyes for Steele. "You shouldn't have, you could have died." "Alex," he began, his voice low and steady. "No," I said, shaking my head as fresh tears blurred my vision. "Do you have any idea what it felt like? Watching you fall? Thinking you were gone?" My voice broke, and I bit down hard on my lip to keep from sobbing. "I thought I'd lost you, both of you." Steele stood slowly, his expression softening as he closed the distance between us. He placed his hands on my shoulders, his touch warm and steady despite everything he'd been through. "I had to," he said simply. "It was the only way to keep you safe. To keep all of you safe." I stared at him, my heart aching with 1,000 unspoken words. Finally, I reached up, gripping the front of his jacket like I was afraid he'd vanish if I let go. "Don't ever do that to me again," I whispered. His lips quirked into a faint smile. "Now that, I can't promise. If my family is in trouble, I will do whatever it takes to save them, always have, always will." The words hit me hard. "I can't promise that, Alex," he growled. Steele stood in front of me, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He didn't even look angry, just resolute. Like he'd already made up his mind, and no argument I threw at him would change it. The worst part was, he didn't sound cold or dismissive. He sounded honest. "Do you even hear yourself?" I asked, my voice shaking with disbelief and anger. "You can't promise not to risk your life for us? How are we supposed to take that?" Steele sighed, dragging a hand through his hair, but he didn't break eye contact with me. "I'm not saying I want to throw myself in harm's way, Alex. But you know how it is out there. Sometimes, you don't get a choice. Someone has to step up." "No, Steele. That's not how it is out there," I said, stepping closer to him. "You don't let anyone else take the risks. You make the choice for us, every time. You decide you're the one who has to fight the impossible battles, and the rest of us are just supposed to live with it. Because I can handle it." He snapped, louder now, his mask of calm starting to crack. "I know what I'm doing, I weigh up the risks." I could feel my frustration boiling over, heat rising in my chest like a fire I couldn't put out. "That's the problem, Steele. You think you're the only one who can handle it. Like the rest of us are just passengers in your grand act of self-sacrifice. That's not what I mean." His voice dropped, but it wasn't softer, it was harder, like he was trying to control the anger simmering underneath. "I'm saying I'll do what it takes to keep us all alive. If that means putting myself in the firing line, so be it. Do you even hear yourself?" I demanded, my voice breaking now. "You're talking about keeping us alive, but what about you? Do you ever think for 1 second, what it would do to us all if we lost you?" His jaw tightened, and for a moment, I thought I'd finally gotten through to him. But then he shook his head, his lips pressing into a thin line. "It's not about me," he said, and I could hear the finality in his tone. "It's about life out there. It's about the group. It's about family." I laughed bitterly, the sound hollow even to my own ears. "That's such a load of crap, Steele. You keep acting like this is all about us, but it's not. It's about you. You can't stand the thought of anyone else taking the risks that you do. You can't let go of this idea that you have to be the hero." Steele flinched at that, just barely, but enough that I noticed. For a brief second, his cocky facade wavered, and I saw something raw underneath, guilt, maybe. Fear. But then it was gone, and he was Steele again, unflinching, immovable. "You're wrong," he said quietly. "I'm just doing what needs to be done." "And what about what we need?" I asked, my voice trembling now. "We need you, Steele. Not some reckless martyr. Not someone who's willing to die for us without a second thought. We need you. Alive." He didn't respond right away. The silence between us was uncomfortable. I thought he might finally relent, that he might give me the promise I was desperate to hear. But then he shook his head, his expression softening, but only just. "I'm sorry, Alex. But I can't give you that." I stared at him, my heart sinking. I wanted to yell at him, to shake him. To make him understand what he was doing to us, what he was doing to me. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, I turned away, crossing my arms tight over my chest as I tried to collect myself. "Fine," I said finally, my voice cold. "Do whatever you want. But you have to understand you're our leader, and without you everything will fall apart." Steele shifted uncomfortably as I crossed my arms, my frustration simmering beneath the surface. We'd been circling the same argument for what felt like hours. He couldn't make the promise I needed, wouldn't promise not to risk his life recklessly. My patience was wearing thin. Before I could get another word in, heavy footsteps echoed across the courtyard. I glanced toward the sound and saw Kay and Val striding toward us. Kay's face was a thundercloud, her jaw set tight, while Val's expression had that dangerous calm that always made me nervous. Steele groaned under his breath. "Great. The cavalry's here." I stepped back instinctively, sensing that whatever was coming wasn't meant for me. But I lingered, close enough to hear, too curious and too invested, to walk away. Steal. Kay barked, stopping just short of him. We need to talk. Steele raised an eyebrow, his usual smirk sliding into place. What is this, an intervention? Alex already gave me the lecture. This isn't about Alex. Val said, her voice quiet but firm. It's about you, and it's long overdue. Kay crossed her arms, mirroring my earlier stance. You've been dodging me since it happened, Steele. I didn't talk to you before because I was too angry. But I'm done waiting. Steele stiffened, the smirk faltering slightly. You're going to have to be more specific, Kay. What exactly did I do this time? Kay's eyes flashed. You almost got yourself killed. Again. Do you even realize what it was like for us? Watching you pull that stunt, not knowing if you'd make it out alive? I'm here though, or am I an apparition? Steele shot back, but there was no real heat in his voice, just exhaustion. That's not the point. Val cut in. The point is that you keep doing this. Every time, you act like it's no big deal, but it is. You're reckless, Steele, and it's going to get you killed one day. Steele ran a hand through his hair, clearly exasperated. You two are acting like I'm out there trying to get myself killed. I'm not. I'm doing what I have to do to keep all of us safe. Safe? Kay's voice cracked, the anger giving way to something rawer. You think that's what you're doing? Because it doesn't feel safe when I'm sitting here wondering, if this is the time you don't come back. Steele's shoulders sagged, and in that second, he looked genuinely remorseful. But then he shook his head. Do you think I like taking those risks? I don't. But I can't just sit back and let someone else get hurt if I can do something about it. That's exactly what we're saying. Val replied, stepping closer. Her voice dropped, and I had to strain to hear her. You don't trust us. You don't trust that we can handle ourselves. So, you take it all on your shoulders, and we're the ones left to deal with the fallout. Steele opened his mouth to respond, but Kay cut him off. You're not invincible, Steele. I know you think you are, but you're not. Her voice cracked again, and this time she didn't bother hiding the emotion. We've already lost too much. I won't, lose you, too. Steele looked away, his jaw tight. You're not going to lose me. You don't know that. Kay said, her voice barely above a whisper now. Every time you pull one of these stunts, that's what goes through my head. That this time, you won't make it. That this time, I'll lose my brother. The weight of her words hung in the air. Val stepped in, her hand on Kay's shoulder. You have people who care about you, Steele. It's not just about surviving in the moment. It's about what you leave behind if you don't. Steele finally looked at them, his defenses lowered. He swallowed hard, and I could see the cracks forming in his armor. He started, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. We don't need a hero. Kay said. Her voice was steady again, but the hurt was still there, raw, and undeniable. We need you. Our brother. Our friend. Just, be here for us. That's all we're asking. Steele stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he exhaled slowly, raking his hands through his hair again. I hear you. He said finally, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. I do. But I can't promise to stop doing what needs to be done. Kay shook her head, disappointment etched into her features. Then maybe you need to figure out what's more important, being a hero or being part of this family. Val took Kay's hand, guiding her away before she could say more. I watched them leave, their shoulders hunched, the fire in their steps dampened. Steele stood there for a long moment, staring at the ground. He didn't look at me, he didn't acknowledge that I'd been there the whole time. But I couldn't walk away, not yet. You're hurting them, Steele. I said quietly, my voice carrying across the empty courtyard. And whether you want to admit it or not, you're hurting yourself, too. He didn't respond. He just stood there, motionless, as if the weight of all our words had suddenly become too much to bear. Steele didn't move, didn't speak, and for a second, I wondered if he'd heard me at all. Then he let out a long, slow breath, like he was trying to expel the weight of everything we'd just said. I don't know how to be any different. He admitted, his voice so low I almost didn't catch it. This is all I've ever known, Alex. I'm a fighter. I fight first, figure it out later. If I stop doing that, who the hell am I supposed to be? His words stopped me cold. Steele, the unshakable, the ever-confident, was unraveling right in front of me. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was that he didn't know how to be anything else. You're not just the guy who takes the risks. I said, stepping closer. You're the guy who's supposed to lead us through this broken world. The guy who keeps us grounded, who makes us laugh when things feel impossible. The guy with all the answers. You have managed to keep everyone safe so far, which is damn near impossible in the land of the dead. But somehow, you've made a life for the living. That's who you are, Steele. And that's who we need. He shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You make it sound so easy. It's not. I said firmly. But it's worth trying. For them. For us. For a moment, I thought he might argue, might throw up the same wall of excuses he always did. But instead, he glanced toward the gate where Kay and Val had disappeared. They're really that mad, huh? He asked, his tone somewhere between resignation and regret. Mad? I echoed, raising an eyebrow. Try furious. Hurt. Scared out of their minds. Take your pick. Steele let out a humorless laugh. I guess I've got some damage control to do. You think? I shot back, my irritation slipping into my tone. Then I softened, nudging his shoulder lightly. But it's not too late, Steele. Talk to them. Really talk to them. Let them know you're listening to them. That you understand their concerns. He turned to look at me, his deep blue eyes darker than usual, shadows of guilt and exhaustion swirling in their depths. And what if I can't be what they need? What if I screw up again? You will. I said bluntly, surprising myself with the honesty. Because you're not perfect. None of us are. But screwing things up doesn't mean you stop trying. Steele studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded, a small, hesitant gesture that felt like the first step forward. I don't know how you got so wise in your old age, but, okay. I'll try harder. I didn't expect a grand transformation, not from Steele. But the fact that he was willing to try, that he was willing to take the first uncomfortable step toward meeting us halfway, was more than I dared to hope for. Good. I said, my voice softer now. Because if you don't, Kay will probably kill you, herself. And honestly, I think Val might join her. Steele chuckled, a low, rough sound that was more real than any smirk or quip I'd heard from him all day. Noted. As we stood there, the tension finally starting to ease, I realized something else. Steele wasn't just afraid of the risks he took. He was afraid of the quiet. Of being vulnerable. Of facing the people he loved, without his usual armor of recklessness and charm. The air in the penitentiary's central hall was heavy with tension. Steele stood at the center of the gathered group, arms crossed and leaning slightly against the edge of the long metal table, while Blade hovered nearby, trying not to flinch from every breath he took. He was clearly in pain, even though he wouldn't admit it. The others had gathered in a loose circle around them. Kay and Val stood to one side, their faces full of worry and thinly veiled anger. Buffy sat cross-legged on the edge of a bench, her chin propped in her hands, her eyes wide with curiosity. Tank, Diesel, Sloane, and Marcus rounded out the group, each wearing expressions that ranged from cautious to outright suspicious. And me? I was tucked into a corner of the room, close enough to watch the brewing storm, but far enough to keep out of the immediate blast radius. All right, Steele. Val said, breaking the silence. Her voice was cold, clipped, like she was holding herself back. Let's hear it. What's this grand plan of yours? Blade's in no shape to go anywhere? Steele glanced at Blade, who gave him a tight-lipped smirk despite the grimace he tried to hide. It's simple. Steele said, his tone calm but serious. We're going back to the bridge. And before anyone says anything, hear me out. Kay crossed her arms, her lips pursed. Oh, I'm hearing you out, all right. Doesn't mean I'm going to like it. Steele nodded, acknowledging her skepticism, then he straightened up. Here's the thing, Blade and I have been piecing things together since we got back. Wheeling Island's a mess. We've got more than just the usual zombie infestation there. We think that someone's deliberately herding them to the island and keeping them there. Building an army of the dead. That got everyone's attention. Marcus raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. Hurting them? Like controlling them? Is that even possible? It shouldn't be. Blade said, his voice grave. He spoke carefully, clearly trying not to strain his ribs. But what we saw at the bridge didn't look natural. Zombies don't just gather in vast numbers and then stay put unless there's something, or someone, Steele interrupted, making them stay there. A murmur rippled through the group, doubt and unease mingling in equal measure. I know how it sounds. Steele continued, his voice growing more urgent. But this isn't just some gut feeling. There were tracks leading toward the island, organized tracks. Supplies, maybe vehicles. Someone's up to something, and I don't think it's going to end well if we ignore it. Val pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly trying to keep her cool. And you think going back there is the answer? The bridge was bad enough. But now you want to take us straight into the heart of Wheeling Island? That's why we're not all going. Steele said firmly. Just a small scouting group. We scope it out, see what we're dealing with. If it's nothing, we come back. But if it's something, we need to know. Kay, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. And what about you, Steele? Are you planning to throw yourself into danger again? Or are you actually going to keep your head on straight this time? Steele's smirk wavered, and he sighed. I'll be on my best behavior. I promise. We are not going there to fight. But if someone is building an army of the undead, we need to know. It's right on our doorstep. And after what happened at the monastery, I don't feel comfortable going into the future blind. You'll forgive me, if I don't believe you. Kay said flatly. Val chimed in, her voice sharp. We mean it, Steele. No heroics. No stupid risks. If you're going, you stick to the plan. I hear you. Steele said, holding up his hands in surrender. Loud and clear. Before anyone could press him further, Buffy raised her hand like a kid in a classroom. Can I go? All eyes turned to her. Buffy, no. Kay said immediately, shaking her head. Why not? Buffy asked, hopping to her feet. I can handle myself. Plus, I've got the fastest reaction time out of anyone here. She's not wrong. Marcus muttered, earning a glare from Kay. Steele glanced at Kay, then at Buffy. It's not about your skills, Buffy. It's about keeping this group balanced. Someone has to stay back and help Sloane hold the fort. Amanda stood near the doorway, arms crossed, and eyes narrowed in thought as she watched Buffy bounce from foot to foot, clearly brimming with impatience. The room felt charged, the kind of tense energy that always accompanied a decision like this. Buffy had been pushing hard to go on the trip to Wheeling Island, and Amanda knew it was coming. She had to make a choice. You're sure about this? Amanda asked, her voice steady but with a note of concern. It's dangerous, Buffy. And you're not exactly the most experienced out there. Buffy met her eyes without hesitation, a determined glint in her own. I can handle it, Mom. I've been training with the team for months now. I'm not a kid anymore. Amanda softened at her words but remained firm. It's not about your age, Buffy. It's about the stakes. The island's overrun with zombies, and we have no idea what else might be lurking out there. There could be an army waiting out there for all we know. I get it. Buffy said, her voice quiet but insistent. But I'm ready. I want to help. I need to help. Amanda let out a sigh, rubbing the back of her neck. She could see the inflexibility in Buffy's face, the same stubbornness that Amanda herself had once shown when she was younger. She knew it wasn't going to be an easy conversation, but after a long pause, she nodded slowly. All right. Amanda said, her voice steady but soft. You can go. But you'll do it my way. No running off. You stay with the team at all times, and you follow orders. If anything happens, she didn't need to finish. They both knew what she meant. Buffy's face lit up with relief, her excitement palpable. Thank you, Mom. I swear, I won't let you down. Amanda smiled, though the worry still lingered in her eyes. I hope not. Just be smart out there. I'm in. Diesel piped up, straightening from where he'd been leaning against the wall. Tank and Sloane can handle things here. It's my turn to go out anyway. You know it is. Steele looked between them, weighing up his options. Before he could say anything, Dr. Lil stepped into the room, her sharp gaze locking onto Blade. Oh no, no, no. She said, her tone brooking no argument. You're not going anywhere, Blade. Not with cracked ribs. Blade grinned through the pain, clearly unfazed. Doc, I appreciate the concern, but I'm not sitting this one out. Not when there's fun to be had. Blade, she started, but Steele cut in. He's coming. Steele said firmly. We need him. And we'll make sure he doesn't push himself too hard. It's just recon, Doc, I swear it. That's assuming he listens to you. The doctor muttered darkly. I always obey orders. Blade said with mock innocence. The doctor rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath as she left the room. All right. Steele said, clapping his hands together. Here's the plan. Diesel, Blade, and I will head to the bridge. Tank, Sloane, you're in charge here. Marcus. I'm staying. Marcus interrupted. His voice was steady, but I caught the flicker of worry in his eyes. Emma's been on edge since the bridge incident. She's worried something's going to happen to me. With that in mind, I think it's best I stay here for a while. Steele hesitated, then nodded. Fair enough. Good. Val said, stepping closer. Now, one more time, are you going to keep your word, Steele? No stupid risks. I said I'd behave. Steele replied, his tone lighter but not dismissive. Besides, Blade's coming. He'd never let me get away with anything stupid. Damn right, Blade muttered, though he winced as he shifted. Kay wasn't convinced. If you pull any of your usual crap, I swear. And as for Blade, he takes the stupid risks with you. Or are you forgetting that it was Blade that followed you into that horde of zombies on the bridge? I'll be fine. Steele said, cutting her off. His voice softened, his smirk fading. I mean it, Kay. I know you're worried. But I'll be careful. Besides, you will be with me, to keep me in line. Kay didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue further. Val exchanged a glance with her sister, then nodded. All right. Val said. Just make sure you come back in one piece. All of you. Steele gave a mock salute, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the seriousness of his promise. As the group began to disperse, I caught his gaze and gave him a small nod. I'm coming too. I said softly. Steel grinned, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Good, you can be Kay's backup. It might take two of you to hold me back, if I find something I am not happy about. As he turned to join Blade and Diesel, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in my chest. Something about this trip didn't sit right with me. And if Steel wasn't careful, I had a sinking feeling that Val and Kay's worst fears might come true. The tension lingered even after most of the group had dispersed. The air in the penitentiary felt heavier, like a storm was brewing, and no one could quite tell if it was on the horizon or already overhead. Steel and Blade were at one side of the hall, going over their gear. Diesel stood nearby, strapping a knife to his belt with a kind of nervous energy, like he was more excited than concerned. Kay and Val hadn't left yet. They lingered, their arms crossed, and their eyes locked on Steel like they were daring him to make one wrong move. I hung back, half listening as Buffy stomped off toward her room, muttering about how she was going to get her butterfly swords and how excited she was. Tank and Sloane exchanged a glance from where they stood by the entrance, their shared silence speaking volumes. Steel. Val called, her tone sharp. Steel didn't look up right away. He finished buckling the strap on his pack before glancing over, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, sis? Kay was the one to step forward this time, her frustration barely restrained. Do you even realize how much of a mess this whole thing could turn into? You're going into an overrun zone, one that you only just escaped from the first time, with fewer people and an injured Blade. Blade chuckled from his spot by the table, wincing as he adjusted his jacket. I'm not that injured. It's just cracked ribs, no pain, no gain. Shut up, Blade. You're as bad as he is. Kay snapped, not even sparing him a glance. This isn't about you. Blade held up his hands, smirking through the pain. All right. But isn't that why you love me? Kay. Steel interrupted, his voice softening. We've talked about this. I'm not walking into this blind. We'll be quick. In and out, just to confirm what we think is happening. And if you're wrong? Kay shot back. If it's worse than you think? What then? Then we adapt. Steel said firmly, his eyes hardening. We're not rookies. We've handled worse before. Kay opened her mouth to argue, but Val put a hand on her arm, cutting her off. You can't just keep brushing off our concerns like this. Val said, her voice quieter but no less forceful. We're not saying this because we don't trust you, Steel. We're saying it because we've already seen how dreadful things can get when you push too hard, take too many risks. Steel's jaw tightened, his hands curling into fists at his sides. I thought he was going to snap back, but then he exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. I hear you. He said, his voice quieter now. I do. And I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying. But someone has to do this. If we're right about Wheeling Island, we can't just sit here and hope it doesn't blow up in our faces. Kay looked like she wanted to argue again, but Val squeezed her arm, pulling her back. Just promise us you'll come back in one piece. Val said, her eyes locking with Steel's. No matter what you find out there, no matter how bad it gets, don't play the hero. Steel hesitated, then nodded. I promise. We are just going to see what we might be up against. I'm not risking the group, or myself. If it's as bad as I think it is, we are gonna need all of us to prepare for what comes next. Kay didn't look convinced, but she didn't push further. Instead, she turned on her heel and left the room, her frustration palpable. Val stayed a moment longer, her gaze lingering on Steel before she followed her sister out. The room fell into a tense silence after they left. Diesel broke it by clearing his throat. So, what's the plan if we do run into something bad out there? Steel gave him a sidelong glance, his usual smirk creeping back into place. Same as always, improvise. Diesel groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Why do I feel like that's not as reassuring as it's supposed to be? Blade chuckled, clapping Diesel on the shoulder. Because it's not. I stepped closer, finally speaking up. Steele, you know they're right, don't you? He turned to me, his expression unreadable. About what? About you. About the way you act out there. I said, crossing my arms. You say you'll be careful, but half the time it looks like you're trying to prove something. Steele's smirk faded, his gaze dropping to the floor. Maybe I am. He admitted after a moment. But it's not what you think. I'm not trying to be some big hero or a martyr for that matter. I'm just trying to make sure no one else has to take the risks. That's not your call to make. I said, my voice firmer than I intended. We're all in this together. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Steele looked at me for a long moment, his expression softening. I'll try. He said quietly. That's the best I can promise. It wasn't exactly the answer I wanted, but it was something. All right. I said, stepping back. Just make sure you stick to that promise. Because if you don't, Kay and Val won't be the only ones coming after you. Steele chuckled. Yes, ma'am. As the final preparations continued, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was going to go wrong. Maybe it was paranoia, or maybe it was instinct. The truck rumbled down the empty streets, the wheels kicking up the occasional cloud of snow. Inside, the atmosphere was a mixture of excitement and tension. We had all agreed to go on this mission to Wheeling Island, and despite the gravity of the situation, there was an undeniable energy in the air. Diesel was driving, his focus unwavering as he navigated the backstreets. I occasionally glanced over at Kay, who was in the back seat next to Buffy, her arms crossed over her chest. Steele, Blade, and I were crammed into the cargo area of the truck, the windows down and the chilled morning air sweeping through. Buffy, as usual, was the first to break the silence, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. I can't believe I am finally going out on a mission. Her wide eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced in her seat. This is going to be amazing. I can't wait to see Wheeling Island up close, and I dunno, help kill some zombies, maybe. Kay shot her a sidelong glance from the back seat. Easy, Buffy. Don't get ahead of yourself. Buffy didn't take the warning to heart. Oh, come on. This is my first real mission. My mom always said I had ninja skills. She said I could sneak up on anyone and they wouldn't even know I was there. And now I finally get to put those skills to the test. It's gonna be so cool. I could sense Kay's frustration even before she spoke. You've never actually had to kill a zombie before, have you? Buffy hesitated for just a second, the excitement in her voice faltering for the briefest moment. Well, no, but my mom always took care of that part. She was the one who would deal with the zombies. She said I just had to sneak around and be the lookout, you know? Make sure no one saw her. Buffy's face softened. She always said I was like a ninja. I guess now I'll see if I get to live up to the hype. I exchanged a glance with Kay. Buffy had always been so eager to prove herself, but there was a quiet fear in her voice that she tried to hide behind her excitement. And I couldn't blame her. We had all grown up in this new world, learning how to survive, but nothing ever really prepared you for taking a life, even if it was a zombie. I leaned forward slightly, keeping my voice gentle but serious. You'll be fine, Buffy. Just stay alert and remember, it's not about proving anything. It's about surviving. Focus on the mission, and the rest will follow. Buffy nodded, her usual confidence coming back with a fire in her eyes. Yeah. I got this. Still, there was something about the way she said it that set my nervous system on fire. The truck pulled up to the Cathedral of St. Joseph on 13th Street, just a few blocks away from the bridge that led to Wheeling Island. It was a quiet area, but we all knew how quickly things could escalate. Diesel killed the engine, and the truck came to a stop. This is as close as we can get without being noticed. Diesel said, his voice low as he glanced over his shoulder at the group. We'll need to slip through the back and get a clear view of what's going on near the bridge. The trail is a good spot for that. We all nodded, and everyone climbed out, the sound of boots hitting the snow echoing in the stillness. I could feel the urgency of the mission settling over me now, that we were here. Steele, always the optimist, slapped Blade on the back with a grin. All right, team, let's make this quick and smooth. No heroics, remember? Kay raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. I'll believe it when I see it, she muttered under her breath. We moved with haste, slipping through the back alleys and winding our way to the cathedral's rear. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, and I wasn't sure if it was the constant danger of the world we now lived in, or just the anticipation of what lay ahead. We reached the cathedral, and the group huddled together near the side entrance, making sure no one had spotted us. From there, we headed down the Heritage Trail, a narrow path that led us out of sight. It wasn't a long walk, but it felt like every step took a little longer than the last. When we got to the edge of the trail, we stopped. Steele handed me a pair of binoculars, and I took them without a word. We all spread out, each of us scanning the area near the bridge leading to Wheeling Island. It was a beautiful winter's day, the sunshine gave us enough light to see, but we had to be careful not to be too obvious. For a while, nothing happened. The wind blew softly through the trees. The sound of distant groans and moans carried on the air. Zombies, no doubt, roaming aimlessly. But that's when we heard the faint shuffle. I snapped my attention to the sound. 5, maybe more. I whispered to Steele, who nodded silently. Buffy, standing just a little too far away, stepped forward, clearly eager to show off. Where? I can't see them yet. I signaled for her to stay quiet, but the zombies had already noticed us. The shuffle of their feet grew louder, more distinct. Buffy, stay low, I hissed. But it was too late. The first zombie stumbled out from behind a pillar of the cathedral, and then another. 5 of them in total, all closing in. They weren't running, but they were fast enough. We had to act. Without thinking, I reached for my weapon, but it was Buffy who moved first. She was a blur. In a flash, she dropped to one knee, pulling out the 2 butterfly swords that were always strapped to her back. The blades gleamed in the sunlight, and without a single sound, she surged forward. I blinked in shock as Buffy moved like she was one, with her chosen weapons, every step silent and precise. She was a true ninja, just like she'd always claimed. The first zombie had no time to react as Buffy sliced cleanly through its neck, the body dropping in a heap without a sound. Another zombie lunged toward her, but Buffy sidestepped effortlessly, spinning with the grace of a dancer. Her sword flashed through the air, cutting the zombie's throat open with ease. The next one was just as quick, but Buffy didn't hesitate. She spun, ducked, and slashed again, the sword making a sickening sound as it cleaved through bone and flesh. By the time the other 3 zombies were within reach, Buffy was already on them. She moved faster than I could follow, her swords flashing in the sunlight. Each strike was calculated and clean. Silent. Deadly. I had to admit, she was as good as her mother had claimed. The fight was over in seconds, the zombies laying scattered on the ground, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways. Buffy stood over them, breathing heavily but grinning ear to ear. See? She said, wiping her swords on the snow. Ninja skills. I could hardly believe what I had just seen. Buffy, I started, not sure what to say. She turned to me, eyes wide. What? I told you I could do it. Kay shook her head, but there was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. I'll be damned. You actually are a ninja. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Buffy said, her grin never fading. You distracted them long enough for me to get close. I wasn't sure if I should be proud or worried. As much as I admired her skill, the fact that we'd gotten that close to 5 zombies without even realizing, it was a serious risk. Steele, ever the optimist, clapped his hands together. Nice work, kid. You saved our asses. Buffy's grin only widened. I told you, I'm ready for this. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, I couldn't help but feel proud of Buffy. She had proven her worth. She was more than just the little sister. She was a force to be reckoned with. And maybe, we all needed her skills more than we realized. But for now, I took a breath, nodded at the team, and motioned for us to keep moving. The mission wasn't over yet. As Buffy wiped the last remnants of zombie gore from her swords, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. She had handled the situation with a kind of cold efficiency that none of us had expected. But beneath that relief, a nagging thought crept in: this mission was only just beginning, we still hadn't found out what was happening on Wheeling Island. I glanced at Kay, who had moved a few steps back to scan the surroundings. Her eyes were hard, focused, but I saw the flicker of worry in her expression. She wasn't the type to show concern easily, but I could tell she had reservations about Buffy's impulsiveness. You good? I asked quietly, moving closer to her. She nodded slowly, her eyes still scanning the horizon. Yeah. Just not sure we're ready for this. It's too risky, and there's no backup. If anything goes wrong, we're on our own. I couldn't argue with that. We were out here alone, far from the relative safety of the penitentiary, without any factual knowledge of what we were walking into. But that's the world we lived in now. There were no guarantees that we'd even come back at the end of the day. Let's just take it, one step at a time. I said. We'll get in, do the recon, and get out. Simple as that. Kay shot me a sidelong look, her lips curling into a tight smile. If it were that simple, we wouldn't be standing here in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I didn't have an answer to that. Buffy, still buzzing with adrenaline from the fight, approached us with a grin plastered on her face. That was so awesome. I really am like a ninja. You saw how quick I moved, right? I didn't even make a sound. I glanced at Kay. Yeah, we saw. But let's not get cocky, alright? We still need to focus on the mission. No more distractions. Buffy pouted but nodded, the excitement still dancing in her eyes. I know. I'm just saying, if you need me to take out any more zombies, I'm your girl. Noted. I muttered, but I couldn't help but suppress a smile at how she was handling the pressure. Let's move. Steele called from the front, already heading back toward the Heritage Trail. We've spent enough time here. Let's get the intel we need. We moved quickly and quietly through the trail, with Steele, Blade, and Diesel leading the way. I kept an eye on Buffy, still amazed by how quickly she had taken down the Zeds. I didn't know if it was pure instinct or just the thrill of the moment, but either way, she had proven herself capable. As we approached a ridge, I could see the bridge in the distance, shrouded in fog, the faint outline of Wheeling Island just beyond it. The area around it looked relatively clear, but there were too many unknowns. Hold up. Steele murmured, holding up a hand. We're close now. We don't want to be seen by anyone, especially not the dead. Everyone crouched, falling into position, while Steele and Blade both reached into their backpacks to pull out binoculars. The air was thick with tension as we huddled in the underbrush. Through the binoculars, I could make out the details of the island. The lights were faint, but the area looked oddly quiet, too quiet. No movement, no zombies wandering around. It was a stark contrast to what we had expected. What the hell? Blade muttered, squinting. This isn't what I was expecting. There's hardly any movement. Maybe it's a trap. Steele didn't seem convinced. Let's not jump to conclusions. We haven't seen enough to make a call yet. He scanned the area again, his face taut with concentration. I think it's clear for now. We need to get closer. There's something off about this. You don't say. Kay muttered under her breath. I could hear the undercurrents in her tone. I could feel the nerves coming off her in waves. We didn't have enough information. We weren't sure who or what was behind whatever was happening on Wheeling Island. Just as Steele was about to make a move, I heard a rustling behind us. My heart skipped a beat. Before I could even react, a low growl filled the air. "Shit!" Diesel whispered. "They're here." The sound grew louder, and within moments, we were surrounded. Zombies, moving toward us, faster than I'd anticipated. Buffy was the first to react, pulling out her butterfly swords with a speed that left me in awe. "I've got this," she said, her voice low but excited. "Buffy, wait." I shouted, but she was already gone. She rushed forward, her swords flashing in the light. I barely had time to react as she sliced through the first zombie's throat with one smooth motion. It dropped silently to the ground. Another zombie lunged toward her, but Buffy spun, dodging its claws as if she were dancing. Her blade found its target again, and a second zombie fell. I could barely keep up as I watched her move. She was faster than I thought, more controlled than I had imagined. She wasn't just slashing blindly, each move was calculated, precise, and deadly. One more zombie lunged at her, but Buffy sidestepped, slicing across its chest, then in one foul swoop she decapitated it. It crumpled, but two more took its place. She didn't hesitate. Her movements were fluid, like a predator stalking its prey, as she dispatched the next one with ease. I reached for my weapon, but there was no need. Buffy had killed them all. Standing over the pile of dead bodies, Buffy looked up at the rest of us, panting but with a huge grin on her face. "See? I told you I could handle myself." I blinked, still processing the sheer speed with which she had cleared the area. Kay's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. Diesel looked impressed, and even Steele gave her a nod of approval. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. She had proven herself, but at what cost? We were still in a dangerous position, and the island was just ahead. The challenge hadn't even begun yet. I walked over to Buffy, giving her a small but genuine smile. "That was impressive," I said quietly. "But we need to focus. There are more out there, and we're not done yet." Buffy's grin faded slightly as she nodded, wiping her swords clean. "Got it. I'm ready." We took a collective breath, the weight of the mission settling in once again. We were close now, and no matter how many zombies Buffy had taken out, we still had to be careful. The unknowns of Wheeling Island loomed ahead, and I had a feeling what we would find there would be far worse than we could imagine. But for now, we took our first step toward that unknown, ready for whatever lay ahead. The closer we got to the bridge, the quieter everyone became. The tension in the air was palpable, like the universe was trying to tell us something. Even Buffy, who had been brimming with energy earlier, seemed more subdued. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves in the chilly wind. Steele held up a fist, signaling us to stop. We crouched in the shadows of a broken-down car, peering toward the bridge ahead. It loomed over us like some foreboding giant, shrouded in fog. I could make out faint shapes in the distance, but it was impossible to tell if they were zombies, debris, or something worse. "All right," Steele murmured, his voice barely audible. "We're close enough. Let's keep it slow and quiet from here. Blade, you and I will take point. Alex and Diesel, you're in the middle. Kay, keep an eye on Buffy." Kay gave a sharp nod, but Buffy let out a huff, crossing her arms. "I don't need a babysitter," she whispered indignantly. "Not now, Buffy." Kay hissed, her eyes narrowing. Buffy grumbled something under her breath but didn't argue further. We moved forward with caution, sticking close to the abandoned vehicles. My heart thudded in my chest as I scanned every inch of the area ahead, waiting for something, anything, to jump out at us. About 10 minutes later, we stopped again, huddled behind the remains of an old brick wall near the base of the bridge. The view wasn't great, but it was the best cover we could find. Steele and Blade crouched at the edge, peering through binoculars at the island ahead. I stayed back with Kay and Buffy, the three of us forming a loose triangle around Diesel, who was keeping watch with his rifle. Buffy shifted beside me, her restlessness obvious. She kept fidgeting with the straps of her butterfly sword harness, her eyes darting to the bridge and back. "Buffy, stop," Kay ordered. "I can't help it," Buffy muttered, her voice low but defensive. "We've been here forever, and nothing's happening. It's been 10 minutes. Kay shot back. "Just stay still and wait." Buffy sighed dramatically, but she obeyed. I couldn't help but smile at their dynamic. Buffy was like a spark, always ready to ignite, while Kay was the steady, grounding force. But even Kay's patience was wearing thin today. And then, just like that, Buffy was gone. It happened so fast, none of us even realized at first. 1 second, she was crouched next to me, and the next, there was an empty space where she had been. "Buffy?" I whispered, turning sharply. Kay looked up, her expression shifting from confusion to alarm. Where the hell did she go? The panic was instant, rippling through the group like a shockwave. Steel and Blade turned around, their binoculars lowered. "She was just here," I said, my voice rising despite myself. "She wouldn't have," Diesel began, but Kay cut him off. "She wouldn't?" Kay snapped, her tone bitter. "Of course, she would. That kid doesn't know how to sit still for 5 minutes." Steel swore under his breath, standing up fully. "All right, spread out and look for her. She couldn't have gone far." But before anyone could move, Kay's sharp intake of breath stopped us. "What's that?" she said, pointing at my back. I twisted, confused, and Kay stepped closer, plucking something off my jacket. It was a piece of paper, hastily taped to the back of my coat. Kay unfolded it, her eyes narrowing as she read aloud. "Going to check the island. You wait here. I'll be back." The note was unmistakably in Buffy's messy handwriting. Kay crumpled the paper in her fist, her face flushed with anger. "I'm going to kill her." Steel ran a hand through his hair. What was she thinking? She wasn't. Kay snapped. "She never does." "Okay, everyone calm down." Blade interjected, his voice calm but firm. "She's impulsive, yeah, but she's smart. She'll be fine. We just need to stay here and give her some time." "How much time?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Half an hour," Steel said decisively. "If she's not back by then, we're going in after her." The next 30 minutes were the longest of my life. We stayed huddled behind the wall, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us. Kay paced back and forth, muttering under her breath. Diesel kept his rifle trained on the bridge, his expression unreadable. Blade sat with his back against the wall, sharpening his knife in slow, deliberate strokes. Steel leaned against the edge of the wall, his eyes fixed on the foggy expanse of the bridge. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the worry he was trying to mask. "Do you think Amanda knew this would happen?" I asked quietly, breaking the silence. Steel glanced at me, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" "When Amanda told Buffy not to wander off," I said, "do you think she knew Buffy might pull something like this?" Steel let out a humorless chuckle. "Wouldn't surprise me. Amanda knows Buffy better than anyone. She probably saw this coming a mile away." Kay scoffed. "Then maybe Amanda should have been the one to stop her from coming." "That's not fair," I said, frowning. "Fair or not, it's true." Kay shot back. "Buffy's not ready for this kind of mission. She thinks everything's a game. She's only 16 and she's never really been out here, on the road like we have. She's not a kid anymore." Diesel said quietly, surprising us all. "She's tougher than she looks." "It doesn't mean she's invincible though. I mean, what the hell are we gonna tell her mom if?" Kay muttered, her voice softening just a fraction. As the 30-minute mark approached, the tension reached its breaking point. Steele glanced at his watch, then at the rest of us. "All right," he said, his voice tight. "If she's not back in the next, Steele." Diesel hissed, cutting him off. We all turned in unison to see Buffy, stumbling toward us out of the fog. She was covered in blood. "Buffy!" I cried, rushing to her side. She held up a hand, stopping me in my tracks. Her face was pale, her eyes wild, and her whole body trembled with adrenaline. "We need to go," she said, her voice breathless. "We need to go now." "What happened?" Steele demanded, stepping forward. "What did you see?" Buffy shook her head, her lips trembling as she tried to speak. She paused, her face twisting in frustration as she struggled to find the words. "The Penitent, home. We need to go home." Steele exchanged a sharp glance with Blade, and I could see the unspoken questions passing between them. "Buffy, calm down," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Just tell us what happened." Her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white. "I'll tell you on the way," she said, her voice shaking with urgency. "But we have to leave. Now." Kay stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Buffy, if this is some kind of joke." "It's not a joke," Buffy snapped, her voice cracking. "I'm serious, Kay. We have to go." Steele didn't waste any more time. "All right," he said, his voice firm. "Let's move. We'll figure this out on the way back." We didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing our gear, we followed Buffy away from the bridge and back toward the truck. Whatever she had seen on Wheeling Island, it had scared her, and in all honesty, I think it terrified the rest of us too. The truck rattled along the crumbling asphalt, the silence inside heavier than I'd ever felt. Buffy sat hunched in the corner of the truck bed, her knees drawn to her chest, her blood-soaked clothes sticking to her skin. She was trembling, her whole body jerking like she couldn't control it. The blood wasn't just from zombies. None of us knew what to say. None of us could meet her eyes. The smell of blood and sweat overwhelmed the cramped space. The fear in Buffy's eyes was so oppressive it made my heart ache for her. Kay finally broke the silence, her voice sharp and cutting. "Buffy, what the hell happened to you out there?" Buffy didn't lift her head. Her chin was pressed tight against her knees. She muttered something under her breath, too low for any of us to hear. "What?" Diesel asked, leaning closer. "You've got to speak up. We can't hear you." Her head snapped up then, and the look in her eyes was something I'd never seen before. It wasn't fear, it was something colder, something more haunted. "They tried to take me," she whimpered. I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean? Who tried to take you?" Kay asked, her tone tinged in disbelief. Buffy's hands balled into fists, her knuckles white against the dried blood that streaked her skin. "The men on the island. They weren't soldiers, not real ones. They were waiting there, herding zombies. They saw me, and 3 of them came after me." Her words were clipped, mechanical, like she was reciting something she didn't want to relive. "What did they want with you?" I asked. Buffy hesitated, swallowing hard. Then she said it. "They were going to drag me back to their camp. To their boss. Then to something called the cat house." A chill ran through me. Steele glanced over his shoulder from the driver's seat, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might crack. "Fuck." Buffy's voice cracked as she continued. They said their soldiers would love me. That they needed fresh meat for the boys to fuck." Kay's face twisted in fury. "They fucking said." "What?" Buffy's head snapped up, her eyes blazing. "No." She spat, her voice shaking with anger and something deeper, shame or guilt. "I didn't let them take me. I killed them." I stabbed one in the throat, gutted another, and took the third down with my bare hands. They were pawing at me, grabbing my lady parts. One of them even licked my face. I think the cat house is where they keep girls and women, to rape. The truck jolted over a bump, but no one moved. No one spoke. I didn't have a choice. Buffy whispered, her voice raw. It was them or me. They were going to rape me. They all wanted to go. I wasn't gonna let them. Diesel swore under his breath, leaning back against the side of the truck. Dear God, what the hell did we just walk into? And the blood, is it yours? Kay asked, her voice softer now but still razor sharp. Are you hurt? Buffy nodded, her fingers twitching as she wiped them on her already stained jeans. Some of it's theirs. The rest, she trailed off, her voice trembling. Zombies heard the fight. I had to kill, too many to count. Just so I could get back to you. They were everywhere. The whole island is like a zombie farm. I only wanted to see the island because I'm sure a famous pop star's parents lived there once. I can't even remember her name. It all seems so stupid of me now. I should never have wandered off like that. Mom always said that wandering off was dangerous and I never really believed her till now. I had to kill, living, breathing people, bad people, yes, but they were still people. The silence that followed was suffocating. I couldn't stop picturing her alone out there, surrounded by the dead, fighting for her life. And there's more. She said suddenly, her voice cutting through the quiet like a knife. They know about us. They are coming for the women and the girls. Steel hit the brakes, the truck screeching to a sudden stop. He twisted in his seat, his eyes burning into Buffy. What did you just say? They know. Buffy repeated, her voice steady now. About the penitentiary. About all of us. I heard them talking before they saw me. They called us a target. My chest tightened. How? Kay demanded, her voice full of panic. How do they know? Buffy shook her head. I don't know. But they do. And it's not just us. They've got a list. Camps, farms, any place with survivors. They're planning to wipe them all out. They're organized. Blade muttered, his tone low and dangerous. Too organized. Diesel added. Buffy nodded, her face pale. They're not just scavengers. There's something worse. Their leader, his name's Adder. Adder? Steel repeated, his voice flat. Who the hell is Adder? Buffy looked away, her shoulders trembling. He's the one pulling the strings. He's the reason they're hurting zombies. To what end? Kay asked, her brows knitted. To flush people out. Buffy replied. Her voice was distant now, like she was reciting something she couldn't bear to think about. They drive zombies into camps, force survivors to flee. They pick up the women and girls, take whatever's left, food, weapons, supplies, women and girls. Buffy's eyes met mine, and the pain there made my stomach twist. The women, the girls. They take them to some kind of fortress. Keep them there. For the soldiers. I felt like the world was tilting, spinning out of control. Kay's voice rose, trembling with anger. You mean to tell me they are keeping women and girls as sex slaves? Yes. Buffy answered, her voice shaking. That's exactly what I mean. And if anyone tries to fight back, they're thrown into an arena. Chained up. Forced to fight zombies while those bastards watch and cheer. The truck was deathly silent, the weight of her words settling over us like a shroud. And you heard all of this? Diesel questioned. Buffy nodded, her fingers gripping the edge of the truck bed. They were laughing about it. Like it was funny. Like it was normal. They were on about certain women they liked to torment back at the cat house, and what odds they were taking on the fresh meat in the arena for the zombie fight. My stomach churned. What do we do? I asked, my voice cracking. We can't just, we go back. Steele interrupted. Lock the place down. But we need a plan. We could blow the bridges to this side with fertilizer bombs. Buffy shook her head violently, her eyes wide with panic. We can't stay at the penitentiary. Not after what I saw. If they're coming, we'll be ready. Steele insisted. The truck roared back to life, and we sped down the road, the penitentiary looming in the distance. The ride back was tense, every bump and jolt shuddering our bones. We were all deep in thought about the horrors Buffy had just described. She didn't speak again, her hands still trembling, her gaze fixed on the horizon. As we passed through the gates, Steele's voice broke the silence. No one leaves until we figure this out. No exceptions. Buffy didn't respond. I looked at her, at the blood on her clothes and the haunted look in her eyes, and I realized something that made my chest ache. We weren't just fighting the dead anymore. We were fighting something far worse, something alive, something cruel, something calculated. To be continued.